Chapter 1. The Extraordinary Qin Mu. As the moonlight cascades across the starry river, the long road stretches endlessly. With the smoke and haze dissipating, a solitary shadow flickers. Who bestowed upon me such exceptional prowess? Who entangled me in this bittersweet torment? Eventually, the heart wrenches with anguish. As the school day drew to a close, Qin Mu activated the sound system and maneuvered his vehicle to the entrance of Jianghua at No. 1 High School. Reclining the seat, he casually tossed his sunglasses onto the console and lay back, surrendering himself to the melodies. Through the car window, his gaze drifted to the expanse of azure sky. Before long, a subtle trace of melancholy flitted across his otherwise impassive features. Sunlight streamed through the window, elongating Qin Mu's solitary silhouette, infusing the interior with an air of profound maturity that belied his years. Qin Mu held a fondness for this particular song, often playing it on a loop until dawn, even transforming it into his ringtone. Perhaps this melody could allow him to momentarily escape his troubles, ushering him into a realm of introspection. He had allotted himself a 2-year period for self-reflection. Upon returning to Jianghua, Qin Mu, through a friend's introduction, became a driver for the Qinjiao Group's logistics department. The Qinjiao Group is a renowned clothing enterprise, a prestigious brand established by the illustrious socialite Qin Qianjiao. Initially focused on women's fashion, the business expanded significantly before diversifying into the broader clothing industry. The IT is said that Qin Qianjiao, in her 40s, remains a striking figure, her allure undiminished, a legendary presence in Jianghua's business circles. Her 2 daughters are equally captivating, each resembling celestial beauties. The eldest, Lu Yaqing, at just 24, has ascended to the position of current president of the Qinjiao Group, serving as her mother's right hand in business. The younger daughter, Lu Yaqing, age 17, is a student at Jianghua No. 1 High School. Rumor has it that the chairman and president have a critically important banquet this evening, prompting the human resources director, Lu Hong, to specifically instruct Qin Mu to pick up the second daughter after school. Jianghua No. 1 High School operates under stringent, closed management. Students enter on Sunday afternoons and are not permitted to leave until Friday afternoons. Coincidentally, today is Friday, and the school gate is congested with private vehicles awaiting students. Preferring solitude, Qin Mu parked his car beside the greenbelt across the street. As the song played a second time, and Lu Yaqing had yet to appear, Qin Mu dialed Lu Hong's number. "May I ask you something, Sister Lu? Is Lu Yaqing beautiful? Drop dead? Qin Mu, let me tell you, don't jest with me. I have entrusted you with the honorable task of picking up the second daughter. Don't make a mess of it." Lu Hong berated him over the phone, regretting having allowed him into the Qinjiao Group upon realizing his character. While she could tolerate his usual banter, she was appalled at his audacity to entertain notions about the second daughter. Understanding Lu Hong's implication, Qin Mu protested, "Hey, don't misunderstand. You called me to pick up Lu Yaqing, yet you didn't provide me with her contact information. I don't have her phone number, photo, or WeChat. How am I supposed to reach her? You don't need to contact her. I've given her your phone number and license plate. She will call you once she's out of school. And with your rather unremarkable appearance, simply standing at the school gate will ensure she recognizes you immediately." Unremarkable? Beep, beep, beep. Before Qin Mu could finish, Lu Hong hung up the phone. Seriously? Am I truly unremarkable? Qin Mu scrutinized his reflection in the mirror once more. With such striking features, a height of 6 feet, and a physique to match, perhaps Lu Hong's taste was questionable. His entry into the Qinjiao Group was indeed facilitated by Lu Hong's connections. Lu Hong, acquainted with Qin Mu's friend, had been swayed by his commendable demeanor and honest appearance during their initial meeting, agreeing to his employment without much deliberation. Little did she anticipate that beneath his sheepish exterior lay a cunning wolf, revealing his true nature within mere hours. After noticing Qin Mu's lingering gaze upon her, Lu Hong had refrained from wearing fitted clothing. Many within the company claimed Lu Hong to be the most alluring woman at Qinjiao Group, ranking among the top 10 beauties, second only to President Lu Yaqing, if we exclude Chairman Chun Qinjiao. Lu Hong epitomized sensuality, her figure a testament to an undeniable allure that could not be concealed. Assigning Qin Mu to escort the second daughter was a matter of necessity, as the company was overwhelmed with responsibilities. The evening's banquet held significant importance for the Qinjiao Group, with nearly everyone exerting their utmost efforts except for Qin Mu, the new recruit, who found himself tasked with this duty. Having witnessed a myriad of circumstances, escorting someone seemed trivial. Just as he was contemplating this, his phone rang. Grabbing a bottle of mineral water, he stepped out of the car and spotted a girl with twin ponytails scanning the school entrance. The girl, around 16 or 17, donned a school uniform from Jianghua No. 1, standing at least 5 feet 6 inches tall, her exquisite features undeniably captivating. No doubt, she was the one. Ignoring the incoming call, Qin Mu approached her directly. "You must be Lu Yaqing. I am Qin Mu from the logistics department. Director Lu sent me to pick you up." He reached for her backpack, but Lu Yaqing scrutinized him with suspicion. "Why didn't you answer the phone?" With a swift swipe on her phone, she redialed, waiting until Qin Mu's phone rang again, and he waved it before her eyes, earning her reluctant trust. The young girl displayed remarkable vigilance, and Qin Mu smiled, nodding, "Let's go." Snap. As Qin Mu bent down, Lu Yaqing had already taken a photo of him, sending it to Lu Hong for verification. Once she confirmed his identity, she followed Qin Mu to the greenbelt across the school gate. One could not help but admire the meticulousness of such a young girl. However, matters escalated unexpectedly. As Qin Mu opened the door for Lu Yaqing, at least 4 men suddenly emerged from the roadside. Leading the group was a middle-aged man in his 40s, his yellowed teeth reminiscent of smoke stains, with numerous blackheads dotting his nose and a thick gold chain dangling from his neck. Accompanying him were a scruffy-haired man, a buzz-cut individual, and a portly fellow. Each bore tattoos, and the scruffy-haired man sported ear piercings. The scruffy-haired man and the buzz-cut individual swiftly entered the car, sandwiching Lu Yaqing between them in the back seat. The overweight man remained outside, standing guard. Without waiting for Qin Mu to ponder his options, the man with the yellow teeth pressed a spring knife against Qin Mu's waist, his expression menacing. "Get in." Qin Mu assessed the man's pig-like visage with calm composure, immediately discerning that these individuals were well prepared. Their roles were clearly defined, movements executed swiftly, and not even passers-by were alerted, suggesting they had been monitoring the situation for quite some time. Seeing Lu Yaqing in distress, Qin Mu refrained from rash actions. Before understanding the full extent of the situation, he opted for a discreet approach, pondering their true intentions. He had assured Director Lu that he would return the second daughter safely. Were they attempting to jeopardize his livelihood? Lu Yaqing's complexion paled with fear as the man with the yellow teeth barked drive. Qin Mu was unwilling to comply. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it nonchalantly, took a deep inhale, and solemnly remarked, "What you're doing is illegal. It's time to turn back. Can we sit down and discuss this civilly? Why must you intimidate a young girl?" The 2 men in the back nearly leaped up, ready to act, while the yellow-toothed man growled, "Stop babbling, or he'll stab you right here." Qin Mu, undeterred, met his gaze with calm defiance. "Sir, your fly is down." Instinctively, the yellow-toothed man glanced down, and in that fleeting moment, Qin Mu seized the opportunity. The man barely had time to react before Qin Mu delivered a sharp blow to his wrist, causing the knife to fall to the floor, followed by a punch to his face that sent him into unconsciousness, his head spinning with stars. The 2 henchmen behind him were momentarily taken aback, and before they could react, Qin Mu swiftly turned around and delivered 2 powerful punches, rendering them unconscious with a resounding thud. "How dare you threaten me?" Qin Mu exclaimed as he activated his vehicle and sped towards the outskirts with lightning speed. "What on earth is happening?" The portly man stationed at the scene sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly pulled out his phone to make a call. "Boss, all the people we dispatched for the abduction have been captured by someone else." Chapter 1. The Remarkable Qin Mu. The moonlight splashed across the starry river, casting an endless road ahead. As the remnants of smoke and haze dissipated, a solitary figure stood in the dim light. What grants me such exceptional prowess? What entangles me in this web of love and hate? Eventually, the heartache became unbearable. As school was about to end, Qin Mu switched on the sound system and parked his car at the entrance of Jianghua No. 1 High School. Reclining the seat, he casually tossed his sunglasses onto the console and lay back to listen to the music. Through the car window, he cast a quiet gaze toward the expanse of the azure sky. Soon, a trace of melancholy flickered across his otherwise emotionless face. Sunlight streamed through the window, elongating Qin Mu's solitary silhouette, filling the car with an atmosphere that seemed incongruous with his youthful age. Qin Mu had a particular fondness for this song, often playing it on repeat until dawn, even changing his ringtone to it. Perhaps this melody could help him forget his troubles and unlock a different realm of cultivation. He had set a 2-year deadline for himself. Upon returning to Jianghuai, Qin Mu became a driver in the logistics department of Qinjiao Group, thanks to a friend's recommendation. Qinjiao Group, a renowned clothing enterprise, was established by the illustrious Chen Qinjiao, a legendary figure in Jianghuai's business world. Initially focused solely on women's apparel, the company gradually expanded its operations to encompass the entire clothing industry. It was said that Chen Qinjiao, in her 40s, remained stunningly beautiful, her charm undiminished, captivating all who beheld her. Her 2 daughters were equally enchanting, each a paragon of beauty. The eldest, Lu Yaqing, at just 24 years old, had already ascended to the position of president of Qinjiao Group, serving as her mother's right hand in business. The younger daughter, Lu Yaqing, was a 17-year-old student at Jianghuai No. 1 High School. It was rumored that the chairman and president had an exceptionally important banquet that evening, prompting the HR director, Lu Hong, to specifically instruct Qin Mu to pick up the second young lady after school. Jianghuai No. 1 High School enforced the strictest clothes management, requiring students to enter on Sunday afternoons and not allowing them to leave until Friday afternoons. Today was fortuitously a Friday, and the school entrance was teeming with private cars picking up students. Qin Mu, disliking the hustle and bustle, parked his car beside the greenery across the street. As the song played for the second time, and with no sign of Lu Yaqing emerging, Qin Mu dialed Lu Hong's number. "I have a question, Lu Hong. Is Lu Yaqing beautiful?" "Go to hell. Qin Mu, let me remind you, don't joke around with me. I entrusted you with the honorable task of picking up the second young lady, so don't mess it up." Lu Hong scolded him over the phone, lamenting that she should never have agreed to let him in a Qinjiao Group. Had she known his true nature, he might be charming with his words, but now he dared to entertain thoughts about the second young lady? Qin Mu sensed the implication behind Lu Hong's words and replied with grievance. "Hey, don't misunderstand. You asked me to pick up Lu Yaqing, but you didn't give me her information. I don't even have her phone number, photo, or WeChat. How am I supposed to contact her?" "You don't need to contact her. I've given her your phone number and license plate. She will call you when she finishes school. And with your looks, just standing at the school gate, everyone will steer clear of you, so she'll recognize you right away." "Do I really look that bad?" Before Qin Mu could finish, Lu Hong hung up. Seriously? Qin Mu stared at himself in the mirror, reassessing his appearance. With such striking features, and standing at 6 feet tall, was Lu Hong's judgment flawed? He had gained entry into Qinjiao Group largely due to Lu Hong's connections. Lu Hong was acquainted with Qin Mu's friend, and upon meeting Qin Mu, who presented himself as both capable and honest, she had readily agreed to his employment. Little did she know that beneath his sheepish exterior lurked a wolf, revealing his true colors within just 3 hours, extending his claws toward her. After noticing multiple times that Qin Mu had been staring at her backside, Lu Hong had become wary of wearing form-fitting clothes. Many in the company remarked that Lu Hong was the most alluring woman at Qinjiao Group, ranking among the top 10 beauties. Excluding Chairman Chen Qinjiao, Lu Hong was second only to President Lu Yaqing. Lu Hong embodied sensuality in many forms, flawlessly accentuating her figurine undeniable allure that was impossible to conceal. Assigning Qin Mu to pick up the second young lady was purely a result of the company's overwhelming busyness. The evening's banquet held great significance for Qinjiao Group, with nearly everyone exerting their utmost effort, leaving only the new recruit, Qin Mu, without pressing tasks, thus placing the responsibility of the pickup on him. Having weathered many storms, he thought, picking someone up was a trivial matter. His phone rang, and as he grabbed a bottle of water from the car, he spotted a girl with double ponytails standing at the school gate, scanning the area. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, donned in the school uniform of Jianghuai No. 1 High School, and was at least 5 feet 6 inches tall. Her delicate features were undoubtedly worthy of being called a campus beauty. Without a doubt, it was her. Qin Mu ignored the call and walked directly towards her. "You must be Lu Yaqing?" "I'm Qin Mu from the logistics department. Director Lu sent me to pick you up." Qin Mu extended his hand to take her backpack. Lu Yaqing scrutinized him with suspicion, asking, "Why didn't you answer the phone?" With a quick motion, she redialed his number, and when his phone rang again, she held it up for confirmation before believing his identity. The young girl was exceptionally cautious. Qin Mu smiled and nodded. "Let's go." Snap! As Qin Mu bent down, Lu Yaqing had already taken a photo of him and sent it to Lu Hong for verification. Once assured that all was in order, she accompanied Qin Mu to the greenery beside the school gate. Such meticulousness for a girl her age was impressive, even to Qin Mu. However, the situation took a turn when, as Qin Mu opened the door for Lu Yaqing to enter the car, at least 4 men suddenly emerged from the roadside. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with yellow teeth and a face riddled with blackheads. He wore a gold chain thicker than a little finger around his neck. Accompanying him were a crew-cut man, a bald man, and a stout figure. All 3 sported tattoos, and the crew-cut man had piercings in his ears. The crew-cut and bald men swiftly entered the car, flanking Lu Yaqing in the back seat. The stout man remained outside, keeping watch. Without allowing Qin Mu a moment to react, the man with yellow teeth pressed a spring knife against his side, his demeanor menacing. "Get in." Qin Mu calmly assessed the man's pig-like visage and immediately recognized that these individuals had come prepared. Their actions were swift and coordinated, not even alarming passers-by, indicating they had likely been watching for some time. Seeing Lu Yaqing being threatened, Qin Mu chose to bide his time, opting for a low profile until he could ascertain their intentions. He had assured Director Lu that he would safely escort the second young lady home were they attempting to jeopardize his livelihood. Lu Yaqing, pale with fear, felt the knife press against her as the man barked drive. Qin Mu refused to comply, pulling out a cigarette leisurely, lighting it, and taking a deep drag. With a serious tone, he said, "What you're doing is illegal. You should reconsider. Can't we sit down and discuss this instead of making things difficult for a young girl?" The 2 men in the back sprang up, preparing to strike, while the man with yellow teeth sternly warned, "Shut your mouth, or he'll stab you." Qin Mu, undeterred, met his gaze and calmly replied, "Sir, your fly is open." Instinctively looking down, the man with yellow teeth was caught off guard. In that fleeting moment, Qin Mu struck. The man had no time to react, feeling a sharp pain in his wrist as the knife clattered to the ground. Simultaneously, he received a punch to the face, causing his head to ring and stars to dance before his eyes, rendering him unconscious. The 2 subordinates behind him were momentarily taken aback, and before they could react, Qin Mu swiftly turned and delivered 2 powerful punches, rendering them unconscious with a resounding thud. "How dare they threaten me?" Qin Mu started his vehicle and sped towards the outskirts with extraordinary haste. What on earth is happening? The portly figure left behind to keep watch sensed the precariousness of the situation and quickly pulled out his phone to make a call. "Boss, all the people we sent out for the kidnapping have been captured by someone else." Chapter 2. Was it so difficult to find a reason to hit you? So audacious. 3 thugs neutralized in mere seconds. Seated in the back, Lu Yaqing was in a daze, as if awakened from a dream. "Hey, what are you doing?" Seeing Qin Mu drive toward the outskirts, she hastily cried out, "Nothing. I'm just giving them a lesson in moral character." A dozen minutes later, they arrived at an abandoned construction site in the suburbs. "At your age, you're still learning to kidnap?" Qin Mu dragged the buck-toothed man from the passenger seat like a dead dog, adding a few kicks to his face. Looking like a reject, and with so many pimples, how disgusting. Qin Mu was a man of strong likes and dislikes. It was clear they were taking him for a fool, targeting him as an easy mark. "I just got a job, and you want to ruin it for me?" The thought of it infuriated Qin Mu, prompting more kicks. The buck-toothed man's already unappealing face was now unrecognizable. The 2 thugs in the back were in no better condition. Dragged from the car and subjected to a beating, they awoke to excruciating pain. The 3 huddled on the ground, wailing and clutching their wounds. To this day, they probably still don't understand the nightmare they had just experienced. They were supposed to be kidnapping someone, yet they were the ones being abducted. The buck-toothed man shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. Gazing at Qin Mu, who stood before him with a cigarette, he felt an inexplicable dread. How terrifying was this seemingly harmless guy? He clearly remembered being knocked unconscious by a single punch, without even a chance to retaliate. Let's talk about life. Qin Mu casually moved a massive 300-pound stone roller, sat down with his legs crossed, and smiled at the 3. "Hey, am I handsome like this? Is my hairstyle messed up?" The 3 wanted to cry, but had no tears. Seeing Qin Mu lift the stone roller with such ease, their faces turned green. Lu Yaqing, still in the car, was dumbfounded. Damn, what a freak. He lifted such a heavy stone roller so effortlessly. Is he even human? The three kidnappers, the buck-toothed man at 6 feet tall and nearly 200 pounds, and the crew cut and flat up, each over 5 feet 7 inches, were beaten to a pulp and unable to move. If they were initially angry, the sight of Qin Mu effortlessly moving the stone roller filled them with utter despair. The buck-toothed man's face no longer showed any ferocity, replaced by fear and suspicion, probably trying to guess Qin Mu's identity. The crew cut and flat top looked utterly defeated. Sitting on the stone roller with his legs crossed, Qin Mu beckoned to the buck-toothed man and asked, "Still want to play kidnappers? No, no more. Still want to hold a knife to me? No, no more. Still want to be fierce with me? Wouldn't dare." Slap. The buck-toothed man was struck across the face before he could finish speaking. Qin Mu looked annoyed. "Why is it so hard to find a reason to hit you?" He paused. "Tell me, why were you kidnapping her?" The buck-toothed man said with a bitter look, "Brothers, we've been short on cash lately and wanted to make some money." Slap. Another slap to the face. "You're broke, but you're wearing gold chain? Try to look poor, okay? Give here." The buck-toothed man reluctantly took off the heavy gold chain from his neck and handed it to Qin Mu. "Good stuff, heavy at least 60 grams. It could sell for over 10,000 at market price." Qin Mu weighed it in his hand a few times. "I'll hold on to this for now." His gaze swept over the crew cut and flat top. "What about you two?" The two trembled. "Boss, we have no money." Slap, slap. They couldn't dodge and had their mouths swollen, with blood drawn. "No money?" Qin Mu found another reason to hit them. He coldly glanced at the three. "Empty your pockets." How could the three dare to delay? Any hesitation might mean another beating. They frantically emptied their pockets and laid everything on the ground. Seeing that there was nothing of value, Qin Mu was angry. "Making me run this far for nothing, not even enough for gas money. Do you think I am a saint giving you a free trip to the suburbs?" He paused. "Guess what I'm going to do to you?" Qin Mu reverted to his harmless, smiling demeanor. The three exchanged glances, unsure of his intentions. Lu Yaqing got out of the car. "Dig a hole and bury them." She had witnessed everything. The thugs didn't dare to make a peep in front of Qin Mu. It was a rare chance for revenge, and she wouldn't miss it. Thump. The second daughter of the Lu family spoke shockingly. The three were so frightened that their legs went weak and they knelt on the ground. Even the fierce-looking buck-toothed man trembled. "Mercy, mercy. We won't dare to do it again." "Again? Fine, I'll let you off this time." Qin Mu smilingly pocketed the buck-toothed man's gold chain. The three secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but then Qin Mu suddenly roared, "Take off your pants." "Huh?" The three instinctively covered their crotches. The buck-toothed man was about to beg for mercy when he saw a hint of anger in Qin Mu's eyes. He didn't dare to hesitate and quickly took off his pants, pleading with a bitter face, "Big brother, be gentle." Lu Yaqing frowned and turned her face away. She felt goosebumps all over. "EW? Does he have that kind of hobby? What a pervert." Qin Mu never expected that the pure-minded him would be thought of so lewdly. He pulled out their belts and tied the three to the construction site's cement pillars. Bandits, if they're not tied up, how can they be called bandits? After tying up the three, who were left only in their underwear, Qin Mu clapped his hands in satisfaction. Then, he took the buck-toothed man's phone and took several close-up photos to post on his social media. "How's the effect? Did I take them well?" Lu Yaqing covered her mouth and squatted down, unable to hold back her laughter. Qin Mu waved the phone in front of the three. Seeing their pathetic state, stripped down to their underwear and tied to cement pillars, they wanted to die. Too cruel. These photos will spread like wildfire. How will I ever show my face in the underworld again? Being a bandit like this was a first for them. But the three didn't dare to beg Qin Mu for mercy. He was too freakishly strong. They could only put on pitiful faces, hoping that Qin Mu would have mercy and let them go. Lu Hong called to urge him. Qin Mu looked like he hadn't had enough fun yet, and threw the buck-toothed man's phone away with some regret. He patted their faces. "Behave yourselves. Learn a lesson next time." The two got in the car and left, leaving the three tied to the cement pillars, wanting to cry, but with no tears. Chapter 3. Wow. 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 Manager Lu, we are back. Qin Mu brought Lu Yaqing to the Human Resources office, where Lu Hong rushed to greet them. "You've been gone for quite a while," Lu Hong chided. "Manager Lu, we encountered some kidnappers," Lu Yaqing exclaimed, dropping her backpack and plopping down onto the sofa, pulling out her phone to message her classmates. "What?" Lu Hong stumbled. nearly losing her balance. But fortunately, Qin Mu was quick to catch her around the waist. Lu Hong, dressed in a professional suit with a white blouse and a black skirt, felt the fabric shift slightly as she fell into Qin Mu's embrace. Qin Mu, looking down, was taken aback. Wow, 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 he exclaimed as Lu Hong's complexion paled at the mention of Lu Yaqing's ordeal. Concern for Lu Yaqing's safety made Lu Hong oblivious to the drool nearly spilling from Qin Mu's lips. She hastily pushed him away and approached the sofa. Yaqing, are you all right? I'm fine. I took care of those kidnappers, Lu Yaqing replied nonchalantly, continuing her texting. Qin Mu, come here for a moment, Lu Hong commanded, regaining her composure and adopting her usual icy demeanor. Qin Mu followed her into the director's office, his gaze lingering on her alluring silhouette. The visible elasticity and curves of her figure were captivating, akin to a 4D experience. At 26 years old and unmarried, Lu Hong was the object of desire for many male colleagues. Rumor had it that any man seen with her would be subjected to intense scrutiny, leaving many hesitant to approach her. What is going on? Lu Hong turned to face Qin Mu, noticing his gaze was inappropriate. Where are you looking? She snapped, only then realizing her blouse had come undone. With a mischievous grin, Qin Mu revealed a button he had caught. Manager Lu, you dropped your button. The attire of senior executives at Qinjiao Group was custom-made, each person radiating a unique charm despite wearing the same styles. Lu Hong was the spokesperson for one of Qinjiao Group's women's clothing lines, and while not a celebrity, she outshone many in that regard. Market surveys indicated that whenever men felt defeated, merely envisioning Lu Hong's image from the advertisement could inspire them to persevere a little longer. Qin Mu could not ascertain the truth of such rumors, yet he too felt a surge of impulse upon seeing Lu Hong, which was likely the case for many others. Give me an answer, Lu Hong demanded, her frustration palpable. Qin Mu shrugged nonchalantly. It and Oppos, that's nothing. Just a few thugs. They tried to kidnap the second miss. But I took care of them. You dealt with them? Lu Hong's anxiety intensified, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Qin Mu with suspicion. She had never noticed his capabilities before. The chairman had entrusted such a crucial matter to her. If anything happened to the second miss, the blame would fall squarely on her shoulders. Just a few thugs? Why not call the police? What's the point? By the time they arrive, it will be too late. Besides, if I can handle it myself, why bother? Qin Mu muttered. You. Lu Hong's anger made her tremble slightly, yet she found it hard to reprimand him effectively. Observing Lu Hong's flustered expression only made Qin Mu chuckle. Manager Lu, since I've done such a great job, will I get a raise? Or at least a meal on you? Get lost, Lu Hong retorted. I'll report you for unfair treatment, Qin Mu challenged. Ultimately, Qin Mu was dismissed in disgrace. Lu Hong was too busy that day to pay him any mind. As a driver, his standing was too low, even a meal was out of the question. After work, Qin Mu found a restaurant to grab a quick bite before returning to his rental apartment to practice. Under the light, his bronze skin and muscular physique were evident. Although not as ostentatious as the muscle-bound figure seen on television, the definition of his muscles offered a compelling sensory experience, as if every pore and cell brimmed with boundless energy and vitality. Qin Mu practiced the ancestral heart method of the Qin lineage, which was divided into 4 levels. Heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. He was the only descendant of the Qin family to reach the heavenly level. However, to attain the pinnacle of heaven and become a true powerhouse, he needed to break free from the shackles of the 4 void realm, undergoing a complete transformation. Otherwise, he would remain an ordinary strongman. Regrettably, the final page of the Qin heart method had been lost, its whereabouts unknown. Thus, Qin Mu was compelled to venture into the world to seek alternative paths for cultivation. For now, he was merely an ordinary employee of Qinjiao Group. The next day, before Qin Mu had even risen, he received a call from Lu Hong. Qin Mu, come to my office immediately. Qin Mu groggily got up, wondering if it was already morning. What, you're still in bed? Lu Hong exclaimed frantically over the phone. If you're not here in 15 minutes, you're fired. Qin Mu quickly rubbed his eyes and scrambled out of bed. He rushed to the bathroom, completing his morning routine in a flash before grabbing his clothes and heading out. He had practiced so intensely the night before that he had overslept until 9:30 without realizing it. 15 minutes later, Qin Mu arrived at Lu Hong's office. Lu Hong frowned disapprovingly at his disheveled appearance. "You are the most undisciplined employee at Xinjiao Group. If there's another incident, you can leave." With a grin, Qin Mu approached her, pouring her a cup of tea. "Manager Lu, calm down and have some water." Lu Hong refused to take it. So Qin Mu sipped from the cup himself. "You, this is my cup. How could you?" Lu Hong's fist clenched, but she ultimately suppressed her frustration. After Qin Mu drank, he licked his lips and gazed at Lu Hong's luscious mouth, as if he had just tasted something sweet from her lips. Lu Hong was oblivious to his thoughts as she tossed a contract from her drawer. "This is your job transfer notice. Starting today, you're no longer assigned to the logistics department." "What? Where will I go?" "You and Oppos. LL be the bodyguard for the second miss." "No way." Qin Mu shook his head, taking another sip of water. Being a bodyguard meant risking his life for his boss. He wanted to live a few more years. Lu Hong grew irate. "I and Amp. Oppos. LL increase your salary to 8,000 a month." Still not interested. Though the driver's salary was only 4,000, doubling it did not sway Qin Mu. Lu Hong glared at him, surprised he wasn't easily persuaded. It seemed she would have to teach him a lesson. "You can leave. You're fired." Qin Mu set down the cup. "Goodbye." "Stop." Lu Hong stamped her foot in frustration. Assigning Qin Mu as the second Mrs. Bodyguard was a directive from the chairman himself. She had assumed that a promotion and raise would ensure compliance, but he remained obstinate. After the incident from the previous afternoon, the second miss specifically requested him as her bodyguard, yet he was acting defiant. "I and Oppos. LL give you an additional 2,000. Qin Mu turned back, eyeing Lu Hong and Oppos' heaving chest, and thought, money is just as worthless as dirt. Why would I want so much? "What do you want, then?" "Treat me to a meal, and then I'll consider it," Qin Mu leisurely proposed. Chapter 4. Ascending to the heavens, Lu Hong was seething with rage. Her frustration felt as if it might burst her lungs. Invite him to dinner? One absurd notion. In the Jianghuai region, countless individuals queued daily, eager to treat her to a meal. Yet, here he was, shamelessly suggesting that she should foot the bill. How much thicker could a skin be? This is rather difficult, but I shall try my utmost. Get lost. Lu Hong was unable to contain her anger any longer, glaring fiercely at Qin Mu. Had a glance possessed lethal potential, she would have reduced him to mere fragments. Fearing that further conversation would drive her to madness, she pointed towards the door and shouted in exasperation. To Qin Mu, Lu Hong's anger was hardly intimidating. Rather, it added a flavor he found rather delightful. The flush of her cheeks and the tremor in her frame only compelled him to gaze a moment longer before he whistled and departed. In truth, Qin Mu did not intend to provoke Lu Hong. He simply did not wish to be a bodyguard. His current job was quite satisfactory, driving when needed and enjoying leisure time otherwise, granting him a greater sense of freedom. Furthermore, he needed to dedicate more time to practice. If he did not, when would he ever reach his aspirations? Being a bodyguard was entirely different. It demanded all one's time and obedience, often necessitating the use of one's body as a shield for the employer. While the salary was indeed higher, one and Oppos' life was ultimately in another and Oppos' hands. Discontented, had he known it would come to this, he would have refrained from intervening yesterday. In the logistics department in AMP, Oppos' driver's lounge, the dispatcher was engaged in a game of dodiju with several drivers. Upon seeing Qin Mu enter, he tossed his card aside. "Qin Mu, just started your shift, and you've already disappeared? If every driver behaved like you, how would I manage?" Due to the Xinjiao Group being a fashion enterprise, it was teeming with beautiful women. Yet, the logistics department was filled with single men who often gathered to play cards or watch films. Some preferred solitude, reclining in chairs while engrossed in their phones. Noticing the dispatcher's irritation, Qin Mu surmised he had lost again. This fellow had been on a losing streak for reasons unknown. Every time he touched the cards, he lost. His temper was foul, and he held grudges, making life difficult for the drivers. To preserve their decent-paying jobs, the drivers had no choice but to endure. In coastal enterprises, even a minor supervisor often fancied themselves a significant authority, and the dispatcher found an excuse to vent his frustration on Qin Mu. Qin Mu had no intention of revealing that he had been with Lu Hong. After all, How could a mere dispatcher withstand such intimidation? The dispatcher, clearly agitated, approached. Got any cigarettes? As Qin Mu prepared to hand him a cigarette, the dispatcher snatched the entire pack. Give me a glass of water. Dispatcher, with 3 bombs in your hand, you're set to lose 8-fold. Aren't you? After pouring a glass of water, Qin Mu glanced at the cards the dispatcher had just discarded. It was evident he was attempting to shift blame, hoping to play the victim. Just as the dispatcher was about to explode, a girl entered. Miss. The dispatcher set down the cup and donned a sycophantic smile, rushing to greet her. In the driver's lounge of the logistics department, encountering someone as distinguished as the second miss was a rare occurrence, and her sudden arrival startled everyone. Even those lounging and playing on their phones hastily set them aside, striving to present themselves favorably. With an overly eager demeanor, the dispatcher approached her, embodying the image of a sycophant from television. Second miss, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. I will fetch you some tea. However, the second Miss' gaze passed over the dispatcher, completely disregarding him as she approached Qin Mu. Qin Mu, come with me. At that moment, the dispatcher felt as though his world was crumbling. Why was the second miss seeking out Qin Mu? The lounge fell silent, everyone bewildered, pondering Qin Mu's background. How could he possibly warrant the attention of someone of her stature, in a setting where even a minor departmental manager was considered a significant figure? The second miss was practically a royal princess, an entity beyond reach. Any ordinary person would have eagerly followed her without hesitation. Yet, Qin Mu, with a languid demeanor, merely replied, I'm not going. If you have something to say, say it here. The audacity of Qin Mu shattered the hearts of all the drivers, including the dispatcher, who shot him an incredulous glare. How bold! If it were me, I would have complied immediately. If it meant a raise or promotion, I would even consider licking her boots. Strangely, the second miss did not seem perturbed. Instead, she settled on the sofa beside Qin Mu. All right, let us discuss what Lu Hong mentioned. Have you given any thought? What matter? Qin Mu feigned ignorance. Be my attendant, following me around 24 hours a day. Don't worry, I promise not to mistreat you, the second miss said playfully. Indeed, this was about that matter. Qin Mu appeared troubled. I can't, my back hurts. Your back hurts? Yes, I strained at lifting stones yesterday. Oh, the pain is unbearable. He feigned discomfort convincingly, one hand clutching his waist as if truly suffering. The second miss scrutinized him for a moment before bouncing over. Let me give you a massage. Just moments ago, she had insisted he become her attendant, and now she was offering to massage his back. Such treatment was fit for royalty. In the driver's lounge, the collective hearts of all present shattered once more. Utterly overwhelmed, the second miss had indeed approached the sofa, her delicate hands resting on Qin Mu's waist. Is it here? To make matters worse, Qin Mu showed no fear, reclining like a sovereign, comfortably instructing her, yes, apply more pressure. Hey, dispatcher, what are you staring at? Hurry, fetch me a glass of water. Oh, and come over here to row my legs. The dispatcher felt as though his very soul had been crushed. This fellow was using his position to command him. Was retribution coming too swiftly? Yet, Qin Mu continued to taunt him, dispatcher. Can't you put in a little more effort? If you treated your work with this level of diligence, the dispatcher was drenched in sweat, unable to protest, and could only respond meekly, understood. I'll apply more pressure. The second Miss' tender hands kneaded his waist, providing immense relief. At 16 or 17 years old, although lacking the voluptuous curves of Lu Hong, Lu Yaqing possessed striking features and an exquisite figure, destined to become a true beauty. What vexed Qin Mu was that her hands were too small. The people of Zhanghuai often spoke highly of Chen Qinjiao's 2 daughters. The elder, Lu Yaqing, was a paragon of beauty, having supplanted Chen Qinjiao as the region's most stunning woman. Given time, the younger daughter, Lu Yaqing, would undoubtedly rival her sister. Having just joined Qinjiao Group, Qin Mu had yet to interact with Chen Qinjiao or Lu Yaqing, but Lu Yaqing's cleverness and shrewdness were evident, indicating she would also grow to be quite astute. As the second miss, she willingly offered to massage his back, albeit with clumsy technique, yet her sincerity was undeniable. For a young girl to go to such lengths, Qin Mu dared not dismiss her lightly. Give it up. I will not agree, Qin Mu coldly rebuffed Lu Yaqing. To his surprise, she simply smiled. That's all right. You must have heard the story of the 3 visits to the thatched cottage. If you refuse, I'll come every day. The dispatcher nearly choked in disbelief. If the second miss visited daily, would he be condemned to serve this fellow every single day? The fellow squatted there, drawing numerous circles on the ground. Who could blame my remarkable agility? Who could fathom the turmoil of my affections? Eventually, my heart shattered. Qin Mu and Appo's phone rang. Hello, Director Lu? Oh, you are inviting me to dinner? Very well, I shall come immediately. To his astonishment, Lu Hong had indeed consented to treat him to a meal. Qin Mu patted the delicate shoulder of the second young lady. I shall consider your matter, but it would be prudent for you to frequent the driver's lounge less often. With that, Qin Mu tucked his phone away and departed, leaving a bewildered group of drivers from the logistics department in a state of shock. The second young lady offered to massage his waist, pondering the significance of having a seductive goddess like Director Lu inviting him to dinner. What could this fellow's true identity be? Chapter 5. The unfortunate director, Chun. A rendezvous with a beautiful woman necessitates an elegant setting, adorned with candlelight and fine wine, to cultivate an atmosphere of palpable romance. Inevitably, the lady imbibes a bit too much and exclaims, "I'm amp. Amp? Appo's. Am feeling flushed." Or so it happens on television, does it not? However, the circumstances have taken an unexpected turn. Miss Lu has summoned Qin Mu to the factory cafeteria. At the zenith of the lunch hour, the canteen teems with a multitude of captivating women. The Qinjiao Group lives up to its reputation as a haven for beauty. The company in Appo's headquarters alone boasts a workforce of over 8,000 individuals. As is common knowledge, the garment industry is characterized by a stark gender imbalance. While certain roles within the workshops necessitate male employees, the assembly lines are predominantly staffed by young women. To distinguish managerial personnel from the general workforce, female employees don attire of roseate hue, while their male counterparts wear garments of cerulean tint. Each garment bears the company logo. Office staff, on the other hand, are uniformly clad in white shirts or professional ensembles. Only those who have ascended to managerial echelons are privileged to wear custom-tailored attire. Despite the rigid sartorial distinctions, managerial personnel and employees enjoy parity in terms of welfare, a facet of the Qinjiao Group that speaks to its commitment to humanism. Along the coastal regions, countless individuals aspire to don the coveted white shirt. In the minds of the working class, white-collar status is emblematic of both identity and prestige. It serves as a veritable trove of conversational capital during reunions, particularly for young men and women who have only recently entered the workforce and are acutely aware of such vanities. Was Miss Lu truly inviting him to dine in such a venue? It was an obvious snub. Qin Mu was about to leave, but when he saw the assembly of beauties in the cafeteria, he changed his mind. Ouch, I've twisted my ankle. Could you lend me a hand? Qin Mu seemed to have been walking too quickly. As he was about to catch up with Lu Hong, he twisted his ankle. He reached out his hand to Lu Hong. You wouldn't leave me to die, would you? Lu Hong glared at him. How could someone like him, who twists his ankle just walking, possibly move a 300-pound stone pier? She wondered what the second miss saw in him. Somewhat annoyed, Lu Hong extended her hand. A triumphant glint flickered in Qin Mu's eyes as he seized the opportunity to grasp Lu Hong's arm. Simultaneously, he straightened his back, showing no sign of having twisted his ankle. Just as Lu Hong was about to angrily shake him off, a displeased voice came from behind. Oh, ISN and Amp. Amp? Appo's. This Director Lu? The most alluring woman in the Qinjiao Group, and the most trusted by Chun Qinjiao and Lu Yaqing, the Director of Human Resources, is entangled with a man? How unseemly. The speaker was a middle-aged man in his 50s, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle, his hair glistening with pomade. He wore a limited-edition silk shirt from the Qinjiao Group, white trousers, and gleaming leather shoes, exuding a somewhat flamboyant aura. For some reason, Lu Hong seemed to shrink back in fear at the sight of this man, her delicate frame trembling slightly. Soon, Qin Mu could feel the anxiety and tension emanating from Lu Hong's alluring form. Director Chun, what brings you here for lunch? Director Chun and Appo's expression was one of displeasure, especially at seeing Lu Hong and Qin Mu arm in arm. A nameless rage surged within him. ignoring Lu Hong and Appo's question. He targeted Qin Mu directly. Who are you? Qin Mu could clearly sense the animosity emanating from the man, although he didn't know the man's identity. His intuition told him that Director Chen harbored affections for Lu Hong. Granted, he was a director of the Qinjiao group, so his position was likely high. But so what? Qin Mu was repulsed by the man's condescending attitude. So Qin Mu replied directly, "Why should I tell you?" You. Director Chen's face turned ashen. In the Qinjiao group, which employee dared to be disrespectful to him? This man in blue was clearly one of the company's lowest-ranking employees, yet he was being so rude. Just as Director Chen was about to erupt, Lu Hong nudged Qin Mu, forcing a smile. "Director Chen, I apologize." He and Appo's SA newly hired bodyguard and doesn't Appo's recognize you. Please don't take offense. Director Chen rolled his eyes, saying unpleasantly, "A newly hired bodyguard? Lu Hong, we're all adults here, so don't try to hide anything. Is it because you've been with this kid for a while that you've been rejecting me?" Even Qin Mu was stunned by Director Chen's words. This 50-year-old man clearly had feelings for Lu Hong, but he didn't Appo's. To expect him to be so direct. "Uncle, you Appo's. Re old enough to know better, okay?" Director Chen. Lu Hong was about to explain, but the other man waved his hand in exasperation. "All right, don't explain. I'm not a 3-year-old. I know what kind of person you are. Lu Hong, do you have to be so blatant and showy about it in the company to make me look bad?" Director Chen was agitated, his spittle flying everywhere. "Everyone in the Qinjiao group knows that I, Chen Xianyun, have always liked you. Yet you bring a pretty boy here to slap me in the face? Lu Hong, you're something else. You're ruthless. What's so good about him? Does he have money? Does he have a house? Does he have a car? Look at his pathetic state. He's just a low-level employee. What future do you have with someone like that? What can he give you? Can he let you live in a villa? Can he let you drive a luxury car? Even if you have children in the future, you want him to Appo's, to be able to afford a nanny. What right does he have to be with you?" Director Chen was ranting at the top of his lungs. Naturally, he attracted the attention of many employees who had gathered to watch. They were curious about the young man who was arm in arm with Lu Hong. To dare to flaunt his affection in front of Director Chen was tantamount to courting death. Director Chen was not only domineering, but also incredibly jealous. Everyone in the company knew that he was enamored with Lu Hong. During the last New Year and Appo's Eve party, Director Chen even confessed his feelings for Lu Hong in front of thousands of employees. Although Lu Hong rejected him, he continued to pursue her relentlessly. In Director Chen's own words, he possessed the indomitable spirit of Quafu chasing the sun and the unwavering determination of the foolish old man removing mountains. He even declared within the company that Lu Hong was his woman and that anyone who dared to pursue her would have to contend with him. Chen Xianyun. Chen Xianyun was none other than the elder brother of Chen Qinjiao, the chairman of the Qinjiao group. Who would dare to provoke him? Now that Qin Mu and Lu Hong were arm in arm at the entrance of the company cafeteria, it was no wonder that Director Chen had lost his composure. Some people looked at Qin Mu with a mixture of envy and pity. What a pity for the young man. It seems he's destined to fail before even embarking on his mission. Why flaunt his affection in such a place, only to be seen by Director Chen? Qin Mu didn't Appo's to know why he was so agitated, becoming increasingly excessive. He even stood with his hands on his hips, scolding like a shrew. Someone your age should be more mindful. You and Appo's, still chasing after Director Lu at your age? There's so many aunties and grandmas out there. Why do you have to ruin a young woman in her 20s? If you don't live much longer, and you kick the bucket in 5 or 10 years, are you going to make her a widow at 30? I don't blame you for wanting to be an old cow eating young grass, but the problem is, can you handle it? With your body drained by wine and women, you should check into a sanatorium and rest. You, Director Chen and Appo's eyes rolled back in anger, his body trembling. Someone, drag this foul-mouthed brat out of here. Security. He was most sensitive about people calling him old. Whoever said he was old would incur his wrath. Qin Mu had struck a nerve. Lu Hong, feeling anxious, exclaimed, "Qin Mu, please refrain from speaking so much." Despite her strong aversion, even disdain, for Director Chen, she was reluctant to escalate the situation further. "Director Chen, please forgive the naivety of the newcomer." Lu Hong attempted to intercede, but Director Chen, infuriated, waved his hand dismissively, retorting, "Spare me your pleasantries. Lu Hong, this matter is far from over. Have him leave immediately. Get lost." Before he could finish his tirade, his leg inexplicably twisted, and he stumbled down the sloped entrance of the cafeteria. "Oh dear, Director Chun. I did mention that you should take care of your health and avoid such agitation." Qin Mu hurried after him, feigning assistance while inadvertently pressing gently on a pressure point. Suddenly, a noxious odor erupted, and in that moment of sheer rage, Director Chun lost control, soiling his pristine white trousers. Lu Hong, clad in her high heels, along with numerous other employees dining nearby, quickly gathered around, witnessing the spectacle and recoiling in disgust, covering their noses. Director Chun, realizing the situation, instinctively glanced down at himself. To his horror, he saw that he had lost control in front of such a large audience, and a sheer embarrassment caused him to faint on the spot. Chapter 6. Unmatched bravery. Mr. Chun, despite his advanced years, fancied himself a youthful figure, habitually donning white trousers and sporting meticulously slicked back hair. Now, his image was utterly tarnished, ensuring that henceforth, employees of Qinjiao Group would likely recoil at the mere thought of that location. Several security guards hastily escorted Mr. Chun to the infirmary, and the onlookers gradually dispersed. Ugh, ugh. Lu Hong, hand clutched over her mouth, crouched by the roadside, the image of Mr. Chun and Amp, Oppos, as earlier spectacle indelibly etched in her mind, causing her stomach to churn violently. It seemed Mr. Chun had indelibly scarred her psyche. Qin Mu retrieved a packet of tissues from his pocket and offered them. Lu Hong remained crouched for a moment before rising, a hint of resignation flickering across her beautiful face. "Thank you." She was uncertain what her gratitude encompassed. But Qin Mu understood. He abandoned his jocular demeanor, sensing the weight of her concerns. "Never mind. Let in Oppos. Let's head back." Given the repulsive incident, dining was out of the question. Qin Mu had lost his appetite. As they turned toward the office, a commotion erupted at the company entrance, drawing a crowd. Security personnel rushed from their posts, their expressions fraught with anxiety, as if a major incident had occurred. Lu Hong intercepted a guard. "What's happening?" "Ms. Lu, a group of hoodlums is causing trouble at the gate, and several colleagues have been injured." The guard, terse, hurried on. As the HR director of Qinjiao Group, Lu Hong oversaw security and logistics. Hearing of the disturbance and the injuries, she rushed off, offering Qin Mu only a fleeting explanation. Qin Mu lit a cigarette and followed at a distance. A throng of onlookers, numbering over 1,000, had gathered at the entrance. 200-odd ruffians, brandishing iron rods, machetes, and pipes, defiantly confronted the few dozen guards. This was Qinjiao Group's factory district, and the crowd was largely composed of women, none daring to approach. A thug in his 30s, bearing a guangong blade and exposing elaborate tattoos, pointed at the head of security, bellowing, "Listen up, smarten up, and get out of our way. I'm a hoodlum, familiar with the inside of jail cells. You're just wage earners. Don't throw your lives away. Anyone who dares to obstruct me today, I and Oppos, LL remember your face. Once you step outside this gate, I guarantee no one will claim your bodies." Behind the tattooed man, at least 5 or 6 thugs were filming with their phones, intending to retaliate against anyone who interfered. This tactic effectively cowed the guards. As laborers, they could stand their ground against these thugs while on duty, but they were vulnerable when alone. Risking retribution, potential maiming, or even death seemed foolish. They were working to earn a living, not to sacrifice their lives. Some of the more timid guards began to retreat, emboldening the tattooed man. Push down the gate and summon Qinjiao to apologize in person. Otherwise, I'll torch Qinjiao Group today. Brothers, charge. Anyone who stands in our way, kill them. The mob surged forward, and the guards, intimidated, scattered. Being filmed opposing them meant risking their lives outside the factory. With a resounding crash, the company and Oppos' retractable gate collapsed, and the thugs stood triumphantly atop it, vandalizing the security booth. Lu Hong arrived just in time to be knocked to the ground by the onrushing crowd. Fortunately, Qin Mu intervened, gently supporting her and guiding her to safety. "What an Oppos is going on?" The company and Oppos as self-built cafeteria and dormitories have cut off their revenue streams. And this isn't the first time they've caused trouble, Lu Hong explained hastily. Previously, Qin Group's employees lived outside the factory, renting apartments and preparing their own meals, or frequenting nearby restaurants. However, incidents of robbery, burglary, and even assault on female employees prompted Qin Group to invest in dormitories and a cafeteria, inadvertently antagonizing these individuals. As the mob of over 200 streamed in, many guards fled. The security chief had been forced to kneel, a guangdong blade pressed against his neck by the tattooed man. The unbridled thugs wreaked havoc on the security booth, seizing control of the entrance and barring all passage. In the executive suite of the main office building, the youthful and beautiful Lu Yaqing frowned at the window and addressed her secretary. Has the police been alerted? Yes, but it didn't amp, oppose. It's been over half an hour, and they haven't an amp, oppose, T arrived. The secretary, a striking young woman with a tall figure and perfect features, paled in comparison to Lu Yaqing. At just 24 years old, Lu Yaqing had returned from overseas studies a year prior to assume the role of company president, becoming Chun Qinjiao and amp, oppose, as right hand. While she possessed unique insights and talent in corporate decision-making, she lacked experience in handling such matters. Chun Qinjiao had always managed the company and oppose's external relations, leaving Lu Yaqing to focus on operations. Chun Qinjiao was away attending an important conference when the incident occurred, leaving Lu Yaqing at a loss. Len oppose, let's go take a look. Outraged by the thugs and amp, oppose, lawlessness, Lu Yaqing could no longer stand idly by. Seeing the security chief kneeling on the ground, she resolved to intervene personally. Lu Hong's heel had snapped in the melee. Qin Mu led her aside. Stay here. I'll go teach them a lesson. Hey, don't go, Qin Mu. They outnumber you. Suddenly, Lu Hong and oppose's eyes widened, her lips forming an O of astonishment. Qin Mu strode toward a pair of stone weights near the security booth, each weighing over 300 pounds, and lifted them with ease, as if carrying grocery baskets. Here I come. Qin Mu charged into the fray, swinging the stone weights in a whirlwind. Several thugs didn't oppose to even see him coming before being sent flying. Qin Mu, like a divine warrior, wielded the weights with impenetrable force. Clang, 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 clang. In less than 15 seconds, the thugs' weapons were scattered, some with fractured hands, bleeding profusely. In moments, a large number of them lay prostrate on ground. Qin Mu had gauged his force perfectly, ensuring that the injured were alive. The tattooed man, wielding the guangdong blade, was struck in the left ribs and sent tumbling into the roadside bushes, writhing in agony. Qin Mu raised the stone weights and roared, "Who dares to come forward?" The sonic boom deafened everyone, leaving their ears ringing. The company entrance fell silent. Thud! The stone weights landed on the ground with a thud, sending shivers down everyone into oppose's spines. Qin Mu surveyed the thugs with a grim expression. All of you, crawl over here and kneel. Within 3 seconds, the thugs had crawled into neat rows, kneeling submissively. 200-odd men, not daring to defy him. The Qinjiao Group entrance was now a scene of surreal spectacle, a truly awe-inspiring sight. Bravo! So dashing. A chorus of adoring screams erupted from the young men and women, applauding enthusiastically. The timely arrival of the enchanting CEO, Lu Yaqing, allowed her to witness the entire unfolding of events. An expression of boundless astonishment graced her face as her beautiful eyes surveyed the scene. Even a woman of her stature was profoundly shaken. Chapter 7. Dare to refuse the president? Lu Hong felt as though she had just awakened from a dream. Her mind flooded with the imposing figure of Qin Mu. The stone lock weighed over 300 pounds, yet in his hands, it appeared as though it were merely a prop from a television drama. With remarkable ease, he subdued all the ruffians in mere moments. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have found it utterly implausible. Initially, when she heard from the second young lady, she assumed Qin Mu merely possessed basic fighting skills, not realizing his sheer dominance. Without a doubt, his prowess was reminiscent of the legendary Xiang Yu, the conqueror of the West. For reasons unbeknownst to her, at that moment, Lu Hong felt a stirring admiration for the hero before her. When the police arrived, Qin Mu quietly withdrew amidst applause. Lu Yaqing, unable to greet him, hurried to assist the authorities with the aftermath. By the time Lu Hong returned after helping Lu Yaqing, she personally sought out Qin Mu in the driver's lounge of the logistics department. The events of the afternoon had already spread throughout the company, and Qin Mu's valor had become the topic of fervent discussion. Particularly among the younger women, their admiration for Qin Mu bordered on infatuation. The bolder girls discreetly inquired about his department, age, and marital history. The dispatcher, who had previously maintained a haughty demeanor towards the drivers, was now visibly shaken. Having heard of the incident, especially after witnessing over 200 ruffians kneeling at the company's entrance, the dispatcher felt his authority dwindling, fearing his own downfall in Qin Mu's presence. Upon entering, Lu Hong inquired about Qin Mu, only to find he was absent. The dispatcher, flustered and at a loss, shook his head. Where had that man disappeared to? Lu Hong murmured, dialing Qin Mu's number once more. Who could blame him for his extraordinary skills? Who could fault him for being caught in a web of love and hate? Just then, a cheerful ringtone echoed at the entrance, and Qin Mu strolled in with a grin. Lu Zong, were you looking for me? Upon seeing him revert to his playful demeanor, Lu Hong shot him an exasperated glare, her tone unexpectedly laced with a hint of allure. Where have you been? It took you ages to answer my call. I was hungry and went out for some noodles. I hadn't eaten lunch, and I just expended a lot of energy, he replied nonchalantly. Lu Hong, undeterred, insisted, come to my office for a moment. Of course. Qin Mu responded with an upbeat eagerness, a stark contrast to the formidable figure she had just witnessed. Are you inviting me to dinner tonight, Lu Zong? He inquired as they entered her office. Lu Hong studied him with a peculiar gaze, clearly perplexed as to which persona was the true Qin Mu. Well, it's not me inviting you. It's the president who wishes to extend an invitation. What? Never mind, I'm not interested, Qin Mu quickly dismissed. Wait, what do you mean? The president is the most beautiful woman in Jianghuai. Every day, countless nobles and wealthy heirs line up for a chance to dine with her. And you dare to refuse? Lu Hong chided. You should go. There might even be a reward. She can reward me? Qin Mu chuckled, eyeing Lu Hong with amusement. Her figure is too alluring. It's no wonder Director Qin can't keep his eyes off her. Get lost. Lu Hong could not help but curse, frustrated that he had tarnished the image she had begun to form of him. Despite her best efforts, Lu Hong ultimately could not persuade Qin Mu. For reasons she could not fathom, he remained unmoved by all her arguments. At that moment, she felt a strong urge to pounce on him and strangle him. After Qin Mu left, Lu Hong, disheartened, made her way to the president and Oppo's office. Lu Yaqing had just completed her arrangements regarding the day's incidents. Upon seeing Lu Hong enter, she raised an elegant eyebrow and smiled. All sorted? Lu Hong shook her head in dismay. Having failed to accomplish the task assigned by the president, she was at a loss for words. Lu Yaqing was taken aback. Qin Mu actually turned down the invitation. If this news spread, it would undoubtedly become a major headline in Jianghuai. Qin Mu truly was an oddity. Did he not realize how many people take pride in the chance to dine with her? Lu Yaqing was not one to be self-important. She understood the motivations of those queuing for her attention. Yet, Qin Mu's refusal genuinely astonished her. It mirrored the time her sister insisted on having Qin Mu as her bodyguard, as she had assumed he was merely an ex-soldier with slightly above-average skills. The events of midday revealed that her company harbored an exceptionally talented individual. To ignore such talent would indeed be a loss for Qinjiao Group. Thus, Lu Yaqing resolved to personally invite Qin Mu for dinner, hoping to engage him in earnest conversation. If someone of his caliber could genuinely commit to serving Qinjiao Group, it would be a fortuitous gain for her. Lu Hong, you've done your best. Don't be disheartened. Lu Yaqing consoled her, rather than reproaching her. Liu Ongrima said, he is undoubtedly a peculiar character. He treats money and position with utter disdain. I've exhausted all my options, yet he simply will not agree. Lu Yaqing chuckled. His refusal is precisely the point. Why? Liu Courrier, puzzled. Lu Yaqing, with a charming smile, delicately sipped her tea. If he is indeed talented, he will not be swayed by trivial favors. We witnessed his capabilities today. Someone of his caliber cannot be influenced by a mere position or a few thousand in salary. Lu Hong remained baffled, unable to discern Lu Yaqing's true intentions. She then heard Lu Yaqing softly declare, "The fault lies with me. I should have personally approached him." "What? You intend to personally invite this man?" Lu Hong's eyes widened in disbelief as she contemplated Lu Yaqing's decision to personally seek out Qin Mu. She could not help but feel a twinge of disappointment, realizing he had likely been playing hard to get to elicit a personal invitation from the president, as if he deemed her level insufficient. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she found herself lost in memories of Qin Mu and Appo's carefree demeanor, juxtaposed with his earlier display of strength as he effortlessly subdued the ruffians. "Lu Hong! Lu Hong!" Lu Yaqing called out twice before Lu Hong snapped back to reality. "Huh? Did you call for me, President?" Lu Hong blushed, embarrassed to have zoned out. "Is your uncle bothering you again?" "And no, Liu Hong stammered, too shy to report him to Lu Yaqing, fearing Director Chun would seek retribution. Moreover, she had no desire for such matters to sow discord among their relatives. As for someone like Director Chun, she simply had to refuse him. He wouldn't dare take further action against her. With a sigh, Lu Yaqing remarked, "You needn't shield him. Someone like him will eventually be removed from the board. We cannot allow him to continue his antics." Lu Yaqing stepped away from her desk, taking Lu Hong and Appo's hand with sincerity. "Lu Hong, you have dedicated yourself to the company for so many years. It's time to consider your personal life. Find a boyfriend soon, so my uncle can finally give up." Lu Hong blushed, retorting, "What about you? The chairman is always urging you. I foresee a day when she will marry you off to that young master who." Chapter 8. Unyielding discontent no sooner said than done. A thunderous roar echoed through the gates of the Qinjiao group as a pristine white Lamborghini Aventador blazed into the premises. Its formidable 6.5L displacement and V12 engine rendered this supercar exceptionally captivating. To the younger generation, merely hearing its resonant growl was enough to elicit excitement, let alone experiencing a ride within. Moreover, this was a brand new, unregistered supercar, exuding an aura of freshness that car enthusiasts found irresistible. With the Qinjiao Group and Appo's retractable gate malfunctioning, the Lamborghini proceeded directly to the parking lot in front of the administrative building. A dashing young man, clad in a crisp white shirt and black trousers, alighted from the vehicle, radiating confidence and bearing a bouquet of flowers. His polished leather shoes tapped lightly on the ground, allowing his bespoke trousers to cascade naturally without a single crease. The young man gazed towards the administrative building and offered a subtle smile. His towering stature, handsome features, and refined demeanor, typical of the Zhonghua upper class, were accentuated by an air of success. The security guard on duty approached, his tone tinged with obsequiousness. "Mr. Hu, are you here to see CEO Lu?" The young man casually tossed a few banknotes. "Keep an eye on my car." Without a second glance at the guard, he strode towards the administrative building. The guard, retrieving the scattered bills, beamed, "Thank you, Mr. Hu. Rest assured, not even a fly will dare to land on your car." The Lamborghini and Appo's roar had already alerted many, who recognized Mr. Hu and Appo's arrival without needing to look. Some female employees gazed wistfully through the windows, recognizing him as a true catch. The prospect of spending a lifetime, or even a single night, with him was enough to transform their lives. Falling for a wealthy and handsome man seemed to be every Cinderella and Appo's dream. However, Mr. Hu and Appo's heart belonged solely to CEO Lu, the most beautiful woman in Zhonghua. As Mr. Hu, the object of envious gazes, approached the CEO and Appo's office, Lu Yaqing and Lu Hong were engaged in conversation. Observing the scene from the window, Lu Yaqing frowned. "We need to replace that security guard." The fact that their own guard had become subservient to others for a pittance displeased her. Lu Hong shared her sentiment. "I and Appo's take care of it immediately." Footsteps echoed outside, signaling Mr. Hu and Appo's arrival. Despite the secretary and Appo's attempt to intercept him, he barged in. "Ian, I heard there were some hooligans causing trouble today. How and Appo's the situation? Should I intervene?" Mr. Hu presented the flowers, which Lu Yaqing reluctantly accepted and handed to Lu Hong. Feigning surprise, Mr. Hu remarked, "Oh, Director Lu is here too. Am I interrupting your work? How disingenuous." Lu Hong wondered if he was deliberately putting on a show for Lu Yaqing. How could he have failed to notice her presence? It was a calculated move to appear devoted to Lu Yaqing. Despite her smile, Lu Hong harbored disdain for the playboy attempting to masquerade as a lovesick fool. Despite Mr. Hu and Appo's efforts to conceal it, Lu Hong detected a hint of lasciviousness in his gaze. "Mr. Hu, you and Appo's relate. CEO Lu has already resolved the matter." Lu Hong replied on Lu Yaqing and Appo's behalf. The secretary entered with a glass of water from Mr. Hu, who seated himself on the sofa without invitation. His gaze swept over Lu Hong, and only he knew the true object of his attention. "These people are outrageous, utterly lawless," Mr. Hu exclaimed, placing the glass down. "I'll call some people to teach them a lesson." "There's no need," Lu Yaqing interjected as he reached for his phone. "Resorting to violence will only escalate the situation. Let the police handle it." "The police?" Mr. Hu scoffed. "These people are in and out of the station all the time. The police are no match for them. I and Appo's. I'll make some calls and take care of it." "Oh, Yaqing, my aunt and my father have gone to a meeting. Are you free tonight? The Chung family is opening their second branch in Jianghuai. Let's go and show our support." Mr. Hu extended his invitation, finally revealing the purpose of his visit. The Hu Group was a leading enterprise in the garment industry, surpassing the Qinjiao Group with a market value of over 60 billion. Despite Qinjiao's efforts, she had been unable to overtake the Hu Group, which held the second position in the garment industry with a market value of just over 40 billion. 2 years prior, Hu Guisun, the chairman of the Hu Group, proposed a merger between the two giants to monopolize the national garment industry. Qinjiao agreed, and the two companies engaged in close cooperation for an extended period. The alliance proved fruitful, and Qinjiao and Hu Guisun seized numerous opportunities to acquire several companies in the same industry, propelling both the Hu Group and the Qinjiao Group to unprecedented heights. Subsequently, Hu Guisun proposed a marriage to solidify the alliance, binding the two companies together in a way that would maximize their cooperation and make them more resistant to competitors. Qinjiao had not yet expressed her opinion on the matter. Lu Yaqing had also declined, stating that she was only 24 and wished to focus on her career without being constrained by a relationship. Although the proposal was temporarily set aside, Mr. Hu persisted in his pursuit of Lu Yaqing. His purpose today was to invite her to the event. Lu Yaqing, not one to be easily fooled, glanced at her watch and feigned regret. "I'm sorry, I already have plans for today." "Plans? With whom? Who made plans with you?" Mr. Hu exclaimed, abandoning his composure. How could someone have beaten him to the punch? Unacceptable. Utterly unacceptable. Who could possibly be so influential? In the eyes of Jianghuai residents, anyone who could secure Lu Yaqing's company must be an extraordinary individual. Mr. Hu was unwilling to accept this, convinced that his wealth, appearance, and flashy Lamborghini should have been enough. "Please, it was CEO Lu who made plans with someone else. Why are you so agitated?" Lu Hong teased. "Oh, Mr. Hu seemed relieved. If Lu Yaqing had made plans with someone else, it must be because she needed a favor. Could it be related to the hooligans who caused trouble earlier? Was she seeking connections to smooth things over? I and Appo's, I'll go with you. I refused to believe that they wouldn't give me face." Mr. Hu approached the desk and volunteered his assistance. Lu Yaqing frowned, exasperated. She was meeting with Qin Mu, the hero of the Qinjiao Group. What would be the point of him going? Sensing that he wouldn't and Appo's give up without a clear explanation, Lu Yaqing stated firmly, "It's not what you think. I'm meeting with one of the company's employees." "An employee?" Mr. Hu was even more flabbergasted. How could an employee be so important that the most beautiful woman in Jianghuai would personally invite him? "I must meet this kid." Lu Yaqing's words ignited Mr. Hu and Appo's competitive spirit. He resembled a combative rooster, ready to engage in a duel at any moment. Observing this, Lu Hong smiled. CEO and Appo's, it's almost time to leave work. Shall I call Qin Mu over now? Lu Yaqing cast a reproachful glance at Lu Hong, sensing her dissatisfaction with Mr. Hu and her intention to embarrass him. However, this may also serve as an opportunity to test Qin Mu, to ascertain whether he possesses any skills beyond his brute strength. One can only hope not to be overly disappointed. Lu Yaqing sighed softly within her heart. Chapter 9. How about being my brother-in-law? In recent days, Qin Mu has undoubtedly been the envy of many. Not only did the HR manager seek him out, but even the second young lady has been incessantly pursuing him. The previously arrogant dispatcher, who had always worn a sycophantic grin, was now diligently massaging Qin Mu's legs. Meanwhile, the drivers from the logistics department gathered around, offering cigarettes, pouring tea, and giving back massages, treating Qin Mu like an emperor. Qin Mu, however, appeared unbothered, exuding an air of ownership of his domain. The second young lady, Lu Yaqing, approached him with her phone in hand, exclaiming, "Qin Mu, you are simply too handsome. I must take you to school to show off." She had already downloaded the video from the entrance, replaying it with delight, in which Qin Mu, wielding a pair of stone locks, resembled a celestial being descending to sweep away all adversaries, effortlessly subduing over 200 ruffians. It was akin to a general on the ancient battlefield, commanding respect with an imposing presence and unparalleled charm. "Take my hand." Qin Mu responded with a playful flick on her forehead. "Don't hit me, it hurts," she protested. "You know pain? You're quite audacious," he teased. The young girl rubbed her head, muttering about his lack of chivalry. Qin Mu cast her a mischievous glance and remarked, "Your precious gem is rather diminutive." Lu Yaqing shook her fist at him, but soon forgot her irritation. "Qin Mu, I've realized that having you as a bodyguard is such a waste of your talents. You should pursue something greater." The 16 or 17-year-old Lu Yaqing, with her clever eyes, scrutinized Qin Mu. Since yesterday, she had recognized the hidden gem that was Qin Mu. "I concur," the dispatcher quickly chimed in my opinion, Brother Qin would be more than sufficient as a vice president. Qin Mu took a drag from his cigarette and glanced at Lu Yaqing. "What scheme are you concocting now?" Clearing her throat, Lu Yaqing blushed. "Actually, I just want to see you in a position where you can truly shine." Noticing the peculiar look in his eyes, she quickly added, "How about you become my brother-in-law?" The drivers in the lounge were taken aback, astonished by her audacity. There truly seemed to be nothing she wouldn't oppose. Tisei, and even Qin Mu was momentarily stunned. He remained oblivious as the burning ash from his cigarette approached his fingers. Lu Yaqing's youthful bravado made one wonder if the rumored beauty of Jianghuai was indeed a celestial being, stunning and captivating. Qin Mu could not help but swallow hard, beckoning Lu Yaqing with a finger. "Tell me, what is your sister's bust size? Surely it cannot be as prominent as the letter A." Lu Yaqing rolled her eyes in disdain, defiantly raising her middle finger. "How dare you underestimate me, despite being only 16 years old? I'm a campus beauty of Jianghuai #1. At that moment, she wished she could slap him into silence. Qin Mu could see her expression clearly. Lu Hong had mentioned earlier that Lu Yaqing would be treating him to a meal. Although he had yet to meet the renowned President Lu, the moment his gaze inadvertently landed on this girl's 8-cup stature, he dismissed the idea. In comparison, Lu Hong exuded a far more alluring charm. At 26, Lu Hong radiated an irresistible femininity, a captivating allure that truly resonated with Qin Mu's desires. Who could predict which swine might eventually win the heart of a woman like Lu Yaqing? Regardless of who it was, endless troubles would inevitably follow. This was also the reason Qin Mu had come to Jianghuai. He sought only to hone his skills without disturbing anyone's dreams. A sense of melancholy washed over him as Lu Yaqing's jest stirred memories of the past. Dismissing all the drivers, he stepped outside with his hands clasped behind him, transforming from a light-hearted demeanor to one marked by silence and heavy thoughts. What is wrong with him? Lu Yaqing pondered, sensing his burdensome worries. As Qin Mu walked away, the others exchanged glances. Soon, he found himself in a deserted area, opened his music app, and lay down quietly. The moonlight spilled across the vast expanse, the long road stretching endlessly. The remnants of smoke faded away, leaving him alone. Who called forth my exceptional skills? Who entangled me in love and hate? In the end, the heartache was unbearable. Amidst a world of illusions, grievances should be forgotten. Amidst anger, sorrow, and madness, what is human? What is ghost? What is demon? All that remains is a heart burdened with debt. In the logistics department and oppos, lounge, Lu Hong stormed in, furious after making dozens of futile calls. "Where is Qin Mu? Which way did he go?" The dispatcher hurriedly pointed in the direction he had taken. Lu Yaqing emerged from the lounge, calling after Lu Hong. "Yaqing, what are you doing here?" she asked. Lu Yaqing smiled sweetly. "Oh, nothing, I'm leaving. You go on with your business." Lu Hong had no time for further conversation, hastily pursuing Qin Mu. In the rear of the company lay an open space, where the sound of music caught Lu Hong and Oppo's attention. There lay Qin Mu, his hands behind his head, gazing at the blue sky, chewing on a piece of grass. He appeared relaxed, though the appearance was deceiving. Lu Hong sensed a deeper essence in the music, compelling her to stop and observe Qin Mu and Oppo's silhouette. For some inexplicable reason, her intuition told her that this was a man with a story. He possessed extraordinary skills, yet opted for a life of simplicity. He was a hero, yet frivolous. What could possibly be the reason behind this? A sudden phone call interrupted Lu Hong and Oppo's thoughts. She answered, "I understand. President, we will be there shortly." After hanging up, Qin Mu appeared before her with a smile. "Lu Zong, were you looking for me?" Truth be told, Lu Hong found his carefree smile quite irritating, as if he were evading something. "Qin Mu, I need to discuss something with you." Lu Hong and Oppo's expression turned serious, her gaze fixed intently on him. The unusual gravity of her tone startled Qin Mu. Lu Hong was not one to joke. Her life and work were steeped in rigor. The moment she spoke, Qin Mu sensed the urgency of the matter. "Speak," he urged. Lu Hong seemed to have made a significant decision and spoke earnestly. "If Qianjiao Group encounters difficulties, would you lend your assistance?" Upon hearing her words, Qin Mu understood the gravity of the situation. A woman's intuition is keen, and a man's premonition cannot be underestimated. "What do you need?" Qin Mu finally replied. Lu Hong took a deep breath. Her voice lowered. "You have witnessed the recent events, the second young lady nearly being kidnapped. Hundreds of thugs, causing chaos. You cannot believe these occurrences are mere coincidences." Qin Mu remained silent, awaiting her next words. Lu Hong continued. "Someone is attempting to undermine Qianjiao Group, aiming to seize the fruits of the chairman and Oppo's years of hard work to achieve their goal of absorption. What would you like me to do?" Qin Mu finally relented. Lu Hong composed herself, stating gravely, "If possible, I hope you can protect the chairman and Oppo's family." Chapter 10. This mischievous girl. Qin Mu was puzzled. "What compels you to be so unwaveringly loyal to the Qianjiao Group?" Lu Hong sighed. "You may not be aware, but the chairwoman lost her husband at a young age. When a second daughter was still in her womb, her husband tragically passed away due to an accident. The Lu family scorned her as a husband killer and cast her out. To make ends meet, the chairwoman single-handedly established a family workshop while raising her 2 children. Eventually, as the workshop flourished, she founded the Qianjiao Group from the ground up. I was merely a child from a destitute mountain village, and it was the chairwoman who sponsored my education, allowing me to complete my university studies. So, this is the reason you continually tolerate Qin and Oppo's harassment?" Qin Mu had not anticipated such a backstory from Lu Hong. From her demeanor, one would never guess she hailed from a family of impoverished origins. In a way, it and Oppo's beneficial. With Director Chun pursuing me so openly, it certainly deters many others. This means I only need to deal with him, and besides, he wouldn't dare to overstep his bounds. Perverse, Qin Mu remarked, assigning her behavior a fitting label. Lu Hong appeared speechless, softly lamenting. Director Chen's wife passed away years ago, and he has a daughter studying abroad. Men, after all, possess this proclivity. Once they acquire wealth, they often seek out young and beautiful women. He holds 2% of the company and Oppo's shares and oversees procurement, making him an essential high-ranking executive. Before Qin Mu could inquire further, Lu Hong insisted, "Let us not dwell on this any longer. The president is waiting for us." Lu Yaqing was perplexed, wondering why Lu Hong had taken so long to return. Observing Hu Xiao seated there unwilling to leave, she found herself in a quandary. As for Hu Xiao, he had already resolved to witness the employee who had garnered Lu Yaqing's personal invitation. He felt she was overreacting, He believed it was merely a matter of giving the employee a few extra coins or a promotion. Hu Xiao and Amp, Oppos, eyes darted around Lu Yaqing, suspecting that perhaps the employee was merely an excuse to avoid dining with him. Lu Yaqing bounced in, and upon seeing Hu Xiao, her excitement faltered, her expression souring at the sight of the annoying fellow. Hu Xiao, however, greeted her warmly, almost saying little sister-in-law in jest. Yaqing, your college entrance exams are coming up, right? Lu Yaqing ignored his question, instead approaching her sister, tugging at her arm. Sister, where shall we dine tonight? Hu Xiao seized the opportunity. I came specifically to escort you both. Today marks the opening of the Cheng family's second branch in Jianghuai. Let us go together. Lu Yaqing replied apologetically. Hu Xiao, you should head back for now. We truly have matters to attend to. This marked Lu Yaqing and Oppos' second polite refusal, yet Hu Xiao remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. It and Oppos, all right. Even if you genuinely lack time, I can wait a little longer. Footsteps echoed in the corridor, and before Lu Hong entered, she called out, President, we're here. Lu Yaqing, surprisingly courteous, rose to greet them, causing Hu Xiao to feel a tinge of displeasure. A man followed Lu Hong closely, and before Lu Yaqing could offer a greeting, Lu Yaqing rushed over, exclaiming brother-in-law. In that moment, an odd silence enveloped the president and Amp, Oppos' office. Even Qin Mu was bewildered by Lu Yaqing and Amp, Oppos' playful mischief. Lu Hong and Lu Yaqing were momentarily taken aback, their bodies slightly trembling. Qin Mu quickly noticed Lu Yaqing's mischievous eyes, which were incessantly signaling him. It dawned on him that another man was present in the office. Observing the man's well-groomed appearance, Qin Mu surmised he must be an unwelcome suitor of Lu Yaqing. Consequently, his gaze instinctively shifted to the legendary beauty of Jianghuai, Lu Yaqing. In just a glance, Qin Mu was profoundly astonished. Lu Hong was already strikingly beautiful, yet Lu Yaqing surpassed her magnificence. It was an ineffable allure. A true beauty should embody the charm of flowers, the grace of birds, the ethereal quality of the moon, the elegance of willows, the purity of jade, the coldness of ice and snow, the gracefulness of autumn waters, and the profundity of poetry. Her hands were delicate, her skin like fine cream, and her features exquisitely refined. It seemed all these attributes perfectly encapsulated Lu Yaqing. Were she to possess even a hint of ethereal spirit, she would resemble a celestial being from the heavens. The title of Jianghuai's most beautiful woman was indeed well-deserved. Lu Yaqing, having noticed Qin Mu's momentary lapse, furrowed her brows, feeling an unexpected awkwardness. Accustomed to witnessing others lose their composure before her, she should have remained unperturbed. Yet, for reasons unknown, this man stirred an unusual emotion within her. She also discerned a fleeting bitterness reflected in his eyes. Perhaps it was her sister in Oppos' mischievous brother-in-law that caused Lu Yaqing to linger, casting another glance his way. Seeing Qin Mu in a daze, the astute Lu Yaqing realized the precarious situation and quickly rushed over, wrapping her arms around Qin Mu and Amp, Oppos' brother-in-law. Remember you promised to take me out for dinner tonight? With Lu Yaqing calling him brother-in-law twice and casting numerous glances, it was evident to Qin Mu that he could no longer feign ignorance. Mischief was his forte. This performance required little acting skill, and he executed it with ease. His gaze swept over Lu Yaqing and Amp, Oppos' stunning face once more before he affectionately pinched Lu Yaqing and Amp, Oppos' cheek, saying, "You only know how to eat. Be careful, or you might not find a husband." The little girl was a brilliant actress, her expressions perfectly on cue as she pouted and protested. "I don't want to." She even clung to Qin Mu and Amp, Oppos' arm in a display of affection, leaving Lu Hong momentarily stunned. Qin Mu, fully embracing the role of a caring elder, responded, "All right. Then where does your sister wish to dine?" Qin Mu beamed at Lu Yaqing, seeking her input. A blush crept on her cheeks, as she could no longer conceal her embarrassment. She begrudgingly admired the seamless performance of these two, even feeling as though there was some truth to their act. Lu Hong opened her mouth, unable to suppress a chuckle. Hu Xiao, unable to contain his frustration, erupted Lu Yaqing. What do you mean by this? Is this the employee you spoke of? If you're dissatisfied with me, you could have said so directly. What is the meaning of this? With a resounding slam, Hu Shao stormed out, his anger palpable. Today had dealt him a significant blow. He had never imagined this was the reason Lu Yaqing had persistently spurned his advances. He had assumed her to be an ethereal goddess, unaware that she had long been entangled with another. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would have remained oblivious. The more he pondered, the angrier he became as he exited the administrative building, driving away in a huff. In the President and Amp Oppo's office, Lu Yaqing gazed at her sister incredulously. Yaqing, you and Amp Oppo's been mischievous again. Lu Yaqing crossed her arms defiantly, pouting. How could such a scoundrel dare pursue a goddess like my sister? You should take a good look in the mirror. Curious, Qin Mu inquired. Who is he? Lu Hong explained. He is the young heir of the Hu family. A notorious fellow. Leveraging his family and Oppo's wealth, he has caused considerable distress to many young women. The drug scandal from 2 years ago was his doing. Oh, Qin Mu finally understood why Lu Yaqing held such disdain for him. The man was a thoroughly insufferable second-generation rich kid. It seemed Lu Yaqing had refrained from offending him due to their professional relationship, and unexpectedly, her sister had done her a significant favor. Lu Yaqing remained composed, her gaze never straying from Qin Mu. Once Lu Hong finished speaking, she elegantly gestured to Qin Mu. Mr. Qin, please, let us forego the formalities and find somewhere to dine instead. We can discuss matters over a meal. Lu Hong, noticing her courteous demeanor towards Qin Mu, decisively interrupted her words and proceeded directly to the main topic. Chapter 11. Being followed, Lu Yaqing and Amp Oppo's vehicle with a champagne-colored Maserati Quattroporte 3.8T top configuration. As there were already 4 of them, they decided to forego a driver. Qin Mu, may I pose a question? Lu Hong, sitting in the passenger seat, adjusted her tightly fastened seatbelt, her eyes glancing toward Qin Mu. You must be wondering how old I am, where I live, and whether I and Amp Oppo's am married, right? Manager Lu, there's no need for such circumlocution. If you like me, just say it outright. Qin Mu replied, a cigarette dangling from his lips, grinning mischievously. Lu Hong shot him a disgruntled glare. Can you be any more shameless? Absolutely. Seeing the two bickering, even Lu Yaqing in the back seat couldn't and Oppo's help but furrow her brows slightly. Lu Yaqing leaned forward from the back seat. I bet Sister Lu is definitely asking if you have a girlfriend. Yaqing, stop being foolish. Lu Hong interrupted, fixing her gaze on Qin Mu. What did you do before? Guess? To her dismay, Qin Mu maintained his playful demeanor. This response ignited a fierce impulse within Lu Hong to pounce on him. Lu Yaqing seized the opportunity to interject. I know. You must be a veteran, a special forces soldier, the kind of impressive warrior one sees on television, right? You've watched too many dramas. There aren't an Amp Oppo's that many warriors in the world. Besides, am I not more handsome than those warriors? Qin Mu declared with utmost seriousness. In truth, I'm a hidden master, a gallant hero who champions justice and fights against injustice. Occasionally, I also rescue those single girls who have lost faith in life. Look at my dashing and elegant demeanor. Don and Amp Oppo's I resemble Chu Liuxiang from Gulong and Amp Oppo's novels. Narcissist. Lu Hong scoffed disdainfully. Ah, Chu Liuxiang. Lu Yaqing patted his shoulder vigorously. But I think you resemble a general charging across the battlefield, possessing the courage of 1,000 men. Well said, little sister-in-law. Qin Mu chuckled, glancing at the unusually quiet Lu Yaqing in the rearview mirror. President, where shall we dine? Please don't be stingy like Manager Lu. I've yet to eat since being invited to the cafeteria, and I've been starving all afternoon. Despite her silence, Lu Yaqing had been attentively observing Qin Mu. She smiled gently. Sister Lu is treating a male colleague for the first time. You should be grateful. Others line up to treat her, and she might not even accept. Really? Qin Mu cast a sidelong glance at Lu Hong's alluring figure. Then I shall treat you next time, Manager Lu. Lu Hong instinctively crossed her arms, feeling inexplicably wary whenever Qin Mu suggested treating her. It was as if his gaze could penetrate her very being, revealing all her secrets. Now, she somewhat regretted sitting in the front seat. Lu Yaqing, unable to see their expressions from the back, spoke softly. Tonight, we are heading to the most renowned century-old establishment in Jianghuai, the premier dining venue. Qin Mu chuckled. I truly apologize for the expense, President Lu. Qin Lu was a property of the Cheng family in Jianghuai, initially solely focused on dining before expanding into hotels, tea houses, and various service industries. The newly opened second branch was located in the prime area of the new Bund, bustling with activity. Lu Yaqing had intended to support the opening, but the events of the afternoon had delayed her. She was quite close friends with the eldest daughter of the Cheng family. Since she was treating, it was only fitting to show some sincerity, especially since she wished to win Qin Mu over. As the four made their way to Qin Lu, Hu Xiao simmered with increasing anger. If Lu Yaqing doesn't tea like me, she should just say it outright. Sneaking around with someone else, what does that even mean? If it weren't for Lu Yaqing revealing the truth, I would still be in the dark. What makes that guy better than me? She has still hung up on that trivial matter from 2 years ago. If she wants to be with someone else, she might as well forget it. In a fit of rage, Hu Xiao pulled out his phone and made a call. I'm going to take someone down today. Oh, what a coincidence. Just as Qin Mu was driving, he sneezed several times in succession. In the rearview mirror of the Maserati, a silver-gray van appeared. Qin Mu cast a discreet glance and drove the car toward the second branch of Qin Lu. The second branch of Qin Lu stood majestically by the river, boasting splendid views. Adjacent to it was the Qin Grand Hotel under the Cheng Group, a towering edifice illuminated brilliantly. This was a large-scale consumer venue meticulously crafted by the Cheng Group, integrating dining, accommodation, and entertainment, making it one of the gathering spots for Jianghuai's elite. Upon seeing Lu Yaqing and Amp, Oppo's Maserati enter, the van parked at a distance across from Qin Lu. Hu Xiao and Amp, Oppo's Lamborghini approached slowly, and as he rolled down the window, he addressed a man with a crooked nose who stepped out of the van. Did you see that? The car that just pulled in. Don't touch the woman. Make sure to beat the man to a pulp. As long as he doesn't die, breaking a few bones is fine. He must kneel at Qin Lu and sing the national anthem. Hu Xiao, this is Qin Lu. The crooked-nosed man hesitated. Hu Xiao grew furious. What is there to be afraid of? If something happens, I'll take the blame. He tossed out 2 stacks of cash. If you can't handle this, then don't even think about staying in Jianghuai. All right. The crooked-nosed man accepted the 20,000 and turned back to the van. Soon, he led a group of thugs into Qin Lu. A smug expression crossed Hu Xiao's face as he picked up his newly purchased Zippo lighter. Lighting a cigarette before stepping out of the car and pocketing the lighter as he headed toward Qin Lu was a place where celebrities congregated. And the thought of seeing Lu Yaqing's so-called boyfriend being beaten to tears by the crooked-nosed man brought him a sense of satisfaction. There were many ways to embarrass Lu Yaqing, but Hu Xiao chose the simplest and most brutal method. He wanted to witness a man's dignity trampled before the eyes of Jianghuai's elite, begging for mercy in front of so many. If Lu Yaqing and Oppo's boyfriend was beaten, it would just be a loss of face for him, but for her as well, and the entire Qinjiao group. Hu Xiao entered Qin Lu, tossing a few bills as he called out, "Let us have some fun." The doorman immediately bowed. "Thank you, Hu Xiao." The quartet ascended to the second floor. With a bustling atmosphere of the hall was palpable. Lu Yaqing instructed everyone to find a quieter spot to sit, avoiding any disturbance to Cheng Shui. Lu Yaqing, with a gleam in her eye, moved closer to Qin Mu. "I want to sit next to you." The little girl was so fond of Qin Mu that both Lu Yaqing and Lu Hong merely smiled, not commenting further. As the waiter brought the menu, inquiring about their orders, Lu Yaqing said, "Qin Mu, today we are treating you, so you should order whatever you like." Qin Mu, not one to be modest, took the menu. "President Lu, are you certain you want me to order?" Lu Yaqing nodded, and Qin Mu displayed a greedy expression. "Umbaita, let us start with a bottle of 1982. Mineral water. I'm a bit thirsty." Lu Hong winced at the first half of his sentence. To be honest, she disapproved of Qin Mu and Amp, Oppo's flippant demeanor, especially in front of the president. Could you be more mindful of your image? But little did she know, this guy was about to switch gears, ordering not wine, but merely a bottle of mineral water. The three girls simultaneously wore identical expressions. 1982 mineral water. Are you brave enough to drink that? Aren't into amp. Amp. Oppos. You afraid of an upset stomach? Let us do this. Just arrange it as you see fit. Since there are only four of us, let's not waste too much, Qin Mu concluded, handing the menu back to the waiter. May I ask what beverages you would like? Let us skip the alcohol. Qin Mu waved his hand. Dining with three beautiful ladies tonight. What if things get out of hand? Lu Yaqing, however, smiled and waved at the waiter. Bring us 2 bottles of Lafite. Qin Mu cast a glance at the group with the prominent hooked noses ascending from the staircase. You better not drink too much. If you get intoxicated later, I shall have to carry you all back, he remarked. Lu Hong furrowed her brow and teased. I see you are rather looking forward to that. However, upon uttering these words, she realized that Qin Mu and Amp, Oppos, gaze was rather peculiar. When Lu Hong turned to look, she saw that the group with the hooked noses was already approaching them. Chapter 12. The CEO's entry. Qin Mu possessed extraordinary eyesight and instantly recognized one individual as the driver from the van. Most people might have overlooked such details, merely considering that they were dining at Yixin Building, which warranted no suspicion. Qin Mu merely cast a casual glance, and the other party instinctively averted their gaze. A group of individuals turned a corner and headed toward the restroom. Hu Xiao hummed a tune as he ascended the stairs. Catching sight of Lu Yaqing and her companions seated by the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 2nd floor, he chose a spot by the railing on the 3rd floor, where he could clearly observe everything occurring in the hall below. Glancing at his watch, a smirk played on his lips. The show was about to begin, and an audience was essential. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Miss Chung, it's Hu Tianyu. You must be quite busy today. Haha, no worries. I'm dining at your family's restaurant. I noticed you weren't here, so I thought I'd give you a call. Oh, by the way, it seems Lu Yaqing has arrived as well. The eldest daughter of the Chung family giggled over the phone, and soon she descended from the upper floor. Upon spotting Hu Xiao alone on the 3rd floor, she inquired in surprise, Where's Yaqing? Didn't you come together? Oh, she is downstairs. I've arranged to meet a few friends to discuss some matters, so I wouldn't want to intrude on them. Hu Xiao replied with a smile. His true intention for calling Cheng Shui was to ensure she witnessed Lu Yaqing's boyfriend make a fool of himself. They all belonged to the same social circle. If this information circulated, Lu Yaqing's reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Oh, I'll go say hello then. It was rumored that the Hu family sought to ally with the Qinjiao group, yet Qinjiao had yet to agree. Lu Yaqing appeared to disapprove of such arrangements, and initially, Cheng Shui believed Hu Xiao had invited Lu Yaqing out. However, it now seemed that Hu Xiao was out of luck. Among the 4 beauties of Jianghuai, Cheng Shui ranked 2nd. Nevertheless, her family background and status far surpassed that of the emerging wealthy heirs like Hu Xiao and Lu Yaqing. The Cheng family was deeply rooted in Jianghuai, and it was said that if the elder Cheng sneezed, the entire city would tremble. Thus, even if Hu Xiao had 100 times the audacity, he would not dare to entertain thoughts about Cheng Shui. As Cheng Shui descended from the 3rd floor, she spotted Lu Yaqing with her sister, company executive Lu Hong, and an unfamiliar man, all of whom were engaged in lively conversation. She approached them directly. On Lu Yaqing's side, the dishes had already been served. Holding a glass of red wine, she remarked, Qin Mu, I recognize your capabilities. Hence today, Mr. Lu and I have specially invited you to dinner. Firstly, to express my gratitude for your assistance in resolving the company's predicament today. Secondly, I hope you will continue to support us at the company. I would like to entrust all security matters to you, including the safety of our family. Of course, I understand that any salary or position may seem trivial to someone of your caliber, but holds significant importance for us. Given the recent events, I'm certain you are aware that the Qinjiao group may be facing its most challenging times. Therefore, I sincerely request your assistance. Regarding your compensation, feel free to express any thoughts or demands. I assure you, I will not hesitate to accommodate them as far as I am able. Lu Yaqing spoke earnestly, and Qin Mu had heard from Lu Hong about the situation at the company, that there were already individuals targeting the Qinjiao group. Hence Lu Hong's urgent plea for Qin Mu's help. Seeing Lu Yaqing's sincerity, Qin Mu smiled slightly. Am I truly allowed to make requests? Lu Hong's gaze sharpened as she focused intently on him, genuinely concerned that Qin Mu might propose something excessive, which would be profoundly disappointing, considering he was the person she had brought into the company. Yet, Lu Yaqing nodded seriously. Lu Yaqing, keep my promises. As long as it is within my capability, I will not hesitate. Qin Mu chuckled and gave Lu Yaqing a thumbs up. You have guts. Lu Yaqing regarded Qin Mu with curiosity, her bright eyes darting between him and her sister. This fellow wouldn't he actually be harboring intentions toward my sister, would he? As she pondered, Qin Mu leisurely continued. Since President Lu is so sincere, I should not hold back. He paused, leaving the three girls staring at him in bewilderment. Qin Mu sheepishly added, I don't have a girlfriend yet. At his declaration, he fixed his gaze intently on Lu Yaqing, causing all three girls to tense up simultaneously, with Lu Yaqing turning particularly embarrassed. Lu Hong's brow furrowed in frustration, internally cursing. What a lecher. Ambitious, indeed, like a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. Daring to set his sights on the CEO. If previously he was merely a smooth talker, it was now evident that this guy was as despicable as other men, with ulterior motives. Lu Hong glared at Qin Mu, suddenly struck by a thought. Was this fellow aiming for the CEO when he joined the Qinjia group? If that were the case, hadn't she inadvertently invited a wolf into the henhouse? Lu Yaqing exclaimed, Wow sis, he likes you. Lu Yaqing, already feeling awkward, couldn't he possibly misunderstand the implication of Qin Mu's words? Her sister's outburst only heightened her embarrassment. Moreover, she had just stated that regardless of Qin Mu's requests or ideas, he could voice them, and she would certainly not frown as long as it was within her capabilities. But now that he had made a request, how could she refuse without appearing insincere? Feeling genuinely awkward, Lu Yaqing regretted not being clearer earlier. Just as she was about to clarify, Qin Mu seemed to realize his words had caused a misunderstanding. He cleared his throat and said, Actually, I meant to ask if President Lu could grant me Mr. Lu as a gift. What do you mean, Qin Mu? The three pairs of eyes fixated on him. Lu Hong, scoundrel. Lu Yaqing, rogue. Lu Yaqing, gift? Do you consider me an object? Lu Hong's brows furrowed. Her fists clenched in exasperation, ready to confront Qin Mu. Lu Yaqing, however, felt a sense of relief but wore an odd expression. I can't make that decision. You'll have to ask Mr. Lu for her opinion. She then smiled at Lu Hong. Before Lu Hong could respond, Lu Yaqing huffed indignantly. I thought you were a gentleman, but it turns out you're a big rogue. Qin Mu, looking innocent, retorted, How am I a rogue? You just noticed that Lu Hong's chest is ample. The little girl protested, feeling disgruntled. Clearly, her sister was the most beautiful. How could this guy choose Lu Hong instead? It was a waste to have called him brother-in-law a few times. Qin Mu scratched his head, bemused, and smirked. It seems I have admitted it, for his gaze had brazenly rested on Lu Hong's prominent features, provoking Lu Hong to deliver a punch in exasperation. Just as Qin Mu was about to raise his glass to clink with Lu Yaqing, Lu Hong, oblivious to the occasion, struck him again. Ouch! The drink splashed all over me. Lu Hong, that is excessive, isn't it? They say hitting is akin to affection. You're making a scene in front of so many people. What will the CEO think of us? Lu Hong, furious, stood up, ready to unleash her wrath, prompting Qin Mu to quickly rise. I'm going to the restroom, he exclaimed before darting away. Lu Hong's frustration, combined with Qin Mu's comical antics, left Lu Yaqing unable to suppress her laughter. Lu Hong, I think he is quite all right. Why not just agree? Yaqing, even you're teasing me? Lu Hong felt thoroughly vexed. Qin Mu was evidently a smooth-talking individual, and she could swear that his earlier words were not genuine. Lu Yaqing glanced between Lu Hong and her sister, then at her own figure, deciding to remain silent. Hu Xiao, waiting impatiently on the third floor, inwardly cursed the group with the crooked noses for their lack of action. Cheng Shui approached gracefully, brushing past Qin Mu. Oh, what a delightful fragrance. Qin Mu sniffed the air, casting a glance at the woman who floated away like a fairy. Indeed, Jianghuai is a place of extraordinary talent and beauty, where gifted individuals gather. With just this fleeting glimpse, even Qin Mu felt the ethereal and graceful aura emanating from Cheng Shui. Clad in white as pure as snow, her smile could topple cities. Yet another enchanting beauty. Chapter 13. Young Master Hu and Oppos. As humiliation, the group with the hooked nose had been impatiently lurking near the restroom, eager to find a pretext to lure Qin Mu over and teach him a lesson. Little did they anticipate that Qin Mu would willingly walk into their trap. As Qin Mu glanced back at Cheng Shui and Oppos, as retreating figure, a young man deliberately charged toward him. The hook-nosed crew, poised and ready, anticipated the collision, planning to drag Qin Mu into the restroom for a thorough dressing down, forcing him to beg for forgiveness on his knees. However, sensing the impending impact, Qin Mu instinctively sidestepped. Alas, the would-be assailant crashed forcefully into a solid, square table. The sharp corner struck him below the abdomen, inflicting such excruciating pain that he nearly fainted. Clutching his battered nether regions, he crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony. The hook-nosed gang, poised to strike, were dumbfounded, their plans thwarted. None of them had anticipated Qin Mu and Oppos' nimble maneuver that had averted the collision. In truth, Qin Mu and Oppos' evasion was purely reflexive, triggered by an acute awareness of the approaching threat. He hadn't Oppos' intended such a severe outcome. At the restroom entrance, the hook-nosed contingent encircled him. "You blind fool. Watch where you're going," which I saw me bump into him. Qin Mu retorted. He had initially intended to apologize, but the hostile posture of the group, combined with his recollection of the van tailing the Maserati, revealed their true intentions. These men were after him. Damn it, what's with the attitude? A pockmarked man. His anger flaring, rolled up his sleeves, ready for a brawl. The hook-nosed leader restrained him, adopting an authoritative stance. "Young man, temper your words. Do you know who I am? Punk, take a good look. This is Brother Cheng. He holds sway over the One Zheng Street area." A lackey boasted obsequiously. The hook-nosed leader waved him off. Enough, Don and Oppos, to intimidate the fellow. He gestured toward Qin Mu. "How about this? Offer our friend a sincere apology and some compensation for his medical expenses, and we and Oppos, LL call it even." A sincere apology? A flicker of amusement danced at the corners of Qin Mu and Oppos' lips. "I and Oppos, am afraid I and Oppos, am short on funds." "Perhaps." Qin Mu surveyed the group, then slowly proposed. "I could offer something else as recompense." "Huh, this kid's being so cooperative. It's almost a shame to rough him up." Seeing Qin Mu head toward the restroom, the leader signaled his cohorts, and they surged in after him. "Is everyone here?" Qin Mu inquired, leisurely rolling up his sleeves. "Cut the crap. Where and Oppos? As your offering." The hook-nosed leader barely finished his sentence when a fist slammed into his face, splattering blood from his nose. Before he could even clutch his injured nose, a barrage of blows rained down on him. Qin Mu unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast strikes. 5 opponents, 35 punches. 7 punches meticulously targeted each face. Nose, eyes, cheeks, mouth, forehead, an equitable distribution, none spared, none overlooked. Dealing with these petty thugs was a trivial matter, requiring minimal effort. After all, he was the sole sky rank expert of his generation in the Qin family's inner circle. The 5 men lay prostrate on the floor, clutching their faces and noses, wailing in agony. "Ouch! Ouch!" "So, this is his recompense?" The hook-nosed leader's already crooked nose had been utterly pulverized by Qin Mu, and since the nose is one of the most sensitive parts of the human anatomy, the pain was excruciating. In truth, Qin Mu had held back considerably. Unlike the time he and Oppos knocked out the buck-toothed man with a single blow, Qin Mu had a specific agenda in mind this time. Disappointed by the ease with which he had subdued the rabble, Qin Mu strolled to the sink to wash his hands. He dried them with a paper towel, tossed it onto the hook-nosed leader's face, and then crouched down, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. "Tell me, how much should I compensate you for medical expenses now?" "Sir, no need, no need. We were ignorant. Please have mercy." The hook-nosed leader pleaded, his face contorted in pain from his fractured nose. Qin Mu chuckled, feigning surprise. "Oh, come now. It's not as if I'm broke. Really, there's no need. Please, just let us go." Qin Mu casually twisted a metal pipe into a pretzel and tossed it onto the floor. "Remember to use sturdier equipment next time. This pipe is of inferior quality." The gang members, unnerved by Qin Mu and Oppos' seemingly benign smile, felt a chill run down their spines. This guy was a monster. They were no match for him. Some began to curse young master Hu in their hearts for involving them with such a maniac. All right, if you don't want money, let's discuss something else. Qin Mu crooked his finger at the group. Kneel. In the restroom, the 5 men knelt in perfect unison. On the 3rd floor, young master Hu, anticipating the imminent humiliation of Qin Mu at the hands of the hooked-nosed gang, sauntered downstairs, a glass of wine in hand. He envisioned Qin Mu, battered and bruised, groveling on the ground, begging for mercy. Oh, Yaqing, what a coincidence. You and Appos, redining here as well? Young master Hu swirled the red wine in his glass. Feigning surprise, he exclaimed, Oh, where's your boyfriend? Boyfriend? Cheng Shui looked at Lu Yaqing in surprise. Young master Hu, are you saying that the gentleman from earlier is Yaqing's boyfriend? Indeed, young master Hu replied with thinly veiled sarcasm. Our beloved Zhonghui Bell, the epitome of purity and grace, has apparently been secretly involved with someone for quite some time. Cheng Shui could detect the jealousy in young master Hu and Appos' tone, but she was nonetheless astonished. Yaqing, what an Appos is going on? Lu Yaqing, flustered, was unsure how to explain. She glanced at Lu Hong, as if seeking her aid. Lu Hong swiftly interjected, It's not set in stone yet. We'll certainly invite everyone to our CEO's engagement. Oh, Cheng Shui seemed convinced, but a peculiar glint flickered in young master Hu and Appos' eyes. So, he hasn't end Appos. T1 her over yet. His gaze swept over Lu Yaqing and Appos' exquisite figure, and he found his pride wounded. He became even more resolute in his determination to crush Qin Mu. If he could publicly humiliate the young man at Yixin Pavilion, would Lu Yaqing still have the face to claim him as her boyfriend? His ultimate goal was to beat Qin Mu senseless, force him to strip naked, and make him kneel in disgrace, utterly destroying his dignity and reputation. Young master Hu cast a venomous glance toward the restroom. His eagerness to witness Qin Mu and Appos' humiliation fueling his vanity. Cheng Shui and Appos' presence had drawn a crowd of Zhonghui dignitaries who had come to pay their respects. Numerous individuals also greeted Lu Yaqing, transforming the 2nd floor lobby into a miniature gathering. Young master Hu, glass in hand, eagerly toasted the Zhonghui elites. It's an honor to share this occasion with you all. To good fortune, everyone. Tonight, the drinks are on me. Young master Hu was naturally handsome, and his wealth only amplified his appeal, making him a popular figure. Had it not been for his excessive behavior and the scandalous drug-related incident 2 years prior, he would have been even more well-liked. The larger the crowd, the more invigorated young master Hu felt. Some individuals used the opportunity to engage in polite conversation with Lu Yaqing, while young master Hu impatiently fixated on the restroom. Damn it, those bastards are taking their sweet time, he muttered. Could they be overdoing it? Just as young master Hu was eagerly anticipating the spectacle, Qin Mu emerged. Oh, what a lively gathering. Qin Mu approached, offering young master Hu a subtle smile. The smile sent a shiver down young master Hu's spine. The fact that Qin Mu had emerged unscathed, while the hooked-nosed gang remained inside, prompted young master Hu to lose his patience. As he prepared to investigate, a disheveled, bruised individual stumbled out of the restroom. Young master Hu, Brother Liang requests your presence inside. Young master Hu cast a curious glance at the man, placed his glass down, and headed toward the restroom. What's going on? Young master Hu wondered, suspecting he must have misjudged the situation. In the restroom, several ruffians led by the one with a hooked nose were all beaten to a pulp, kneeling there with bruised faces resembling that of a pig's head. Their disheveled appearance was utterly pitiful. Hu Xiao, who would have remained indifferent, felt a surge of anger upon witnessing the scene. He had spent 20,000 yuan, after all. These useless thugs. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, the restroom door was suddenly slammed shut. Turning around, Hu Xiao saw that it was the very ruffian who had beckoned him inside. The hook-nosed leader picked up a water pipe that Qin Mu had twisted into a spiral, and several men surrounded Hu Xiao. What do you intend to do? Hu Xiao sensed a whiff of danger and instinctively stepped back. The hooked-nosed thug sheepishly replied, I apologize. Hu Xiao, the big brother, just mentioned that whatever we do to him, we shall reciprocate to you. Once this is done, you can pay us another 20,000 yuan, and then everything will be settled. How absurd. Hu Xiao retorted vehemently. I paid you to beat someone else, and now you turn on me? After this, I still have to fork out another 20,000? Have you lost your minds? Just as Hu Xiao was about to curse further, a water pipe lashed against his leg, causing him to collapse to the ground in pain. Liang Zicheng, are you insane? Do you have any idea of the consequences of your actions? Consequences? The hooked-nosed leader scoffed. I only know what it means to offend someone who can twist a water pipe like this. He brandished the twisted pipe and struck Hu Xiao sharply on the shoulder. Hu Xiao grimaced in agony as the others surged forward, raining down punches and kicks, wielding the pipe, mops, and sticks mercilessly upon him. They were determined to make Hu Xiao and Appo's suffering equal to their own before they would relent. In a state of despair, Hu Xiao could hardly fathom that this gang of scoundrels had called him in merely to administer a beating. Lying on the ground, his once handsome face was now unrecognizable, marred by bruises and cuts. His clothes were torn, and blood flowed from his nose. You! Hu Xiao, infuriated and gasping for breath, sat on the ground and howled, You bastards, it seems you have no intention of surviving in this world. The hook-nosed thug, frustrated, kicked him again, saying, Stop the whining. Pay up, or we'll break your legs today. They too were furious. If it weren't and Appo's tea for Hu Xiao, would their gang have been reduced to such a pitiful state? Chapter 14. Cheng Xue's curiosity paying? To be assaulted and still have to pay is perhaps the most humiliating experience for Hu Xiao in his lifetime. Moreover, these individuals were hired at his own expense. As he glanced down at the twisted, galvanized pipe on the ground through his swollen panda eyes, an involuntary shudder coursed through him. To bend a pipe like that with bare hands requires immense strength. It's no wonder these people were terrified, putting themselves through such torment. It seems he had encountered a psychopath. For some inexplicable reason, the mere thought of Qin Mu's innocent smile sent tremors through Hu Xiao's heart. After the group with the crooked noses took their leave, Hu Xiao adjusted his collar and limped out of the restroom. Just as he was about to evade everyone, a teasing voice rang out from behind. Oh, Hu Xiao, what happened to you? Qin Mu, holding a glass, looked at him with a beaming smile. At that moment, Hu Xiao wished for nothing more than to vanish from existence. How could he face anyone in such a pitiful state? His body and face were bruised, and both eyes were nearly shut. What would happen if Cheng Xue, Lu Yaqing, and the others saw him? Unfortunately, Qin Mu's shout drew the attention of others. Lu Yaqing and the others turned to look, exclaiming in shock. Cheng Xue was also taken aback. If it weren't and Appo's tea for Qin Mu and Appo's call, how would they recognize this was the dapper Hu Xiao from earlier? Hu Xiao, what happened? Hu Xiao hurriedly covered his face, insisting, It's nothing. I just slipped in a restroom. Slipped? Who would believe that? Even if you slipped, it wouldn't Appo's tea leave you so battered. They scrutinized him, noting the injuries on his eyes, nose, face, and forehead. How hard must one fall to end up like this? Initially, Hu Xiao sought a pretext to cover up the incident, but Qin Mu interjected. Hu Xiao, you're not going to tarnish the reputation of Yixin Lu like this. Today marks the opening of the second branch. If word spreads that the restroom floor is so slippery, who would dare to dine here again? You should clarify the real reason to spare Miss Cheng any undue concern. Hu Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to smash his head against the wall. Could there be such a person to add insult to injury? Did he really need to confess that it was Hu Qianyu who had called these people to beat him up? Cheng Xue considered Qin Mu and Appo's words reasonable. All the materials used in their restaurant were up to standard, and the restroom floor wouldn't easily cause anyone to slip, even when wet. Hu Xiao and Appo's statement indeed carried a hint of defamation against Yixin Lu, but since the incident occurred in their restroom, they bore some responsibility. Cheng Xue was about to inquire further when Hu Xiao, still covering his face, insisted, It was my own clumsiness. It has nothing to do with Yixin Lu. So please don't ask. With that, he hurried off. What happened? A group of onlookers observed Hu Xiao's flustered demeanor, bewildered by the situation. They proceeded to enjoy their meals and drinks, the atmosphere remaining lively. Returning to his brand-new Lamborghini, Hu Xiao and Appo's anger intensified. Today was perhaps the most embarrassing day of his life. Seeing his battered reflection in the car and Appo's mirror, He clenched his fists in rage. Bastard! I want to let this go. After lingering in the underground parking for several minutes, he pulled out his phone and dialed. This is Hu Qianyu. I need you to investigate a person immediately. He briefly described Qin Mu's key features. The other party chuckled. Hu Xiao. No need to investigate. He our new driver. Qin Mu. It was he who dealt with those 200 ruffians causing a ruckus at the company today. Come on, a driver can handle that many thugs? Hu Xiao was incredulous. The other party replied, I assure you, he is quite formidable. He wielded a pair of stone locks weighing nearly 300 pounds and left those ruffians in shambles, with a crowd kneeling at the company entrance. Nearly 300 pounds of stone locks? Hu Xiao gasped in disbelief. Now he truly believed it, recalling the twisted, galvanized pipe. A chill ran down his spine as he hastily drove away, fearing that if he lingered even a moment longer, Qin Mu might pursue him and snap his neck. At Yixin Lu, Chang Shui raised her glass, her beautiful eyes lingering on Qin Mu as she asked, May I know your surname, sir? Qin Mu was taken aback by her attention and replied simply, I'm surnamed Qin. Oh, Mr. Qin is from Tiandu, I presume? Chang Shui seemed genuinely intrigued by Qin Mu, displaying an insatiable curiosity. Qin Mu, basalt, replit, insupposizo. To his surprise, Chang Shui pressed on, inquiring about his connection to the Qin family of Tiandu. Lu Yaqing, noticing Chang Shui's line of questioning, inwardly panicked. It was clear that Chang Shui had misconstrued something based on Lu Hong's earlier comment. Lu Hong also sensed the awkwardness and shot Qin Mu furtive glances. Unaware of the underlying dynamics, Qin Mu remained oblivious to the implications. Chang Shui, being Lu Yaqing's close friend, was naturally inclined to probe into Qin Mu's background. Given that he was Lu Yaqing's boyfriend, Chang Shui fixed her enchanting gaze on Qin Mu, who remained perplexed, unable to fathom what aspect of himself piqued her interest. Under her persistent scrutiny, Qin Mu shook his head, stating, I don't have any connections with the Qin family. Why does Miss Cheng inquire? Chang Shui was taken aback. Given Lu Yaqing's status, she wouldn't even glance at a minor heir of the Hu family. If she were truly seeking a match, it would be with a prominent family, and the Qin family of Tiandu was the most distinguished. Had she misjudged? Chang Shui smiled sweetly. Oh, I was merely curious about your background. Anyone who could capture the attention of our Jianghuai's #1 beauty must be extraordinary, surpassing any young talent from Jianghuai. I hope you don't mind my inquisitiveness. Not at all, Qin Mu replied, rather bluntly. You needn't concern yourself with me. I, Qin Mu, am hardly worthy of someone as ethereal as General Manager Lu. In truth, I'm just a driver in the logistics department of Qinjiao Group, and General Manager Lu's kindness is merely a tactic to ward off Hu Xiao, that bothersome suitor. That's all it is. You needn't be so curious. Miss Cheng, Qin Mu and Amp. Oppo's candidness astonished Cheng Shui. He was merely a driver? Her gaze drifted to Lu Yaqing's radiant face, who felt quite awkward. Lu Hong had clearly given Qin Mu hints, yet he still spoke the truth. Especially when Qin Mu remarked on his lack of worthiness for someone as divine as General Manager Lu, a hint of bitterness flickered in Lu Yaqing and Oppo's eyes. If word of this spread, her suitors would surely swarm like locusts, disrupting her peace. After a moment of awkwardness, Chang Shui chuckled softly. Being overly curious proved to be a double-edged sword, but she was adept at navigating social situations. With a charming smile, she raised her glass to Qin Mu, saying, Mr. Qin, you are refreshingly candid. I owe you an apology. Please accept this modest drink as a token of my respect. Qin Mu, of course, would not take issue with a woman, especially one as good-natured as Chang Shui. Her curiosity stemmed from genuine concern for Lu Yaqing. So he raised his glass with a smile, saying, How could I hold a grudge against such a lovely lady? Next time, just remember to give me a discount. Cheng Shui raised an eyebrow. A discount? That sounds rather stingy. How about a complimentary meal instead? With playful banter exchanged, the atmosphere lightened considerably, and Lu Yaqing exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Only Lu Yuting, the little girl, remained sulking and silent. After the meal, Cheng Shui firmly refused to let Lu Yaqing pay the bill and escorted the four to the parking lot. It was only after the Maserati had departed that she turned to return. "Madam, we have found the information." A middle-aged man clad in a deep blue Zhongshan suit approached cautiously to report to Chang Shui. His name is Qin Mu, a 26-year-old driver newly recruited by Qinjiao Group. Beyond this, we could uncover no further details regarding his identity, yet he appears to have little connection to the Qin family of Tiandu. Chang Shui's brow furrowed slightly, revealing her evident dissatisfaction. The middle-aged man respectfully continued. Although no links to the Tiandu Qin family could be established, it is clear that he is an exceptional adept. Just this noon, over 200 ruffians caused a disturbance at Qinjiao Group, and he single-handedly quelled the situation. Oh, at this revelation, Chang Shui's interest was evidently piqued once more. Chapter 15. The chairman and Oppo's secret. The man in the Zhongshan suit accompanied Chang Shui to the office and produced a segment of a video from his mobile device. This footage, leaked from within the Qinjiao Group, depicted him lifting a pair of stone locks weighing approximately 300 pounds, which successfully quelled a crowd of over 200, thus salvaging immeasurable losses for the Qinjiao Group. I surmise that this is the reason Lu Yaqing has been particularly generous towards him. Chang Shui nodded and instructed him to leave. The man in the Zhongshan suit forwarded the video to Chang Shui and bowed respectfully before exiting. Chang Shui opened the video on her phone, and soon the screen displayed Qin Mu charging into a crowd with the stone locks. She watched this segment over a dozen times. Qin Mu's formidable presence was etched into her mind. The sight of the man wielding the stone locks elicited an involuntary smile from her. It must be said, he truly embodied the grandeur of a general from an ancient battlefield. Reflecting on Qin Mu's earlier confession at the dining table, claiming to be merely a driver in the logistics department of the Qinjiao Group, Chang Shui smiled subtly, recognizing the veiled truth. She was convinced that the reality was far from what Qin Mu had described. There was no escape from the scrutiny of the Cheng family. Lost in thought, a knock at the door interrupted her reverie. "Guomin," Chang Shui called out. The man in the Zhongshan suit returned. "Miss, please take a look at this." He had procured another video, this time revealing that Hu Qianyu had emerged from the restroom in a disheveled state, with suspicions that it was also connected to Qin Mu. Could it be? Chang Shui was puzzled, wondering how Qin Mu was implicated again. After scrutinizing the new footage, she felt a sense of frustration. At the moment Qin Mu passed by, someone had deliberately collided with him, allowing a group to follow him into the restroom. Subsequently, when Qin Mu exited, the others did not. Minutes later, Hu Qianyu was called inside. When the next individual emerged, they bore bruises and swiftly retreated. Then, Hu Qianyu appeared in the state she witnessed. The man in the Zhongshan suit explained, according to these individuals, they were summoned by Hu Qianyu to deal with Qin Mu, only to find themselves on the losing end. Subsequently, Qin Mu, still unsatisfied, had them deal with Hu Qianyu instead. Is that so? Chang Shui recalled the scene and realized there might indeed be some truth to it, unable to suppress a smile. Qin Mu was quite an intriguing character. Initially driven by curiosity, Chang Shui was surprised to uncover so much information. She found it curious that this exceptionally skilled young man, not belonging to the Qin family of Tiandu, had such an enigmatic background. "Miss, should I send someone to investigate further?" The man in the Zhongshan suit offered. Chang Shui waved her hand. "No need. We wouldn't want to be mistaken for adversaries. Let us leave matters as they are." The man seemed to have further questions, but Chang Shui anticipated his thoughts and added, "Let us not disturb the old man for now. I shall handle this." "Understood," he replied respectfully before departing. Chang Shui, resting her chin on her hand, approached the window and mused, "This Qin Mu is truly a talent. How splendid it would be if he could be of service to the Chang family." Meanwhile, as Qin Mu drove, he unexpectedly sneezed several times. It must be that brat cursing me. Clearly, his lesson wasn't profound enough, he thought to himself. The vehicle arrived at the opulent villa of the chairman, where two guards opened the gate. Qin Mu parked in the courtyard and informed Lu Yaqing and her sister, a 1TB going in. He handed her the car keys and prepared to hail a cab. "Hey, aren't you going to take Lu Hong back?" Lu Yaqing called out. Given his professed affection for Lu Hong, it would seem unchivalrous not to. Lu Hong understood the implication and quickly shook her head. "No need. I could take a cab myself." Lu Yaqing passed the keys back to Qin Mu. You drive it over first. Come pick me up Monday morning. That doesn't seem appropriate. This is the CEO and Oppo's car, he protested. Additionally, he found the Maserati too feminine for his taste. Just as he was about to voice his opinion, a striking middle-aged woman emerged from the hall, her delicate features accentuated by elegantly arched brows and phoenix-like eyes, exuding an air of grace and nobility. Mom, Chairman. Upon her entrance, Lu Hong and the others greeted her respectfully. This was none other than Qin Qianjiao, the chairman of the Qinjiao Group. Despite being over 40 and a mother of two, her figure was lithe and her complexion radiant, betraying no signs of age. Were time to rewind 20 years, she would undoubtedly have been hailed as the most beautiful woman in Jianghuai. Have you all returned? As Qin Mu appraised Qin Qianjiao, she too scrutinized him, her expression shifting dramatically upon recognizing him, her body momentarily trembling. Mom, I'm heading to bed, Lu Yaqing announced abruptly, foregoing further pleasantries as she retreated to her room. Lu Yaqing, sensing her mother's unusual demeanor, gently inquired, Mom, this is Qin Mu. He was the one who dealt with those ruffians causing trouble at noon. She had already briefed her mother on the incident that afternoon. Qin Qianjiao and Oppo's gaze lingered on Qin Mu, appearing somewhat dazed. Even Lu Hong sensed something was amiss. Qin Qianjiao withdrew her gaze from Qin Mu and turned to Lu Hong. Lu Hong, it's getting late. You should head back as well. As the personnel director of the Qinjiao Group, Lu Hong was adept at reading the room. Noticing the chairman and amp, Oppo's peculiar demeanor, she immediately nodded. All right, we'll take our leave. Qin Mu. Lu Hong called several times, but Qin Mu remained oblivious. Upon exiting the villa, he too felt a sense of bewilderment. This woman seemed vaguely familiar. Lu Hong shot him a curious glance, internally scolding him for his lack of awareness regarding the chairman and amp, Oppo's evident distraction. Instead of driving Lu Yaqing's car, Qin Mu selected a commanding Land Rover from the garage to escort Lu Hong home. Yaqing, come in for a moment. Qin Qianjiao summoned her daughter into the room, her expression turning grave. What is this man's background? Lu Yaqing recounted Qin Mu's circumstances truthfully, yet she was puzzled. Mom, what's the matter? Qin Qianjiao furrowed her brow. So you're saying you have no clear understanding of his background? Why would you allow an unknown individual into the company and even consider promoting him? This is sheer folly. Lu Yaqing was taken aback, unsure of her mother's sudden concern. She had never been so invested in such matters, considering the thousands of employees in the company. But why was her mother so opposed to Qin Mu? Dismiss him by tomorrow, Qin Qianjiao declared sharply before ascending the stairs, leaving Lu Yaqing in a state of confusion. Chapter 16. The man who broke into Lu Hong's home. As Qin Mu escorted Lu Hong home, she remained silent, her mind burdened with unspoken worries. Just as they approached her neighborhood, Lu Hong broke the silence, her voice barely above a whisper. Qin Mu, the president trusts you immensely. You must not disappoint her. Rest assured, I rarely let women down. Qin Mu replied with a grin. Lu Hong felt an overwhelming urge to throttle him. He treated serious matters with such flippancy, never taking anything to heart. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching wail pierced the night air. Unable to restrain herself any longer, Lu Hong lunged at him, her teeth clenched as she grasped his waist. How despicable! How could you? She fumed. She considered herself a woman of pure intentions, and his behavior was utterly intolerable. Ow! Qin Mu winced, his mouth twisting in pain. Lu, ease up. That hurts. Hurt. You know what pain is? Look at how you behave. Lu Hong glared at him, contemplating the notion of ending his life if it were not against the law. They were discussing work, and yet he twisted every conversation into something else entirely. Seeing Lu Hong fuming, Qin Mu awkwardly explained, I'm sorry, I thought you meant. Enough. She snapped. Fine, I want an amp. Amp, Oppo's, say another word. As they arrived at the Golden Leader apartment complex, situated near the city center with exorbitant prices nearing 20,000 per square meter, Lu Hong occupied a modest 60 square meter apartment. Typically, she drove the company car to work, but since they had dined out that evening, her vehicle remained at the office. Are you not inviting me up for a moment? Qin Mu teased as she unbuckled her seatbelt. Lu Hong shot him a disdainful glance, a slight smirk gracing her lips. Not a chance. Being with you feels far too unsafe. What if you let your baser instincts take over? She shuddered at the thought. He could easily overpower her, and a few articles of clothing would hardly suffice to withstand his strength. Come on. So stingy. Qin Mu chuckled to himself, lighting a cigarette. As Lu Hong walked away, her silhouette was striking under the streetlights, especially the alluring curves accentuated by her professional attire, which never failed to captivate him. Though he harbored genuine feelings for her, he prided himself on treating women with respect and honoring their desires. He believed that a forced romance would yield no sweetness, and he merely sought to lighten the mood with his jesting, never intending anything untoward. Just as he prepared to drive away, a sleek black Mercedes S600 caught his eye, prompting a curious exclamation. Lu Hong resided on the 29th floor, her apartment comprising a living room, a bedroom, and a cozy balcony. Towering above the city, it offered breathtaking views. Lu Hong often found solace on her balcony, sipping tea and gazing out over the urban landscape. Having grown up in a remote mountain village, owning her own little haven in a bustling metropolis like Jianghuai was a dream come true, albeit one that had drained her savings and left her with a considerable bank loan. After working at Xinjiao Group for less than 4 years, her accomplishments were commendable. Upon returning home, Lu Hong kicked off her high heels, tossed her bag aside, and shed her coat, ready to unwind in the bath. After changing into a soft cotton nightgown, she prepared herself a cup of tea and settled onto the balcony, eager to release the stresses of the day. However, tonight felt different. As she shrugged off her coat, an instinctive sniff revealed an unsettling scent of smoke. She had never smoked, and the sight of an unextinguished cigarette but standing in the glass ashtray on her coffee table sent a wave of dread through her. Who is here? Panic surged as she called out, and a figure emerged from behind the curtains. Chairman Chun. How did you get in? Lu Hong gasped, clutching her chest in surprise. Upon recognizing him, she felt a flicker of relief. After all, he was a familiar face. Chairman Chun, holding a bouquet of flowers and dressed in fresh attire, appeared visibly excited. Lu Hong, I love you. My feelings are genuine. I would do anything for you. Give you everything I have. Please marry me. With that, he knelt before her, offering a bouquet of roses. I can give you my house, my car, my savings, my shares, everything. Look, I even bought a ring. He trembled as he produced a red box, revealing a stunning diamond ring. This cost over 100,000. Yuong, marry me. Lu Hong, horrified, retorted, get out. I can't believe you intruded into my home. As she faced the relentless advances of the 50-year-old man, her stomach churned with disgust rather than excitement. What had once been tolerable had now crossed a line, and she felt her safety threatened. Seeing her refusal, despair flickered in Chairman Chun's eyes. Are you truly this heartless? After all these years of pursuit, you can show me no kindness? What is it about me that you find so distasteful? I can offer you everything, even my life. Just agree to marry me, and I will transfer all my assets to you. Ugh. Lu Hong felt nauseated by his shamelessness, especially recalling his earlier behavior. Chairman Chun gazed at her with longing, his heart sinking as he realized the extent of her revulsion. In a fit of desperation, he cast aside the flowers and seized a fruit knife from the coffee table. Ah! Lu Hong gasped, caught off guard by his sudden aggression. Don't come any closer. He was now like a wild beast, brandishing the knife. I believed you liked me. Terrified, Lu Hong shouted, stay back. But he was beyond reason, screaming, take off your clothes. Now, regret washed over Lu Hong. She wished she had invited Qin Mu inside earlier. As he closed in, she snatched a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at him before sprinting toward the balcony. Chairman Chun refused to let her escape. The balcony was secured with a safety net, and even if she reached it, she would remain ensnared in his grasp. Chapter 17. Protecting you on the sofa amidst Lu Hong and Appo's desperate scream. A swift figure darted through the door. The assailant seized Chairman Chun by the collar and hurled him aside, sending him crashing against the wall. Before Chairman Chun could let out a cry, Lu Hong had already been lifted to her feet. Lu, are you all right? She was asked, visibly shaken, her complexion pale, and her delicate frame trembling uncontrollably. The events had unfolded so abruptly that she found herself momentarily stunned. Qin Mu, at that moment, An overwhelming urge to weep surged within her. Had it not been for Qin Mu and Amp, Oppo's timely arrival, the consequences could have been dire. Qin Mu gently reassured the frightened girl while casting a glance at the unconscious Chairman Chun, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. With immense strength, Qin Mu was not someone a feeble old man like Chun could withstand. After being thrown about, Chun shook his head and, upon seeing Qin Mu's fierce demeanor in the living room, realized why he had been propelled through the air. Not again. Oh no, it's him. The sight of Qin Mu sent tremors through Chen's body. He was already aware of Qin Mu's display of prowess at the company entrance, where he had single-handedly taken down over 200 ruffians. My heavens! This was no ordinary freak of nature. A 300-pound stone locked in his hands was akin to a mere toy. How could his 100-plus pounds of flesh endure such torment? As Qin Mu approached with a cold expression, Chairman Chun trembled uncontrollably, a warmth spreading between his legs. He had urinated. Earlier in the infirmary, he had suspected Qin Mu and Amp, Oppo's involvement, though he had no proof. Now, the stench of urine assaulted his senses, and in sheer terror, he stuttered, Please, don't come any closer." Qin Mu, too, detected the foul odor, pinching his nose and furrowing his brow. Lu, he hissed at himself again. This man was utterly unworthy of his effort. He was simply too weak. Internally shaking his head, Qin Mu realized that failing to teach him a lesson might lead to a lifetime of disregard for consequences. Yuong, hearing Qin Mu's declaration, felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Was it really necessary for him to call her attention to such a humiliating affair? Squatting down, Qin Mu fixed his gaze on the flustered face of Chairman Chun and spoke leisurely. Old man, and Oppos, it's not that I lack respect for you. Every matter has its limits. 1 or 2 occurrences are acceptable, but not repeated offenses. You've already crossed my path twice today. How should I punish you for this? Chairman Chun, sensing that Qin Mu was approaching him with intent, mustered his courage and declared, "This is a matter between Lu Hong and me. What authority do you have to interfere? If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will ensure you regret it. I am the brother of Chun Qinjiao." Oh, Qin Mu found Qin and Amp, Oppo's tone exceedingly irksome. However, he was one who preferred reason over force. Since Qin seemed unwilling to relent, Qin Mu decided to enlighten him. Listen well, old man. I care not who you are related to. Even if you were Chun Qinjiao's father, it matters not. Today, I will take charge of the situation. Moreover, I must inform you that from this moment forward, Lu Hong is my girlfriend. No one else shall lay a finger on her, not even the king himself. Thus, you must bear the consequences of your actions today. His words were resolute, leaving Chairman Chun momentarily speechless. Yet, Chun was not ready to concede. Who do you think you are? There are many suitors for her. Why should it be up to you? Have you asked Lu Hong? Does she agree? If she does not, what difference is there between us? Qin Mu glanced back at Lu Hong, who blushed at the attention. With a beaming smile, he patted Chun's old face and remarked, "You see, she tacitly agrees." Chairman Chun attempted to argue further, but Qin Mu, growing impatient, jabbed a few times at his abdomen. What have you done to me?" Panic spread across Chun and Oppo's face as he felt a surge of discomfort within. Nothing much. Just a little incident akin to earlier, sudden incontinence, nothing more. Oh, and from now on, your little friend may never rise again. This means you shall never harbor thoughts of women again. Chairman Chun was on the verge of insanity. So it was indeed in behind that earlier embarrassment. Just as he prepared to lunge at Qin Mu, a sharp pain gripped his abdomen. "Ah, my stomach." Qin Mu observed him coldly. "Do not fret. You shall not die. Just endure the pain for 7 days and nights." 7 days and nights. Chairman Chun felt as if he were on the brink of death, his intestines twisting violently as if countless hands were wrenching at his insides, threatening to tear him apart. Within moments, he was drenched in sweat, pale and rolling on the floor, having expelled all the urine he had earlier released. "I will call the police. I will call the police." Minutes later, Chairman Chun was nearly unconscious, a mass of sweat, tears, and mucus. "Please, I swear I will never do this again. I promise." Luong, Onxiu, tug at Qin Mu and Amp, Oppo's sleeve, genuinely fearing for Qin and Amp, Oppo's life. Qin Mu crouched down with a grin. "Are you certain?" Chairman Qin nodded fervently. I swear, I will never trouble Lu Hong again. Please, spare me. Very well. Qin Mu lightly patted him, and the pain dissipated instantly. Chairman Qin gasped for air, looking anxiously at Qin Mu. Qin Mu retrieved a piece of paper and a pen, tossing them on the ground. Write down everything you did today as a guarantee. Though reluctant, Chairman Qin quickly scribbled down his confession under Qin Mu's watchful glare, pressing his handprint upon completion. Qin Mu seized his collar and unceremoniously tossed him out the door. Get lost. Inside the room lingered the stench of urine. Lu Hong, blushing, fetched a mop from the restroom and scrubbed the floor repeatedly. Qin Mu, hands behind his back, surveyed the cozy abode, admiring Lu Hong and Appo's alluring photographs adorning the walls. Lu, I saved you, yet do not feel overly grateful. However, if you are willing to repay me, do let me prepare myself. Smooth talker. Lu Hong feigned a strike at him, but ultimately sighed. Can't you be serious for once? After cleaning, she brought Qin Mu a glass of water. Noticing the exhaustion etched on Lu Hong's face from the recent ordeal, Qin Mu decided not to overstay his welcome. It's getting late. I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Qin Mu. Just as he reached for the door, Lu Hong called out to him. After the earlier incident, she was too anxious to sleep. After all, Chairman Qin possessed keys to her room. What if he returned after Qin Mu left? Qin Mu paused at the door. Is there anything else? Lu Hong, unsure of how to express herself, blushed and stammered. Thank you. Qin Mu chuckled. No need for such formality. We are colleagues. If you continue being so polite, I might feel embarrassed. By the way, do you wish for me to stay a bit longer? Lu Hong raised an eyebrow, her demeanor softening with a hint of allure. Did I ask you to leave? I even poured you water. Drink if you wish. With a playful smile, Qin Mu returned to the sofa, taking a sip from the cup. Lu, living alone can be quite lonely, you know? How about I chip in for half the rent? Lu Hong ignored him, accustomed to his smooth-talking ways, unable to counter his banter. After a moment of silence, she queried, Wherein and Appo's. To you leaving just now? Why are you back? Qin Mu set down his cup. I spotted Chairman Qin and Appo's car outside and felt uneasy, so I decided to check on you. I never anticipated this beast would dare to make a move against you. Lu Hong let out a soft sigh, expressing her inner concerns. She could not fathom why Director Qin seemed to possess the key to this place. Qin Mu remarked that if he dared to return, he would break his legs. Lu Hong cast a grateful glance in his direction, her words lingering on the tip of her tongue. Qin Mu then stated, However, you truly ought to change your lock. Await my return at home while I procure a new one for you. As he prepared to leave, Lu Hong called out to him. Where will you find a lock at this late hour? Most shops have already closed. A wave of embarrassment washed over Qin Mu, and he scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. Well, how about I protect you on the sofa in the living room tonight? Chapter 18. The drunkard leave. Lu Hong dared not take such a risk, leaving him on the sofa in the living room. Who knew if he might sneak in during the dead of night? Moreover, she had a habit of sleeping without clothing. What if? Lu Hong truly could not imagine it further. With this man and Appo's usual slick tongue, how was it any different from keeping a wolf at home? Unless she was prepared to dance with the wolf. In truth, the situation was far less dire than Qin Mu had suggested. Even if Director Qin truly possessed a key, as long as she locked the door, he would be powerless once she changed the lock at dawn. Besides, after being reprimanded by Qin Mu, Director Qin would not dare to return, even if he had 10 times the courage. General Manager Lu, do you not fancy men? Seeing that an overnight stay was off the table, Qin Mu jestingly prepared to take his leave. Lu Hong shot him a glance, retorting, Indeed, how perceptive of you. Qin Mu sighed. Very well, I shall not disturb your rest. Tomorrow, I will bring you some vegetables. Vegetables? Lu Hong was momentarily perplexed. What for? I do not cook at home. I will bring you some eggplants and cucumbers. You rascal. Lu Hong, having understood his insinuation, was infuriated, her delicate frame trembling as she seized a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at him. Qin Mu, with a mischievous grin, swiftly fled. How shameless! Lu Hong fumed, hastily locking the door behind him. What sort of person is this? Just as Qin Mu got in his car, his phone rang. Qin Mu, get over here. There are so many beautiful women. The heavy metal music blaring from the phone indicated he was in a bar, or nightclub. Qin Mu scoffed, beautiful women, my foot. Can the beauties in a bar compare to those at Qinjiao Group? With over 8,000 employees, 80% of whom are women, it is truly a land of daughters. Not to mention the stunning CEO Lu Yaqing, renowned as the most beautiful woman in Jianghuai. Then there's the alluring HR director Lu Hong, curvaceous and seductive. Even the young Lu Yaqing is beginning to show her charm. And let us not forget the graceful, voluptuous chairwoman Chen Qianjiao. The beauties in the office and the workshop possess a genuine rustic charm, untainted by extravagance. Am I out of my mind? Why would one go to a bar? Most women frequent bars in search of excitement, plagued by spiritual emptiness and loneliness. Qin Mu spat, not coming. Wait, if you do not come, how can I settle the bill? Damn it, I knew it. You calling was a bad omen. Do you think drinking excessively is harmless? Qin Mu felt helpless. This fellow was his first friend in Jianghuai, and it was through him that he had met Lu Hong, granting him the opportunity to enter Qinjiao Group. It seemed this lad was ensnared in the bar again, and Qin Mu could not simply ignore him. At the Red Lips bar, a bespectacled young man with a side part was engaged in a drinking contest with a group of girls. Despite his youth and handsome appearance, his lecherous eyes were fixated on the exposed flesh of the women. Seizing every opportunity to grope, he would mischievously pour drinks onto their fair skin. This man had been in Jianghuai for several years, mingling in various entertainment venues, living a life steeped in indulgence. Despite being a notorious lecher, he wore glasses to feign sophistication. He claimed to have only one friend, Qin Mu. Qin Mu did not even know his name. Everyone called him the drunkard. The drunkard's life revolved solely around women and alcohol. Thus, he immersed himself daily in a haze of liquor and female companionship, finding joy only in both. When sober, he appeared to be a cultured young man. When intoxicated, he became a drunken fool. Every woman he had bedded described him as a scoundrel. Yet those same women frequently sought him out. Qin Mu had no idea how many women had shared his bed, although the drunkard boasted that if all his girlfriends held hands, they could circle the globe twice. In Qin Mu and Amp, Oppos, SIs, the drunkard was a trap for women, with those ensnared unable to escape while others were drawn in. They knew the drunkard would never marry any woman, and one could never predict whom he might fall for next. The drunkard proclaimed himself a libertine. To Qin Mu, he was merely a con man, deceiving women with false affection and swindling his own finances. Whenever he partied and found himself without funds, he would conveniently forget his father's identity, but never failed to call Qin Mu. Upon arriving at the Red Lips bar, Qin Mu found the drunkard embracing a long-legged beauty while boasting. "Look, this is my brother. He single-handedly challenged over 200, and not a single one dared to speak up. Is that so?" The girl perched on the drunkard's lap cast a disdainful glance at Qin Mu before abruptly shouting towards the bar, "Along! Someone is causing trouble here." In an instant, the music ceased and dozens of bouncers rose, surrounding the two men. Each of them brandished weapons, appearing menacing. A burly man adorned with a dragon tattoo bellowed, "Who is causing trouble? Is it you two?" The drunkard awkwardly removed his glasses, wiping the sweat from his forehead, and whispered, "Brother, whether we leave here alive today depends on you." Qin Mu glared at him in frustration. "Can and Amp, Oppos, do you keep your mouth shut for once? Now you go challenge them yourself." The long-legged girl who had called for help sneered, "If you can and Oppos, do you back up your words, then stop boasting. You claimed you would take on 200. Why not prove it? Settle the bill and leave." Qin Mu leisurely finished his drink, remaining unfazed despite being surrounded. He placed his glass down, lit a cigarette, and inquired, "How much?" 8,679. Round it down to 8,006. What the hell? That expensive? The drunkard panicked. A bottle of wine is only over 400. How did the bill get so high? Faced with the threatening crowd, the drunkard swallowed his words. "Expensive? Do you think my legs are free for you to touch? A touch costs over 800. You've groped dozens of times. 8,006 is already a bargain." Qin Mu appraised the speaking woman, letting his gaze linger on her long legs with a smile. "Not expensive, not expensive. Drunkard, do you fancy her? If you do, by those legs." The drunkard had yet to grasp his meaning when the tattooed all along barked, "Enough with the nonsense. Do you even know who she is? She's Cheng Gu's girlfriend. You dare pursue her? You're lucky to be alive. The drunkard sobered significantly, realizing the long-legged beauty was indeed Qin Mu's girlfriend, which explained her arrogance. Getting entangled with her could spell disaster. It was rumored that Qin Mu ruled this street, having entrusted the bar to his girlfriend Fei Fei. The drunkard's audacity in pursuing Qin Mu's woman was unfathomable. Fei Fei, accustomed to the antics of men in such establishments, instantly recognized the drunkard's type. You boast of taking on 200. Why are you here instead? Why not ascend to the heavens? She cast a disdainful glance at the two men. 8,006 is a bargain. My legs are not for free. Qin Mu, pulling out his bank card, slammed it on the table. I'll settle the bill. Charge me an extra 50 cents. Let me have a touch too. Chapter 19. The lowest of the low. With a swift motion, a sharp dagger was thrust into the table before the two men, exuding a chilling aura. Aaron lifted his foot and stomped on the table, menacingly stating, "Kid, do you want to die?" Behind him, dozens of men brandished their weapons, filled with murderous intent. It seemed that with a mere command from Aaron, they would immediately reduce the two young men to a bloody pulp. In the bar, some patrons retreated, watching from a distance. They had witnessed numerous brawls and were accustomed to the chaos. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Mu remained unfazed, while the drunkard was already in a state of panic, hastily waving his hands. Don and Damp. Oppos, to do anything reckless. My brother can take on over 200 of you. Seeing Qin Mu and Amp, Oppos' indifference, the drunkard grew anxious. Qin Mu, why don't you take action? Show them a thing or two. Qin Mu merely smiled in silence. Aaron sneered. I grew up being feared. You think you could take on 200? Are you treating me like a fool? However, the sight of Qin Mu and Amp, Oppos' composure undeniably irked Aaron. He despised anyone trying to show off in front of him. Seeing his crew armed to the teeth, couldn't Qin Mu at least feign some fear? Just as he was about to order his men to act, a shout erupted from outside. Brother Chung is back. Brother Chung is back. With that, Aaron tossed a parting remark and left, followed closely by Fei Fei. The cold dagger on the table glimmered ominously. At the bar and Oppos' entrance, Brother Chung entered, accompanied by several lackeys, looking dejected. Their faces were bruised, and their eyes swollen like those of pandas. Brother Chung, what happened? Aaron and the others were taken aback. Earlier in the afternoon, Brother Chung had called a few brothers to handle some business, yet they returned in such a state. Fei Fei gaped. Brother Chung, what's wrong? With a belly full of anger, Lu Yaqing snapped. What do you mean, what's wrong? Can't you see I ran into a wall? Ran into a wall? That is quite bizarre. Did all 5 of you collide with it? In truth, Brother Chung and his men had vented their frustrations outside before returning, feeling utterly humiliated. How could a prominent figure in the underworld return in such a disgraceful manner? After suppressing his anger for an entire evening without finding an outlet, he was irked to see his brothers in a standoff. What an Oppos is going on? He asked, visibly irritated. 2 fools are causing trouble in the bar, trying to take advantage of Fei Fei. I was just about to teach them a lesson, Aaron replied hastily. How dare anyone disturb the peace on his turf? Lu Yaqing, already filled with pent-up frustration, could no longer sit still. He slammed his hand on the table, grabbing a water pipe as he stormed over. Damn it! Finally found an outlet for my anger. You're unlucky to have crossed paths with me today. As Lu Yaqing recalled being humiliated by Qin Mu earlier in the day at the Yixin building, his fury only intensified. Get out of my way. The bar and Oppos' bouncers instinctively parted to create a path for Brother Chung, sensing that he intended to take matters into his own hands. Excitement surged through his crew at the prospect of their leader intervening. Many patrons watched this unfold with amusement. Although Lu Yaqing was not a major player, he commanded a following of over 100 brothers, making him a formidable presence on Wenjing Street. The audacity of these 2 young men to cause trouble here, especially by pursuing someone else in Damp. Oppos' girlfriend suggested they would leave in a far worse condition than they arrived. Lost in their thoughts, Lu Yaqing charged toward Qin Mu and the drunkard. Brother Chung, it's these 2 fools. The towering Aaron shouted, pointing at Qin Mu and his companion. Kill him. Slap. Aaron received a sudden blow to the face. Upon seeing Qin Mu, Lu Yaqing trembled and delivered a fierce slap to Aaron. The water pipe clattered to the ground alongside Aaron and Amp. Oppos. Esni. B brother, what is going on? Qin Mu lifted his gaze, surveying the stunned expressions of the once menacing bouncers, now aghast at the sight before them. Your timing is impeccable, Qin Mu remarked nonchalantly, glancing at his watch, and flicked his middle finger, which had a drop of liquor on it. With a sharp snap, the dagger on the table shattered. Gasps filled the room. The sound of metal clattering to the floor echoed as dozens of bouncers, unable to control themselves, began to tremble. Dear brother, if there's anything we've done to offend you, please show mercy. Liang Zicheng wiped the sweat from his brow, not realizing he was about to confront Qin Mu again. Having faced humiliation twice in a single day, he felt as if he could just die. If his earlier fear was merely a shadow in his heart, witnessing Qin Mu and Amp, Oppo's dexterity in breaking the dagger left him utterly hopeless. To oppose such a person meant not even knowing how one would meet their demise. Seeing his subordinates quaking in fear, Liang Zicheng wiped his sweat and barked. What are you standing around for? Are you blind? Hurry up and bow down to our brother. With that, a wave of men knelt in submission, leaving patrons utterly astonished. The previously arrogant Aaron was now terrified, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Liang Zicheng's girlfriend, Fei, was equally flustered, losing the courage to flee amidst the chaos. The drunkard, emboldened, laughed. I told you my brother can take on over 200 of you, but you wouldn't believe me. He stood up, approached Aaron, and lightly slapped his face. Wherein and Amp, Oppos, to you quite tough a moment ago. Stand up, let us have a one-on-one. Aaron dared not utter a word. With their leader, Liang Zicheng, kneeling, he could only submit like a humble servant, allowing the drunkard to mock him. Unfortunately for Aaron, the drunkard was not interested in him, and moved to embrace Fei, his hands sliding suggestively down her thigh. This one has quite a bargain. I senti it. Fei, too frightened to resist, remained silent as Liang Zicheng watched helplessly, not daring to protest while the drunkard touched his girlfriend. After indulging himself, the drunkard turned to Qin Mu. I'll take my leave now. Let us go out for drinks another time. Qin Mu raised his middle finger. Not a chance. If it weren't for you introducing me to work, you would have been blacklisted long ago. He was left to deal with the mess the drunkard had created, while the latter slipped away after causing trouble. Seeing Liang Zicheng's frustrated expression, Qin Mu couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. What kind of leader was he if he allowed his girlfriend to be taken advantage of? How would he ever show his face again? Yet, Qin Mu was unconcerned. After all, Liang Zicheng was no saint himself. Encountering a brazen character like the drunkard was merely unfortunate for him. Liang Zicheng, your bar isn't too shabby. Qin Mu commented. It's all right. My brothers are barely scraping by. Liang Zicheng replied, trembling in fear. Qin Mu stood, hands behind his back, casting a cold gaze over the kneeling bouncers. I want to pursue this matter today, but ensure they keep a low profile from now on. Yes. Thank you for your guidance. Liang Zicheng reverently escorted Qin Mu to the door, obediently keeping his grievances to himself. Chapter 20. Swearing allegiance with Qin Mu gone. Along was indignant. Chung, are we just going to let this go? Liang Zicheng silenced him with a glare. Along persisted. Fei was taken advantage of by them. Bang! Liang Zicheng slammed his hand on the table, finally losing his composure. What did you expect? If I had returned any later, you and Amp, Oppos, all be dead. Do you think someone who can snap a dagger with a flick of their finger is ordinary? Liang Zicheng knew they had encountered a formidable figure and had no choice but to accept their misfortune. What does a woman matter? Am I, Liang Zicheng, lacking in women? Seeing Along and his gang cower, Liang Zicheng roared. Next time, be more discerning. Understood, Chung Along and the others retreated crestfallen. Liang Zicheng was undoubtedly displeased that his woman had been molested, but what could he do? Was pride more important than life? If the man truly targeted him, he could likely crush him with a single finger. In this dog-eat-dog world, especially for thugs like them, power was paramount. Without it, they were destined to be trampled upon. As Liang Zicheng stewed in anger, a lackey reported, Huang Chong is here. Huang Chong, what does he want? I an Amp, Oppos, am not seeing him. Liang Zicheng was in no condition to meet anyone, his nose completely flattened and his face a patchwork of bruises. Huang Chang was another small-time gang leader in Jianghuai City, with dozens of men under his command. They occasionally interacted with Liang Ziqing, but there was constant rivalry between them. If Huang Chang saw him in this state, he would surely become a laughingstock. Just as he was about to hide, Huang Chang entered. "Wow, brother, who beat you into this state?" Huang Chang barely recognized Liang Ziqing. However, Huang Chang was in equally bad shape, his face swollen like a pig in amp. Oppo's head, his eyes mere slits, and a bandage wrapped around his head. Seeing Huang Chang and amp Oppo's miserable condition, Liang Ziqing felt relieved. "We and amp Oppo's, we all in the same boat. No one should make fun of anyone." Liang Ziqing sneered. "I thought you were doing better. Wearing an amp Oppo's you stripped and tied to a concrete pillar the other day? What? Are you not embarrassed to be out and about?" "Ahem." Huang Chang chuckled awkwardly. "Let an Oppo's not bring up such embarrassing things. I came to discuss countermeasures with you." Looking at Liang Ziqing and Oppo's face, Huang Chang asked in surprise, "Brother, who did this to you? Damn it. Is he deliberately trying to embarrass me?" Just as Liang Ziqing was about to explode, a 6-year-old Porsche Cayenne arrived. Song Wei had arrived. Song Wei was in even worse shape than the other two. His head was bandaged, his arm was in a sling, and he was limping, supported by 2 henchmen. "Easy, Boss Wei." "Huh?" ISN and Oppo's. Song Wei usually arrogant? Of the 3 small factions, Song Wei had the most men. He often showed off in front of the other two, repeatedly suggesting that Huang Chang and Liang Ziqing join him and become branch leaders. But they had refused, preferring to remain independent. They had heard about Song Wei and amp Oppo's attempt to cause trouble at the Qinjiao group, but they didn't and amp Oppo's expect him to be beaten so badly. Compared to Song Wei, they were much luckier. Song Wei had also come to discuss countermeasures with Liang Ziqing, but he didn't expect to find all 3 of them together. The 3 gang leaders, each beaten into a pulp, looked at each other and burst into laughter. Liang Ziqing invited his 2 fellow sufferers to the bar upstairs for drinks. "Brothers, cheers." The liquor splashed as they emptied their glasses. After finishing his drink, Song Wei slammed the table and roared, "Damn it, I can and amp Oppo's accept this. I and amp Oppo's he never been humiliated like this before." More than 200 of my men were forced to kneel on the ground. Now everyone in Jianghuai City knows about it. How am I, Song Wei, supposed to save face? If I find that kid, I'll kill him. Huang Chang and Liang Ziqing exchanged glances. Song Wei was puzzled. "What are you 2 doing?" "Don and Oppo's. You want revenge?" "Revenge? Of course we want revenge," they replied. Huang Chang said, "Boss Wei, you have more men. Ziqing and I will support you." "What do you mean?" Song Wei glared at Huang Chang. How can a dignified gang leader let it go after being stripped and tied to a concrete pillar? Ahem. Huang Chang was embarrassed again. Song Wei turned to Liang Ziqing. "You and amp Oppo's. You're not backing down, are you?" "ISN and amp Oppo's. That kid tough?" "I have a gun." Liang Ziqing remained silent, coughing a few times. "I see. You're both scared, aren't you?" Song Wei slammed the table and jumped up. "A bunch of cowards. Don't you dare say you know me." Liang Ziqing downed his drink. "Along, bring up that dagger." Along quickly ran downstairs and returned with the broken dagger. Despite being broken, it still gleamed with a cold, sharp edge. Both men could tell that the dagger was made of special steel with superior strength and toughness, making it difficult to break under normal circumstances. Song Wei asked ominously, "What do you mean?" Liang Ziqing dipped his middle finger in liquor and flicked it. He said slowly, he snapped it like this. "Do you think your shooting skills are good enough to kill him?" Huang Chang lowered his head, not daring to say a word. Someone clearly felt his legs trembling. Damn it. Not only could this guy casually lift a 300-pound stone pier, but he also has this kind of power? If that flick hit me, I'd be dead. He began to secretly rejoice that the man hadn't tried to kill him that day. Song Wei stared at the broken dagger in disbelief, sweat beading on his forehead. "Then, what do you think we should do? Are we just going to let this go?" "Ahem." Liang Ziqing coughed lightly. Fei was taken advantage of by them. "Surely, none of you would tolerate that. But have you considered this? He was just one person, yet he beat us to a pulp. Why is that?" Neither of them spoke. Liang Ziqing said, We're all in this line of work. We used to think we were hot stuff, right? Today, we've hit a brick wall. So, I've realized something. We're still very weak. So weak that he can crush us with a single finger. At the end of the day, we lack the power. Why do we get into this business? For money. Who really wants to risk their life? ISN and AMP. AMP? Oppos. Risking our lives just for a few bucks? Song Wei interrupted impatiently. Stop talking nonsense. What are you trying to say? Liang Zicheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. I've figured it out. If we want to continue in Jianghuai, we need a backer. We need power. So, I've decided to apologize and swear allegiance to Qin Mu as our boss tomorrow. What? Huang Chang thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. I'll go too. Song Wei Kuden and Amp. Oppos. T contain himself any longer. He slammed his glass on the ground and pointed at the two men. You bastards. Forget it, I and Amp. Oppos. LL go with you too. Chapter 21. The dominant Xinjiao on Monday morning, before Qin Mu had even begun his workday, he received a call from Lu Hong. I and Amp. Amp. Oppos. Am terribly sorry. I forgot to deliver the vegetables to you yesterday. Lu Hong, however, was in no mood for Qin Mu and Amp. Amp. Oppos. As playful banter. You need and Amp. Amp. Oppos. To go to pick up the president. Come to my office later. I have something to discuss with you. Lu Hong felt a pang of discomfort. She was quite reluctant to make this call to Qin Mu. How would she explain the situation to him? This was a direct order from the chairman, and although something felt amiss, Lu Hong hesitated to probe further. Lu Yaqing had merely instructed Lu Hong to issue Qin Mu 2 additional months and Oppos' salary without providing any context. From Lu Yaqing and Oppos' gaze, Lu Hong sensed a hint of helplessness. Life is indeed capricious. One day, they speak of promoting someone, and the next they dismiss them. What did this mean? Lu Hong felt incapable of providing a satisfactory explanation to Qin Mu. Although he often spoke with a smooth tongue, he was genuinely talented and a rare gem. Having him safeguard the Xinjiao group meant that at least the chairman's family could rest easy, free from immediate concerns. Lu Hong's mind was plagued with unease, especially considering the recent spate of incidents. Was and Amp, Oppos. The chairman actively recruiting bodyguards? Why would they want to dismiss one who was already in place? Qin Mu seemed to sense her unease. Something was off with Lu Hong and Amp, Oppos' mood this morning. Perhaps a relative had come to visit? The intricacies of a woman's emotions are often inscrutable, and Qin Mu chose not to dwell on it. Since he no longer needed to pick up Lu Yaqing, he decided to indulge in a bit more sleep. The dispatcher called to check in. Qin Gu, are you awake yet? Don and Oppos. Worry, just sleep in. I've got everything covered here. After hanging up, the dispatcher felt a surge of energy. This was a figure of great importance. They had to treat him well. Hadden and Amp, Oppos. Seen how the HR director and the president treated him with utmost respect? Who knew when he might ascend to a higher position? It was wise to curry favor early on. Just then, a large group of individuals appeared at the entrance of Xinjiao Group. The familiar ruffians, led by Song Wei, who was still nursing his injuries from Qin Mu and Amp. Oppos' earlier confrontation had returned. The security personnel panicked. This time, the number of visitors appeared even greater than before. Were they preparing for another assault on the Xinjiao Group? Several security guards bolted in the opposite direction, while the head of security grabbed the intercom to alert the chairman that a crisis was imminent. Chun Xinjiao had just arrived at the company with her daughter and had barely settled into her chair when her secretary burst in, flustered. This is bad, Chairman. Something terrible is about to happen. What's going on? Chun Xinjiao was quite displeased. The secretary, Xiao Jin, a woman in her 30s with striking glasses and a formidable presence, was usually composed. However, upon hearing that hundreds of people had gathered at the entrance, she became flustered. Her lovely face turned pale as she struggled to relay the information. Chun Xinjiao approached the window and saw a throng of at least 200 to 300 people gathered outside. Enraged, she declared, "How dare they come here? I refuse to believe the law is no longer in effect." Zhou Jin called the police. With that command, Chun Xinjiao stormed downstairs, her fury palpable. In the elevator, she encountered Lu Yaqing and Lu Hong. Upon learning of the situation, they prepared to take action. Concerned, Lu Yaqing urged, "Mom, You shoot into amp. Amp, oppos. T go down there. Let me handle it. Lu Hong promptly contacted Qin Mu, requesting him to come immediately. As soon as she hung up, Chun Qianjiao, her face flushed with anger, insisted. I want to see what they intend to do. The Qinjiao Group, valued at several hundred billion, was a major taxpayer in Zhonghuai. The idea of such a significant company being bullied by thugs was intolerable to Qin Qianjiao. She was determined to have the police apprehend a few of these miscreants to quell their audacity and deter future provocations at the gates of Qinjiao Group. When informed that Qin Mu was being contacted, Chun Qianjiao snapped, "No need. Secretary Zhou, prepare 2 million in cash immediately. Anyone who dares to stir trouble here will find themselves in prison for life." Indeed, Chun Qianjiao and Oppos, as commanding presence was undeniable. She was prepared to use wealth as a weapon against these reckless individuals. Lu Hong stared in disbelief at Lu Yaqing. Realizing the chairman held a deep-seated prejudice against Qin Mu, choosing to spend millions rather than owe him a favor, Lu Yaqing could only smile ruefully, following closely behind the chairman as they all made their way to the entrance of the company. "Chairman, President Lu," the head of security shouted upon seeing the chairman arrive. "Protect the chairman and the young lady." Chun Qianjiao, undeterred by her gender, boldly pushed past several security guards and strode towards Song Wei and his companions. "You wish to create a ruckus at Qinjiao Group? If you have the guts, then go ahead and smash something. I am making it clear today. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on Qinjiao Group, they will languish in prison for the rest of their lives." Her resolute words echoed powerfully, silencing the crowd that had gathered. "Cough, cough. Chairman, you misunderstand. We are here to apologize." Song Wei, with his arms still in a sling, smiled awkwardly as he attempted to explain. Yes, Chairman Chun, we are here to express our apologies." Liang Zicheng and Huang Chong chimed in, their expressions sheepish. "Apologize?" Chun Qianjiao was taken aback. Lu Yaqing and Lu Hong shared her bewilderment. The security team was equally perplexed, unable to comprehend why these previously menacing ruffians were now so submissive. Liang Zicheng continued to smile apologetically. "We were in the wrong before. After some heartfelt education from Qin Gu over the past few days, we've come to realize our mistakes. Today, we sincerely wish to apologize. We hope Chairman Chun and President Lu can forgive us." Could it be? This and amp, oppos, education and amp, oppos, from Qin Mu had such an influence? Observing the three individuals, who appeared battered and bruised, it began to dawn on the onlookers that perhaps Qin Mu and amp, oppos, as prowess was indeed formidable. Song Wei, raising his remaining functional hand, commanded, "What are you all standing around for? Get to work." "Yes, Brother Wei." The three small leaders brought along their entire entourage of over 300 subordinates, who swiftly dispersed to repair the damage inflicted during their last confrontation, fixing flower beds, street lights, the security office, and shattered windows. In no time, the entrance to Qinjiao Group was bustling with activity. As Song Wei and his cohorts offered cigarettes to the head of security, they smiled at Chun Qianjiao. "Chairman, we were wrong before. We were not human. Now we understand. And we hope you and President Lu can speak a few good words for us in front of Qingu." Chun Qianjiao stood there, stunned, glancing at her daughter and Lu Hong, who were equally perplexed. Secretary Zhou Jin rushed up, breathless. "Chairman, should we still call the police?" Chun Qianjiao waved her hand dismissively. "No need. Everyone, return to your posts. There is nothing to worry about." She then turned to her daughter and Lu Hong. "Come with me for a moment." Chapter 22. Hu Guisun seeks justice. Chairman. The two followed Chun Qianjiao into the office. With her arms crossed, Chun Qianjiao gazed out the window, observing the group of ruffians diligently repairing the damaged items. She felt a wave of unease. Who exactly was Qin Mu? Lu Hong looked at Lu Yaqing, hesitated for a moment, and said, "He's a friend of mine. Chairman, he is quite a decent person. The company is in need of talent right now. Could we possibly keep him?" Chun Qianjiao shifted her gaze to her daughter. "What do you think? He is indeed a good person," Lu Yaqing affirmed. Chun Qianjiao furrowed her brows, deep in thought. However, no one could discern what was truly on her mind as the two waited silently for her decision. Qin Mu's fate rested entirely on her words. Despite their myriad questions, neither dared to inquire further. After a long pause, Chen Qianjiao finally said, "Then let us keep him by your side for the time being, but do not allow him to come to our home." Despite this, both women felt a sense of relief. Exiting the chairman's office, they shared a tacit understanding, choosing not to broach the subject again. Song Wei and his companions had repaired the damaged items, replaced doors and windows, and cleaned up before leaving. They even sent a message through the head of security, assuring that they would compensate for the economic losses they had caused and hoped that General Manager Lu would speak well of them in front of Brother Qin. Lu Yaqing was utterly perplexed. What means did Qin Mu possess to command the loyalty of these thugs? Just as she contemplated calling Lu Hong to summon Qin Mu for clarity, 3 luxury cars brazenly stormed through the company gates, parking unreasonably at the entrance of the administrative building. They effectively blocked the entrance, disregarding any concern for others wishing to enter or exit. The central vehicle was an Audi A8, a 12-cylinder engine, top tier, with the license plate Jiang A68888. In Jianghua, many recognized it as one of the vehicles belonging to Hu Guisun, the chairman of the Hu Group. Hu Guisun, in his 50s, was a leading figure in the Donghua apparel industry. He had single-handedly established the Hu Group, valued at over 600 billion, far surpassing the Qinjiao Group. In recent years, Hu Guisun had advocated for a merger of the two major enterprises, fundamentally transforming the apparel industry. He had frequently visited the Qinjiao Group, and everyone was aware of the cordial relationship between the two companies. However, today, Hu Guisun and Appo's expression was anything but pleasant. His typically rugged face had grown exceedingly grim. He parked directly at the entrance of the administrative building, clearly irate. As he exited the vehicle, his face darkened, as though the entire world owed him a debt. The security personnel, upon seeing this, dared not utter a word. Hu Guisun, accompanied by his bodyguards, strode directly into Chen Qianjiao and Appo's office. The chairman's secretary, Zhou Jin, could not stop him. Upon entering, Hu Guisun burst out, "Chen Qianjiao, what do you mean by this? In what way has the Hu family wronged you? If you don't clarify this issue today, don't blame me for being ruthless." Chen Qianjiao, who was on the phone, was momentarily taken aback by Hu Guisun's furious visage. "Mr. Hu, what is this about? Zhou, bring some tea." Given the cooperative relationship between the two families, Chen Qianjiao quickly signaled her secretary to serve tea. However, Hu Guisun swatted the teacup away, exclaiming, "Spare me the niceties. Chen Qianjiao, why did you have Hu Qianyu beaten so badly? What has he done to offend you? I, Hu Guisun, am a respected figure. How can you show me such disregard? Does Hu Qianyu's affection for Lu Yaqing constitute a fault? If it weren't an amp, Appo's, tea for our family's alliance, I wouldn't care about the so-called Jianghuai's #1 beauty." Chen Qianjiao, bewildered, inquired, "Mr. Hu, please calm down. What exactly happened? Who harmed Tianyu? Stop playing dumb. I'm telling you, if we don't resolve this issue today, I will sever ties with the Qinjiao Group. Any consequences will be borne solely by your company." Just as Chen Qianjiao was about to explain, Hu Guisun abruptly declared, "Now I present you with 2 choices. Either arrange for Lu Yaqing to marry Tianyu, or our collaboration ends here. From now on, we shall go our separate ways. And don't expect any assistance from the Hu family in the future." Hu Guisun, filled with resentment, offered no opportunity for explanation. Chen Qianjiao remained in the dark, realizing that her only option was to wait for Hu Guisun to exhaust his anger before sitting down for a proper discussion. Yet, Hu Guisun's harsh words weighed heavily on her, leaving her deeply frustrated. Given Hu Guisun and Appo's current status having long been enveloped in an environment of privilege, it was no surprise that he bore an air of arrogance, which Chen Qianjiao could comprehend. However, she was unwilling to bet her daughter's future on an alliance by marrying Lu Yaqing to Hu Qianyu. Cooperation was one matter. The marriage of their children was another. Furthermore, everyone knew Hu Tianyu's true character. It was clear to all. In Chen Qianjiao's view, he was a facade of beauty, lacking substance within. A person of poor character could never achieve greatness. If it meant sacrificing her daughter's life for this, Chen Qianjiao would prefer to forego collaboration altogether. Hu Guisun was in a foul mood today, adopting an imperious tone as he confronted Qin Qianjiao. Perhaps in his mind, the success of the Qianjiao group was entirely attributable to the Hu Group's support. Without Hu Guisan's endorsement, could Qin Qianjiao have built her enterprise into a formidable force? Now, with his son pursuing her daughter, not only did she refuse, but she had allowed him to be beaten in such a manner. Hu Guisan could hardly swallow this indignity. Thus, he felt compelled to pressure Qin Qianjiao into agreeing to the union of their children. After venting his frustrations, Hu Guisan pointedly stated, "You don't need to say anything else. Bring Lu Yaqing to me. I want to ask her directly what she means by this. Does she not regard her elders? And that driver, what gives him the right to lay a hand on Tianyu? If I don't break his bones today, it will all be for naught." Qin Qianjiao seemed to grasp the situation. Hu Tianyu had indeed been attacked, and it was by Lu Yaqing's driver. No wonder Hu Guisan was so furious. It was well known in Jianghuai that Hu Guisan was notoriously indulgent towards his son. Harming him was akin to desecrating his ancestral grave. If this were true, it would spell significant trouble. "Lu Yaqing, come here." Qin Qianjiao promptly dialed the executive office. After the call, she turned to Hu Guisan with a conciliatory demeanor. "Mr. Hu, please don't let your anger cloud your judgment. Let us clarify things when Yaqing arrives. I have been away from the company for the past few days, and I was genuinely unaware of the situation. If it is indeed Yaqing's fault, I will ensure she apologizes to you." Hu Guisan was having none of it, waving his hand dismissively. "Don't give me this insincerity. Right now, I want a straightforward answer. Is Lu Yaqing marrying or not?" "Mr. Hu, you're being a bit unreasonable. Matters of marriage should be decided by the individuals involved. How can parents dictate such things?" Qin Qianjiao began, but Hu Guisan interrupted her. "So you're saying you and T agree? And what about Tianyu's beating?" Hu Guisan crossed his legs, exuding an air of superiority and intimidation. His words were crystal clear. If Qin Qianjiao did not acquiesce, there would be a fallout. Should she agree, all grievances could be forgotten. The choice was stark: either concede or face a rupture in their relationship. Hu Guisan's cold gaze scrutinized the still alluring Qin Qianjiao, who remained captivating even past 40. Perhaps in his heart, he harbored even more unscrupulous intentions. Chapter 23. How can this be? Qin Mu sauntered into the office, his demeanor languid. Moments ago, Lu Hong had called him to discuss the situation. Upon seeing the freshly renovated entrance of the company, Qin Mu nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that these ruffians had some sense, recognizing their mistakes and choosing to amend them, a commendable quality indeed. With this flicker of insight, Qin Mu resolved to refrain from causing them further trouble. After abandoning his Land Rover in the parking lot, he arrived at the administrative building only to be taken aback. What was the meaning of this? Who lacked the courtesy to park right at the entrance? Was their vision obscured? It was the most basic etiquette not to block someone else into Oppo's entrance when conducting business. Clearly, this individual had never attended kindergarten. Casting a glance at the license plate, Jiang A68888, he observed that the two vehicles flanking it were equally ostentatious, each worth over $1 million. This display far surpassed that of Qin Qianjiao. A security guard approached, offering a cigarette. "Qingge, it an amp, Oppo's. S9 you want a pack for the Jinbai Sha," he said. Qin Mu accepted it without hesitation, lighting it and inhaling deeply. "Whose vehicle is this?" "That's the car of the chairman of Hu's group. They are likely here to negotiate business," the guard replied, unsure of the specifics. The Hu family frequented Qianjiao group, so the security typically did not intervene. Whose group? Wasn't he that the company belonging to Hu Tianyu? It was no wonder they exhibited such poor manners. Perhaps due to Hu Tianyu and Oppo's influence. Qin Mu sensed an air of arrogance emanating from them. 3 drivers had opened the sunroof, reclining their seats and resting their feet on the windshield while smoking. Qin Mu approached and rapped on the car door. "Could you please move your vehicle? You and Oppo's, re-blocking the entrance." One driver glanced at him dismissively. Their haughty demeanor was infuriating. Such arrogance from a mere driver. What kind of people are these from Hu and Oppo's group? Qin Mu thought, irritation bubbling within him. "Excuse me, but could you move the car? It's blocking the entrance." The driver of the first vehicle removed his sunglasses. "Apologies, but the car is out of fuel. Perhaps you could help us push it?" Several security guards rushed over, eager to assist. "Let us push it together." Qin Mu shot them a disdainful look. "Have you lost your minds? Can't you see they're deliberately making it difficult? Show some self-respect." Unperturbed, he withdrew a lighter from his pocket and approached the fuel tank, igniting the lighter and preparing to unscrew the cap. "Out of fuel, huh? Let us see about that." The driver, upon witnessing this, leapt up in alarm. Hey, don't do anything reckless. I still value my life." The three drivers scrambled to start their vehicle and hastily departed. In the parking lot, they remained visibly shaken, wiping sweat from their brows. "That was close. That kid almost set us ablaze." Qin Mu extinguished the lighter, scoffing dismissively as he turned to enter the elevator. In the Human Resources Director and Oppo's office, Lu Hong was engrossed in organizing documents when Qin Mu silently approached. "Wow, is that Li Bai?" he exclaimed, his eyes widening and throat involuntarily swallowing. Lu Hong was oblivious to his presence until she reached up to smooth her hair and suddenly noticed him standing at the doorway. "What are you doing? Sneaking up like a ghost?" she exclaimed, startled, her heart racing as she scolded him. "You nearly scared me to death." Qin Mu chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "Sorry, I got a bit mesmerized." "Mesmerized by what?" "By your own foolishness," Lu Hong retorted, her annoyance barely concealing a hint of charm, as if she were playfully teasing a boyfriend. To his surprise, she refrained from reprimanding him. Perhaps the chairman's willingness to keep Qin Mu on staff had put her in a good mood as she waved the personnel transfer document in her hand. "Your transfer has been approved. No more working in logistics. From now on, you will serve as the president's bodyguard and driver." Qin Mu gazed intently at Lu Hong, sensing an indescribable allure in her every gesture. Perhaps this was what they referred to as femininity. The notion that men were driven by base desires began to occupy his mind. After Lu Hong and Oppo's announcement, she noticed Qin Mu's prolonged silence and his dazed expression. Annoyed, she tapped his head lightly. "Are you even listening to me?" "Yes, I understand. I'm just the driver and bodyguard for the president," he replied absent-mindedly. Lu Hong raised an eyebrow, perplexed. Is he really not going to mention a salary increase? Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, she waved the transfer document dismissively. "Go on, go somewhere cool." Yet Qin Mu stood firm, his gaze fixed on Lu Hong, sending a shiver down her spine. What do you want?" "Lu, may I hug you?" A flush crept onto Lu Hong's face, her heart racing. This rogue. Qin Mu's strong arms encircled her alluring figure. Before she could react, he planted a kiss on her. At that moment, her mind went blank. Wasn't it just supposed to be a hug? Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "I've already made a promise to you. When will you promise me?" Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed in the corridor, drawing near. Lu Hong, panicking, pushed Qin Mu away. "Quick, let go. Someone in amp. Oppo's coming." Instead of retreating, Qin Mu tightened his embrace. A mischievous grin plastered on his face as he fixed his gaze on Lu Hong's flushed cheeks. "If you don't agree, I'll kiss you again." As the footsteps grew closer, Lu Hong, on the verge of tears, stammered, "What do you want me to agree to?" "Come on, just say you'll be my girlfriend," he teased. Her face reddened further. "I can't. It's too sudden. Can I have a little more time? Then, how about dinner tonight? Don't forget, this is your debt to me." Qin Mu relented a little. Biting her lip, Lu Hong nodded vigorously. Okay. She just wished Qin Mu would release her before anyone saw them. Lu Zong, someone's coming in. At the opportune moment, Qin Mu let go of Lu Hong and sat down on the opposite sofa, acting as if nothing had transpired. Lu Hong, visibly embarrassed, shot him a resentful glare before awkwardly asking, "What is going on?" "Hugui-san is causing a disturbance in the chairman's office. You should go check out." "Hugui-san? Why would he create a ruckus in the chairman and amp Oppo's office?" Lu Hong, not daring to linger, shouted at Qin Mu, "Let us go see." If Qin Mu had merely been a driver before, lacking the authority to intervene, now, as the president and amp Oppo's dedicated driver and bodyguard, he could not simply stand by while someone caused chaos in the chairman and Oppo's office, especially after witnessing the driver's earlier arrogance. As they reached the 15th floor, the sound of a middle-aged man's furious voice echoed from the chairman and amp Oppo's office. "Chun Xianjiao, Do not forget who elevated you to your current status. I can uplift you, but I can also bring you down. You, a widow cast out by the Lu family, what capital do you possess? Do you believe I want to expose your sordid affairs, leaving you with no face in Jianghuai? You, Qin Qianjiao's complexion turned pale, her body trembling in anger before she fainted. Mom. Lu Yaqing rushed over to support Qin Qianjiao as the situation unfolded. Chairman, Lu Hong and Qin Mu entered hastily, assisting Qin Qianjiao into a chair. Hu Guisan scoffed, preparing to leave when Qin Mu stood up and commanded, "Stop right there." Chapter 24. Your son was also struck by me in the Qianjiao group. It was indeed a surprise for Hu Guisan to encounter someone daring enough to speak to him in such a loud manner. He turned to scrutinize Qin Mu, whose arrogance and disdainful demeanor reflected whose own lack of character. It is a misconception to assume that every wealthy individual possesses refinement. Those like Hu Guisan, who have lived in luxury and basked in glory, are often the most prone to arrogance and contempt. As a titan in the Donghua apparel industry, a renowned entrepreneur in Jianghuai, a representative of the people, with a fortune in the hundreds of billions, he commanded a degree of respect from the authorities. Though not on par with the ultra-rich, he was certainly a figure of significance in Jianghuai. For years, he had coveted Qin Qianjiao and Appo's beauty, but had been consistently rebuffed, employing various strategies, even suggesting a partnership between their two conglomerates to intertwine their interests. Yet, Qin Qianjiao remained obstinately unyielding, refusing to grant him any favor. In desperation, he proposed a marital alliance between their families, claiming it would better unify the two leading apparel giants. To his dismay, his own son had failed in his pursuit of Lu Yaqing and had even returned home battered. Witnessing his son in such a pitiful state ignited a mix of humiliation and rage within Hu Guisan, prompting him to storm into the Qianjiao group seeking retribution. In his mind, Hu Guisan pondered, "After all these years of assisting you, can you not grant me even a modicum of favor? Since it seems I can gain nothing, it is better to sever ties and lay bare the animosity." At over 40, with the youthful visage of a woman in her late 30s and a figure that exuded the allure of a mature woman, Qin Qianjiao embodied an irresistible charm that could captivate any man. Did he truly believe Hu Guisan was a mere fool? With the mask of civility stripped away, Hu Guisan was determined not to show mercy. When he witnessed Qin Qianjiao faint from distress, he merely snorted in derision. The real spectacle had only just begun. One day, he would ensure that Qin Qianjiao would come to him, begging for his assistance. In Hu Guisan's eyes, the Qianjiao group was not an entity that could challenge him. This young man thinks he can show off? Hu Guisan sneered. Very well, I shall make an example of you today. It was time for Qin Qianjiao to witness the prowess of his bodyguards and observe how her employees would be trampled by them. Although he could not directly harm Qin Qianjiao, this would surely be a blow to her pride. He wished to demonstrate that without Hu Guisan, the Qianjiao group was but a feeble entity, a target for the unscrupulous. This thought exhilarated Hu Guisan, a mocking smile adorning his face as he arrogantly questioned, "Where are you? What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner?" Qin Mu observed Hu Guisan and Appo's expression, noting that his demeanor resembled that of a common thug on the streets. At best, he was merely a more polished version of a hoodlum, his identity cloaked in the trappings of wealth. A truly cultured individual would never behave so brazenly within another's company. Scanning the four equally arrogant bodyguards surrounding Hu Guisan, Qin Mu stated solemnly, "Listen well, I am the driver for the Qianjiao group." "A driver? Ha ha ha." Hu Guisan erupted in laughter. Indeed, the Qianjiao group must be in dire need of men if they have resorted to sending a driver to confront me. What can a driver do? Can he protect Qin Qianjiao? Unperturbed by the mockery, Qin Mu replied coolly, "Indeed, I am merely a driver, yet I am also an employee of the Qianjiao group. It is the duty of every employee to care for the company, especially one like myself, who considers the company as home and takes pride in it. I cherish the Qianjiao group, the chairwoman, President Lu, Director Lu, and every individual within the organization. But enough of this chatter. What exactly do you intend to do?" Hu Guisan had no time for further dialogue. He was eager to have his bodyguards teach this insolent driver a lesson. The mention of love for the chairwoman and the directors made Lu Hong blush deeply, aware that some of Qin Mu's words held an undeniable truth. Just moments ago, he had intended to express his affection for her, and the memory of his earlier actions in her office ignited a flush of heat within her. Qin Mu continued earnestly, "What do I intend? You have been disrespectful to our chairwoman, shouting and causing a ruckus in the company. Therefore, I plan to slap your face." "Slap my face?" Hu Guisan could hardly contain his laughter, incredulous at the audacity of this buffoon. Did he not realize that Hu Guisan was seeking a reason to punish him? It seemed that a reason was no longer necessary. "Very well. I shall make an example of you." He signaled to one of his foremost bodyguards, who approached Qin Mu with a commanding presence. From behind, Hu Guisan and Amp, Oppos, S voice dripped with mockery. "Be gentle, Don and Amp. Oppos, kill him." "Understood, Chairman. I will be careful." The arrogant bodyguard and Amp, Oppos, S words were cut short as Qin Mu swiftly delivered a powerful kick. "Ah!" The bodyguard doubled over in pain, clutching his groin, his expression shifting from red to pale as beads of sweat formed on his brow. Hu Guisan and Amp, Oppos, S countenance darkened, clearly displeased. "Damn it, you little brat. You resorted to underhanded tactics." Fury ignited within the second bodyguard. "This is outrageous. Who does he think he is?" With a mighty swing, the bodyguard aimed a punch at Qin Mu and Oppos' face. Hu Guisan and Oppos' bodyguards were all highly trained professionals. Typically, a dozen ordinary individuals would not dare approach them. With the force of 100 kilograms behind it, this punch could easily maim Qin Mu, potentially leading to severe consequences. A cruel glint flickered in Hu Guisan and Oppos' eyes. He relished the thought of such a scene. If the driver were to be killed or severely injured, he could simply pay a sum of money and dismiss it as an unfortunate incident. Just as the fist was about to connect with Qin Mu's face, he unexpectedly leaned back, as if startled by the approaching blow. The bodyguard's expression turned to one of mockery. In that instant, as he fell backward, Qin Mu instinctively propelled his right leg upward, striking the bodyguard squarely between the legs. "Ah!" The second bodyguard crumpled, mimicking the posture of his predecessor, leaving Hu Guisan's face a mask of fury. How could this man, who appeared frightened by his bodyguard's punch, have managed to strike him in the same vulnerable spot? Could it be that he was merely pretending, or perhaps he was a skilled fighter after all? Impossible. How could a master be reduced to the status of a mere driver unless he were deranged? Hu Guisan shot a fierce glance at the remaining two bodyguards, who simultaneously lunged at Qin Mu. "I refuse to believe you can escape and scathe a third time." The two towering bodyguards, both over 6 feet tall, exchanged glances and decisively attacked. "I'll kick." Qin Mu feigned a kick to the groin, prompting both bodyguards to instinctively shield themselves, clamping their legs together. Noses. In a swift combination, Qin Mu unleashed a flurry of punches aimed at their noses. The speed was so rapid that they were forced to defend themselves once more. However, Qin Mu feigned 2 punches and, with lightning speed, delivered another kick toward their groin. Ugh! Once again, both bodyguards fell to the ground in agony. Hu Guisan was on the brink of madness. Just as he prepared to roar in fury, a series of loud slaps echoed in the air. In an instant, a blinding flash preceded 2 resounding slaps that echoed through the office of Chen Qianjiao, plunging the room into an oppressive silence. Particularly for Hu Guisan, disbelief washed over him. He covered his swollen face, rendered momentarily speechless as he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. Meanwhile, Qin Mu nonchalantly remarked, "I regret to inform you of an unfortunate piece of news. Your son was also on the receiving end of my hand." Chapter 25. Chen Qianjiao and Oppos' gratitude. Hu Guisan was struck, blood oozing from his mouth, as the onlookers stared in shock at his grotesquely contorted features. Even Chen Qianjiao was momentarily transfixed, her gaze fixed on Qin Mu. This man was audacious. After delivering the blow, he taunted Hu Guisan, exclaiming, "I also struck your son." This statement pierced Hu Guisan's heart like a dagger. He had come to demand an explanation for his son, but found himself on the receiving end of violence. Even the 4 bodyguards he relied upon lay crumpled on the ground, in excruciating pain. Hu Guisan's face shifted from green to white in fury. He shot a venomous glare at Chen Qianjiao, who had just regained her composure, and hissed, "Very well, Chen Qianjiao, just you wait." With that, he departed, his swollen face obscured by shame. The four bodyguards followed behind, bent over and clutching their bodies, utterly disheveled and cautious in their steps, fearing further humiliation. It was not entirely their fault. Qin Mu and Appo's speed was remarkable. Given their abilities, they were unworthy even to carry Qin Mu and Appo's shoes. If he wished to toy with them, it would be akin to a cat playing with mice. As the five men exited, Lu Hong hurriedly fetched a glass of water for Chen Qianjiao. "Chairwoman, how are you feeling?" Chen Qianjiao and Appo's expression was grim, but she waved her hand dismissively. "I'm fine. You all go about your business." Lu Yaqing, concerned for her well-being, urged, "Mom, why don't an Appo's you rest for a while? Leave the company matters to me." Chen Qianjiao hesitated but nodded. However, as she stood, she swayed and fell back down. "Chairwoman, Mom." The three young women were in a frenzy, and Secretary Zhou Jin exclaimed anxiously, "I and Appo's, call a doctor." As Qin Mu approached, they all turned to him. Lu Hong, filled with concern, exclaimed, "Qin Mu." He smiled slightly and took Chen Qianjiao and Appo's pulse. Despite being in her 40s, her skin was remarkably youthful, reminiscent of a young maiden, which explained why she attracted attention. Even Qin Mu found himself questioning her secrets to maintaining such beauty. How could anyone preserve their allure to this extent? Observing her exquisite features, he noted each contour was breathtakingly beautiful. Even at her current age, her charm had not diminished. Particularly, her bosom, which must surely be at least a size F, perhaps even Lu Hong would be overshadowed by her. Though Qin Mu admired Chen Qianjiao and Appo's beauty, he held no illusions about women of her age. After assessing her pulse, his expression turned serious. "Qin Mu, how is the chairwoman?" Lu Hong inquired anxiously. Lu Yaqing's usual aloof demeanor faded, her beautiful eyes fixated on Qin Mu's furrowed brow. After a moment, Qin Mu replied, "The chairwoman has been under prolonged stress and emotional strain, leading to hormonal imbalances within her body. The recent distress has caused her to faint. What should we do?" The three women, upon hearing the diagnosis, instinctively turned their hopes toward Qin Mu. Qin Mu released Chen Qianjiao and Appo's hand and scratched his head awkwardly. "Actually, it's not as severe as you all think. If we can find someone knowledgeable in medicine to administer a comprehensive massage, her symptoms will likely improve swiftly." "Then what are you waiting for? You must help the chairwoman." Lu Hong blurted out in urgency. That might not be appropriate." Qin Mu felt embarrassed, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Chen Qianjiao and Appo's alluring figure, making the situation even more awkward. Lu Yaqing seemed to grasp the underlying tension. Even if Qin Mu were capable of such a massage, her mother would likely refuse. "Perhaps we should take her to the hospital," she suggested. "You should assist the chairwoman into the lounge. I will provide her with some preliminary treatment before we head to the hospital," Qin Mu asserted. "Understood." The three women wasted no time, quickly helping Chen Qianjiao into the lounge. Once there, they seated her on the bed, and Qin Mu placed one hand gently on her back, channeling his energy into her. The Ren and Du meridians are the primary channels in the human body. The Ren meridian governs blood, while the Du meridian governs qi. When these two pathways are clear, all 8 extraordinary meridians are also open, enhancing one and Appo's constitution, strengthening bones, and promoting circulation. The comprehensive massage Qin Mu had mentioned would require her to be unclothed for efficacy, so he could only provide her with a brief treatment. Chen Qianjiao soon regained consciousness, and the three young women surrounded her, anxiously asking, "Chairwoman, how do you feel?" "Mom, it was Qin Mu and Appo's energy that saved you," Lu Yaqing said softly. Chen Qianjiao realized she was seated on the bed, with a man's hand resting on her back, a warm current flowing through her body. Qin Mu withdrew his energy, advising, "Chairwoman, you should rest for a while. You should be fine for now. I will step out for a moment." As a man, he felt it necessary to withdraw. To his surprise, he sensed an unusual chill within Chen Qianjiao's body. Lu Yaqing cast a grateful glance at him. "Thank you for your efforts. After exiting the chairwoman and Oppo's office, Qin Mu found a place to smoke, pondering the peculiar coldness he sensed within her. Chen Qinjiao, still preoccupied with company affairs, told her daughter, Don and Oppo's, "To hover around me. I and Oppo's am fine. You must remain vigilant against Hu Guisan and Oppo's schemes. Despite his facade of benevolence, he harbors a cunning nature. After being humiliated today, he will not take it lightly, particularly regarding the marketing department." "I understand, Mom. I will check on things immediately," Lu Yaqing replied, aware that her mother and aunt, Oppo's thoughts were solely fixated on work, and she hurried back to her office. Chen Qianjiao instructed Lu Hong, "How much are you paying Qin Mu?" Lu Hong answered honestly, "Chairwoman, it was previously 4,000. It has now been adjusted to 10,000. Chen Qianjiao's expression grew serious. "Increase his salary by another 10,000. 20,000 a month, plus year-end bonuses, will amount to over 300,000 annually. Certainly a respectable salary." Lu Hong nodded solemnly. "I will make the adjustment immediately." Unbeknownst to Qin Mu, after delivering 2 slaps to Hu Guisan, his salary had soared from 4,000 to 20,000. Had he known, he would have struck Hu Guisan even more. Clearly, Chen Qianjiao recognized something. A single Qin Mu was equivalent to 4 of Hu Guisan and Oppo's as bodyguards. If it were not for his superior skills, how could he repeatedly defeat them with the same tactic? Hu Guisan and Oppo's bodyguard were no pushovers. They were reportedly hired at a steep price. Yet, not a single one managed to last around against Qin Mu. Such talent, earning 20,000 a month, was woefully insufficient. Had she not been constrained by her own reservations, Chen Qianjiao would have ensured Qin Mu was well compensated. In the marketing department, the 27-year-old beauty, Shen Weiniing, received a phone call, her expression shifting dramatically as she engaged in a heated debate with the caller. Furious, she rushed toward the president and Oppo's office. "This is dire. A dozen containers are being returned. Our overseas client has suddenly issued an urgent notice, refusing to accept this batch of garments from Qinjiao Group. This overseas order involved a staggering trade amount exceeding 100 million. If the order were canceled, the losses for Qinjiao Group would be incalculable." Shen Weiniing, the marketing director and one of Chen Qinjiao and Oppo's most capable assistants, had dedicated 6 years to building an elite team for the company. At nearly 30 and still unmarried, she had made indelible contributions to the growth of Qinjiao Group. Receiving this alarming call rendered her distraught, and she hurried to report to the president. Chapter 26. A painful collision with the president earlier, Chen Qianjiao had cautioned against the treachery of underhanded individuals. Lu Yaqing could hardly have anticipated that trouble would arrive so swiftly. With a dozen containers involved, representing an order worth over 100 million, how could one simply retract such commitment? Just yesterday, communications had gone smoothly. Today, however, the situation had flipped dramatically. Lu Yaqing found it perplexing, pondering whether Hu Guisan was truly behind this upheaval, for his influence seemed excessively potent. According to the usual protocol, the client was not due to arrive for an inspection until tomorrow, with loading set to occur within 10 days following the inspection. Currently, the workshop was in a frenzy, laboring overtime, extending from the standard 8-hour workday to a grueling 14 hours. Workers had toiled for months to meet this delivery. It was inconceivable to simply cancel the order. After receiving a report from Shen Weiniing, Lu Yaqing felt a growing sense of dread. Did they understand the true reasons for the retraction? Shen Weiniing shook her head. The adage of knowing both oneself and one's adversary to achieve victory in every battle rang true. Yet, without clarity on the opponent and Oppo's as fundamental motives, how could they mount a defense? One thing puzzled Lu Yaqing. The client was an established partner with whom they had collaborated for years. How could they so abruptly change course? There must be an underlying issue. If the client were genuinely seeking to create trouble, they could fabricate any pretext to ensnare them in a dilemma. But Lu Yaqing was unwilling to concede defeat. Fuming, Shen Weiniing clenched her fists. Throughout her career, she had encountered numerous challenges, but none as grave as this. "Let us not act in haste. Let us remain calm and investigate the cause," Lu Yaqing advised. Despite her youth, demonstrating remarkable leadership qualities. Having been immersed in this industry alongside her mother for many years, she understood that urgency would not resolve anything. Please find out where Mr. Ayler is, she instructed. Understood, Shun Wanying replied, gathering her folder as she left in a huff. The marketing department was divided into domestic and international sectors, with Shun Wanying overseeing the entire marketing division, reporting directly to Lu Yaqing. Qinjiao Group exported 70% of its apparel, catering to the high-end international market. Thus, the international division was further segmented into various regional teams, with the current issue stemming from the largest European order. Mr. Ayler was the proprietor of this order, and he visited Donghua 5 or 6 times a year, typically every 2 to 3 months. Only by contacting Mr. Ayler could they uncover the truth behind the order's cancellation. Lu Yaqing and Shun Wanying resolved to withhold this matter from the chairman for the time being, both striving to reach Mr. Ayler with utmost urgency. Meanwhile, Qin Mu was summoned to the office by Lu Hong. Dressed in a tailored professional suit from Qinjiao Group, the outfit accentuated Lu Hong and Oppo's exquisite figure flawlessly. To prevent another instance of Qin Mu and Oppo's wandering gaze, she sat upright, carefully ensuring her appearance was impeccable before allowing herself to relax. Unbeknownst to her, the fitted attire had already betrayed her silhouette. Upon entering, Qin Mu maintained his usual carefree demeanor, his eyes audaciously surveying Lu Hong and Oppo's form. Frustration simmered within her, yet she felt powerless to change the situation. The moment she recalled Qin Mu's troubled expression, she began to suspect that his demeanor was merely a ruse. Let him look. It won't cost me anything, she thought. After shooting him a fierce glare, she stated, I have news. The chairman has given you a raise. Oh, Qin Mu seemed indifferent to the concept of a salary increase. Many would leap for joy upon hearing such news, or at least express their gratitude. But he merely responded with a casual acknowledgement. Your monthly salary is 20,000. With a year-end bonus, it should amount to around 300,000. Lu Hong felt compelled to provide the exact figures. 300,000? That's quite generous. He mused before inquiring, have you paid off your mortgage? If not, I'll have my salary card under your name, and you can give me a few hundred for pocket money each month. Lu Hong's expression soured. Qin Mu, can you be serious for once? He chuckled, what's wrong? Isn't that how relationships work? The woman manages the finances and gives the man a monthly allowance. Who said we're in a relationship? Lu Hong retorted, stomping her foot in frustration. Are you that starved for affection? You treat every woman as your girlfriend. Not at all. I typically rescue only the older single women, he replied, smirking. Who has sold? If it weren't for his impressive strength, Lu Hong would have been tempted to slap him. All right. You go ahead and work. I just wanted to inform you that your new task is to accompany the president at all times. Understood. Qin Mu stood up, and instinctively, Lu Hong stepped back, fearing he might make another inappropriate advance. Suddenly, Qin Mu's phone rang. As he answered and walked out, Lu Hong exhaled in relief. In the corridor, Qin Mu spoke on the phone. What? You need more money? I told you to drink less and chase fewer women. Is this your way of getting me to earn money for you? All right, this is the last time. Oh, I'm dating someone now. Lu Hong, with the generous curves? He added nonchalantly. Lu Hong was on the brink of insanity. He had the audacity to comment on her figure. Qin Mu, get over here, she yelled, chasing him with a feather duster, losing all semblance of decorum. As Qin Mu turned to flee, he collided with someone. The soft body he crashed into nearly sent him tumbling, but he instinctively caught her, preventing her from falling. President, what brings you here? He stammered, feeling utterly awkward. Had he just touched? Lu Hong, startled, widened her eyes as Lu Yaqing emerged from the elevator. Without time to evade, she found herself in Qin Mu's embrace, her cheeks flushing as she momentarily forgot her pain. For the first time, Qin Mu gazed closely at Lu Yaqing, captivated by her natural fragrance. As the most beautiful woman in Jianghuai, Lu Yaqing possessed not only breathtaking features, but also an unparalleled aura. Enveloped in her presence, Qin Mu found it difficult to breathe. Their eyes met, and under the intensity of Qin Mu and Oppo's gaze, Lu Yaqing averted her eyes, gently exclaiming, You hurt me. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to in Lu Yaqing's presence. Qin Mu abandoned his usual carefree attitude, becoming awkward and bashful. Releasing Lu Yaqing, he scratched his head in embarrassment. I was too careless. Lu Yaqing, equally flustered, quickly turned to Lu Hong. Sister Lu, can you arrange for Qin Mu to accompany me outside? Lu Hong, observing their expressions, took a moment to register the request before responding. Oh. Chapter 27. The Conspiracy of Hu Guisan. It is perhaps due to Qin Mu's remarkable performance during this period that Lu Yaqing, in his presence, exhibits none of the aloofness that others perceive in her, and instead displays a newfound respect. Such aloofness is merely a result of insufficient status, akin to how all goddesses appear lofty and unattainable to those of lesser means. They can only worship from a distance, yearning for this rare luxury. To the ordinary employees, Lu Yaqing truly embodies the essence of a regal queen. The mere thought of inadvertently colliding with the CEO sends shivers down their spines, let alone the idea of such an intimate embrace. Yet, contrary to expectations, Lu Yaqing does not erupt in fury. She maintains her composure, displaying a demeanor so remarkable that even Lu Hong cannot help but be astonished. As a CEO, Qin Mu serves as her dedicated driver and bodyguard. She requires no formalities with Lu Hong. However, Lu Hong notices a fleeting moment of embarrassment on Lu Yaqing and Appo's face and quickly instructs Qin Mu, please prepare the car and bring it to the entrance for the CEO. Understood. Qin Mu replies, eager to leave the scene. He feels somewhat guilty, as he may have inadvertently collided with her inappropriately. Having taken such an advantage, he hastens to depart. Emerging from the parking lot is a champagne-colored Maserati, its air conditioning on, as Qin Mu stands by the vehicle awaiting Lu Yaqing. Moments later, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a custom-tailored outfit from Qinjiao Group emerges from the elevator alongside Lu Yaqing. Engaged in animated discussion, they swiftly approach the car, opening the door and taking their seats. Qin Mu recognizes this woman. She is Shen Weiniang, the marketing director and one of the top 10 beauties of Qinjiao Group. A skilled professional at merely 27 or 28 years of age, her physique and appearance bear a striking resemblance to Zhang Xinyu, standing at 170 centimeters. A true paragon of beauty. Within the confines of the same vehicle sit two breathtaking women, each more stunning than the last, compelling Qin Mu to steal a few glances. Utilizing the rearview mirror, he notices their serious expressions, suggesting that something significant has transpired. He also observes Lu Yaqing absently brushing her chest, likely a result of the earlier collision, too shy to address the discomfort directly. Shen Weiniang, oblivious to the change in drivers, calls out without looking up, to Yuanzhou International Hotel. She has already learned of Mr. Ale and Appo's whereabouts, who arrived in Zhonghua the previous day, but has not contacted Qinjiao Group for reasons unknown. Typically, clients either inspect the goods themselves or engage a professional agency for verification. For smaller orders, Mr. Ale tends to rely on professionals. However, for significant orders, he insists on being present, stating his distrust in these verification institutions. Given that Mr. Ale has arrived in Zhonghua, why hasn't he reached out to Qinjiao Group? Even Lu Yaqing finds this peculiar. Strangely, after Hu Guisan and Appo's disruptive visit, he has altered his course, opting to cancel the order without inspection. Lu Yaqing suspects foul play. As they make their way to Yuanzhou International Hotel for final discussions with Mr. Ale, she hopes for a satisfactory resolution. Though Qin Mu is not well acquainted with Zhonghua, he finds the iconic Yuanzhou International Hotel easily recognizable. Noticing the serious expressions and furrowed brows of the two beauties, he begins to piece together the gravity of the situation. Yet, as a driver and bodyguard, he refrains from prying into their affairs. As he drives, the alluring fragrance emanating from the women fills the air, and he skillfully maneuvers the car into the hotel parking lot. Qin Mu, wait here. Shen and I will head inside, Lu Yaqing instructs. Sure, you both go ahead. Call me if you need anything. Qin Mu replies, opening the door for Lu Yaqing. It is at this moment that Shen Weiniang seems to finally notice the new driver, casting a glance at Qin Mu but remaining silent. Once the two women hurriedly enter the hotel lobby, Qin Mu leans against the car and lights a cigarette. A competent driver would never smoke in the boss's car, even if the boss were a chain smoker. He must remain outside. Driving for female CEO demands even greater caution. The Maserati, purchased less than a year ago, retains its fresh scent, and Lu Yaqing, like most women, takes great care of her vehicle, prompting Qin Mu to be particularly mindful of this detail. Feeling the monotony of waiting, Qin Mu finishes his cigarette and casually strolls around the parking lot. In a secluded corner, an Audi A8 with the license plate Jiang A68888 catches his eye. Ugwa-san is here too? How fortuitous! Casting a glance around, Qin Mu picks up 2 plastic bags from the ground and quickly stuffs them into the Audi A8 and Oppo's exhaust pipe, using a stick to push them deep inside. Task accomplished. He claps his hands together and walks away with a grin. In the opulent presidential suite of the hotel, Mr. Ale and Ugwa-san share laughter over glasses of red wine, engaged in a discussion that seems to amuse them greatly. Ugwa-san cryptically remarks, "Mr. Ale, here's to a successful collaboration." Mr. Ale, looking somewhat uncomfortable, replies, "Please call me Mr. Ale. Our surnames should not be separated." Ugwa-san laughs heartily. "My apologies." Setting his glass down, Mr. Ale expresses some concern. "Mr. Hu, your methods are effective, but the risks I bear are substantial. If the headquarters finds out, I could be in serious trouble." Ugwa-san pauses, quickly grasping the implication. He retrieves a pre-filled check for 500,000. "I trust you won't refuse this? Moreover, upon the successful completion of our agreement, you shall also receive them." Laughter ensues as both men share an unspoken understanding. Mr. Ale accepts the check, stowing it away without hesitation. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupts them. Chairman Lu Yaqing and Shun Weining have entered the hotel lobby and are on their way here. Ugwa-san promptly rises. "Then I shall take my leave first. Wishing you a successful endeavor." Mr. Ale smiles faintly, and as soon as Ugwa-san exits, he instructs his staff to clear away the alcohol on the coffee table. Just as Ugwa-san steps into the elevator with his secretary and bodyguard, Lu Yaqing and Shun Weining emerge from another elevator. Ugwa-san and Amp. Oppo's secretary inquires, "Chairman, Mr. Ale has been a long-standing client of Qinjiao Group. Do you truly believe he will collaborate with us?" Ugwa-san sneers. A man like him, greedy and lustful, could never resist the allure of wealth and beauty. Once we have leverage over him, he will become a pawn in our game. The secretary marvels, "Chairman, your wisdom is unparalleled. Having orchestrated such a grand scheme, I suspect Qinjiao remains entirely oblivious. I doubt she ever anticipated that all your maneuvers over the years served but one purpose." Upon hearing Qinjiao's name, Ugwa-san and Amp, Oppo's face contorts with hatred. That foolish woman truly believes I would assist her without reason. Now, every move of Qinjiao Group lies within our grasp. I look forward to witnessing how long she can resist me. Oh, and do expedite the investigation into that driver-esque background. I want him crushed. Chapter 28. Lu Yaqing encounters obstacles. Lu Yaqing and Shun Weining arrived at Mr. Ale and Oppo's presidential suite, where he was leisurely savoring a cup of freshly brewed coffee, occasionally glancing out the window to admire the scenery. The Far East International Hotel, situated in the bustling city center, spans over 100 acres, boasting first-rate landscaping and environment. As a landmark building, residing at the pinnacle of the over 40-story hotel affords a magnificent view of the surroundings. Mr. Ale appeared to be in good spirits upon the arrival of the 2 stunning beauties, smiling slightly as he gestured for them to sit. Shun Weining delicately wrinkled her nose, clearly having caught a whiff of the faint aroma of fine imported red wine lingering in the air, indicating that someone had been there before. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Yaqing. "Mr. Ale, why didn't you inform us of your arrival in Zhonghua? We searched for you in vain," Shun Weining remarked, her foreign language skills impeccable. In the past, Ale was always greeted by the Qinjiao Group representatives, with Shun Weining frequently taking the lead. All expenses incurred by Mr. Ale during his stay in Zhonghua were covered by the Qinjiao Group, which had gone to great lengths to cater to his needs. This time, however, Ale had arrived without a word, issuing a return order to the Qinjiao Group, leaving Lu Yaqing unable to sit still. Had it not been for Qinjiao and Oppo's ill health. She would have rushed over immediately. If it were merely a trivial order, the two women would not have been so anxious. They could have handled it professionally. However, the order in question was exceedingly substantial, valued at over 100 million. A cancellation would result in significant losses for the Qin Mu Group. And after months of hard work from numerous employees, such an outcome would be unacceptable to anyone. You have come regarding the order, I presume? Ale and Apos. eyes scrutinized the two equally stunning beauties, his demeanor measured and calculated. Fishing must be done slowly. One cannot reel in too quickly. Shen Weining cut to the chase. Mr. Ale, we have collaborated for many years, maintaining an excellent mutual reputation. Why the sudden decision to cancel the order? Mr. Ale waved his hand. Since Miss Shan acknowledges our long-standing partnership, you should also understand that I am a man of principles. Now that General Lu is present, I shall speak candidly. Our previous collaborations were based on your company's production capacity and professionalism, which is why we entrusted you with more orders each year. However, I have recently learned that your company has employed child labor and forced employees to extend their working hours from the standard 8-hour day to 14 hours. I find it hard to believe that under such conditions, you can ensure the quality of our products. This is in direct violation of our Western humanitarian principles and values. Thus, we reserve the right to unilaterally terminate the contract. If there are no objections, you may leave. Ale's words rendered the two women speechless. He was fully aware of the situation at the Qin Mu Group. The fact that foreign clients conducted biannual inspections of their facilities spoke volumes. In terms of production capability, aside from the Hu Group, the Qin Mu Group was second to none. As for the issue of extended working hours, it seemed rather far-fetched. In the past, Ale had even lent a hand in the workshops during busy periods, well aware of the challenges faced by Donghua Enterprises. When it came to peak production times, no amount of manpower could suffice, and overtime was the only solution. Why was this suddenly a reason for his order cancellation? Regarding child labor, it was merely summer employment for students from nearby schools. Such occurrences were not exclusive to domestic enterprises. Even in the West, some students utilized their holidays for menial work. Thus, both women were convinced that this was not Ale and Apos as true motive. Lu Yaqing proposed, Mr. Ale, why not join us for dinner tonight? We could discuss this matter further. Ale shook his head, promptly declining. I have other engagements this evening. It would be best not to burden General Lu with my schedule. Seeing his refusal to dine, Lu Yaqing exchanged a glance with Shen Weining, who discreetly produced a check she had prepared in advance, presenting it gently to Mr. Ale. Despite Ale's insistence on principles, one could not expect to pass inspections without ensuring he was well treated beforehand. This time, Lu Yaqing offered a considerable sum, 2 million. Ale pushed the check back, stating, This is a matter of principle. I kindly ask you not to insult my integrity. He then stood, opening the door and gesturing for them to leave. Insult? The thought crossed their minds. How could he speak of integrity when he had accepted money in the past? If receiving a payment constituted an insult, his character would have long been in tatters. The two women, realizing his resolve, rose to depart. Upon exiting, they remained oblivious to Ale's lecherous gaze, greedily assessing their exquisite figures. In the hotel parking lot, Qin Mu perceived the disappointment on their faces and knew the mission had failed. President, I can end Apos. Shake the feeling that Ale has ulterior motives, Shen Weining remarked as they entered the car. How could someone so avaricious and lustful refuse our 2 million? Do you think someone is orchestrating this behind the scenes? Lu Yaqing's expression turned serious as she suddenly asked, Qin Mu, what do you think? Shen Weining was taken aback, wondering why they would consult a mere driver. Little did she know that after the recent events, Lu Yaqing had long ceased to regard Qin Mu as an ordinary chauffeur. Shen Weining had heard tales of Qin Mu and Apos as prowess, single-handedly taking down over 200 ruffians. But fighting and business were two different matters. What could he possibly contribute? Though Qin Mu was unaware of the specifics of their earlier conversation, he had gleaned enough from Shen Weining and Apos as comments. Since he is indeed greedy and lustful, it may be that his refusal is merely a precursor to demanding more in the future, or perhaps he harbors other intentions. Rather than pursuing him now, it might be wise to let him stew for a while. Eventually, he will come seeking you. Qin Mu articulated his thoughts. Shen Weiniang paused, seemingly finding merit in his reasoning. Could it be that Ale considered 2 million insufficient? Lu Yaqing remained silent, weighed down by her thoughts. Continuing down this path would inevitably draw the chairman's attention. Reflecting on her mother and Appo's health, she sighed inwardly. Let an Appo's head back. As Qin Mu drove away in the Maserati, the Audi with license plate Jiang A68888 suddenly stalled on the road, resulting in a rear-end collision. Hu Guisan erupted in furious expletives, prompting Qin Mu to stifle a chuckle. Remaining silent, what is Hu Guisan doing here? Lu Yaqing and Shen Weiniang simultaneously pondered, the thought crossing their minds that perhaps he was truly involved in this matter. Once they returned to the company, as Lu Yaqing was about to exit the car, she called out to Qin Mu, "Is there any method, aside from massage, to help improve my mother and Appo's health?" As a daughter, her concern for her mother and Appo's well-being was paramount. Previously, she had been unable to empathize due to her absence from the company, but now she witnessed firsthand her mother and Appo's struggles, often working late into the night for the company's sake. Although Lu Yaqing could now share some of the burden, the social engagements were numerous, and it was inevitable that prolonged exertion would take a toll. If Qin Mu possessed the means to assist, she certainly did not wish to miss the opportunity. After a moment and Appo's thought, Qin Mu replied, "There are indeed other methods, though they may be a bit complex. Let me consider some options." Lu Yaqing nodded, responding softly, "Thank you. I appreciate your effort. Such politeness is delightful. I truly enjoy being in the presence of such an amiable goddess." Qin Mu remarked just as he was about to drive back to the parking lot. Lu Yaqing took a few steps, then paused, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "If you truly have feelings for Sister Lu Hong, I could speak to her on your behalf. Miss Lu has taken up matchmaking duties?" Chapter 29. Director Chen seeks Qin Mu and Appo's dismissal. Actually, Lu Yaqing was also concerned that if Lu Hong didn't and Appo's find a boyfriend soon, she might be compelled to leave Qinjiao Group. Talent is the cornerstone of a company, and retaining it safeguards the very lifeblood of the enterprise. Lu Yaqing was acutely aware of her uncle's character. Were it not for their familial connection, a man like Chen Qinyun would never have been deemed worthy of remaining within Qinjiao Group. Although Chen Qinyun currently held a position as one of the company and Appo's as directors, overseeing the procurement department as a vice president, his mind was far from his work. Instead, he spent his days ogling the attractive women around him. In the eyes of ordinary employees, Chen Qinyun was considered wealthy and influential, with assets exceeding 100 million. For him, seducing women was a simple matter. Numerous female employees with even a hint of beauty had fallen victim to his schemes. On several occasions, incidents had arisen, but he had always managed to resolve them with money. Unexpectedly, he had recently set his sights on Lu Hong. Chen Qinyun had suffered 2 defeats at the hands of Qin Mu, both times because of Lu Hong. "I don and Appo's care," he declared. "If that Qin fellow ISN and Appo's dismissed, I and Appo's quitting." Chen Qianjiao had been infuriated by Hu Guisan in the morning, and now this. What headache! Yet Chen Qinyun couldn't and Appo's articulate the reasons, simply emphasizing that Qin Mu was arrogant, disrespectful to superiors, disruptive to company unity. What was this all about? Where was the evidence? He couldn't and Appo's produce any. Surely he couldn't and Appo's reveal that he and Appo's been thwarted by Qin Mu while attempting to sneak in a Lu Hong and Appo's home late at night. In truth, Chen Qinyun couldn't and Appo's comprehend the situation. He was just a driver, wasn't an Appo's he? Normally, dismissing an individual required no elaborate justification. A single word from him, as vice president, would be enough for the person to pack their bags and leave. But in Qin Mu's case, even his authority as vice president seemed to hold no sway. To make matters worse, his own sister wouldn't support him. So Chen Qinyun interrupted. "Chen Qianjiao, just make a decision. Who is more important to you, your brother or this driver? If you don and Appo's dismiss him, I and Appo's leaving immediately." Chen Qianjiao massaged her temples. "Brother can and Appo's to be reasonable? We and AMP, Oppos, real legitimate, publicly traded company. We can't simply dismiss an employee who hasn't committed any wrongdoing. Chen Qianyan pointed a finger, the words nearly escaping his lips. What about him? Chen Qianjiao felt conflicted about Qin Mu. After all, he had rendered valuable service, resolving numerous problems for Qinjiao Group. That very morning, he had humiliated Hu Guisan, defeating his 4 bodyguards and giving her a satisfying sense of vengeance. How could she dismiss such a meritorious individual on a whim? Chen Qianyan's face flushed crimson with anger as he gnashed his teeth. He actually dared to hit me. Oh, what happened? If Qin Mu had actually struck her brother, that was excessive. Chen Qianyan looked embarrassed. Don't ask. Just dismiss him. I never want to see such a shameless scoundrel again. Chen Qianyan gazed at his sister, contemplating that once Qin Mu was dismissed, Lu Hong would inevitably become his. But he failed to realize that even if he succeeded, would possessing Lu Hong hold any meaning? As a mere trophy? People are often like this, caring little for consequences in their desire to vent their anger. Chen Qianjiao was indeed irritated. No matter how meritorious someone was, they shouldn't amp, oppose, to become arrogant. As the saying goes, one must respect the owner of the dog. To show such disregard for her authority was simply too presumptuous. Just as she was about to call Lu Hong, Lu Yaqing returned, intending to update her mother on the situation. Upon seeing Chen Qianyan, she greeted him. Uncle, you're here too? Chen Qianjiao complained. That Qin Mu is too unruly. He even dare to hit your uncle. Huh? That and oppose. That's impossible. ISN and oppose. There's some misunderstanding? Lu Yaqing instinctively defended Qin Mu. Misunderstanding? He clearly hit me. Chen Qianyan exclaimed, growing agitated. What was wrong with this niece? Was she taking sides against her own family? I mean, perhaps he mistook you for someone else? Chen Qianyan was on the verge of losing his mind, his emotions running high. How could that be? I explicitly told him I was the chairman and Oppo's brother. Yet he still didn't amp. Oppo's, spare me. Do you know how badly he beat me? Really? Then I and amp. Oppo's. Call him over and ask. Lu Yaqing made a move to grab the phone on the desk, but Chen Qianyan roared. What's the point of asking? Someone like him should be dismissed immediately. He doesn't amp, oppose. Respect me. So why would he respect you? Lu Yaqing, what do you mean? Is this driver more important than your own uncle? Seeing her brother and amp, oppose, agitation. Chen Qianjiao interjected. Sit down. Why are you so worked up? Yaqing simply wants to understand the situation. How about we call Lu Hong and find out what exactly happened with Qin Mu? Chen Qianjiao seemed to sense something in her daughter and Oppo's defense of Qin Mu and decided to have the two confront each other directly. Fine, it seems in your eyes, I'm less important than an outsider. Chen Qianyan was livid that they were considering a face-to-face confrontation. Once that happened, his true colors would be revealed. Sneaking into a young woman and Oppo's home late at night with illicit intentions. Even if Chen Qianjiao was oblivious, she wouldn't and Oppo's support him. To put it bluntly, if the other party reported him to the police, he could face imprisonment. Realizing his influence was waning, Chen Qianyan hurled a harsh remark and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. I don't need this vice president position. Do whatever you want. Director Chen. Secretary Zhou Jin attempted to mediate, but Chen Qianjiao stopped him. Let him go. Finally, the office was quiet. Chen Qianjiao massaged her temples and asked her daughter, what exactly happened? Did your uncle harass Lu Hong again? Lu Yaqing sighed. I suspect it was worse than that. You know what your uncle is like. She walked behind her mother and massaged her shoulders. Sister Lu Hong has been getting close to Qin Mu recently. He wants to get rid of Qin Mu, driven by his usual motives. Hearing her daughter and Oppo's words, Chen Qianjiao shook her head. At his age, he should know better. It seemed it was indeed time for Lu Hong to find a boyfriend. Lu Yaqing smiled sweetly. Mom, why don't an amp, Oppo's? Do you play matchmaker? Qin Mu seems to like Sister Lu Hong, but she doesn't and Oppo's. Seemed too willing. Really? Is that so? The mention of matchmaking piqued Chen Qianjiao and Oppo's interest, and she chuckled. It would be wonderful to resolve Lu Hong and Oppo's marital prospects. But we don't and Oppo's Do you know much about Qin Mu? Is this a good idea? Oh, Yaqing, stop talking about others. What about you? What are your thoughts? Once things at the company ease up, you should start looking for someone too. I only have you two precious daughters. And I and Oppos, am eager to have grandchildren. Lu Yaqing blushed, becoming coy like a young girl. Mom, why are you so eager to marry me off? I want to wait until I and Oppos, am 30 to get married. Chapter 30. Weeping in the lavatory in the office. A heartwarming conversation unfolded between a mother and daughter, while Qin Mu ambled upstairs. With the end of the workday imminent, he contemplated inquiring whether Lu Yaqing had any evening plans. If she had none, he intended to rendezvous with Lu Hong. After much effort, he had finally secured her agreement, and he pondered where they might indulge in some leisure together. It had been quite some time since he had savored the joys of a romantic escapade, and the mere thought of being alone with Lu Hong stirred a slight thrill within him. However, the likelihood of their first encounter being anything substantial was slim, especially considering Lu Hong and Oppos' resolute disposition. Thus, Qin Mu merely indulged in his musings. President, Qin Mu called out, knocking on the door, but received no response. Secretary Wen Yang, emerging from the finance room, held a favorable impression of this man of extraordinary strength, capable of defeating over 200 opponents single-handedly. Their interactions had increased significantly since Qin Mu took on the dual roles of chauffeur and bodyguard for the president. Observing that Qin Mu was seeking the president, Wen Yang sweetly informed him, "The president has gone to see the chairman, Qin Mu. Do you have something to discuss?" Wen Yang, being quite young, a recent university graduate at merely 22, was a bashful girl. "Actually, I was just wondering if the president needs a vehicle this evening," Qin Mu replied. "That will only be clear once the president returns," Wen Yang said. "Qin Mu, come here for a moment," Wen Yang beckoned him over, then whispered just now. "Chairman Chun lodged a complaint against you, suggesting your dismissal, but the president intervened. The president is quite fond of you. Is that so?" Qin Mu chuckled, appreciating that Chun Qianjiao and her daughter had shown some integrity by not believing the slander. However, it seemed that the old codger, Chairman Chun, had yet to learn his lesson, and the need for ideological reform remained pressing. As Qin Mu pondered how to teach him a lesson, he chanced upon Chairman Chen exiting the office, heading towards the lavatory. "Goodness," Qin Mu chuckled, expressing his gratitude to Wen Yang, and followed after Chairman Chen. The chairman's office was located on the upper floor, while the president and Oppos' office shared the same floor with other vice presidents. Qin Mu discreetly approached and spotted Chairman Chun standing at the urinal, his back turned to him, shaking vigorously. "Chairman Chun, are you using the restroom?" Qin Mu was not one to harbor grudges. After all, they were colleagues. The previous incident had been amicably resolved, with Chairman Chen expressing sincere remorse and penning a letter of guarantee. Qin Mu had intended to move past it. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that this man had again reported him, pushing the limits of decency. Chairman Chun, oblivious to Qin Mu and Oppos' presence, nodded an acknowledgement without turning around. Given that most individuals on this floor were vice president-level executives, he could hardly anticipate Qin Mu and Oppos' sudden appearance. Moreover, he was in a rather awkward predicament, having stood in front of the urinal for an eternity, unable to relieve himself despite his earlier attempts. "Blast it! The mechanism is faulty." Chairman Chun fumed internally, feeling the pressure in his bladder intensifying, yet he could not seem to urinate. "Why can't I go?" Chairman Chun was on the verge of a breakdown. Meanwhile, Qin Mu, having finished his business, hummed a little tune and glanced over at Chairman Chen still standing there. "Oh, having trouble?" Chairman Chun was nearing his breaking point, and upon turning to see it was Qin Mu, his face flushed with anger. "What are you doing here? What's wrong with me being here?" Qin Mu inquired, pulling a cigarette from his pocket. "Care for a smoke? Get lost. Just get out." Chairman Chun was exasperated, particularly since he had just attempted to get him dismissed. His irritation peaked when even his sister and niece sided with Qin Mu. "Fine, I'll step out. But if you can't relieve yourself, call for me." Qin Mu departed with a grin. "Dare to mock me?" Chairman Chun was furious, nearly losing his mind. If he could only manage to urinate, he would certainly strangle this brat. After finishing his cigarette, Qin Mu noted that Chairman Chun still hadn't relieved himself. His legs were becoming numb from standing, and he felt as though his bladder might burst. At that moment, Chairman Chun wished he could remove that troublesome appendage. What is true suffering? It is when others have easily finished their business while you stand there, helpless. Was it not just fine this morning? Chairman Chun was consumed with confusion, contemplating whether to zip up and leave, yet his bladder was painfully full. The more anxious he became, the less he could relieve himself, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As someone aging, it was easy for his legs to feel numb after standing for too long. Outside, Qin Mu called out, "Chairman Chun, are you done? Do you need assistance?" Damn it. Chairman Chun's face turned crimson with frustration, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet he found himself unable to speak, only wishing to weep. Why was this happening? The pressure was unbearable. It felt as if he might burst. As an older man, emotional outbursts were common, and he felt tears welling up. Was it truly possible for a living person to be suffocated by their own urine? Qin Mu re-entered, and upon witnessing Chairman Chun's distress, exclaimed, "Oh dear, Chairman Chun is weeping in the lavatory." Indeed, Chairman Chun was on the verge of tears, tortured by his predicament. A few male colleagues, hearing the commotion, rushed over. "Chairman Chun, what's wrong?" they queried, oblivious to the torment he was enduring. The sensation of being unable to relieve oneself was universally understood, yet he could not articulate it, especially upon seeing Qin Mu summon their colleagues. Chairman Chun felt a surge of embarrassment and anger, ready to confront Qin Mu, but suddenly realizing that the latter was sporting a mocking grin. Chairman Chun grasped his thighs tightly, a sudden realization dawning upon him. It was this scoundrel who was orchestrating the mischief. Damn it. Chairman Chun, are you feeling unwell? If it's too much, just say so. Do you want my help? If so, nod your head. If not, shake it. Chairman Chun, feeling utterly defeated, thought, "Heaven help me. How did I end up facing such a demon?" He nodded in agony, the desperation of being unable to urinate overwhelming him. "Is this your way of pleading for my assistance?" Qin Mu teased, his face alight with amusement, yet showing no inclination to help. Instead, he continued to mock, "Chairman Chun, your habit of reporting behind others' backs isn't commendable. It will surely bring you misfortune. Look, you can't relieve yourself now, can you?" Chairman Chun was now too distressed to speak, tears brimming in his eyes, one hand gripping Qin Mu tightly. "You're uncomfortable, aren't you?" Qin Mu asked. Chairman Chun nodded. "Will you continue to be a petty person?" Chairman Chun shook his head. "Then you must behave from now on and refrain from wrongdoing." Chairman Chun nodded in agreement. "Ah, considering your age, I suppose I shall lend you a hand." Qin Mu sighed, adopting a sympathetic expression. "But first, you really must zip up your pants. Do you intend to urinate on the floor?" At that moment, Chairman Chun, who could think of nothing but avoiding death, complied obediently, zipping up his pants. As Qin Mu patted him on the shoulder, Chairman Chun jolted, and suddenly, he found relief. "Blast it! You must wait until I've unzipped my pants." Chairman Chun lamented, feeling humiliated as he realized Qin Mu had deliberately prompted him. Chairman Chun glanced at the expanding wet stain between his legs and the puddle beneath him, the liquid born of his desperation. At that moment, he truly wished for death. The few male executives present had heard of Qin Mu's notorious reputation, but the scene unfolding before them left them apprehensive. Today, Chairman Chun had loudly proclaimed his intention to dismiss Qin Mu from the chairman's office. This audacious fellow dared to challenge even the chairman's brother. It would be wise to maintain a safe distance from him in the future. Chairman Chun. Just as they were filled with unease, a furious Chairman Chun trembled, and then fainted. Chapter 31. In the depths of darkness, Qin Mu tilted his head upwards at a 45-degree angle and sighed. How profoundly lonely it is to be invincible. He had embarked on a quest for breakthroughs in cultivation, yet found himself entangled in the petty machinations of the common folk. However, tormenting a minor character like Director Chun was utterly effortless. After all, he paid no heed to a mere few hundred ruffians. What could a trivial Director Chun possibly pose as a challenge? Observing Chun, who had soiled himself and fainted, Qin Mu ambled away with his hands behind his back. The unfortunate Director Chun found himself once again in the infirmary, lamenting his misfortune. Many spoke of Qin Mu as the savior of the Qinjiao group. Yet he felt like his nemesis. Whenever he encountered Qin Mu, he either found himself unable to relieve himself or ended up in a most embarrassing predicament. This time was relatively mild, just a minor mishap. Previously, he had faced a far worse fate, where both his dignity and decorum were utterly obliterated. Thus, he vowed to keep his distance from this demon in the future. Ah, how fortuitous! Upon entering Lu Hong and Amp Oppo's office, Qin Mu sneezed several times and cursed under his breath. Damn it, I've been cursed again. Alas, it was the plight of the handsome. Wherever he went, jealousy followed. After work, Lu Yaqing left with Chen Qinjiao without allowing Qin Mu to escort them. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Mu invited Lu Hong out for dinner. Lu Hong, with a pained expression, hesitated. Do I have to? If not, I shall simply sleep at your place tonight. Lu Hong felt as though she were being coerced. Very well. It was her first time dining alone with a man, and she needed to change into a different outfit. Qin Mu thought her current attire was quite suitable, as it was tailored by the company. Yet he accompanied her to the Golden Elite Apartments nonetheless. Lu Hong and Amp Oppo's company car was a red Golf, powered by a 1.4T engine with a 7-speed dual-clutch transmission. It was still relatively new after 2 years of use. As Qin Mu waited in the car, he noted that it took Lu Hong nearly an hour to change. Upon her return, a subtle fragrance of perfume wafted in the air. She had donned light blue jeans and a short-sleeved t-shirt, her freshly washed hair cascading in waves over her shoulders, adding a hint of allure rarely seen in her usual demeanor. Her neck was bare of any adornments, not even earrings. Did you take a shower? He inquired. Yes. Qin Mu noted how the fitted jeans accentuated her long legs, while the white printed t-shirt reached just above her waist, revealing a glimpse of her slender midriff. Her navel, slightly exposed, caught the eye. Such a youthful and vibrant outfit made it hard to believe she was the aloof office worker he knew. For her first outing with a male colleague, it was only fitting to dress appropriately. Wearing office attire would have seemed too casual. Only Qin Mu could have persuaded her otherwise. What are you looking at? Are you driving? Since Lu Hong entered the vehicle, Qin Mu and Amp Oppo's gaze had not wavered. Enchanted by her appearance, he only snapped back to reality when she playfully reminded him, prompting a grin. You look marvelous. How annoying. Lu Hong shot him a playful glare. Yet, within that glare lay more charm than disdain. Qin Mu started the car. Where shall we dine? Let's find a reasonably priced place with few patrons. Lu Hong was not one to indulge in superficiality. Whether it was Qin Mu treating her or her footing the bill, she preferred authenticity over vanity. As Qin Mu rifled through his memories for suitable dining options, he realized his experiences were quite limited. Previously, he had dined at ordinary eateries, merely to satisfy hunger before returning to his training. The only upscale place he had visited was the last time Lu Yaqing treated him, Yixian Tower. Therefore, he resolved to take her to Yixian Tower, confident that with his monthly salary of 20,000, a meal there would not break the bank. Upon noticing Qin Mu steering towards Yixian Tower, Lu Hong asserted, Today, I will treat you. You are not allowed to snatch the bill from me. Qin Mu chuckled. Very well, then I shall happily play the role of your kept man. Get lost. How indecent. In truth, Lu Hong had agreed to the outing with Qin Mu because she wished to engage him in a deeper conversation, to uncover more about the many mysteries surrounding him. Little did she know that even the chairman and president were conspiring to forge a connection between her and Qin Mu, a notion that would leave her both amused and baffled. In matters of the heart, Lu Hong was resolutely rational. If she were to become emotionally invested, it would be wholeheartedly. Love was not a trifling matter, and marriage required utmost seriousness. As Qin Mu parked in the rear lot of Yixian Tower, he noticed a nefarious-looking man with glasses approaching, his arm around a long-legged woman. They were engaged in flirtation, resembling a pair of infatuated lovers. Hey, beautiful, release that beast. Qin Mu called out loudly, eliciting their attention. Ah, Qin Mu, Lu, hee. So you two are really together? The drunken man leered, his demeanor lewd enough to embarrass Lu Hong. The leggy beauty chimed in, Qin Gu. Why does she seem familiar? Qin Mu pondered, recognizing her from somewhere. The drunken man, Noticing Qin Mu and Amp, Oppo's, bewilderment, laughed and slapped the woman and Amp, Oppo's, back and Amp, Oppo's, do you remember? It and Amp, Oppo's, Fei Fei from the Red Lip Bar. Good grief. I am thoroughly astounded, Qin Mu thought, realizing she was indeed Lu Yaqing and Oppo's girlfriend. To think he had truly managed to win her over. Qin Mu recalled a classic line he had once uttered to the drunken man. Every woman who sleeps with you claims you are a scoundrel. Yet those same women frequently seek you out. It appeared Fei Fei was no exception to this curse. In an effort to maintain his respectable image, Qin Mu decided to distance himself from the lecherous man. Grabbing Lu Hong and Oppo's hand, he declared, "Let an Oppo's go." "Hey, what an Oppo's the rush? I have something to discuss with you." The drunken man called after him, dragging Fei Fei along. "Since we crossed paths, let us dine and chat together." Qin Mu realized he was now ensnared, unable to steal a few quiet moments with Lu Hong. As Lu Hong was acquainted with the drunken man, Qin Mu refrained from inquiring about their history. Faced with the man and Amp, Oppo's relentless pursuit, he had no choice but to reserve a private room at Yixin Tower. The drunken man handed the menu to Fei Fei, instructing her to order anything she desired, as someone else was footing the bill. He then turned to Qin Mu. "Lu Yaqing and his crew approached me. They wish to have you as their elder brother. I've already agreed on your behalf. Have you lost your mind?" Qin Mu was infuriated. "You could agree to such nonsense?" The drunken man shamelessly replied, "Just hear me out. I know you want an Amp, Oppo's, consent, but what could I do? I can't let Fei Fei be around someone like Lu Yaqing, can I? Who is the real scoundrel here? You and Lu Yaqing seem indistinguishable to me," Qin Mu retorted, displeased. "Is this your justification for selling me out?" No, that's not my intention," the drunken man explained, glancing at Lu Hong, who had remained silent. "You shouldn't look at me like that. I was merely thinking you could pretend to agree. After all, it won't be an issue for you, and I can represent you. You scoundrel." Qin Mu grasped the situation. This man sought to position himself as a leader, using him as a mere facade, dragging him into disrepute. What poor judgment in choosing friends. What poor judgment. Qin Mu declared, "I feel like I might commit murder." Chapter 32. The Blue Danube. I, too, am no stranger to taking lives, and I have done so on a grand scale. The drunkard casually rummaged through Fei Fei and Oppo's bag, retrieving several spare raincoats, and warned Lu Hong to be cautious, as he was a novice. Lu Hong was initially perplexed by his words, but upon seeing the items in his hands, even the dimmest of girls would comprehend the implications. She found herself at a loss for words regarding this scoundrel. In another life, she vowed never to associate with such a person again. Had she not been preoccupied with her desire to discuss matters with Qin Mu, she might have lost her temper. Ignore him. He is nothing but a scoundrel. Being with him tarnishes my illustrious reputation, Lu Hong thought. Qin Mu, equally disheartened, could only feign indifference. The drunkard raised his middle finger at Qin Mu, resuming his mockery. "You too, are you here to dine or to engage in idle chatter? If it's the latter, I shall take my leave. A woman cannot be expected to manage all of a man and Amp, Oppo's whims. Who knows where his errant bullets may land?" Lu Hong could no longer tolerate the banter and kicked Qin Mu under the table. After all, this man had boasted of being her boyfriend. Surely it was a misunderstanding? The dishes ordered by Fei Fei arrived, and the drunkard unceremoniously ordered 2 bottles of red wine. Fei Fei, cautious not to raise her voice too much, likely still held some trepidation towards Qin Mu. Qin Mu poured wine for Lu Hong, who quickly covered her glass. "I do not drink." She needed to be wary. What if these 2 lecherous men attempted to intoxicate her? After 26 years of maintaining her purity, she could not allow it to be so easily compromised. If a man persistently invites you to dine, it often signals a singular intention. Perhaps he is simply bored and seeks your company for no particular reason. Seeing Lu Hong refuse the wine, Qin Mu did not press further. He called for the waiter, instructing, "Bring Ms. Lu a bottle of soft drink." "Certainly, please hold on." As the waiter turned to leave, the drunkard cast a sympathetic glance at Qin Mu. "Ms. Lu doesn't drink? What a pity." He hastily tucked the spare raincoats back into Fei Fei's bag, reasoning that the girl had no need for them, lest they go to waste. He then embraced Fei Fei, saying, "You should drink more. I'll order you an extra dish later." Fei Fei understood the implication in his words and bit down hard on him in annoyance. Stealing a furtive glance at Qin Mu, she dared not raise her head again. Qin Mu, bemused, wondered why she was looking at him. After the meal, the drunkard left without so much as wiping his mouth, wrapping his arms around Fei Fei and declaring he would not interrupt the romantic interlude between Qin Mu and Lu Hong. Lu Hong called for the waiter to settle the bill. Qin Mu, toothpick in mouth, objected, "No, not this little bit of dignity." Lu Hong shot him a glare. "Next time, it's your treat." "Fine, if not for the hotel room." Lu Hong was on the verge of exploding. What kind of person was he? Always harboring ill intentions? Just as she was about to reprimand him, the waiter approached, saying, "Thank you both. The bill has been settled. Enjoy your meal." "Settled?" They both exclaimed in unison, astonished at the waiter. "Is there a mistake?" "No, your bill has indeed been settled," the waiter replied with a pleasant smile. "This is strange. Could it be that drunkard?" Qin Mu mused. Unlikely. He would never be so generous unless the sun rose in the west. But if it wasn't him, then who could it be? Qin Mu inquired of the waiter. "Could you tell us who paid the bill?" The waiter smiled politely. "I'm afraid that's a secret." "Really? Someone pays without wanting recognition?" Qin Mu scratched his head and chuckled. "While I'm aware of my charm, I didn't expect it to be this overwhelming." The waiter could not help but laugh. Lu Hong frowned, incredulous at his audacity. She too wondered if it could be one of her admirers. Such occurrences had happened before. Once, while dining out, a gentleman had inexplicably paid for her meal. "Hey," Qin Mu said to the waiter, "why not mention to him to book me a room as well? A big bed, please. A suite with a double bathtub would be delightful." Lu Hong could no longer contain her indignation and once again found herself embarrassed. "Uft." Qin Mu ejected a toothpick from his mouth. "Does this count?" Lu Hong was once more defeated by his shamelessness. The waitress, witnessing their playful banter, found it entertaining. Once they had finished, she smiled and said, "Sir, the room has indeed been booked. Here is your room card." "Huh?" Even Qin Mu was taken aback. Who could this mysterious benefactor be? "Could it be a friend of yours?" Qin Mu queried. "Such a considerate person is not someone I know in Jianghuai." Lu Hong shook her head, now entirely certain it was not one of her suitors. No man would act in such a manner. If someone did, he would undoubtedly be quite deranged. "All right, let us go." Not wishing to dwell on the mystery any longer, Qin Mu suggested, "Shall we visit a tea house?" They did not take the room card, opting instead for the tea house. Choosing a quiet corner by the window, they gazed out. Under the night sky, the great river surged forth, winding its way along. Qin Mu, fixated on the meandering waters, pondered how he might uncover the lost page of the Qin family's heart method. He wondered if the legendary method he had heard of might truly be effective. His current efforts felt akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a mouse. After all these years, no descendant of the Qin family had ever found it. Qin Mu began to doubt whether that page had long been destroyed. If so, the Qin family's efforts over the years would have been in vain. Lu Hong, wishing to engage Qin Mu in conversation, hesitated as she noticed the weight of his thoughts as he stared out the window. The carefree demeanor he usually exuded was nowhere to be found. If only he could maintain this earnest faade. After lighting a cigarette, Qin Mu finally noticed Lu Hong quietly sitting across from him, her beautiful eyes frequently scrutinizing him. He smiled and asked, "They say men who smoke are quite handsome. Do you agree?" "Narcissist." Lu Hong scoffed, taking a delicate sip of her tea. She had many thoughts swirling in her mind, but was at a loss for words. In the dim light of the tea house, a young woman played the piano, performing the classical piece Butterfly Lovers, a melody familiar to the people of Donghua. It was a fitting accompaniment for a romantic evening. The pianist was elegant and youthful, likely a student from an art school performing at night. On such an evening, in this enchanting environment, complemented by the graceful music, one could not help but feel uplifted. Especially when holding a teacup and softly conversing with a loved one, it was all too easy to become enraptured in gentle affection. "I have a gift for you." Lu Hong remained silent as Qin Mu rose and approached the stage. It was unclear what he said to the pianist, but she promptly cleared a space and gestured for him to take a seat. Qin Mu settled himself, straightening his posture, and cast a warm smile toward Lu Hong. With a resounding thud, he tested a note, and soon his fingers danced across the keys. You are sentimental, young, beautiful, gentle, and kind-hearted, like gold glimmering in the mine. True feelings awakened by the beautiful blue Danube. Sweet flowers bloom, soothing the shadows and wounds in my heart, while flowers continue to bloom amidst the barren thickets. And the nightingale sings by the lovely blue Danube. Chapter 33. Chung Shui arrives the blue Danube? Lu Hong discerned it, and a flicker of surprise gradually emerged on her face, her gaze towards Qin Mu becoming increasingly perplexed. It was utterly unexpected. To play such a piece, one must possess depth and sophistication, far removed from the trivial and superficial. Reflecting on Qin Mu and Oppo's demeanor in the past, Lu Hong couldn't Oppo's help but smile wryly. If she had harbored doubts before, she was now entirely certain that all of Qin Mu's nonchalance and smooth talk were merely FAAs. His inner strength and martial prowess were formidable, heroic even. But why feign such an off-putting persona? Even Lu Yaqing had thought of him as nothing more than a mere fighter, unaware of his multifaceted talents. Just how many secrets did this man possess? Gradually, Lu Hong found herself somewhat captivated. Qin Mu and Oppo's music evidently captured the attention of everyone in the tea house. A strikingly graceful woman in a black dress quietly approached the balcony on the second floor. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with interest as she gazed at Qin Mu. "Miss, shall we invite him up?" A man in a Zhongshan suit respectfully inquired. The woman in black shook her head, her gaze drifting to Lu Hong seated by the window. "Do not disturb them. Did he accept the room card we offered?" "Miss, it seems he did not." "Good. If he had, he would merely be a complete Philistine." "Miss, your wisdom in testing others is truly unique," the man complimented. The woman in black frowned slightly. "Chung Fu, that is not your style." Chung Fu stepped back, bowing slightly, but could not resist asking, "Miss, do you think Mr. Qin might fancy that woman?" "Certainly not," the woman in black asserted confidently. "That woman lacks the foundation to bear such fortune. If they were to force a relationship, it would inevitably end in separation. Lu Yaqing, however, is another matter." As Qin Mu concluded his performance, he was met with resounding applause. He waved and approached Lu Hong, who gazed at him as if in a dream, unable to believe her eyes. Before her stood a gentleman, a true Prince Charming. "How remarkable! What is the matter? Do you not like this gift?" With a sigh, Lu Hong replied, "I always thought you were merely talented, but I never expected you to be a genius." Qin Mu picked up his teacup and grinned. "Is that so? Perhaps I should receive some reward for this?" "What reward? A kiss, perhaps?" Just as he had elevated the conversation, he reverted back to his old self. Lu Hong and Oppo's expression darkened. Qin Mu set down his cup. "Well, it's getting late. Shall we rest, or shall we rest? If you are reluctant to leave this room, you may stay here while I shall return." "Ah, I can sleep on the sofa." "Please don't go. I merely wish to experience what it is like to spend a night with a beautiful woman." "Oh no, don't touch." As Lu Hong attempted to leave, Qin Mu had no intention of staying behind. After escorting Lu Hong back to the Golden Leader apartment, he took a taxi back himself. It was rather strange that he didn't cling to her, insisting on staying on the sofa to protect her. That entire night, Lu Hong brewed herself a cup of tea and sat quietly on the balcony. She was sleepless. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Qin Mu took a shower and began practicing his martial arts. The final page of his mental technique was missing, and he found that no matter how he practiced, it felt incorrect. He had previously believed he had grasped some principles, but after some time, he realized he had veered off course once again. It felt like entering a dead end, with no other way out but to retrace his steps. "This one do. I must locate that last missing page," Qin Mu murmured to himself. The next day, as Qin Mu arrived at work, there were 2 rows of people neatly lined up at the entrance of Qinjiao Group. Song Wei, Liang Zicheng, and Huang Chong were back again. As they saw Qin Mu approaching, everyone bowed in unison. "Boss, you're here?" Liang Zicheng rushed over to offer a cigarette, but Qin Mu shot him a glare. "What are you up to? Feeling mischievous again?" "Don't misunderstand, boss. We are here to pay our respects." Scram. Qin Mu was displeased. Bringing so many people to pay respects made it seem as though he were a crime lord. Was he not digging his own grave? Seeing Qin Mu's anger, the trio quickly left. "Come back. Huh? The three looked puzzled but returned. Qin Mu pointed at them. From now on, if anyone dares to cause trouble here, I will hold you accountable. Understood, boss. They replied, exchanging glances before leaving in defeat. The head of security approached, lighting a cigarette for Qin Mu, flattering him. Brother Qin, you're truly impressive. No one in this area can control these ruffians. Even the local police are at a loss. Qin Mu took a puff. If they dare to cause any trouble again, let me know. Of course. But I think they won't dare anymore. Last time they came to apologize profusely, insisting that President Lu speak well of you. It was evident that in the eyes of these security personnel, Qin Mu had become a sage. Qin Mu didn't linger on the matter and headed straight to the president and Oppo's office. Being a bodyguard was certainly more comfortable than being a driver, better treatment, higher pay, and fewer trivial matters to deal with. During such times, Qin Mu would often visit Lu Hong's office to chat online. Lu Hong hadn't slept well the previous night and felt as though she had been through torment. Little did Qin Mu know that his impressive performance the night before had unsettled her thoughts. After playing games in Lu Hong's office for the entire morning, and seeing that she was too busy to pay attention to him, Qin Mu found himself bored and wondered if he should seek out Director Chen for some amusement. It seemed odd that he hadn't seen him all day. When he inquired with Wen Yang from the president's office, he learned that Director Chen was on leave. This man was probably hiding from Qin Mu, avoiding being made a fool again. Sigh, what a delightful toy has been lost. That's excessive. Next time, remember to take it easy. If you continue like this, no one will want to play with you anymore, Qin Mu lamented. Around 5 in the afternoon, Wen Yang came to summon Qin Mu, instructing him to drive the car to the administrative building to wait for the president. This time, the passengers were Lu Yaqing and Shun Wenying. To Yixin Tower, Shun Wenying said, glancing at her watch. Lu Yaqing reassured her, it's all right. We should make it in time. Shun Wenying nodded, but a hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes. As Qin Mu drove, he observed their expressions. They likely had an appointment with a heir to discuss a contract. Indeed, upon arriving at Yixin Tower, Lu Yaqing instructed Qin Mu, find a place to grab a bite. I'll call you when it's time. Once again, they were at this location, as they had just been there the previous night. Qin Mu responded, you go ahead. I'm fine. He merely sought a place to rest when a wave of fragrance wafted past him. Recognizing the scent without needing to see, Qin Mu knew immediately who it was. Miss Cheng. He had seen Chang Shui before. Her voice floated through the air, Mr. Qin. What a refined interest to be here alone enjoying the scenery. Why not play a tune for me by the river to delight my eyes? I and Oppos, I'm not admiring the scenery. I'm simply lonely, Qin Mu retorted, turning to face Chang Shui, who remained as enchanting as ever, her white attire as pure as snow. Oh, is Mr. Qin feeling lonely? Chang Shui's beautiful eyes lingered on him, and she chuckled softly. Qin Mu quietly admired her stunning beauty and shook his head. Not anymore. You truly are an intriguing individual, Mr. Qin. Chang Shui glanced around, ensuring no one else was present, and could not help but inquire, where is your enchanting companion? Ahem, may I ask which esteemed lady you are referring to? Oh, it seems you have quite a few admirers. Chang Shui smiled coyly. You didn't and Oppos joined Qinjiao Group merely for Yaqing, did you? Qin Mu appeared somewhat embarrassed. Is that so? Of course it is. Otherwise, why Haven and Oppos, you visited my Yixin building. Why would I not come? Just let me know when the Cheng family is seeking a son-in-law. Mr. Qin, you are quite the comedian. I fear you might be reluctant to part with those beautiful confidants at Qinjiao Group. Cheng Shui smiled subtly, her beauty particularly striking. Chapter 34. The Statue of the Goddess No Way. A true man should embrace the world with a generous heart and an open mind. I am indeed quite philanthropic. Chang Shui found herself at a loss for words, realizing that she was no match for his wit. This fellow was exceptionally loquacious. With a gentle sigh in her heart, she said earnestly, Mr. Qin, since you are here, why not join me upstairs for a while? Why didn't Oppos you say so earlier? My legs are practically numb from squatting, Qin Mu retorted, tossing aside his cigarette, and rising to entwine his arm with Chang Shui's, leaving her feeling rather awkward. Her beautiful eyes cast downwards, she glanced at Qin Mu, who was trying to appear rather composed. I'm sorry, my legs are numb. Qin Mu chuckled. a hint of mischief evident in his demeanor. In the distance, Cheng Fu was about to approach when Chang Shui shot him a glance that halted him in his tracks. Yet, he felt disgruntled. This lad was audacious beyond measure. Was he not afraid that Master Cheng would take severe action against him? Cheng Shui was the brightest star among the younger generation of the Cheng family, Master Cheng's cherished granddaughter. Not only was she exceptionally beautiful, but also extraordinarily talented. It was no wonder that such a vast family estate was entrusted to her management. Witnessing Qin Mu take Cheng Shui's hand and ascend the stairs, the staff at Yixian building gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. Cheng Fu, incensed, waved his hand and barked. "What are you staring at? Get back to work." For some inexplicable reason, the scene they had just witnessed felt to him like a fly landing on a pristine white cake, utterly revolting. How could such a celestial being allow this scoundrel to hold her hand so easily? He had investigated Qin Mu's background and found it rather unimpressive. Even if he were indeed skilled, did the young lady truly need to compromise herself so? Given the Cheng family's financial resources, they could easily attract any number of eligible suitors. As the most devoted servant of the Cheng family, Cheng Fu often felt that Cheng Shui deserved far better. How many young masters from illustrious families would eagerly prostrate themselves before her at the slightest nod? Countless individuals would willingly squander their fortunes and forsake their ambitions for a mere smile from her. Even a simple dinner, a shared smile, or a courteous handshake would suffice to satiate their desires. Little did Qin Mu know that his hand-holding with the beauty had astounded many. Cheng Shui led him to a spacious hall on the 4th floor, a dedicated space for entertaining guests. This floor was free from any disturbances, save for the staff, and boasted exceptional views through its expansive floor-to-ceiling windows that showcased the sweeping river below. "Mr. Qin, are your legs still numb?" Cheng Shui inquired as she noticed him still reluctant to release her hand. "Oh, my apologies for making you uncomfortable," Qin Mu replied, finally letting go but bringing his hand to his nose to inhale the lingering fragrance, which was distinctly musky, not the typical scent one would expect from an ordinary girl. A frown crossed Qin Mu's brow as he pondered this. Cheng Shui, observant as ever, noticed the fleeting expression on Qin Mu's face and mused silently. Did he sense something unusual? A shared thought flickered between them, yet they instinctively averted their gazes. "What is this?" Qin Mu and Appo's attention was drawn to a statue of a goddess displayed at the front of the hall. The statue appeared to be life-sized, pristine as jade, approximately 7 meters tall, and upon its pedestal, it reached over 2 meters, exuding an air of divine majesty. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the statue posed a peculiar gesture, its features strikingly reminiscent of Cheng Shui, as if it were her doppelganger. Moreover, it radiated an eerie chill, enveloped in a mystical mist. Curious, Qin Mu approached, extending his hand to touch the statue, but Cheng Shui hurriedly intervened, donned amp, Appo's tea. His hand froze mid-air as he turned to her, puzzled. "What's the matter? You can't touch it," Cheng Shui insisted, taking a few quick steps forward. "Everything else here is fair game, except for this statue." "Is that so?" Qin Mu retracted his hand, a playful smile gracing his lips as he looked at Cheng Shui. "Then I shall take you away instead." Cheng Shui felt defeated once again by his shamelessness. Thankfully, Qin Mu clapped his hands and jested, "Don't take it to heart. However, I am rather intrigued. Why would you have your likeness carved in such a manner? Moreover, if I am not mistaken, this ancient jade is likely worth a fortune, perhaps enough to purchase the entirety of Jianghuai City." Cheng Shui paused, taken aback that Qin Mu knew it was ancient jade. This fellow was indeed exceptional. "You are only half correct," she replied. "This is ancient cold jade, but the statue is not me." "Not you?" "Indeed, this is an ancestor of the Cheng family, but she bears a striking resemblance to you." Qin Mu continued to scrutinize Cheng Shui with an unwavering gaze. Cheng Shui felt her cheeks flush. Many had remarked on their likeness, and it was true. But why is the statue of a woman and not a man? If it's an ancestor, it should be male, Qin Mu queried, intrigued. Cheng Shui shook her head. "I cannot say for certain." The smile on her face indicated that she was likely aware, but chose not to disclose the information. Having observed both the statue and Cheng Shui, Qin Mu couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful." It was unclear whether he was referring to Cheng Shui or the statue. "Please have a seat." Cheng Shui invited Qin Mu to sit in the hall, where a server brought tea for both of them. Qin Mu's gaze lingered on the statue's peculiar gesture, as though he were deep in thought. Cheng Shui remarked, "I heard that Hu Guisan had a falling out with Qin Qianjiao, which could spell trouble for Qinjiao Group. Hu Guisan has been scheming and laying traps. Initially, Qin Qianjiao was compelled to collaborate with the Hu family for the sake of company performance. If a conflict truly arises, Qinjiao Group may find it challenging to escape unscathed." Qin Mu mused, sipping his tea and smacking his lips. "Knowing the dangers ahead, I believe Qin Qianjiao should be well prepared. As a woman who has managed to grow a business of such scale, she is certainly no fool." "Oh," Cheng Shui replied, slightly surprised. It seemed he was not worried at all. Worried about what? Competitors are merely adversaries. If Qin Qianjiao cannot grasp this fundamental truth, she does not deserve to lead Qinjiao Group. The Hu family was indeed stronger than Qinjiao Group, so why did they assist her? Did they truly believe it was a match made in heaven, a partnership of mutual benefit? Qin Qianjiao is no fool. Who is using whom is still up for debate. Cheng Shui laughed lightly. "It appears I was overly concerned. You seem to have everything under control." "No, I'm merely a driver. I do not meddle in matters that do not concern me. However, what if Lu Yaqing faces trouble? For instance, if someone were to covet her beauty?" Qin Mu raised an eyebrow, casually remarking, "I also hold another identity, that of the bodyguard to the president of Qinjiao Group. Should anyone dare to lay eyes on the president with ill intentions, I shall ensure they are eternally remembered." This rogue. Cheng Shui found herself both amused and exasperated. Indeed, it was not the rogue itself that was frightening, but rather a rogue with a cultured mind. Even such rogue words were delivered with a sense of philosophy. Chapter 35. Beasts. As Lu Yaqing and Shen Weining arrived at the reserved private room in Yixin building, they were set to meet with heir to make one last effort. To their surprise, heir had arrived ahead of them. Within the room sat Hu Qianyu, his smile somewhat unsettling. "One Oppos, that's the matter." Surprised? Hu Qianyu chuckled mockingly. Heir gestured for the two women to sit. "You needn't doubt. Mr. Hu is here to persuade me not to make things difficult for the Qinjiao Group. He is, after all, a good person." "Indeed," Hu Qianyu chimed in, "the Qinjiao Group has come this far with great difficulty. If such a significant deal were to fall through, it would be a heavy loss, not just for them but for all involved. I'm merely here to offer counsel. The rest depends on your sincerity." Lu Yaqing exchanged glances with Shen Weining, both settling at the table. With Hu Qianyu present, discussing matters became quite troublesome. Initially, they had merely harbored suspicions, but now it was evident that Hu Qianyu was the architect of their predicament. To create chaos and then assume the role of saint was utterly shameless. At this moment, the two found themselves at a disadvantage, struggling to find their voices. "Heir, might we find a more suitable place to discuss?" Lu Yaqing expressed her reluctance to dine in Hu Qianyu's company. Heir stood, insisting, "No, Miss Lu, regardless of the circumstances, we must first dine before discussing business. Wouldn't you agree? It would be quite improper to negotiate on an empty stomach. I particularly enjoy Donghua cuisine. Let us order." Yes, let us eat first. We've collaborated for many years. Surely we can come to an understanding," Hu Qianyu quickly concurred. With no other options, the two women suppressed their frustrations, observing the intentions of these two men. "Waiter, bring the wine." Hu Qianyu, seemingly oblivious to the humiliation he endured at the Qinjiao Group, exuded enthusiasm. His 4 bodyguards, recently dismissed by Qin Mu, stood guard at the door as the waiter presented 4 bottles of brandy, each worth over 20,000. "Today I'm treating. Enjoy yourselves, and we shall discuss business afterward." This flamboyant demeanor was learned from his connections within the power circles. For bottles of brandy, 1 per person. To finish them before speaking was a deliberate challenge to the two women. Beaming, Heir remarked, "Miss Lu, Miss Shen, whether we can finalize today's business hinges upon your performance. Is it true that if we finish 2 bottles, you and Oppos, LL agree not to withdraw from the deal?" Lu Yaqing fixed her gaze on him. Heir merely smiled, leaving the answer to Hu Qianyu. Hu Qianyu clicked his tongue. Over 100 million, Miss Lu. You might be rather idealistic. Drinking is merely to lighten the atmosphere. The key is to keep the client happy to continue discussions. Wouldn't you agree? Miss Shun, as a skilled PR expert, I'm sure you're accustomed to such scenarios. Ah, Miss Shun, should you decide to join our Hu group, I would double whatever Qinjiao group offers you. This man was blatantly attempting to poach. Yet Shun Weiniang responded coolly. I'm afraid what Qinjiao group offers me cannot be matched by others. Well said. Shun Weiniang and Amp, Oppo's retort was powerful. Hu Qianyu, unfazed, teased, not necessarily. Our Hu group can offer you a position as a young mistress. Can Qinjiao provide that? I could marry President Lu as well. Shun Weiniang shot back without reservation. Their banter sharp and incisive. Hu Qianyu laughed heartily, realizing he was outmatched in wit. Of course, Shun Weiniang, despite her youth, was no ordinary figure to have secured the position of sales director at Qinjiao Group. Heir observed Shun Weiniang, captivated by this enchanting Eastern woman. As she exchanged barbs with Hu Qianyu, Heir called for the waiter to pour more drinks, urging, let us not damage the camaraderie. Cheers. Once we finish our drinks, we can discuss matters freely. Understanding Lu Yaqing and Oppo's limited tolerance for alcohol, Shun Weiniang declared, I'll drink this bottle with you. But President Lu will only take this one cup. That won't do. If she can't drink, you should substitute for her, Hu Qianyu insisted. As they prepared to consume 2 bottles, Shun Weiniang began to feel the strain. She was acutely aware of her own limits. Finishing even 1 bottle was a struggle, and helping Lu Yaqing finish the remainder would leave her incapacitated. Yet, to avoid losing the deal, Shun Weiniang steeled herself fine. I hope you keep your word. Weiniang, Lu Yaqing called out, concern etched on her face, but Shun Weiniang gently squeezed her hand, reassuring her, it's fine. I'll have Qin Mu take me home afterward. Lu Yaqing felt torn. She couldn't drink much, at most just a token sip. Yet she didn't want Shun Weiniang to sacrifice her well-being for the deal. The stakes were already high, leaving them in a precarious situation. As the rounds of drinks progressed, Lu Yaqing found herself struggling. Normally, she could manage about half a gin if taken slowly, but today was different. I need to use the restroom, she announced, rising unsteadily. Shun Weiniang quickly followed, unwilling to let Lu Yaqing go alone. Upon their exit, a conspiratorial smile crept onto Hu Qianyu and Oppo's face. Heir, the next steps are yours. Heir raised his glass. Wishing Hu Qianyu success, cheers. Hu Qianyu grinned, clinking glasses with Heir. Are you all right? Shun Weiniang asked, patting Lu Yaqing and Oppo's back as she sensed her discomfort. Lu Yaqing and Oppo's flushed face signaled her unease. I drank too quickly. Rest for a moment. Let me handle things from here, Shun Weiniang urged, guiding Lu Yaqing to the window. Perhaps you should call Qin Mu to pick you up. I'll call later. I just need to sit for a while, Lu Yaqing replied, seeking fresh air. Shun Weiniang reluctantly released her grip, but a bodyguard soon approached. President Lu, Heir is getting impatient. If you don't return soon, he plans to leave. Gritting her teeth, Shun Weiniang decided, I'll go in first. Inside the private room, upon seeing only Shun Weiniang, Hu Qianyu and Heir exchanged amused glances. Where's Miss Lu? Surely she wouldn't disregard our invitation? She drank too much, Shun Weiniang replied, taking her seat and pouring herself a glass. Heir, we are not strangers in business. You know my drinking capacity quite well. After this glass, I must take my leave, and we can discuss the rest tomorrow. How's that sound? Shun Weiniang's bottle was nearly empty, filled from Lu Yaqing's. Hu Qianyu remained silent, merely watching Heir with a smile. Heir glanced at Hu Qianyu, who excused himself. I'll step out for a call. You two continue. As Hu Qianyu exited, Heir, with a glint in his blue eyes, awaited Shun Weiniang's response. Miss Shun, since we are familiar acquaintances, I shall be frank. The power to determine the deal lies entirely with you. Simply express your stance. What do you mean? The power is mine? Shun Weiniang asked, bewildered. Having consumed a bottle, her fair complexion flushed, enhancing her allure. She let out a small burp and gazed at Heir. To her astonishment, Heir reached out to take her hand. I have long admired you. Should you agree to be my clandestine lover, I would provide for you for a lifetime. Naturally, the matter of withdrawing from the deal would be rendered moot. Everything would be at your discretion. What? Qin Mu was on the verge of losing her temper. How could this beast? After a moment of contemplation, she managed to regain her composure. As a seasoned saleswoman, she had encountered all manner of individuals and faced countless situations. Yet, she was taken aback by the audacity of Ayler to make such an outrageous demand. Noticing her silence, Ayler boldly asserted, "You decide. It must be tonight. If you agree, stay and accompany me to the hotel. If you refuse, then there is nothing more to discuss." Beast! Qin Mu rose to her feet and, with a swift motion, splashed the contents of her glass directly onto Ayler's face. As the marketing director had encountered similar predicaments before, there had been instances where individuals harbored ulterior motives toward her. But she remained steadfast. What significance could be derived from compromising one's dignity and integrity for the sake of performance? While she engaged with clients and navigated occasional improprieties, such as crude jokes or suggestive gestures, she maintained a firm resolve to avoid them, firmly believed in upholding certain principles, asserting that the esteemed reputation and brand value of group obviated the need for obsequiousness. She would never consider prostituting herself for the sake of achieving targets. In ordinary circumstances, she would have declined to engage with such clients. However, this particular situation presented a unique challenge. Firstly, the individual in question was a long-standing and significant client. Secondly, the order was nearing completion, awaiting only acceptance and shipment. Being stalled at this juncture placed them in a precarious position. After splashing the wine, turned to leave. Unfazed, wiped the liquid from his face and watched her alluring figure with amusement. "If you exit this suite, I will cancel all the orders, causing group to face financial ruin. And you will be deemed the eternal culprit. Miss, I trust this is not your desire." A sinister smile caused to hesitate, but she resolutely dashed out. Upon opening the door, two towering African bodyguards stood like an impassable barrier. Averaging over 6 feet in height, they were imposing figures with bulging muscles, resembling the monstrous figures from television. These bodyguards had not been present earlier. They arrived after and entered the suite, and his bodyguards had vanished. "Make way," demanded angrily. The two black bodyguards seized her delicate arms and forcefully threw her back onto the sofa, erupted in laughter and waved at the bodyguards, who retreated and closed the door behind them. "Miss, you cannot escape. Accept reality. I initially intended to court you in a more comfortable setting, such as a hotel suite. However, since you refuse, this will suffice." As disrobed, he cackled menacingly. Already inebriated, lacked the strength to resist. Seeing advance, she screamed in terror. She grabbed an empty wine bottle from the table and warned, "Do not approach. I will call the police." "Call the police?" Guffawed. "What good will that do? I am a foreign guest, and your Donghua has policies that favor foreigners. Even if convicted, I will not face severe punishment. Furthermore, with Mr. and Amp, Oppo's testimony, I can claim that you seduced me for the sake of performance. You. Conspiracy. It is all a conspiracy." It seemed they had planned this all along. Suddenly thought of and wondered about her safety. Had, still smarting from his previous encounter with the president, targeted her? Even in her predicament, thoughts were with well-being. She hurled the wine bottle at, rushed to the window, and cried out, "Help!" Her plea was abruptly silenced as covered her mouth from behind. He then slammed her onto the sofa. What was that sound? It and Oppo's who was having tea with, leaped out of the window and landed gracefully on the marble floor below. Peeked out of the window, her mouth agape, in surprise. "Oh my God!" Regaining her composure, she pressed the intercom. "What is happening?" Simultaneously arrived at and Amp, Oppo's suite, where two towering black bodyguards stood guard. Without a word, charged forward, before the bodyguards could react. With his superhuman strength, seized their heads and slammed them together. The impact was swift and decisive. The bodyguards were rendered unconscious before they could even mount a defense. Inside the suite, clad only in his underwear, his body covered in dark hair, leered at. Suddenly, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. The force of the blow nearly shattered his shoulder. As he instinctively turned to look, massive fist mercilessly pulverized his nose. Fuck. Blood spurted everywhere and writhed in agony. but did not allow him to succumb to unconsciousness. Where was the satisfaction in that? He needed to feel excruciating pain, grabbing his golden curls. He delivered a series of brutal slaps. Then, lifting him up, he unleashed a devastating knee strike. Even lying on the sofa, could hear the sickening crack of his testicles, sending shivers down her spine. After the assault, tossed aside like a discarded shrimp, writhing in agony on the floor, had subdued and his bodyguards in less than 3 minutes. His actions were swift, violent, and awe-inspiring, watched in stunned silence as, like a divine savior, had arrived just in time to rescue her. Helped her up. Where is the president? The president went out. Hurry, check if she is there. She might be drunk. Was furious. How dare the foreign devil ply the 2 girls with alcohol? Stay here, I will go look for her. As turned to leave, arrived with her entourage. What happened? Did not bother to explain. He exited the suite to search for her. Was gone. Ran out, exclaiming, the president must have been taken away by. Is here too? That bastard. S eyes flashed with murderous intent. He called and threatened, if you dare lay a hand on, I will annihilate your entire family. In the corridor, crushed a stainless steel banister with his bare hand. Emerged, having heard from that had abducted. This is outrageous. His family's territory. How dare he be so audacious? If anything happens to here, our family will bear responsibility. S face turned grim. Don't panic, leave this to me. If he dares to harm, I will make him pay. She called directly and roared. Have you no shame? What do you think of our family? If your son dares to lay a finger on, I will ensure the ruin of your family. Who was awaiting news from his son, was startled by an Oppo's S call. What has that rascal done to offend the family and Oppo's S girl? Terrified, immediately called his son and berated him mercilessly. Glanced at the unconscious in the back seat, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Chapter 37. Trouble approaches before long. Lu Yaqing appeared at the roadside near Yixian building, supported by 2 attendants. By the time Qin Mu and the others arrived, Hu Qianyu had long since fled the scene. Seeing Lu Yaqing safe and sound, Shen Weining let out a quiet sigh of relief. Qin Mu's clenched fists crackled ominously, his expression dark and foreboding. In the private room, the half-clad heir groaned in despair. His face was swollen, his nose shattered, and both of his precious jewels were injured. If a tomato were added to the mix, it could easily be turned into a dish. Fuck, I'm calling the police. I'm calling the police. If the pain in his face was bearable, the despair from his injuries felt nearly fatal. Wasn't Donghua known for its civility? When did it become so violent? I'm a foreign guest. The 2 bodyguards sprawled at the door of the private room had yet to regain consciousness, incapacitated by a single blow from Qin Mu. Cheng Shui wore a cold expression as she dragged them out. These individuals dared to cause a ruckus here. She owed Lu Yaqing an explanation. Wait, you think dragging them out after such actions is enough? It's not that simple. Qin Mu stepped in, his cold, piercing gaze radiating a murderous intent, devoid of any hint of his usual playful demeanor. Shen Weining observed in shock. She had heard of Qin Mu, who often flirted with Lu Hong and had even clashed with director Chen over her. She was astonished that such a seemingly carefree individual could be so terrifying when provoked. Even Shen Weining found it hard to discern which was the true Qin Mu. Miss Cheng, I'll borrow your space for a moment, Qin Mu said without courtesy, dragging the 2 black bodyguards inside and tossing them beside heir before settling himself onto the sofa with a commanding presence. Now, I'm giving you a chance. If you answer even one question incorrectly, I will break one of your fingers. The atmosphere in the room was suffocatingly tense, silence enveloping them. Cheng Shui, several security personnel, and Cheng Fu entered. Cheng Fu exchanged glances with Cheng Shui, who signaled him to refrain from acting rashly. Heir, sitting on the floor, screamed hysterically, "Who are you? I'm calling the embassy. I will have you face legal consequences." Qin Mu ignored his ramblings and pressed. Whose idea was it to cancel the order? Heir clutched his nose. No, I don't know what you're talking about. You have no right to talk to me like that. Crack. Qin Mu twisted his hand, breaking one of Heir and Amp, Oppo's fingers. Oh! Heir screamed in agony. Having lived a life of luxury, he was unprepared for such pain. Qin Mu asked again, whose idea was it to cancel the order? I'll spill. Fuck. Heir cursed, but before he could finish, crack. Another finger met the same fate. Ah, ah, ah. Heir was on the brink of fainting from the pain, but Qin Mu showed no mercy, his expression devoid of compassion. I will ask you once more, whose idea was it to cancel the order? His icy gaze bore into Heir, who realized his third finger was also in jeopardy. Finally, Heir broke. I'll tell you. Qin Mu patted his face and pulled out his phone to record. With a sob in his voice, Heir confessed. This was all Hu Guisun and his son from the Hu Group S doing. They wanted me to help them bring down the Qinjiao Group, offering me 20% of the shares. In truth, the Hu Group S proposal to collaborate with the Qinjiao Group was a meticulously planned scheme by them. Their ultimate goal was to swallow the Qinjiao Group whole. That's all I know. The specific plans don't concern me. I was merely tasked with creating trouble to ensnare the Qinjiao Group. Tonight's dinner was merely a trap. Even if Miss Shan agreed, we would not change the decision to cancel the order. Once he finished, Heir held his severed finger, trembling in pain. So, the Hu Group has been plotting for a long time. Even if I hadn't allowed Liang Ziqing's group to beat him that day, they would have found another excuse. Qin Mu glanced at Shen Weiying, who understood the implication. These scoundrels had ensnared themselves as well. Fortunately, she had remained resolute and not fallen for their tricks. However, even so, her face turned pale with anger, her lips bitten until they bled. Requesting paper and pen from the attendants, she instructed Heir to write down these confessions. He was to detail his collusion with Hu Qianyu against Lu Yaqing and Shen Weiying tonight, signing and fingerprinting it afterward. With both the recorded confession and written statement, Qin Mu finally spoke to Chang Shui, please take care of them for me. Then he escorted Heir to the car. Shen Weiying hurried after him. Qin Mu, be careful. Qin Mu was taken aback that the beautiful sales director cared for him. He nodded and started the car. Chang Shui finally spoke. Qin Mu, don't go. Let me mediate for you. No need, thank you. Qin Mu's dictionary did not contain the word and oppose, mediation, and oppose. If others had bullied him, he would not let it rest. Since Hu Guisun and his son had such a large appetite, they should taste the bitterness of being bullied themselves. Watching the car speed away, Chang Shui shook her head. Cheng Fu approached. Miss, are we going to let him handle this alone? Do you think we have any control over this matter? Let Hu Guisun and his son suffer a bit. It's better than letting them remain ignorant of their own limits. Cheng Fu fell silent, complying with the young lady's orders. At the Hu family villa, the phone rang abruptly. A bodyguard answered, panic-stricken, shouting, not good, Chairman. The one named Qin is coming for us. What? How is this brat still haunting us? Hu Qianyu panicked. Dad, what should we do? Hu Guisun slammed his hand on the table, barking, he dares. Before he could finish, ouch. My mouth. His face, swollen from being struck by Qin Mu days prior, throbbed painfully once again. Grinding his teeth, Hu Guisun seethed. That Qin brat. I will destroy you one day. Boom! Outside the courtyard, a car crashed through the gates. Storming into the yard, a bodyguard caught off guard was pinned beneath the fallen gate. Qin, you are too audacious. Do you think my Hu family has no one to stand against you? Hu Qianyu emerged from the house, brandishing a gun. Everyone, follow me. Let us take him down. Several bodyguards surged forward, each armed with firearms. In an instant, the villa and amp, Oppo's, dozen or so bodyguards surrounded Qin Mu and his vehicle. Feeling emboldened, Hu Qianyu stood beside Hu Guisun, taunting, brat, if you have the guts, come at me. Oh, the Hu family dares to hoard firearms. You have some nerve. Qin Mu calmly took out a cigarette and lit it. Hu Guisun and amp, Oppo's, expression darkened, trembling with rage. This brat showed utter disdain for the Hu family. After publicly humiliating him at the Qinjiao Group, he now dared to come to their home and cause trouble. What audacity! With a venomous glare fixed on Qin Mu, he longed to flay him alive and extract his tendons, hoping to relieve his pent-up fury. Hu Qianyu, emboldened by his weapon, sneered, Qin, you're trespassing in hell without an invitation. I still owe you for the last time. You've come right to my doorstep. Today, I shall see if you truly possess any extraordinary abilities. Qin Mu replied coolly, I possess no extraordinary abilities, but I certainly have the means to eliminate you and your scoundrel of father. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he reached into the car, dragging the disheveled Heir out and throwing him to the ground, stepping on him. Heir clutched his injuries, crying out, "Who? Save me!" Hu Guisun and Appo's face could no longer maintain its composure. In a fit of rage, he forcefully gestured with his hand and commanded, "Eliminate him. A generous reward of 200,000 for each." Chapter 38. Time for me to show off. A bodyguard, who walked with a slight limp, approached. Qin Mu recognized him as one of the 4 bodyguards he had previously incapacitated in Chun Qianzhao's office. Judging by his gait, it seemed he had yet to recover. The man brandished a gun, pointing it at Qin Mu's forehead. Seething, "Qin, aren't you quite arrogant? Think you're tough? Today, with so many of us and so many guns, let us see you dare to make a sound." He gestured to his thigh, yelling, "You think you can play tricks? You kicked me so hard that I still feel pain. Tell me, how should I deal with you?" Qin Mu inhaled smoke, glanced at him, and asked, "Are you done? What do you want to do?" Perhaps due to the lingering fear from their last encounter, the bodyguard instinctively inquired. Qin Mu released the girl at his feet, ordering those who didn't wish to die to disperse. "I'm about to show off. Damn it, can you quit being so arrogant, Qin?" The bodyguard thought to himself, but before he could finish, Qin Mu struck. A gust of cold wind rushed towards the bodyguard, whom Qin Mu presumed to be the leader. Capturing the leader first was essential. Realizing the danger, the bodyguard fired his weapon. Bang! The bullet whizzed past Qin Mu's face. No one saw how he dodged it. In the blink of an eye, the bodyguard felt a sharp pain in his thigh as his wrist tightened, causing the gun to turn back on him. He knelt, clutching his bleeding leg in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how Qin Mu had evaded his bullet and subdued him in mere seconds. It was too swift. As the other bodyguard prepared to shoot, they realized Qin Mu had vanished from sight. The gunshots had left them trembling with fear, each praying silently. What manner of being was he? Qin Mu aimed his gun at the bodyguard leader and Appo's head, taunting, "Aren't and Appo's. To you arrogant? Think you and Appo's. Re-tough? Let us see you make a sound." The bodyguard leader turned pale, trembling, Didon and Amp. Appo's. T-shoot. On the balcony above, Hu Guisun and his son began to panic. Hu Guisun wiping beads of sweat from his forehead, while Hu Qianyu trembled with his gun in hand. The bodyguards exchanged glances, honestly unsure if they dared take the risk. Having witnessed the fate of their leader, none wanted to share his fate. Cowards! Qin Mu cast a disdainful glance at the bodyguards and ascended the stairs with his gun drawn. Though Hu Guisun wielded wealth and power, he was no match for ruthless underground forces. He typically relied on his money to bully the weak and ordinary, but faced with someone like Qin Mu, he dared not continue his arrogance. If Qin Mu's previous assault on his 4 bodyguards was a mere sneak attack, what he witnessed now was beyond description. As Qin Mu approached the stairs, all the bodyguards stood frozen, and Hu Guisun and his son retreated, nervously imploring, "Don't do anything rash." Hu Qianyu raised his gun. "Qin, I'll fight you." Qin Mu glared, gun aimed directly at Hu Qianyu. "Try it, and let us see who falls first." Hu Qianyu, in a panic, dripped with sweat, hesitated, and ultimately could not pull the trigger. As Qin Mu pressed forward, the gun aimed at his forehead. Hu Qianyu could no longer bear the immense psychological pressure and collapsed to his knees. "Please, don't shoot." The once proud young master of the Hu family had lost all semblance of dignity. As he trembled, an unpleasant odor suddenly wafted from his groin. "You want to target Lu Yaqing?" Qin Mu kicked him down and pressed the gun to his head. In the hall, Mrs. Hu and several other women were petrified, their faces drained of color. Hu Guisun gazed at his son, attempting to maintain his composure. "Don't shoot. Let us discuss this." "Discuss what? Didn't you just offer a reward of 200,000 for my head?" Qin Mu stared at Hu Guisun with a smile that held no warmth. Hu Guisun's face twitched uncomfortably, forcing a laugh. "That was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Let us talk it out. Why resort to weapons? If the police get involved, it won't be good for anyone, right? All right, since you are so sincere, I will grant you this opportunity." Qin Mu placed the gun on the coffee table and reclined elegantly on the imported rosewood sofa. "You, make me an offer." Hu Guisun, unable to decipher Qin Mu's limits, could only wait for him to speak. Qin Mu picked up a teapot from the table and leisurely sipped his tea. "Mr. Hu, this shows your lack of sincerity. Do you really need me to remind you of the misdeeds you and AI Lair have committed?" Hu Guisun's face twitched as he recalled AI Lair's fate, realizing he would likely divulge everything. Continuing to argue was futile, so he gritted his teeth and finally offered, "I will give you 5 million." Qin Mu seized the gun and chambered around, pointing it at Hu Qianyu and Appo's groin. "Unfortunately, your son's mistakes will be borne by your grandson. Please." Hu Guisun knelt, realizing that if Qin Mu pulled the trigger, he would truly be left without heirs. Qin Mu was the kind of person who would do it without hesitation. He could not afford to hesitate any longer. "What do you want me to do?" Without further ado, Qin Mu outlined his demands. First, compensate Qinjiao Group for all losses. Second, you and your son must personally apologize. Third, you must write a guarantee of all the misdeeds you two committed in blood. Of course, if you refuse to write it, I have means to obtain all your financial records from Hu's group. Given your reputation, I doubt you've avoided tax evasion. Hu Guisun felt a surge of anger and urgency, especially at the implications of Qin Mu's words. If he were to infiltrate Hu's group, no one would be able to stop him. Seeing his son at Qin Mu and Appo's mercy, Hu Guisun clenched his teeth in frustration. Perhaps it was best to agree and deal with it later. Resolute, Hu Guisun bit his finger, took a piece of white cloth, and wrote a blood vow. Qin Mu calmly sipped his tea, waiting for him to finish before accepting it with satisfaction. He thought it was over. Once Qin Mu left, he could discard the agreement. When the time came, he could bring out his powerful allies, confident that Qinjiao would not withstand the pressure. Little did he know, Qin Mu was even more cunning. "All right, now you can instruct your finance department to transfer the funds." Earlier, Hu Guisun had promised to compensate Qinjiao Group 100 million and ensure the smooth shipment of their goods. If not, Hu and Appo's group would purchase them. However, he was unprepared for Qin Mu's immediate demand for the transfer. Hu Guisun hesitated. "Is that appropriate? The banks are closed at night. Do you take me for a fool? Can and Appo's you transfer online? With such a large company, Don and Appo's, tell me you can and Appo's manage an online transfer?" Tears welled in Hu Guisun's eyes as he felt the pain in his heart. When he called the finance department, his heart was bleeding. Minutes later, the finance department confirmed the successful transfer. The guarantee had been written, the money had been paid, and Hu Guisun promised to personally apologize the next day, asking for a little time to handle the injured tonight. Qin Mu pocketed the blood vow and swaggered out. As he left, Hu Guisun slumped onto the sofa, sighing heavily. The bodyguards rushed in. Chairman. Furious and humiliated, Hu Guisun yelled at the incompetent guards, "Get out! Get out!" A group of individuals found themselves unable to contend with a single adversary. "What use do I have for you all?" Hu Qianyu crawled over, pleading, "Father, shall we truly let it end like this?" Hu Guisun, in anguish, closed his eyes tightly, wrestling with his thoughts for a considerable time. Suddenly, he seized a cup from a coffee table and hurled it violently to the ground. Crash. Chapter 39. The shock in the hearts of 3 girls at 9 o'clock. Qinjiao had just emerged from a soothing milk bath in her villa and was preparing to retire for the night when she received an unexpected call from the finance department. "Chairman, the company has received a substantial sum from the Hu Group." "The Hu Group? How is that possible?" Qinjiao was puzzled. "How much?" 100 million. 100 million? She tightened her bath towel. "Are you certain?" "I have verified it meticulously, and it is indeed 100 million, the finance staff confirmed." Qinjiao yawned. "I see. Let's discuss this tomorrow." After hanging up, she called downstairs. "Chunma, has Yaqing returned?" Lu Yaqing was at Yixin building with Shun Weiniang, just waking up from a drunken stupor. Seeing Chang Shui and Shun Weiniang by her side, she couldn't Appo's help but ask what happened. Shun Weiniang recounted the events in detail, causing Lu Yaqing's face to turn pale. "What about Qin Mu?" "He went to confront Hu Guisun," Chang Shui replied as she approached. "Yaqing, do you know Qin Mu's background?" Just moments ago, Qin Mu had leapt from the 4th floor, a feat that Chang Shui found unforgettable. With such prowess, he likely had no rivals in Jianghuai. It seemed she had underestimated Qin Mu. He was far more formidable than she had imagined. Lu Yaqing shook her head. He was just an ordinary driver in the company, recruited by Lu Hong. Chang Shui smiled sweetly. "Then you truly have struck gold. Cherish him. He is indeed a remarkable talent. With his versatile skills, including playing the piano, such a capable and romantic man was indeed a rarity." Cheng Shui refrained from sharing certain thoughts with Lu Yaqing. Surprised by Cheng Shui and Appo's praise for a man, Lu Yaqing stared at her in astonishment. Does Shui know something? Cheng Shui sighed. He is yours. How could I possibly know anything? Earlier, while dining in the private room, she had purposely invited him to Yixin building, but he had declined. It seemed she lacked the charm that Lu Yaqing possessed. The title of Jianghua and Appo's most beautiful woman truly belongs to you, Cheng Shui lamented. Shui is complaining about me again, Lu Yaqing said, her cheeks flushed. If you really like him, I could let him go for you. Realizing her mistake, Lu Yaqing quickly covered her mouth, feeling embarrassed. Forget it. You've led me astray. Soon, the three girls erupted into a fit of giggles. Qin Mu returned, heading straight to the 4th floor. Qin Mu, are you all right? Shen Weiniing was the first to stand up, and upon approaching him, she suddenly detected a metallic scent of blood, causing her to feel anxious. In the presence of the man who had safeguarded her second life, Shen Weiniing felt a complex array of emotions. Lu Yaqing also stood, her beautiful eyes darting around Qin Mu. Cheng Shui observed this and couldn't help but chuckle quietly. I'm fine. After returning from the Hu family, Qin Mu's menacing aura had considerably diminished, and he resumed his usual carefree demeanor, wearing a devil-may-care expression. What happened? You didn't cause a scene at the Hu family, did you? Cheng Shui inquired. Everyone knows that beautiful women love heroes. Both General Lu and General Shen care about me, yet you only seem concerned about the Hu family. Qin Mu retorted, clearly displeased as he plopped down on the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea. Cheng Shui was taken aback by his rebuttal and shot him an incredulous glance. You yourself said you were fine. Why should I ask again? Miss Cheng, this is a matter of attitude. Clearly, you do not hold me in your heart. The three girls burst into laughter. Is there anyone more narcissistic than this guy? Cheng Shui thought to herself. Do you really think you are as charming as Wu Dalong? Or perhaps Pan or Song Yu? Enough, Qin Mu. Just tell us what happened. Lu Yaqing interjected, stopping his nonsensical chatter. Seeing Qin Mu return to his normal state eased Shen Weiniing's worries. She recalled his furious expression when he had seen General Lu being taken away by Hu Tianyu, and she felt a twinge of fear. Qin Mu nodded, retrieving a blood-written guarantee from Hu Guosen, who had shown some rationality and sincerity. To express his remorse, he wrote me a guarantee, signing it with his blood and promising to compensate Qinjiao Group for 100 million in losses. Furthermore, he will personally bring his son to apologize tomorrow. What? The three girls stared at Qin Mu, aghast. The blood-written guarantee on the coffee table was striking, complete with a thumbprint. Rational and sincere, they could only imagine the turmoil Hu Guosen must have felt while penning that guarantee. Understanding Hu Guosen and Appo's stature as a prominent figure in Jianghua commerce, they knew he would not easily acquiesce after being bested by Qin Mu. Cheng Shui felt overwhelmed. With so many bodyguards and weapons at Hu Guosen's disposal, how had Qin Mu managed this? Lu Yaqing and Shen Weiniing were utterly bewildered, clearly having their perceptions of reality challenged once more by Qin Mu's actions. Why are you all looking at me like that? If you like me, please don't all come at once. I'm not ready for that, he joked. Entirely my heart surrendered to you, with dreams of white and feelings of red, pure yet persistent. Gently teasing my black hair, you are so tender, granting me the deepest kiss. Lu Yaqing's phone rang, the melody being a delightful old song. Hearing the lyrics, Qin Mu smiled at Lu Yaqing. Sister Lu, your emotions are quite delicate. It seems you have a sentimental side. The lyrics resonated deeply, almost as if they expressed Lu Yaqing and Appo's innermost thoughts. Could it be she had someone in her heart? Qin Mu's heart skipped a beat. Lu Yaqing answered the call. Hello, Mom. We're at Shui's place. Oh, it's fine, you should rest. With Qin Mu here, he will protect us. She stepped away, and the others could no longer hear the conversation. When she returned, her eyes met Qin Mu's, and she gently said, My mom said the money has been credited. Cheng Shui and Shen Weiniing's hearts raced. Could it be? Had Hu Guosen truly transferred 100 million to Qinjiao Group? As Cheng Shui scrutinized Qin Mu, Shen Weiniing felt her heart pounding, unable to articulate the shock this man had brought in her life. Well, it's getting late. Shall we head back to sleep or stay here? The three girls exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. That sounded wrong. Qin Mu awkwardly scratched his head, clarifying, I meant, should I take you back? Or will you stay the night at Cheng's place? Please help spread the word. Thank you. Chapter 40. A fragment of a jade pendant. Cheng Shui arranged 2 rooms for them. Qin Mu and Shun Weining each took one, while she called Lu Yaqing to sleep in her room. The 2 goddesses engaged in delightful conversation, completely devoid of sleepiness. In the dead of night, the soft sound of piano music drifted through the air. Cheng Shui, clad in a delicate nightgown, rose from her bed and opened the window. They brewed another pot of tea and continued their serene dialogue until dawn. Upon hearing the piano notes, she reminisced about Qin Mu, who surprisingly could play the piano quite well. Lu Yaqing looked bewildered. He can play the piano? Playing the piano, once a refined art, had surreptitiously transformed into a means for some young gentleman to impress women. Did he practice so diligently for such reasons? Yet, given the standards that captured Cheng Shui and Appo's attention, his skills must be commendable. Lu Yaqing sighed softly, realizing how little she knew about Qin Mu. The following morning, Qin Mu accompanied the 3 beauties for breakfast and then took Lu Yaqing and Shun Weining to their workplace. For others, the day was just beginning, but for Qin Mu, his responsibilities concluded once Lu Yaqing arrived at the office. The remainder of his day consisted of surfing the internet, chatting, playing games, and then escorting her home after work. However, the matter concerning AI, heir, could not simply be dismissed. Lu Yaqing sent the confession and recordings of his testimony to their company headquarters. Should the Western European branch accept Lu Yaqing and Appo's lawsuit, the shipment would proceed without detriment to Xinjiao Group, leaving AI heir to face potentially harsher penalties. Xinjiao summoned her daughter and Shun Weining to her office to understand the situation in detail. Both recounted the events truthfully and presented Hu Guosen's written confession. After listening to their accounts, Xinjiao's emotions remained unsettled. The actions of Hu Guosen and his son were utterly despicable. Had Qin Mu not been present last night, the consequences could have been dire. A wave of guilt washed over her for initially insisting her daughter dismiss Qin Mu, who was, after all, the savior of Xinjiao Group. Yet, contemplating Qin Mu's enigmatic identity left Xinjiao feeling ambivalent. Please, you may leave, she instructed Lu Yaqing and Shun Weining, then retreated to the back lounge. Closing the door behind her, she opened the safe and retrieved a small square box wrapped in red cloth, crafted from red sandalwood. Placing it on the bed, she opened it, and a chill emanated from within. Inside lay a half of a circular jade pendant, strikingly similar to the statue of the goddess from the Cheng family. This jade, forged from a millennium-old cold jade, was not meant for casual carrying. However, after careful treatment, its chill was tempered, providing a refreshing and calming effect. Holding the half pendant in her palm, Xinjiao and Appo's vibrant gaze gradually turned distant. After a prolonged moment, she regained her composure and carefully donned the pendant around her neck, adjusting it to a prominent position before emerging from a lounge. Pressing the call button, she instructed, Secretary Zhou, please summon Qin Mu. At that moment, Qin Mu was playfully teasing Lu Hong, while Zhou Jin personally descended to fetch him. Qin Mu, the chairman requests your presence. Hearing Zhou Jin and Appo's voice, Qin Mu felt a twinge of regret. He was almost successful in his playful advance, but Zhou Jin arrived just in time. Lu Hong and Appo's cheeks flushed, nearly succumbing to Qin Mu's charm. For reasons unbeknownst to her, since the melody of the Blue Danube, Lu Hong found herself no longer wishing to resist, even harboring a hint of anticipation. Yet, what precisely she anticipated remained unclear. Had she truly fallen under a spell? Embarrassed and anxious, she reflected on her singleness at 26, an age where others were already in relationships, while she had yet to experience romance. If she delayed further, she risked becoming an older, unmarried woman. Qin Mu, standing at a height of 6 feet, possessed youth and good looks. Though he occasionally exhibited a hint of annoyance, it did not diminish his stature in the eyes of many young women. His display of prowess during a confrontation with over 200 ruffians had left female colleagues utterly captivated, their gazes lingering on him with an unmistakable desire. As Qin Mu followed Zhou Jin, the 28-year-old beauty, with her hair elegantly styled, exuded sensuality and allure, her figure rivaling that of Lu Hong. Clad in a fitted white blouse and black skirt, she embodied the quintessential office beauty, prompting many male colleagues to steal glances in her direction. Zhou Jin treated Qin Mu with utmost respect, maintaining a polite demeanor and performing courteous gestures at every corner and stare. Upon entering the chairman and Oppo's office, Chen Qianjiao rose and said, "Please take a seat. Secretary Zhou, prepare some tea." With the chairman exhibiting such courtesy, Zhou Jin dared not be negligent. She promptly brewed the finest tea available and discreetly exited, closing the door behind her. Chen Qianjiao moved from her desk, legs together, and sat directly across from Qin Mu. In this position, he could catch a glimpse of the half-jade pendant adorning her neckline, which was strikingly unique, drawing the gaze of anyone, regardless of their knowledge of jade. "Did you summon me for a specific matter, Chairman?" Qin Mu had been anticipating an apology from Hu Guisun and his son, yet their silence suggested they intended to evade responsibility. Just as he contemplated a more profound lesson for them later that evening, Chen Qianjiao called for him. Today, she appeared particularly composed, exuding an air of elegance characteristic of a woman of high society, one whose poise inspired admiration. Moreover, Chen Qianjiao was renowned as a beauty in Jianghuai. The sight of her conjured memories of her previous distress, evoking a sense of allure that transcended mere sensuality, embodying a grace and sophistication unattainable by other women. "Qin Mu, how old are you?" Chen Qianjiao's voice was warm and inviting, devoid of formalities, as if sharing a casual conversation. Under ordinary circumstances, Qin Mu would have met her gaze, inevitably noticing the half-jade pendant around her neck. As expected, he lifted his eyes to meet the striking presence of this remarkable female chairman. "I'm 26 this year." "Why? Are you attempting to play matchmaker?" Qin Mu jested, his demeanor far from the caution displayed by other employees, which momentarily disarmed Chen Qianjiao. However, she noted that he had indeed noticed her pendant, prompting a subtle smile from her. "Ah, you are still unmarried? How fortuitous. The company is not lacking in beautiful women, each with their unique appeal. If you have a preference, I can personally assist in matchmaking." "Is that so? I'm most grateful." Qin Mu responded with genuine delight. Chen Qianjiao nodded earnestly, indeed. Like Lu Hong, Shen Weiniang, and many other lovely ladies in the office, they're still seeking partners. Qin Mu mused inwardly. What if I fancy your daughter instead? Yet, he refrained from voicing such a jest. Chen Qianjiao, however, continued earnestly. "By the way, Yaqing mentioned wanting me to facilitate a connection between you and Lu Hong, as I hear you have quite the admiration for her. Lu Hong has grown up before my eyes. Should you two marry, I would gladly purchase an apartment for you in the city." As she spoke, she straightened her posture, accentuating the area where the pendant rested, revealing a glimpse of her flawless complexion. Qin Mu replied with a hearty laugh. "That sounds wonderful. Thank you for your concern, Chairman." At that moment, the office telephone rang, prompting Chen Qianjiao to stand. "I must take this call." As she gracefully departed, Qin Mu felt a perplexing curiosity. What could possibly be troubling Chen Qianjiao today? Why did she speak to me in such an inexplicable manner? Moreover, what was the significance of that half-piece of jade pendant she possessed? What could be the underlying story? Chapter 41. Master Wu. After finishing the call, Chen Qianjiao's expression turned grave. She turned to Qin Mu and said, "We might have landed ourselves in trouble." Qin Mu had already noticed the change in her demeanor and asked solemnly, "What is the situation?" "Hu Guisun has sought out Master Wu for a meeting with us. We're in trouble. Let him come. What is there to fear?" Qin Mu replied, displaying a youthful arrogance, unaware of the intricacies of Jianghu. Chen Qianjiao's expression grew even more serious. "You don't understand. Master Wu is the most powerful underground figure in Jianghu, although he has remained in seclusion for many years. Every leader of the various underground factions must pay their respects to him during festivals. Anyone who dares to violate this custom will find it impossible to establish themselves in Jianghu. Isn't that just a twisted form of extortion?" Qin Mu retorted. "Since he has retired from the world, why does he still meddle in such matters? It's hypocritical." Chen Qianjiao was weighed down by her thoughts. In Jianghu, There was no matter too great for Master Wu to resolve. As long as he made an appearance, others had no choice but to show deference, lest they invite disaster. Qin Mu was skeptical of this notion. What rules? Those are merely reflections of insufficient strength. Whoever possesses greater power dictates the rules. Master Wu's dominance over the years stems from the absence of a challenger capable of toppling him. Despite this, the challenge was far from simple. Master Wu's influence in Jianghu was deeply entrenched. Who could easily bring him down? Clearly, Qin Xianjiao was no longer in the mood to discuss matters with Qin Mu. She immediately pressed the intercom. Zhou Jin, come in. Moments later, Zhou Jin entered. Chairwoman. Qin Xianjiao instructed, you need to take care of two things immediately. First, summon Yaqing to my office. Second, notify the finance department to prepare to withdraw funds. Be ready for my call. Then, she called Lu Hong, instructing all security personnel to work overtime, with no one allowed to leave their posts. Overtime pay would be calculated at double the rate. Zhou Jin promptly left, leaving Qin Mu to observe as Qin Xianjiao efficiently organized everything. He wondered to himself, how much influence could Master Wu possibly wield? However, some matters could not simply be resolved through brute force. Every circle had its own rules. He had unwittingly created greater trouble for the Qinjiao group. Master Wu, it seemed he truly needed to confront this underground king of Jianghu. As Qin Xianjiao continued her calls, Qin Mu stood up, adjusted his collar, and exited the chairwoman and amp. Oppo's office. Hey Qin Mu, come back. After Qin Xianjiao hung up, she realized he had left and hurried after him, exclaiming, what are you doing? You must not act impulsively at this time. With Master Wu involved, offending him could lead to dire consequences. I cannot gamble the Qinjiao group's future. Qin Mu paused and met Qin Xianjiao's gaze, asserting, Chairwoman, if this situation has arisen because of me, I will bear the consequences alone. I will not let the Qinjiao group suffer as a result. I do not care if he is Master Wu or anyone else. If he dares to stand for scum like Hu Guisun and his son, I will ensure he does not end well. Qin Mu's words reflected the unwavering resolve of a man. Qin Xianjiao gazed at him, seemingly lost in thought, her mind a whirlpool of contemplation. After a moment, she said, this is not your fault. As the company's bodyguard, it is your duty to protect Yaqing, so do not worry. I believe the situation has not escalated to the point where we must stake our lives. Master Wu may show favoritism, but it should not be excessive. Qin Mu, in this society, some matters are best endured. Do not let emotions dictate your actions. A step back can lead to broader horizons. A moment of tolerance can bring peace. With more forgiveness and understanding, we may gain even more. Qin Xianjiao's tone unexpectedly took on a mentor-like quality, akin to that of an elder imparting wisdom to a younger counterpart. Mom, Lu Yaqing entered, and Qin Xianjiao instructed Qin Mu, you stay here with Yaqing. Don't go anywhere until I return. Although Qin Mu disagreed with her perspective, he considered her journey, a woman who had built her empire from nothing, enduring countless hardships and shedding tears. What choice did she have but to endure? Bearing humiliation may well be Qin Xianjiao's only weapon. To grow strong, one must first learn patience, especially for a woman as beautiful as she, who must shoulder even more burdens. When Lu Yaqing arrived, Qin Xianjiao simply told her to remain at the company and await news. Should there be a need for funds, she would act on Qin Xianjiao and Oppo's behalf. Additionally, she insisted that Qin Mu stay to protect her daughter. In that moment, Qin Mu felt the profound love of a great mother for her children. She chose to face the danger alone, not revealing the truth to Lu Yaqing. Had Lu Yaqing known her mother intended to meet Master Wu alone, she would have vehemently opposed it. Likewise, Qin Mu kept his own plans to himself. Seizing the opportunity, while Qin Xianjiao and her daughter conversed, Qin Mu made his way downstairs. Qin Xianjiao's vehicle was a luxury imported Benz, equipped with a 6.0T engine, boasting 530 horsepower and bulletproof glass. At 3:20 p.m., as Qin Xianjiao descended, the car was already waiting at the entrance. As she entered the vehicle, she sat quietly in the back seat, this time without her secretary. Two bodyguards closed the door for her and swiftly boarded another vehicle. As both cars exited the Qinjiao Group's gates, the driver inquired, "Chairwoman, where are we headed?" Chen Qinjiao suddenly paused, straightening her posture. "Why is it you?" With his signature smile, Qin Mu responded, "It must be me." "Very well," Chen Qinjiao conceded. "To Wujing Mountain Villa." "Wujing Mountain Villa?" Qin Mu chuckled. "What a fitting name. If it's truly a place of peace, why meddle in affairs?" Isn't that a touch hypocritical? Through the rearview mirror, he observed Chen Qinjiao and Oppo's calm demeanor, silently admiring her composure. For a woman to reach such a level of mastery is indeed no easy feat. Perhaps this was Chen Qinjiao's unique strength, explaining how she transformed the Qinjiao Group into a multi-billion enterprise. At Wujing Mountain Villa, Hu Guisan, accompanied by his son Hu Qianyu, respectfully stood beside a middle-aged man in his early 50s. Dressed in a black robe with a crew cut, his hair was a mix of black and white, standing upright, and he held a pair of steel balls. These steel balls were crafted at great expense by a skilled artisan, entirely distinct from those found in ordinary households. In his youth, Master Wu had trained at Shaolin Temple, claiming to be a lay disciple. Although we now live in an era dominated by firearms, the existence of lay disciples remains. Seeing Master Wu personally support them, Hu Guisan and his son were visibly elated. Hu Qianyu thought to himself, "If I don't skin you today, Qin, I might as well have wasted my time in Jianghu." And as for Lu Yaqing, he scoffed internally. "You think you can escape my grasp? Chen Qinjiao, look at where you are now. Do not underestimate the power of Master Wu." Father and son shared a mutual delight. As long as Master Wu spoke, would Chen Qinjiao dare to utter a word of defiance? They expected to reclaim double the money they had lost. And if she was to apologize, today would not conclude without her acquiescence. Chapter 42. The Display of Power. Fifth Master. That Qin is excessively arrogant, showing no regard for you at all. We have already declared him as your subordinate, yet he dares to act so presumptuously, Hu Guisan remarked, accompanied by 12 cautious individuals. Hu Qianyu, eager to contribute, added, "He even challenged you to come out and face him. If I don and Oppose, T beat him to a pulp, I won and Oppose, T bear the surname Qin." "Tianyu," Hu Guisan admonished sharply. Realizing his faux pas, Tianyu quickly covered his mouth, stammering an apology. The fifth master wore a fleeting expression of discomfort, his brow slightly furrowed as he toyed with the two steel balls in his hands. "When they arrive, you will first step out to negotiate. I believe Chen Qinjiao will not disrespect me." "Understood, fifth master." The father and son comprehended that the fifth master intended for them to engage in preliminary discussions before he made his grand entrance. With a wave of his hand, they promptly exited the courtyard. The backyard fell into silence, punctuated only by the occasional crisp sound of the steel balls. The fifth master gazed at the birds flitting among the treetops, a hint of disdain flickering across his features. A man nearing 40 approached in a coarse tunic, bowing respectfully before the fifth master. "Fifth master, what news?" The fifth master spoke slowly and deliberately, exuding an air of authority. The man in the tunic replied, "What Hu Guisan and his son mentioned is largely true. Just last night, the young man surnamed Qin caused a ruckus at the Hu residence, intimidating over a dozen bodyguards, forcing Hu Guisan to inflict pain upon himself to write a letter of guarantee." Upon hearing this, the fifth master smiled lightly. "Interesting. It has been a long time since such a character has emerged in Jianghuai." "What do you mean, fifth master?" A glint of severity crossed the fifth master and Oppo's face, his gaze sharp and dark. "Regardless of his background, now that he has entered my territory, the dragon must coil and the tiger must lie low. Do you understand what to do?" "Yes, fifth master." The man in the coarse tunic retreated quietly. In the courtyard, the sound of the steel balls resumed, yet their rhythm was markedly quicker than before. In the front hall, Hu Guisan and his son were elated at the prospect of avenging themselves against the arrogant Qin, eager to repay their grievances with interest, especially Hu Qianyu, who envisioned trampling the Qin underfoot in front of everyone. "I shall not rest until I crush you." The only regret was that this spectacle could not be witnessed by Chang Shui and the elite of Jianghuai. How unfortunate! If they could witness his vengeance, it would elevate his status when he ventured out in the future. With the formidable aura of Fifth Master Tang shielding him, who would dare provoke him? Suddenly, Hu Tianyu devised a clever plan, switching his phone to camera mode, grinning with excitement. Am I not astute? At last, I can hold my head high. His exhilaration intensified at the thought of the stunning Lu Yaqing. You will ultimately be within my grasp. Hu Guisan and Appo's. His expression mirrored his son and Appo's. Yes. His fury boiling at the thought of being bested by an unknown young man, despite his billionaire status. Wealth could not resolve everything, especially in Jianghuai, where connections mattered. While Hu Guisan had his networks, so did Qin Xianjiao. Furthermore, the figures in power were often incorruptible and just. Pursuing legal recourse would only result in self-inflicted humiliation. Anticipating Qin Xianjiao and her daughter's arrival, Hu Guisan yearned to leverage Fifth Master's influence to obliterate the Qin before their eyes, compelling Qin Xianjiao to concede to all his demands. The indignities he suffered last night, he was eager to impose upon her, wishing for them to experience the same helplessness that he endured. Enraged and exhilarated, Hu Guisan envisioned Qin Xianjiao, tearful and powerless, lying before him, causing him to uncontrollably burst into laughter. The silence of the front hall shattered with his laughter, drawing the attention of the dozen or so disciples of Fifth Master standing by. Realizing his lapse, Hu Guisan hastily covered his mouth in embarrassment. Outside the Wujing villa, 2 vehicles from the Qianjiao group arrived. 2 bodyguards quickly exited the car and jogged to open the rear door of the Mercedes for the chairwoman. Qin Xianjiao, clad in a black suit, exuded a calm and dignified presence. Qin Mu, remain in the car and do not exit, she instructed. As Qin Mu observed her through the rearview mirror, he noted her composure and nobility as she exited the vehicle. Just then, a coarse tunic-clad man led a group of Fifth Master's disciples out, his piercing gaze fixated on Qin Mu and Qin Xianjiao as bodyguards. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Xianjiao thought, this is troublesome. The Wujing villa forbade honking, a rule set by Fifth Master. It was I who honked. What of it? Qin Mu retorted, stepping out to light a cigarette, casting a sidelong glance at the group. Hu Tianyu emerged from the crowd. You again, Qin? Did you not see that noise is prohibited here? Smoking too? This place is for health, and you have breached 2 rules already. The man in the coarse tunic glared at Hu Tianyu, clearly irritated by his interruption. Trembling at the intensity of the glare, Hu Tianyu quickly backed off. The man stepped forward, addressing Qin Mu. What Hu Xiao said was correct. You have violated 2 rules. You should kneel over there. He gestured towards a corner where 2 circular stone slabs bore deep indentations, suggesting they had been used for kneeling by many before. Qin Xianjiao intended to speak, but realized their blatant arrogance aimed to humiliate her through Qin Mu. This was undoubtedly going to be a challenging encounter. As it appeared, Fifth Master had already made his judgment. With his willingness to intervene on behalf of Hu Guisan, it was expected he would suppress the Qianjiao group. Internally, Qin Xianjiao prepared for the worst. Kneel? Qin Mu suddenly laughed, turning to Qin Xianjiao. Chairwoman, I apologize, but it appears our negotiations will not proceed today. Qin Xianjiao remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Qin Mu's defiance. The man in the coarse tunic, fuming, questioned, what are you laughing at? This is Fifth Master's rule. Qin Mu raised an eyebrow, gesturing towards the sign. Fifth Master instructed me not to stoop to the level of you servants. Wujing, do you see? Speaking with you is meaningless. Call your Fifth Master out, or we shall take our leave. Our chairwoman is exceptionally beautiful and busy. She has no time for your idle chatter. This remark caused Qin Xianjiao to furrow her brow slightly. She had heard of Qin Mu's silver tongue, and it was indeed true. However, knowing this was Fifth Master's domain, she felt a tinge of anxiety. Yet, given the uncontrollable circumstances, she resolved to let events unfold as they may, having already braced herself for the worst. The Hu father and son, witnessing Qin Mu's audacity in the presence of Fifth Master, exchanged knowing smirks, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. The man in the coarse tunic could hardly tolerate Qin Mu and Appo's insolence. Moreover, Master Wu has stated that it is imperative to teach this young man a lesson. So he understands that this is not a place where he can act recklessly, since he refuses to accept a toast and instead chooses to face the consequences. We shall not hold back. With a mere glance from the rough-clad man, a dozen disciples of Master Wu swiftly surged forward, encircling Qin Mu and his companions in an instant. At the entrance of Wuzhong Mountain Villa, the atmosphere was tense, ready to erupt at any moment. Chapter 43. Shouldn't there be some music for a fight? As the crowd gathered, each face bore a serious expression, shrouded in an ominous air. Their footsteps were light, their movements agile. Clearly, they were all seasoned fighters. It was said that Master Wu was a lay disciple of the Shaolin Temple, and that seemed credible. The term Wu Zheng might also be related to Buddhist meditation. Unfortunately, in Master Wu's case, Wu Zheng had transformed into a relentless quest for conflict. Since they were eager for a brawl, Qin Mu decided not to ponder further. He shouted to Old Zheng, the bodyguard beside Qin Xianjiao, "Play some music." Qin Xianjiao was on the verge of tears, bewildered by the request for music at such a moment. Old Zheng was equally perplexed. "Brother Qin, why music?" "Fool! It adds rhythm to the fight," Qin Mu scoffed. Obligingly, Old Zheng hurried to the car and cranked up the volume. "What use is this iron rod? What does my transformation matter?" Still unsettled, still melancholic, with the golden hoop above, wishing to speak yet holding back. Call out to the Buddha, turn back with no shore, kneel to a master. Life and death are indifferent. Good and evil, the mundane world, the true and the false. The entanglements of dust are indistinct, hard to sever. As the music began to play, the fight commenced. Wow! Both the bodyguards and Qin Xianjiao were left in awe. This fellow truly fought with rhythm, perfectly synchronized with the music's beat. The sounds of hum-hum and slap-slap echoed as Qin Mu's moves were extraordinarily swift. In a dazzling display of phantom-like figures, he leaped into the air, executing a stunning 360-degree spin, sending a dozen of Master Wu into Appo's disciples flying several meters away. A figure descended from the sky, gracefully concluding the performance. Qin Mu clapped his hands and commanded, "Turn off the music." "Well done." Old Zheng and the others, still dumbfounded, quickly turned off the music. Qin Xianjiao stood there in shock, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness! Is he even human?" She needed a moment to compose herself, unable to believe Qin Mu's remarkable prowess. If she were still that naive young girl, she would have certainly fallen at his feet. Everyone was stunned, especially Hu Guisun and his son, who appeared as if they had seen a ghost. Did he dare to strike Master Wu's disciples? Gazing at the writhing figures on the ground, a sense of suffocation washed over them. The rough-clad man was equally bewildered. This young man was undoubtedly the first to act so brazenly in Master Wu's territory. However, he reassured himself that the boy wouldn't be standing for long. Years ago, another arrogant challenger had sought to duel Master Wu, only to end up crippled and now confined to a wheelchair, unable to boast anymore. In a vast Jianghu, did one truly believe Master Wu earned his reputation without merit? The rough-clad man's expression darkened, ready to unleash his fury. Qin Mu, however, playfully beckoned him. "You, come here." How audacious! The rough-clad man could no longer contain himself, especially as Qin Mu teased him. "Come on, I promise I won't kill you." "Presumptuous!" he roared, his clothes billowing as he lunged at Qin Mu. This man was once the foremost warrior under Master Wu, renowned for his prowess that struck fear across both sides of the law. He had devoted himself to Master Wu, managing Wuzhong Villa without seeking fame or fortune. Master Wu had hinted for him to show Qin Mu a lesson, valuing his exceptional strength. If an ordinary person were sent forth, and they were defeated, it would be a slap in Master Wu and Appo's face. Having witnessed his comrades fall to Qin Mu, the rough-clad man could no longer hold back. With Qin Mu's incessant mockery, his anger surged. The young man was ignorant of his limitations, arrogant and self-destructive. Typically, when he grew enraged, those before him appeared as mere corpses. You, Qin Mu, were no exception. As he charged at Qin Mu, aiming a blow to his crown, Hu Guisun and his son shouted, "Good." Qin Mu furrowed his brow, sensing the murderous intent. Flicking the cigarette, but in his hand, he unleashed a gust of wind that struck the man's knee with precision. What seemed a mere flick turned into a colossal force, causing the rough-clad man to buckle. With a thud, he crashed onto the bluestone floor, dust swirling. The dull thud sent shockwaves through the crowd, each face turning pale with fear. Damn it! The rough-clad man glared resentfully at Hu Guisun and his son, who had initially anticipated Qin Mu's demise. Now, their bright smiles froze in embarrassment. For the first warrior of Master Wu had knelt before Qin Mu. No one understood what had just transpired. Only the rough-clad man felt an overwhelming dread. His pride shattered in an instant. He had dedicated his life to the pursuit of martial truth, believing himself a monument in Jianghu, only to realize he was merely a pebble beneath another Ndapo's feet, a speck of dust, insignificant. It was as if one had reached the pinnacle, believing they had conquered the world, only to discover they were still at someone else's feet, vulnerable to being crushed with ease. In that moment, the disparity was unbearable. The rough-clad man's face turned ashen as silence enveloped Wujing Villa. I see no reason for this Wujing Villa's plaque to remain. With a swift motion, Qin Mu shattered the plaque. Qin Qianjiao was once again awestruck by Qin Mu. Her previously tranquil heart surged with youthful fervor, her captivating eyes ignited with fervent light. Surely, he was a divine protector sent to save her company. Gazing at Hu Guisun and his son, she felt a newfound disdain. The brief silence was shattered by Qin Mu and Appo's jovial voice. Not bad. I like your Master Wu and Appo's rules. But there and Appo's no need for such formality. I'm just a humble bodyguard, unworthy of such respect. Then, he shamelessly turned to Qin Qianjiao. Chairwoman, he knelt before you. Qin Qianjiao frowned in exasperation. Can you be serious in such a grave situation? Yet, her fondness for the young man grew. If not for her own concerns, perhaps she could consider him as a potential son-in-law for her eldest daughter, Lu Yaqing. The more she observed Qin Mu, the more she liked him. He seemed quite compatible with her daughter. Unbeknownst to Qin Mu, his grand display of skill not only conquered his adversaries, but also won over this beautiful future mother-in-law. Hu Guisun and his son trembled, realizing even Master Wu and Appo's first warrior had been forced to kneel. They could only place their hopes on Master Wu, believing Qin Mu's arrogance would lead to his downfall. He could never match Master Wu's strength. Today, he had injured Master Wu's disciples, which was tantamount to slapping Master Wu's face. Master Wu, the Qin fellow has tarnished your reputation and attacked your disciples. Hu Guisun and his son dashed into the backyard, their panic palpable. What? Fifth Master was seething with rage, his steel balls buzzing ominously. With a heavy slap of his right hand, the thick red sandalwood table was shattered into splinters. Hu Guisun and his son were filled with a mix of astonishment and delight. A glance exchanged between them confirmed their belief that the Qin family was doomed this time. Indeed, Fifth Master, disregarding his status, stormed furiously towards the entrance of the front hall. Upon stepping outside, he was met with the shocking sight of all his disciples, including the man in coarse cloth, lying motionless on the ground. Enraged, he shouted, Qin Qianjiao, you still dare to defy me, Tang Wu. Just as he spoke, he had already reached Qin Qianjiao. Suddenly, his gaze froze, fixated on her voluptuous figure, and he abruptly bowed deeply, kneeling before her in a state of genuine trepidation. Chapter 44. Entangled in one's own web. Chairman Shun. Chairman Shun, please accept my bow, Master Tang Wui. Huh. Even Qin Mu was taken aback. The others were utterly dumbfounded. The chairman and Appo's charisma was simply overwhelming. Master Tang merely glanced at her chest and was so frightened that he collapsed to his knees. Could this be the legendary aura of a peerless queen, commanding respect from all? It shouldn't be the case. Given Master Tang's extensive experience and insight, he must have encountered countless individuals before and should not be so overly deferential to Qin Qianjiao. The crowd remained bewildered, and even Qin Qianjiao was lost in confusion. Who was Master Tang? The underground king of Jianghuai, a formidable figure of great renown. It was said that the laws of Jianghuai were dictated equally by the legal system and by Master Tang himself. Such a person, unexpectedly kneeling before Qin Qianjiao, left Hu Guisun and his son trembling. If they had harbored any malicious delight moments ago, they were now utterly shattered. My goodness, what in the world is happening? After finally managing to summon such a powerful figure, they were shocked to see him kneel before Qin Qianjiao. How would the matter of the plaque destruction and the assault on his disciple be accounted for? The father and son duo quietly swallowed their bitterness. It was over. They had once again brought disaster upon themselves. Qin Mu looked at Chen Qianjiao in confusion, and she returned his gaze. Both equally incredulous that Master Tang would kneel before her. It was unthinkable. Previously, Master Tang had exuded such authority, standing high above all. What reason could he possibly have to bow to a mere woman? This was certainly not the allure of a flowing skirt. Yet, Master Tang was sincerely respectful. Apologizing for his previous oversight, Master Tang, in humility, beseeched Chen Qianjiao to rise, exclaiming that he was overwhelmed by her presence. As he stood, the fierce demeanor vanished. Replaced by profound humility, he lowered his head slightly, avoiding direct eye contact with Chen Qianjiao. After acknowledging her, he turned to Qin Mu, remarking, "You must be young brother Qin Mu. I apologize for any prior disrespect. Please forgive me. Master Tang, what game are you playing? Spare me your false niceties and speak plainly. Which side do you truly stand on regarding the Chen Qianjiao group and the Hu family?" Qin Mu refused to engage in pleasantries. Just moments ago, Master Tang had been threatening to obliterate him, and now he had suddenly transformed into a courteous figure. He was not one to be trifled with. From the moment Master Tang had burst forth from the courtyard, Qin Mu had sensed his formidable aura. Indeed, he was no ordinary individual. But why the sudden shift in demeanor towards Chen Qianjiao? Caught off guard by Qin Mu's retort, Master Tang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He acknowledged that since he had intervened in the matter, a proper resolution must be reached with Chairman Chen. "Let us proceed inside," he suggested, his tone increasingly respectful, causing Hu Guisun and his son to descend further into despair. They had sought Master Tang's support, yet here he was seemingly siding with their adversary. "Chairman, let us go." Chen Qianjiao hesitated momentarily, glancing at Qin Mu before following Master Tang into the main hall. "Master Tang," Hu Guisun and his son lamented, their faces etched with dismay. Master Tang paid them no heed, departing with a flick of his sleeve. The father and son exchanged glances, teetering on the brink of tears. Upon entering the front hall, Master Tang commanded the serving of tea. Chen Qianjiao felt uneasy. She longed to resolve the issue and leave this place. She addressed Master Tang, stating, "The Hu father and son have taken advantage of us, plotting against the Qianjiao group. Thankfully, Qin Mu has assisted us time and again. Otherwise, we would have already collapsed. Master Tang, do they still believe they have a case?" Furious, Chen Qianjiao presented the blood-written guarantee from Hu Guisun and the confession from Heir, laying the evidence before Master Tang. Upon viewing them, Master Tang's fury ignited. "Beasts! Beasts!" he thundered, slamming the table, causing Hu Guisun and his son to tremble in fear. Tossing aside the evidence, he declared, "Hu Guisun, it appears you seek your own demise." "Master Tang," Hu Guisun dared not retort. He had initially thought Qin Mu would face dire consequences, yet the situation had turned dramatically. The father and son felt a profound sense of frustration. After being humiliated by Qin Mu the previous night, they had finally sought a powerful ally, only for the tables to turn once more. Sweating profusely, Hu Guisun pleaded, "Master Tang, I concede. I apologize to Chairman Chen." He shot a glare at his son, Hu Qianyu, who hastily approached. Both father and son knelt before Chen Qianjiao, slapping their own faces in self-reproach. "We apologize. We were blinded by our folly. We vow never to repeat our mistakes. We implore Chairman Chen to spare us and grant the Hu family a chance at redemption. I also request Master Tang to witness our pledge. Should we err again, I, Hu Guisun, will accept any punishment without complaint." Master Tang turned to Chen Qianjiao, urging her to respond. Chen Qianjiao was not one to take advantage of the situation, especially witnessing the father and son in such a state. She felt a pang of sympathy. After all, Hu Guisun was usually so arrogant and domineering. Now, seeing them kneeling, what more could she desire? Furthermore, the escalation of this matter was not solely due to her own capabilities. Recognizing the opportunity for resolution, she decided to end the conflict. Since Master Tang has spoken, let this matter conclude here. However, I no longer wish to have any dealings with the Hu family, she declared. Hu Guisun hurriedly agreed. Yes. Relieved that the situation had been resolved so smoothly, Qianjiao glanced at Qin Mu, having grown accustomed to seeking his counsel. Qin Mu cleared his throat and approached Hu Guisun and his son. Heaven's punishment can be averted, but self-inflicted suffering cannot. I have already given you a chance. Yet you have reneged on your word and brought in Master Tang. You have erred once, and now this is your second transgression. Master Tang, what do you propose? Master Tang, playing with two steel balls, frowned. Then let us sever a finger as a consequence. I hope this appeases you, young brother Qin Mu. Very well. Qin Mu replied slowly, his expression unreadable. Bring them forth. Sever one finger from each of them as a deterrent. Master Tang and Appo's words were resolute and unwavering. No, please. Master Tang, spare us. Hu Guisun and his son were paralyzed with fear, their cries echoing in desperation. Roughly dressed men entered, restraining Hu Guisun and his son. The sound of a blade slicing through flesh echoed, followed by the sickening thud of severed fingers dropping to the ground before Qianjiao and the others. Chairman, let us depart, Qin Mu said, not lingering, as he escorted Qianjiao away. Behind them, the anguished screams of Hu Guisun and his son reverberated through the air. Master Tang's expression darkened. Drag them out. Chapter 45. The reward for Qianjiao today was unprecedentedly bleak for Hu Guisun and his son. They suffered a double loss, not only incurring financial damage, but also losing 2 fingers. The despair they felt was beyond words. After leaving with their severed fingers, the man in coarse short garments immediately instructed others to tidy up the courtyard. Master Wu, with a pair of steel balls cradled in one hand, walked out of the gate, his expression grave. The plaque of Wujing Villa shattered under Qin Mu and Appo's powerful strike. Standing amidst the debris, Master Wu inquired of the coarse-clothed man, "What do you think of his strength?" The man replied, "Immeasurable." Master Wu fell silent, carrying the steel balls as he strolled into the backyard. The sound of sweeping filled the air inside and outside the courtyard. The issues between the Hu group and the Qianjiao group were finally resolved. Qin Mu drove the imported Mercedes, escorting Qianjiao back. Suddenly, a figure crossed their path, standing boldly in the middle of the road. The Mercedes screeched to a halt, tires emitting smoke. "Are you out of your mind?" Qin Mu yelled, lowering the window. The drunkard waved his hand, opened the car door, and sat down. Grinning at Qianjiao, "Sorry, just hitching a ride." "Scoundrel!" Qin Mu cursed, but the drunkard remained unbothered. Qianjiao seemed poised to speak, but upon recognizing the drunkard's acquaintance with Qin Mu, she fell silent. "What are you doing here?" Qin Mu found it odd to encounter this scoundrel right after leaving Master Tang and Appo's villa. The drunkard, sizing up the luxurious Mercedes worth millions, remarked, "I just broke up with Fei Fei and needed some fresh air." "Fresh air? I hardly believe you." Qin Mu chose to ignore him. Qianjiao crossed her arms, gazing out the window. The drunkard turned to Qin Mu, asking, "Hey, have you seen a beautiful girl in a white Ferrari pass by?" "A white Ferrari?" Qin Mu hadn't paid much attention until a sudden realization struck him. "Damn!" He raised his middle finger at the drunkard. "Scoundrel!" Qianjiao, seated in the back, commented coolly, "That's Master Tang's goddaughter." Even Qin Mu, not easily fooled, comprehended the implications. The scoundrel had indeed set his sights on Master Tang's goddaughter, bold indeed. However, he hadn't seen any white Ferrari nor Master Tang's goddaughter earlier. The drunkard merely chuckled mischievously, and all Qin Mu could do was scoff at him. Anyone daring to pursue Master Tang and Appo's goddaughter would likely meet an untimely end. As they entered the city and approached the Qianjiao group, the drunkard requested 2,000 yuan before alighting from the car, repeatedly thanking Qianjiao. "What a nuisance. You thank whom with my money?" Upon entering the company, Lu Yaqing and others gathered around. "Mom, you and Appo's, back." Lu Yaqing had found her mother's sudden order for all security to work overtime and her own standby status peculiar. Sensing something significant was afoot, once relieved to see her mother safe, she pressed, "Mom, what happened?" The Hu father and son were unwilling to accept defeat, seeking Master Wu's assistance to undermine us. "What?" Lu Yaqing and Appo's anxiety peaked. Master Wu was a formidable figure, known throughout Jianghuai. If even he got involved, things could escalate dangerously. "Why did you go alone? What about Qin Mu? Could he be in danger?" The Hu father and son had suffered at Qin Mu's hands and might retaliate. Chun Qianjiao smiled gently, but everything is fine now. How could that be? Lu Yaqing struggled to comprehend. Was her mother pretending to be relaxed to avoid alarming her? Chun Qianjiao affectionately stroked her daughter and Appo's hair. This matter was resolved splendidly. Thanks to Qin Mu. Mom, how should I reward him? Lu Yaqing shook her head, puzzled by what Qin Mu might desire. Last time, when she considered promoting him and giving him a raise, he seemed indifferent. He appears to lack any greed beyond his silver tongue. As Shun Waning arrived, Chun Qianjiao inquired about the status of Heir's dealings, asking if there had been any updates from the Western European clients. Shun Waning reported that there was no news yet, likely requiring some time. Chun Qianjiao wasn't particularly rushed, but needed to ensure shipping schedules were met. Once Chun Qianjiao had managed her work affairs, Qin Mu ascended to her office. She personally brewed him a cup of tea and sat across from him. The close proximity was somewhat disconcerting for Qin Mu. His keen perception revealed little secrets about ordinary people, and he felt overwhelmed by Chun Qianjiao's striking femininity, which stirred his pure heart. Now more enthusiastic than in the morning, Chun Qianjiao called out warmly, "Try this tea. A friend brought it from the source, and it's quite delightful." Qin Mu focused on the tea, responding, "Indeed. It and Appo's is quite nice. So, Chairman, did you summon me for something?" Chun Qianjiao smiled. "Qin Mu, you are the company's lucky star. Without you today, I can't imagine how chaotic things might have turned out. I wish to reward you. Tell me, what do you need?" Qin Mu replied almost instinctively, "I don't believe I particularly need anything special. As an employee, it's my duty to protect the chairman. There's no need for such formality." "Nonsense. Speak up. Would you prefer cash or other material rewards? Perhaps a house? By the way, where are you living now? How about I gift you a property?" Qin Mu shook his head, insisting, "No, really, I'm quite content with where I live. Please keep the money to further develop the company, striving to surpass the Hu Group in a few years and achieve all your dreams." Chun Qianjiao couldn't help but smile sadly at his selflessness. "All right, since you are so altruistic and think of the company first, I will give you some pocket money. The rest will be considered as your shares in the company. From now on, you are one of our shareholders." Chun Qianjiao took a checkbook and swiftly wrote out 1,000,000 yuan. "Originally, I intended to give you the entire 100 million I received from Hu Group. This way, as a shareholder, I needn't worry about you resigning." 100 million? Qin Mu gaped. "Please don't. That is far too much. It would only make me feel tainted by the smell of money. I'm a rather pure person." Feeling helpless, Qin Mu took the check and stood up, thanking her. "Thank you, Chairman. I'll take my leave now." "All right." Chun Qianjiao smiled, watching him hastily depart, shaking her head. Soon after, she murmured to herself, "Why did he show no reaction to this jade pendant? Am I overthinking things?" Chapter 46. The extra 1 million. How should one spend such a fortune? Qin Mu waved the check that Chun Qianjiao had presented to him, a sense of sudden wealth washing over him. Having only joined Qianjiao Group a few months prior, transitioning from mere driver to a company shareholder felt almost surreal. He was acutely aware that Chun Qianjiao intended to use money to bind him to her. Yet was he truly the kind of person swayed by greed? Well, perhaps. However, if she were willing to bestow upon him that jade piece or divulge its origins, he would find himself even more intrigued. This jade pendant, a relic exclusive to the disciples of the Qin family, was only half intact. What could possibly be the story behind it? Could it be that Chun Qianjiao had some hidden connection to the Qin family? Originally crafted for the heirs practicing the Qin family's martial arts, the millennium-old cold jade served to cool and calm, preventing practitioners from succumbing to madness, a similar function to that of the icy beds. This jade, however, was not suitable for ordinary individuals, as its chilling properties were too intense for most. Thus, Chun Qianjiao had no need to secure him with shares. Even with just this half piece of jade, he would ensure the safety of Qianjiao Group. This secret was likely unknown even to Chun Qianjiao herself. Qin Mu's imagination wandered. Could the final page of the Qin family and Appo's martial arts manual be linked to Chun Qianjiao? Perhaps there were clues to be uncovered from her. Yet, such inquiries required patience. Generations of the Qin family had failed to locate the last page, so how could he expect to find it easily? Regaining his composure, Qin Mu dialed Lu Hong. Lu, would you care to join me for dinner this evening? I can oppose. My aunt has arrived. Perhaps next time. Lu Hong and Appo's voice was hurried as she ended the call. Qin Mu was taken aback. Such a personal matter, and she had shared it with him? It seemed promising. Just as Qin Mu was reveling in this thought, Lu Hong's phone rang again. Hello, Aunt, you're here? Great, I'll be there soon. Upon arriving at Lu Hong's office with a bag of sanitary pads, he discovered she had already left in her car. Qin Mu struggled to recall the name of Lu Hong and Amp, Appo's secretary, calling out to the young woman. Where and Amp? Appo's Lu. Qingge, you and Amp? Appo's. Here. The secretary greeted warmly. Lu is at the train station picking up a relative. At that moment, Qin Mu felt a whirlwind of confusion. After finishing work and dropping Lu Yaqing back at her villa, despite Chen Qianjiao's repeated invitations to dine with her family, he found himself making excuses to decline. The pressure of dining with Chen Qianjiao and her mother was immense. He preferred the solitude of fast food. Leaving Lu Yaqing's residence, he walked several kilometers, observing the throng of commuters ensnared in rush-hour traffic, feeling quite pleased with his choice. As he reached the intersection of Yinjiang Road, a red Audi A4 approached and stopped beside him. Shen Weining, removing her sunglasses, called out, Qin Mu, why are you walking? Didn't you drop the president off? Oh, I was just taking a stroll. I have no pressing matters, he replied. Get in. I'll give you a ride, Shen Weining insisted cheerfully. Qin Mu hesitated. I think I oppose. LL pass. I just want to get some exercise. You go ahead. Yet, Shen Weining was persistent. Just get in the car. What is this? Trying to woo me? Qin Mu mused, sensing she might have ulterior motives, and with a grin, he opened the door and climbed in. How could he refuse such an invitation from such a stunning beauty? Indeed, among the top 10 beauties of Qinjiao Group, Shen Weining undoubtedly ranked high. He thought she was on par with Lu Hong, each possessing their own unique charms. Perhaps Lu Hong's allure was more sensual, but Shen Weining's elegance and beauty were equally captivating. As Qin Mu joked with her, Shen Weining smiled playfully. Indeed. How could a great hero like you have any chance with me? Well, how about I give you a quota? In the art of flirtation, Qin Mu was a master, especially when it came to banter, and he had yet to meet his match. Shen Weining rolled her eyes at the suggestion of a quota, but, having interacted with Qin Mu several times, recognized his amiable nature. Forget the quota. How about this? Be my sugar baby. Really? Qin Mu's face lit up with a playful expression, causing Shen Weining to stifle a giggle. Do I look like I'm joking? That would be splendid. Qin Mu opened his arms and embraced her, inhaling the unique fragrance of the beautiful Shen. He couldn't resist playfully licking her neck, prompting a flurry of laughter from her. You're too naughty. We're in public, she exclaimed, pushing him away. So, when shall we book a room? He teased. Shen Weining playfully punched him. One unwholesome thought. Hey, before Qin Mu could continue, Shen Weining swiftly interrupted, genuinely concerned that he might take their banter too far. As the car resumed its journey, avoiding congested routes, Qin Mu surveyed his surroundings. Where are you taking me? Now that you're my sugar baby, you'll just follow my lead, she replied, driving toward his she. Qin Mu felt a hint of trepidation, sensing he might be falling into a trap. Soon, they arrived at a luxurious residential complex intended for civil servants. The area was beautifully landscaped, complete with artificial lakes and sport facilities. Noticing Shen Weining and Appo's familiarity with the place, Qin Mu inquired, Do you live here? No, I and Appo's. I'm just attending a friend in Appo's birthday party. Qin Mu pondered, Why invite me to a birthday party? Shen Weining parked the car, retrieving 1,000 yuan wrapped in a red envelope, smiling at Qin Mu. Shall we go? Qin Mu hesitated. Maybe I shouldn't. Of course you should. Now that you're here, don't be shy. Are you really afraid I might take advantage of you? Qin Mu smiled wryly. If you really wanted to, I wouldn't oppose. Mind. But I just dread being the center of attention among your friends. Perfect. If they do gawk at you, I'll charge them for the show and make some gas money, she replied, shoving her LV bag into his hands and linking her arm with his, smiling brightly. Let us go. As Qin Mu felt her warmth against his side, he understood her intentions. She was merely seeking a temporary companion. Fine. Since he was here, he might as well lend her a hand. Who could blame him for his earlier flippant remarks about being her sugar baby? Upon reaching Building 15, Qin Mu suddenly remembered something and cautioned, "Oh, right, just keep a low profile. Don't scare anyone off." Chapter 47. The quirky couple, though, they were classmates. Their interactions were infrequent. The last time this classmate moved into a new home, Qin Mu was abroad and missed the opportunity to present a gift. Now, with a birthday approaching, she received a call compelling her to visit and make amends with a monetary gift. As they entered the elevator and ascended to the third floor, Qin Mu smiled subtly at Qin Mu, indicating their arrival. Upon ringing the doorbell, they were greeted by a young woman of similar age to Qin Mu. Though her strikingly sharp facial features resembled an undernourished sunflower seed, a quintessential snake spirit visage, her large eyes gave Qin Mu the impression of being artificially enhanced. Upon seeing the two, the woman exclaimed dramatically, "Wow, Wei, you brought your boyfriend." Swiftly, she handed over 2 pairs of slippers, her gaze scrutinizing Qin Mu with the intensity of a thief eyeing a prize. Qin Mu casually handed over the red envelope, introducing her, "This is my college classmate. Our class flower, Gong Mo. Mo as in Jasmine." Class flower? Qin Mu mused, feeling that she fell short of Qin Mu and Amp Oppo's charm. He extended a friendly hand. "Hello." Gong Mo pinched the envelope, feigning politeness. "You didn't need to bring a gift just for coming. Come in, come in. Wei, your boyfriend is quite handsome. How did you two meet?" Women, it seemed, had an insatiable curiosity, diving straight into such inquiries. "Oh, he's mine," Qin Mu chuckled, glancing at Qin Mu. "Please, sit down, Wei-Ning's boyfriend," Gong Mo said, pulling Qin Wei-Ning's hand with a sense of achievement. "What do you think of my place? It's over 150 square meters. This community is renowned for civil servants. Would you consider buying a place here?" Qin Wei-Ning shook her head. "How could we afford that? The prices are exorbitant now." "Exorbitant? It's merely over 16,000 per square meter. If you have a workplace connection, there are discounts." At that moment, Gong Mo's husband emerged from the study, appearing to be in his late 30s, a decade older than Gong Mo. A second marriage. Yet he benefited from workplace subsidies, reducing their costs to just over 8,000 per square meter. "Is this your boyfriend, Qin?" he inquired, already aware of Qin Wei-Ning's name from their wedding meeting last year. Qin Mu understood that Qin Wei-Ning had brought him along to play a temporary role, so he neither confirmed nor denied, merely smiling in greeting. Qin Wei-Ning replied, "Can you give me some advice on work?" The husband offered a cigarette, asking, "Which company does Xiaoqin work for?" Qin Wei-Ning had urged him to maintain a low profile, not to intimidate. Qin Mu accepted the cigarette, responding honestly, "I work for someone else, driving." "Oh." The husband and Amp Oppo's interest waned as he shifted his focus back to Qin Wei-Ning. "It's indeed challenging to establish oneself in Jianghuai. I heard your company, Qinjiao Group, is doing well. After all these years, you must have been promoted, right?" Upon hearing this, Qin Mu realized their lack of familiarity. They were unaware of Qin Wei-Ning's situation. Qin Wei-Ning humbly replied, "It's just the same. Where could I possibly be promoted to? At my level, I'm already a director, unless I oust the boss." Given Qin Wei-Ning and Oppo's youth, they did not take her words seriously, as society often prizes experience. Noticing the husband and Oppo's tone, which carried an air of superiority, Qin Mu asked, "Is your husband a civil servant, Miss Gong?" "Of course. Otherwise, how could we secure such favorable housing prices?" Gong Mo replied proudly. "What level?" Qin Mu inquired further. "Department level," she stated. The husband, sensing the conversation, stood up. "You all continue chatting. I'll step out to make a call." Before he could exit, a woman outside enthusiastically shouted, "Chief Chow, heading out?" Gong Mo's expression darkened. At that moment, she wished she could rush outside and silence the woman. After a brief stay in the living room, Qin Mu stepped out to the balcony for a smoke. Gong Mo pulled Qin Wei-Ning into the bedroom, lowering her voice. "Wei-Ning, why did you bring your boyfriend, especially a driver? You shouldn't settle for less." Qin Wei-Ning was puzzled. "What's wrong? Drivers can be quite good." "Good? When will you ever afford a house or a car with him?" Gong Mo grasped her hand tightly. "Let me put it this way. I told Lao Chao that you haven't found a boyfriend yet, and he is eager to help you find one at his workplace. He has a relative, a leader Qin, with a decent background, several properties worth millions. Look, he has got a house larger than ours, 200 square meters. Gong Mo gestured towards the opposite building, which housed extravagant units. Introductions? Forget it. Shen Weining smiled lightly, unimpressed. Half an hour later, Lao Chao returned, announcing the others had arrived. Qin Mu pondered why Shen Weining was brought here when everyone else was at the restaurant. Soon, he grasped Gong Mo's true intent. She wanted to ensure Shen Weining remembered her obligation for a gift, feeling it would be awkward to ask otherwise. As they headed to the parking lot, Lao Chao suggested, Xiao Shen, why not ride with us? Xiao Qin can take a cab. We have too much stuff in our car. He offered to pay, noting that a taxi ride was inexpensive, about 30 yuan. Qin Mu felt a twinge of annoyance. He had been sufficiently low-key. Yet Lao Chao seemed to look down on him. Out of respect for their shared history, Shen Weining refrained from commenting. But she noticed Qin Mu's displeasure and quickly took his arm, gently squeezing it. It's fine. We drove ourselves, she said, retrieving the car keys from her bag and stepping into a pristine red Audi A4 alongside Qin Mu. The couple felt a wave of embarrassment as they awkwardly produced the keys to a somewhat worn second-hand Longy. Despite Lao Chao's position as a deputy cadre, their financial situation was strained, having divorced 2 years prior with nothing. They recently took out a loan for a home and had to settle for a used vehicle to maintain appearances. They had hoped their status would afford them some advantage, only to find themselves upstaged by Shen Weining Saudi. What kind of man drives a red car? Lao Chao muttered in frustration. Gong Mo, feeling the sting of embarrassment, self-deprecatingly remarked, It must be a company car. I hadn't heard Shen Weining bought one. With their pride somewhat restored, they set off in their car, with Shen Weining comfortably seated in the passenger seat. Qin Mu, don't mind Gong Mo. She is just concerned with appearances and loves to show off. I didn't expect her husband to be the same. Truly, they're cut from the same cloth. Shen Weining offered Qin Mu a wry smile, reaching over to gently grasp his right hand. Qin Mu shrugged off the incident and casually asked, What does Gong Mo do? She seems significantly older than her husband. Oh, she was the class flowerback in our dormitory days, dabbling in various jobs after graduation, but rarely lasting more than 3 months. Eventually, she underwent cosmetic surgery in South Korea and, after much struggle, met Lao Chao at a nightclub. Chapter 48. The driver is remarkable. The dining establishment was a modest restaurant in Hushi with reasonable prices. As they exited the vehicle, Gong Mo approached, Wanning, could I borrow your car to pick someone up? Lao Chao's is out of gas. Qin Mu's expression darkened. Lending it was problematic, but refusing was equally troublesome. How could Shen Wanning refuse this request? Sure, just be cautious on the road with the company car. Indeed, it was a company vehicle, and Lao Chao felt a sense of relief as he accepted the keys. As Gong Mo led the two into the restaurant, they heard someone greet Lao Chao amiably from behind. Oh, Lao Chao, you got a new car? Why choose red? Lao Chao be met with die, Zeppelin, oh hot? Not at all. Qin Mu and Shen Wanning felt a sense of impending inebriation. Sighing inwardly, they thought what an amusing couple. Gong Mo had reserved 3 tables upstairs, conveniently arranging for a large private room. Due to the casual nature of the birthday celebration, few classmates attended, with the majority being colleagues and friends. Upon seeing Shen Wanning, several male and female classmates erupted in cheers. Wow, our stunning Shen is here. The campus belle, I adore you. One boy exaggeratedly shouted, mimicking a hug, but upon noticing Qin Mu beside Shen Wanning, he sheepishly retreated. A petite girl with short hair called out, Hey Wanning, is this your boyfriend? Shen Wanning, ever gracious, linked her arm through Qin Mu's, asking, What do you think? Handsome, right? Laughter erupted among the classmates. Momentarily zielte inning Gongmontag. The previously exuberant boy approached with a pack of cigarettes, awkwardly saying, Sorry man, we're just used to joking around. Don't take it to heart. But you're quite lucky. Wanning is our school S-Belle, and many boys sought her affection back in the day. When we graduated, the boys from our class all gathered to cry. Haha, Wang Shuyong, you're being overly dramatic. Someone retorted, puncturing his exaggeration. Qin Mu, not minding such straightforwardness, shook the boy into Amp, Oppo's hand, and they all took their seats. Naturally, Shen Wanning sat beside Qin Mu, placing her bag on his lap. Every gesture they made suggested a genuine romantic relationship. Qin Mu smiled at her, surprised at how understated Shen Wanning was. No wonder during their time at Gong Mo's house, she referred to Gong Mo as the class beauty, leaving him feeling something was amiss. Wasn't Shen Wanning far superior to Gong Mo? It turned out she was the true campus belle, and they were not on the same level. With their arrival, the atmosphere grew lively. Classmates gathered, discussing work, life, cars, and homes. This relaxed ambience felt quite pleasant. Shen Wanning, as the marketing director, was adept at attending to Qin Mu's feelings. Regardless of the topic, she frequently glanced at him, drawing him into the conversation, ensuring he wasn't neglected. In truth, she needn't have worried. She underestimated Qin Mu's emotional resilience. Nevertheless, her attentiveness was genuinely heartwarming. Among the classmates, most harbored a hint of boastfulness. Yet Shen Wanning remained remarkably modest. When asked questions, she offered brief responses, never boasting about her current achievements. Curiosity arose among them, especially since many in their age group were marrying and having children. Had Shen Wanning not brought Qin Mu, they would have pressed her about her own marriage plans. On this occasion, celebrating Gong Mo's birthday, some deliberately flattered her, saying, "Look at our class belle, she married someone in a leadership position. Surely, she doesn't need to work anymore and can focus on being a full-time housewife." Gong Mo, who valued her image greatly, replied, "Not at all. It would be dull at home. Having a job feels more secure." In truth, Lao Chao was not as impressive as they imagined, just a departmental official. At this point, Gong Mo felt an instinctive twinge of guilt, perhaps fearing she'd be exposed by Shen Wanning and Qin Mu. She hastily added, "I envy Wanning. Look at them both working at the same company. Even if they're just ordinary employees, their steady relationship is far more significant than anything else. I even encourage them to take out a loan to buy a house in the community." A short-haired classmate questioned, "Wanning, don't you own a villa? Why would you need to buy another house?" "Huh?" Several classmates turned their attention to her. "A villa? How wealthy must one be to live in a villa in a metropolis like Jianghuai?" Qin Mu felt a sense of being deceived. She actually lives in a villa? How come I was unaware of this? Qin Mu truly had no idea, as he had only recently met Shen Wanning. Gong Mo's face turned pale, feeling as if she had been slapped. She had longed to impress Shen Wanning, only to discover she already resided in a villa. But, Wanning, isn't your boyfriend just a driver? How could he afford a villa?" She pressed on, unwilling to relent. Shen Wanning, noticing the curious gazes, awkwardly clarified, "That's merely a company property." Oh, everyone felt relieved, recognizing that a 26 or 27-year-old woman, just a few years out of college, wouldn't typically own a villa. The disparity in expectations was significant. However, some began to speculate. Could it be that the stunning Wanning is being kept by a man? Others wondered aloud, does the company offer such generous benefits? I've never heard of any company providing villas for their employees, especially when her boyfriend is just a driver. Gong Mo eyed Shen Wanning with suspicion, convinced she was hiding something. The short-haired classmate, sensing the doubt, revealed, "Hey, do you really not know? Our campus belle is the marketing director at Xinjiao Group, a senior executive. Her annual salary exceeds $1 million. The sound of shattered glass echoed in the private room as several male classmates felt their self-worth crumble. They believed they had achieved a respectable life with homes and cars. Yet in Shen Wanning and Amp, Oppo's presence, they felt utterly crushed. If anyone had held onto a glimmer of hope upon learning Qin Mu was just a driver, despair now enveloped them. Shen Wanning felt helpless. Why couldn't she maintain a low profile? She had just cautioned Qin Mu to be discreet and not intimidate anyone. Little did she know, even before revealing his true identity, he had already left a significant impact. Qin Mu sighed internally, pondering why gatherings among classmates had to involve such hurtful comparisons. Couldn't there be a bit more kindness? After all, comparing oneself to others often breeds discontent. "Hey bro, I want to hang out with you from now on." In the private room, Shen Wanying's male classmates lamented, eagerly grasping Qin Mu's hands. "This driver is incredible. he managed to win over a goddess with an annual salary of millions. Chapter 49. A face slap before it even begins. Another group arrived in the private room, consisting of 3 relatives of Old Chow. Although they had their own vehicle, Old Chow insisted on picking them up, the reasons for which remained known only to him. Leading the way was a middle-aged man in his 50s, clad in an upscale silk shirt, sporting a slick-back hairstyle and a modest beer belly. A particularly large gold ring adorned his finger, drawing attention. Accompanying him was a middle-aged woman with a sallow complexion, a sharply pointed chin, and an unwelcoming demeanor. Old Chow was engaged in conversation with a young man trailing behind, diligently inviting the trio to take a seat. Once seated, the middle-aged man called out to Old Chow, "Say, does that girl you mentioned have a job?" Internally, Old Chow was in distress. The girl had brought her boyfriend today, and he had contemplated mentioning this earlier, but seeing the family so prepared for an arranged meeting left him at a loss for words. As he glanced towards Qin Mu's table, the young man also looked over, his gaze landing on Shen Weiying. Old Chow felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Initially, he had thought of introducing the beautiful Shen Weiying to Lu Haitao, the nephew of his superior, as a way to curry favor. However, he had heard that Shen Weiying was not formally employed, which had made Lu Haitao hesitant. Yet, upon seeing her photograph, he was immediately smitten, leading to today's gathering. The photo was taken at a wedding last year, where she had attended alongside classmates, her natural beauty standing out among them. Lu Haitao was well aware of Shen Weiying and Oppo's background, but chose to flaunt his status by asking if she had a job, as if to elevate his own significance. Despite not being a leader himself, his brother was a high-ranking official in Old Chow and Oppo's workplace, and he ran a small company with considerable wealth. With such a background, it would be rather embarrassing not to make any demands. Unbeknownst to Lu Haitao, who was eager to approach Shen Weiying upon seeing her, Old Chow was sweating bullets, unwilling to deceive the leader and Oppo's brother. Lu, this is a bit complicated, and I sincerely apologize." Seeing Old Chow's distress, Lu inquired, "What do you mean complicated? Please clarify. We've come here, happily, to find a match for my son. And you mention complications. What could possibly be complicated about an introduction? If there is mutual attraction, then great. If not, then no harm done." Old Chow felt utterly awkward, unsure how to explain the situation to Lu. Lu Haitao could no longer contain his excitement. Upon seeing Shen Weiying in person, she was even more stunning than her photograph, resembling a celestial being. Lu Haitao's heart raced at the thought of embracing such a beauty. Lu raised his hand, commanding, "Call her over, if it goes well. Let Haitao get to know her better." Curiously, Lu's wife chimed in, "Which one is she?" Old Chow hesitated, knowing the girl had already brought her boyfriend, making it difficult to respond. He glanced at the table where Shen Weiying was animatedly conversing with her classmates. Meanwhile, Qin Mu sat quietly, smoking and saying little. Old Chow concocted a rather distasteful plan. Perhaps he could send Qin Mu out of the room? After all, he was just a driver. Maybe Shen Weiying would reconsider upon seeing Lu Haitao. Lu Haitao was not unattractive, standing at over 1.7 meters tall, with a decent family background. Old Chow thought the scheme might work. He called Qin Mu aside, and after a brief exchange, she objected, stating it was inappropriate. But Old Chow, already resolved, approached Qin Mu. "Hey, Qin, could you step out for a moment? I think there's an issue with your car." Had Qin Mu known Old Chow and Oppo's intentions, he might have lost his temper. Upon hearing of a car issue, he followed Old Chow downstairs. Qin Mu was anxious, having learned about Shen Weiying's true situation only recently. She was reluctant to introduce Shen Weiying to Lu Haitao. As a figure with an annual salary in the millions, surely wouldn't he be interested in someone of Lu's status? In truth, Lu Haitao was already impatient, urging Qin Mu, "What are you waiting for? Don't you see my parents are here?" With his uncle's connections, he often spoke with an air of superiority. Reluctantly, Qin Montak approached Shen Weiying. "Weiying, could you come with me for a moment?" "What is up?" Shen Weiying stood, instantly drawing the attention of many with her figure. If her physique was impressive, her angelic beauty was even more so, akin to a superstar. Even the elderly Lu was momentarily entranced, thinking that with such qualities, she would make a fine daughter-in-law. Lu's wife beamed with delight, exclaiming, "What a figure! What poise!" She is the one. The couple seemed to have reached a unanimous decision. Meanwhile, Lu Haitao swallowed hard, his gaze fixed on Shun Weiniang. "Weiniang, this is Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, and this is Haitao. I mentioned you a home. Gong Montak Nuch Chen Vanying." Mr. Lu stood, smiling broadly. Miss Shun, extending his hand to shake hers. Shun Weiniang understood immediately, showing no intention of reciprocating the gesture. Irritated, she replied, "Gong Mo, didn't I tell you? I already have a boyfriend." Without casting a glance at Lu, she turned and walked away. Mr. Lu was left in an awkward position, his outstretched hand suspended in the air, unsure how to retract it. Shun Weiniang's blatant disregard left him furious. What does she mean by that? "Mrs. Lu exclaimed in confusion. Lu Haitao felt a chill run down his spine. All he could think of was Shun Weiniang and Oppo's declaration, questioning Gong Mo. "Didn't you say she was single? What is going on?" Gong Mo, forced to admit, "I only just found out. They just started dating." "Who is her boyfriend?" Lu Haitao was disgruntled, unwilling to let such a gem slip away. "It's that driver Old Chow called over. A mere driver dares to compete with me for a girlfriend?" Lu Haitao's temper flared. Mr. Lu, finding the situation tedious, said, "Haitao, let us go." "Not a chance." Lu Haitao protested vehemently. The thought of being interrupted by a driver while on a blind date caused him great humiliation. "Dad, don't interfere. This matter must be resolved today." In this clash of egos, Lu Haitao was resolute. He would not back down. Chapter 50. Take it away. Grandson Lu's expression was grim. His son's words struck a nerve. They had agreed to come for a blind date, and, just as the family was ready, he suddenly announced that the match was off. Was he playing with him? This situation demanded an explanation. He sat back down, visibly upset, and ordered go fetch Xiao Chao. The entire family was irate, and Shun Weiniang felt equally displeased. Lu Haitao's earlier remarks were utterly uncalled for. Could he not exhibit a modicum of decorum? What did he mean by giving her a green hat? Did they even know each other? Two individuals who were worlds apart. How dare he speak like that? Furthermore, in Shun Weiniang's position, she had encountered all kinds of people. She certainly did not regard someone like Lu Haitao, a so-called wealthy second generation, with any seriousness. Demanding an explanation from her? She could hardly be bothered. She stood up, bag in hand, intending to leave. "Hey, Weiniang, what's wrong?" Her classmates were bewildered, unaware of the sordid affairs involving Gong Mo and her husband. Had the truth been known, they would have surely dispersed. As confusion reigned, Lu Haitao approached, shouting, "Stop! You can't leave without an explanation. What do you take me for?" He positioned himself in front of Shun Weiniang, his eyes scrutinizing her magnificence, filled with envy. How could such a beautiful girl be someone else's girlfriend? Had he not mentioned this before, he would not be so troubled now. Yet, just as he developed an interest, she had a boyfriend. Was this intentional? Move aside. Shun Weiniang, stubborn as she was not one to engage in trivial banter. Years of refinement had tempered her spirit, but she was still proud. Lu Haitao sneered, "You just have a driver boyfriend, so what? Call him over. I guarantee he'll be begging me on his knees." Unbeknownst to him, Shun Weiniang earned a six-figure salary, far surpassing his own status. "This is excessive. How dare you speak to her like that?" Shun Weiniang's classmates could no longer tolerate Lu Haitao's insolence, rising in indignation to glare at him. "What is going on?" At that moment, Qin Mu entered, having been sent out by Lao Chao. Shun Weiniang's Audi A4 had been borrowed by Lao Chao, who had managed to scrape off a large patch of paint from the front bumper. Lao Chao kept apologizing while Qin Mu dismissed it, saying, "And Oppos, it's nothing. Accidents happen. Since he's your classmate's husband, why fuss over a trivial matter?" However, recalling that Lao Chao had borrowed Shun Weiniang's car merely to show off, Qin Mu felt that he was rather unimpressive. After Lao Chao had babbled on for too long, Qin Mu decided to head upstairs for a meal, but was halted by the escalating conflict in the private room. Seeing Lu Haitao blocking Shun Weiniang's exit, Qin Mu had no patience for reasoning. He reached from behind and grabbed Lu Haitao by the collar, effortlessly tossing him aside. Lu Haitao, an ordinary person, stood no chance against Qin Mu's strength and was sent sprawling. With a crash, A table was overturned, and Lu Haitao, infuriated, scrambled to his feet, shouting, "You dare push me? What's it to you?" Qin Mu glared. "Cross me again, and I'll show you what." Lu Haitao, brimming with indignation, retorted, "You'll regret this. Just wait." Qin Mu smirked dismissively. "Kid, don't think I'm afraid of you. You're just a Sanya license plate." Sanya license plate? Many were puzzled. What was so significant about that? Qin Mu leisurely replied, "Kiok Be. Shin Waning and Amp. Oppos." As classmates mused that this man was certainly not just a mere driver, as even his insults were delivered with finesse. Lu Haitao, enraged, bellowed, "A mere driver dares to insult me for being poor? I am a legitimate rich second generation. What gives you the right to look down on me?" He could not comprehend how, with an uncle as a department head and a father as a company chairman, his worth in the millions could be belittled by a mere worker. Lu Haitao was beside himself with rage, losing his composure as he pulled out his wallet, revealing a row of bank cards. He slammed the wallet on the table, declaring, "I'm poor? I could easily pull out hundreds of thousands from these cards. My father is a chairman. We own multiple properties and several cars. What do you have to compare with me? You're just a worker with no house or car, running around to save 50 cents on bus fare. If you want to stand in Jianghu, you'll need to scrape together every last penny from your family's savings just to afford a down payment on a house. With your character, why should I call you poor? If you're so capable, why not show me $10,000? If you can, I'll crawl under you." Lao Chao and Gong Mo, witnessing the escalating argument, exchanged worried glances and hurried to mediate. But by this point, Lu Haitao was too enraged to be reasoned with. Lu's parents observed with displeasure as Qin Mu resorted to physicality. They could not believe a mere driver could challenge their son. Meanwhile, Qin Mu burst into laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. "Hundreds of thousands? You dare to flaunt that in front of me? I want to let you leave today without crawling under me." Lu Haitao was incredulous. How could a driver possibly have more wealth than him? This was merely his personal assets, not counting his parents and Oppos' wealth. A young man with 100,000 in savings was indeed impressive, especially when so many struggled with mortgages. Seeing Lu Haitao and Oppos' arrogance, Shen Weining was ready to reveal her bank balance to put him in his place. However, Qin Mu, representing his own dignity, could not allow him to be humiliated. Unexpectedly, he pulled out a crumpled check from his pocket, saying, "Could you please take a look at this?" Curiosity piqued. A crowd gathered around him, wondering what this humble driver was up to. Wang Shuyang snatched the check, spreading it open. 1 million. Everyone was dumbfounded, including Shen Weining, who gazed at Qin Mu in astonishment. Indeed, it was a personal check for 1 million, issued by Chun Qianqian, the chairwoman of Qinjiao Group. Qin Mu had been contemplating how to spend this money. Wang Shuyang, relishing the moment, presented the check to Lu Haitao, whose face turned an ashen shade of green. How could this be possible? A poor driver with 1 million? Impossible. He could not fathom that this seemingly unremarkable driver could engage in such wealthy games. Lu's parents were equally shocked. How could a driver casually produce 1 million? Seeing their son humiliated, they grew anxious. "How can you prove this check is yours?" "Yes, how can you prove it?" Lu Haitao seized his last shred of dignity. Qin Mu scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face. Although he was still unaware of Lu Haitao's reasons for blocking Shen Weining, he would not tolerate disrespect towards her. Today, Lu would have to crawl under him. Engaging in a physical altercation would be beneath him. Qin Mu casually lit a cigarette, plucking the check from Wang Shuyang's hand, and with a flick of his lighter, he set the check ablaze. Upon witnessing the flickering flames, everyone felt an unsettling tension in their hearts. Goodness, is that truly 1 million? Some individuals widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Brother, one does not play with money in such a reckless manner." Qin Mu brought the flames closer, inhaled a few puffs of smoke, and waved the partially burned check before extinguishing it and tossing it in front of Lu Haitao. "Take it, you scoundrel. Burning $1 million check with such audacity is something even a true millionaire might hesitate to do. Where and Oppos?" asked the supposed discretion. With a contrite glance at Shen Weining, Qin Mu said, "Forgive me, I lost control of my emotions." Shen Weining shook her head, amused. She appreciated Qin Mu and Amp, Oppo's actions. He hadn't embarrassed her. She was fully prepared to financially humiliate the arrogant nouveau riche herself. Flaunting a few $100,000? Please. As a woman who earned every penny, she could outspend him tenfold. Unlike some who relied solely on their parents and Oppo's wealth. Lu Haitao and Oppo's face stung from the figurative slaps. He never imagined his arrogance would be so thoroughly surpassed. His father's wealth was undeniable, but would he nonchalantly incinerate $1 million? Bang! Chairman Lu rose, slamming his hands on the table. This is outrageous. The boy is far too insolent, showing no respect. He conveniently forgot that his son had instigated the entire affair. Lu Haitao had demanded Qin Mu kneel and beg, promising to crawl between his legs if Qin Mu proved less affluent. Qin Mu and Oppo's request was merely reciprocal, pointing to the door and demanding he crawl out. Such a person wasn't even worthy of crawling under his legs. Old Chow, sweating profusely, pleaded, misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Qin, can you give me some face? Stop this nonsense. Face? Qin Mu retorted. Where was your advice when he was being arrogant? Disgusted, Qin Mu brushed him aside. Shen Weining's classmates were equally indignant at Lu Haitao's boorish behavior. Get rid of him, Wang Xiang shouted. Crawl out, crawl out. The chant was taken up by the entire group. Lu Haitao was stunned. A mere driver, worth millions? Having $1 million was one thing, but burning it without a second thought was another. Realizing his reputation was in tatters, Lu Haitao glared at the Chows and attempted to leave. Not so fast, Qin Mu said, grabbing his shoulder and tossing him to the floor. You can leave after fulfilling your promise. Lu Haitao, ready to explode, was suddenly weak and unable to stand. He looked at Qin Mu, fear creeping into his eyes. Young man, Don and Oppo's, did he go too far? Chairman Lu and Oppo's pride was wounded, knowing his wealth paled in comparison. And with his son the instigator, he vented his anger on old Chow. Chow, look at the mess you've made. He threw his glass to the floor. Old Chow, near tears, tried to mediate. Quiet, everyone please. It and Oppo's all a misunderstanding. The truth is, Gong Mo and I thought Shun had an Oppo's. T found the right partner, so we wanted to introduce her to Haitao. We showed Haitao photos from our wedding last year, and he was smitten. We arranged this meeting for them to get acquainted. But Shun brought a boyfriend without telling us, leading to this misunderstanding. Murmurs of understanding arose. Yet, Lu Haitao's earlier arrogance and condescension lingered. He had accosted Shun Weiniying, demanding an explanation, despite her obvious disinterest. Now look what's happened, Qin Mu said, trying to show off and getting humiliated. You can't just take back your words. Pointing to the door, he repeated, crawl out. Lu Haitao was helpless, unable to stand. He didn't know what Qin Mu had done to him, and fear gripped him. Chairman Lu, enraged at his son's treatment, charged at Qin Mu. Let him go. Do you know who I am? Qin Mu sneered. If you weren't so old, I'd kill you for pointing at me. Shun Weiniying, knowing Qin Mu's temper, grabbed his arm. She knew he was capable of violence, and a millionaire was nothing to him. Even if he had connections, they Wooden and Oppo's, be enough. Don and Oppo's, kill anyone, she pleaded. Qin Mu patted her shoulder. I'll be careful. Relieved, Shen Weiniying clutched her chest. Chairman Lu, unconvinced, pulled out his phone. Just wait. His wife chimed in, call the police. Arrest him. Chairman Lu waved her off. The police are too lenient. I have connections. He planned to use the underworld to deal with Qin Mu, free from legal constraints. A quick call confirmed their imminent arrival. Shen Weiniying's classmates, nervous, urged Qin Mu to leave. Even with money, they couldn't fight these people. Lu Haitao, emboldened, sneered. Think you can leave? Not so easy. I'll get my revenge today. He glared at Qin Mu, vowing to make him pay. Let's see you burn money now, tough guy. He shot a venomous look at Shen Weiniying. Qin Mu, unfazed, sat back and smoked. He was curious about the kind of big shot they bring. Could anyone in Jianghuai surpass Tang Wu? Heavy footsteps echoed in the stairwell. Chairman Lu and Oppo's reinforcements had arrived. A man with stained teeth and a pockmarked nose swaggered in. Chairman Lu, who dares to disrespect you? A dozen men filled the doorway. Before he could finish, his face transformed as he recognized Qin Mu. He fumbled for a cigarette pack. Qin, brother, what are you doing here? Chairman Lu and Oppo's hand froze, sweat beading on his forehead. You know him? He understood from the man in Oppo's subservient demeanor that Qin Mu was far more powerful than Huang Chang. Qin Mu took the cigarette. Huang Chang lit it for him. I heard you were called to deal with me. Never, never. Huang Chang bowed lower, sweating profusely. Shen Weining's classmates stared in disbelief. Even gangsters feared Qin Mu. Since you and Oppo's here, do me a favor, Qin Mu said. Huang Chang nodded eagerly. Of course, of course. He glanced at the Lius. Qin, do you want arms or legs? A collective gasp filled the room. General Lu trembled with trepidation. Huang Chang, you dare. Lu Haitao was rendered utterly paralyzed with fear. The fearsome big yellow tooth, with his fierce demeanor, bellowed, I see you have a death wish, daring to offend even Brother Qin. Just yesterday, Big Yellow Tooth and his gang learned of Qin Mu's tumultuous disruption at the Wujing Mountain Villa, causing even Master Wu to kneel before Chen Qianjiao. Little did they know the true intricacies behind the incident. They merely assumed it was Qin Mu's doing. Thus, someone of Qin Mu and Damp, Oppo's caliber was certainly not to be trifled with by mere ruffians. Whispers of broken limbs circulated, yet Qin Mu was not a man of such brutality. He believed in merely imparting lessons. Hence, he calmly remarked, let it suffice to spare their limbs. Let them crawl out. Upon hearing this, General Lu and his son felt as if a great weight had been lifted, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Brother Qin, thank you. Huang Chang kicked the old man scram. A wise man does not court immediate disaster. The father and son, with tears in their eyes, pitifully crawled out of the private room. Qin Mu then turned his gaze towards the stunned old Chow, his expression suddenly transforming into one of lethal intent. Qin, brother, old Chow stammered, realizing something, and was about to explain when, with a resounding slap, Qin Mu struck him. Was that scoundrel's intention to summon me merely to curry favor with his superior? Grasping Shen Weining's hand, he declared, let us depart. Chapter 52. Shen Weining's heart stirred. Everyone in the private room was taken aback. Huang Chang nodded and bowed, exclaiming, Brother Qin, take care. Old Chow covered his bruised face, too intimidated to utter a word. A mere working-class driver had ascended to a status that even street thugs like Huang Chang feared. Surely, he was not someone easily swayed by ordinary folk. He disregarded even the brother of his superior. How could he possibly care about old Chow? What began as a pleasant meal ended in chaos, leaving everyone reflecting on the absurdity of it all. As for Gong Mo and her husband, they shamelessly attempted to exploit another's happiness for their own benefit. An appalling act. Their classmates could not help but look down on them, and soon departed the restaurant. On the way, several classmates discussed the incident. While Gong Mo and old Chow had good intentions in wanting to introduce Shen Weining, they should not have orchestrated such schemes when she had brought her boyfriend along. Not only did they show disdain for her partner, but they even contrived to dismiss him. What did they take him for? It seemed that the slap delivered was not sufficient to quell their indignation. Hence, no one felt sorry for Gong Mo and her husband. Instead, Shen Weining and Qin Mu became the focal point of their conversations. Some lamented that Shen Weining had been far too low-key, managing to keep her classmates in the dark about her newfound wealth. While they had pledged to strive together, she had quietly transformed into a tycoon. Many male classmates dreamed of her, and they were already planning to invite her out for a treat next time. Speculation arose regarding Qin Mu's true background. He certainly did not seem like an ordinary individual. On their way back, Shen Weining felt a wave of guilt wash over her. I'm so sorry, Qin Mu. I never imagined they would behave in such a manner. With her enchanting beauty and sincere apology, how could anyone remain indifferent? Besides, it was not her fault. Being with a beautiful woman meant that even if she were to err, it would still be one's own fault. A principle to always remember. Qin Mu, possessing a magnanimous spirit, found such trifles unworthy of his concern. Harboring too many worries only led to exhaustion, and he had no desire to invite unnecessary troubles. Moreover, he was not the one who had suffered today. The slap that needed delivering had been administered, and the pretentiousness had been duly displayed. Lu Ku and his companions had received their deserved comeuppance, and he had even enjoyed the role of Shen Weining's boyfriend. What was there to feel discontented about? Thus, Qin Mu laughed heartily. Why apologize to me? It's been such a joyous occasion being with you. Shen Weining had already witnessed Qin Mu's unparalleled ferocity. He had even dared to confront a foreign guest like AI liar. A mere Lu Ku was of no concern to him. She had long realized that beneath Qin Mu and Appo's playful facade lay an extraordinary individual. Seeing her remorseful expression, Qin Mu reached out, lifting her chin gently. Don't do that. Come on, smile for your husband. Shen Weining swatted his hand away, pouting adorably, prompting Qin Mu to chuckle once more. In truth, she felt a weight in her heart, fearing that Qin Mu might be upset. Gong Mo and her husband's behavior was truly disgraceful, looking down on others with such snobbishness. Since she had invited Qin Mu along, she shouldn't let him endure any discomfort. However, Qin Mu seemed to take everything in stride, and she reached out again, placing her hand on his. As they drove across the bridge, Qin Mu suddenly inquired, Hey, Weining, how long can I play the role of your boyfriend? Shen Weining shot him a glare, tilted her head. What do you mean? Am I not the one supporting you? No. I just find this happiness so sudden that I'm a bit taken aback. Qin Mu replied sheepishly, scratching his head. I thought I was merely a temporary worker, but it seems I've been promoted so quickly. Then, how about we go to your villa tonight? Sure. Shen Weining agreed without hesitation, her mind racing to find a way to repay Qin Mu for the $1 million check he had burned earlier. She was certainly wealthier than Lu Hong, being in marketing with excellent performance and high commissions, and she also held shares in her company. Of course, Lu Hong had shares as well, but she had not pursued them, as she wished to repay Chen Qianjiao for her many kindnesses, believing her success was due to Chen Qianjiao's support. Hence, she sought no return, dedicating herself wholeheartedly to her work. While Shen Weining was lost in thought, Qin Mu suddenly asked, Does your villa have a double bathtub? Shen Weining was momentarily stunned, her face flushing with embarrassment. You beast! She lunged from the passenger seat, gripping Qin Mu's arm tightly. Ouch! Qin Mu winced, trying to explain. Wait, don't misunderstand. I just wanted to take a comfortable hot bath. Who would believe you? It's the middle of summer. Why would you want a hot bath? Qin Mu was at a loss. He had spoken the truth, yet no one believed him. As they arrived at the villa community where Shen Weining lived, which comprised several hundred households, featuring both standalone and row houses, they entered her villa numbered 196. The moment they stepped inside, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted through the air. Shen Weining tossed her bag onto the sofa and headed to her room to change. Make yourself comfortable. I'll whip up something for you. Given the earlier incident, neither was in the mood to dine out. As Shen Weining entered the kitchen, Qin Mu surveyed her villa, spanning 3 floors and a basement garage. The total area was over 300 square meters. The decor was not extravagantly luxurious, but possessed a refreshing pastoral charm. At her age, while others struggle with mortgages, she had already moved into a villa, a true winner in life. This made Qin Mu recall a saying, How could one afford to be lazy when others are so diligent, especially when they are as beautiful as she? He glanced at his reflection in the mirror, smirking, What a handsome fellow I am. When Shen Weining emerged from the kitchen and found him admiring himself, she curiously asked, What are you doing? I'm reflecting on whether I deserve to be with you. Qin Mu replied. Shen Weining rolled her eyes. There's nothing else in the house. Just eat what I've prepared for you. All right. Qin Mu had no particular demands regarding food. He just wanted to be full. Shen Weining cooked 2 bowls of egg noodles, steaming and fragrant. As Qin Mu inhaled the delightful aroma, he thought to himself that she truly was adept both in the kitchen and in the dining room. Want me to help? He offered. No need. Suddenly, Shen Weining's delicate hand was scalded. What happened? Qin Mu rushed in, grasping her fingers. Does it hurt? The tips of her fingers had turned red, and without a moment in Appo's hesitation, he placed them in his mouth. Shen Weining was taken aback by his tender gesture. Initially, she felt surprised, but soon her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. After a moment, Qin Mu removed her fingers, asking, Still hurt? Feeling shy, Shen Weining shook her head. Avoiding his gaze, Qin Mu gently guided her out of the kitchen. Let me handle it. He set the 2 bowls of noodles on the table, and they sat across from each other. As Qin Mu devoured his meal, Shen Weining watched him in astonishment. He consumed the food voraciously, even slurping up the broth. Your noodles are truly delicious, he declared, licking his lips. Shen Weiniang silently picked up her chopsticks and transferred some of her noodles into Qin Mu and Amp. Appo's bowl. Having dined, Shen Weiniang brewed a cup of tea for him before heading upstairs to tidy up. Shortly after, her voice echoed from above. Qin Mu, could you come up for a moment? She had concealed some of her intimate apparel in the wardrobe. Barefoot, Qin Mu hurried upstairs. What Appo's? That's the matter. Shen Weiniang thrust a set of bed linens and a duvet into his arms. Help me out. I'll let you make the bed. Make the bed? Qin Mu gazed longingly at the queen-sized bed in the master bedroom. It an Amp, Appo's. That's not necessary. I can sleep on the sofa. Shen Weiniang gestured towards a guest room across the hall. There and Appo's. That's no shortage of rooms. Why sleep on the sofa? People might think I and Appo's am mistreating you. Qin Mu lingered in Shen Weiniang's master bedroom, reluctant to leave, his gaze drawn to a portrait of a beautiful woman hanging on the wall, facing the bed. Huh? Why does this look so familiar? Upon closer inspection, he realized, the signature is Shen Weiniang and Appo's. The painting was of herself, depicted in ancient attire, explaining the familiarity. Good heavens! Who knew the great beauty Shen was also an artist? Her calligraphy is exquisite as well. A woman of such talent and beauty is a rare find indeed. Qin Mu's eyes were riveted to the painting, a depiction of a beauty emerging from her bath. Her robes were loosened, revealing skin as white as snow, captivating Qin Mu. Qin Mu, Qin Mu. Shen Weiniang called out several times from the guest room, but he didn't respond. She muttered to herself, what's he up to? Returning to the master bedroom, she found Qin Mu staring intently at the painting, lost in thought. She furrowed her brow. What are you gawking at? Don't interrupt. I'm admiring the beauty. He replied, I've been standing here for so long. Why hasn't she taken off her clothes yet? Shen Weiniang was speechless, pushing him out of the room in exasperation. What kind of person are you? Imagining her undressing while looking at a painting. Do you think you're watching an adult film? Pervert. As he was being pushed out, Qin Mu asked wistfully, Little Ying, can I sleep in here tonight? I promise I'll only look at the painting and do nothing else. Get out, she retorted, exasperated, snatching the bed linens from his arms. Shen Weiniang began making the bed herself. Qin Mu approached, still longing. I didn't an Appo's, expect you to paint and write calligraphy so well. You and Appo's, truly a versatile and all-around talent. Shen Weiniang stood up, adjusting her clothes. It's just for my own amusement. There's nothing strange about it. All right, you'll be sleeping here tonight. The night passed without incident. After entering the room, Qin Mu began his practice, entering his own world. In reality, he didn't end Appo's sleep at all, spending the entire night meditating on the bed. The next morning, Qin Mu awoke to the aroma wafting from downstairs. Shen Weiniang, like a virtuous wife, had prepared breakfast early, waiting for her husband to come down and enjoy it. Seeing her in loose-fitting loungewear, a thought crossed Qin Mu and Appo's mind. Perhaps in an Appo's better to be ordinary, to live a simple life, to have a simple love. Why must everything be so grand and earth-shattering? They arrived at the company at 6:30, and Qin Mu picked up Lu Yaqing again. As she exited the car, Lu Yaqing, who had been silent the entire time, asked, Were you with Director Shen last night? Qin Mu shrugged. Without waiting for his reply, Lu Yaqing got out of the car, her rhythmic footsteps sounding pleasant as she walked away. Qin Mu was puzzled. He hadn't said anything. How did she know? During work hours, Qin Mu, as usual, went to Lu Hong's office to browse the internet. As soon as he turned on the computer, Lu Hong took out a packet of sanitary napkins from the drawer. Who put these here? Not me. The clerk shook her head. Qin Mu guiltily turned his head away, pretending to look out the window with great interest. Lu Hong seemed to understand, and her beautiful face suddenly flushed crimson. You can't use normal logic to measure this guy. It seems I have to be extra careful when talking to him in the future, lest he think of something else. Qin Mu surfed the internet for a while, but found it boring. Lu Hong was also busy and had no time to pay attention to him. Should I chat with a young lady about life? The Qinjiao group was truly a women and Appo's kingdom, comparable to an imperial harem. Or should I go out for a walk? Maybe someone will take a fancy to me? Qin Mu lit a cigarette and strolled out of Lu Hong and Appo's office. Lu Hong called out from behind, Where are you going? Qin Mu stopped. Is there something? Pick up Yaqing from school this afternoon. Got it. Qin Mu replied casually. I've been so busy lately that I've forgotten about this little girl. Lu Yaqing went to school every Sunday afternoon and returned home on Friday afternoon. I and Amp, Oppos, am picking up and dropping off people every day. Why do I feel less like a bodyguard and more like a nanny? But I guess in an Oppos, that's about the same. Anyway, they both have an Oppos, Bow and Oppos, in their names. Qin Mu leisurely made his way to his old base, the driver's lounge in the logistics department. The dispatcher, seeing Qin Mu arrive, greeted him warmly, calling him Brother Qin and offering him cigarettes and tea. A large group of people gathered around, some massaging his back, some pounding his legs, serving him like an emperor emeritus. Brother Qin, are you getting used to being upstairs? Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Qin Mu said, what's good about it? Maybe I should just come back and be a driver? The dispatcher immediately knelt down. If you come back as a driver, wouldn't I have to serve you every day? In her office, Shen Weining finished her work and sat by the window with a cup of coffee, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance. No one knew what she was thinking, but they noticed her lips occasionally curling into a slight smile as she looked at her fair, slender fingers, as if recalling something pleasant. Shen Weining was so engrossed that she didn't notice Lu Yaqing's arrival. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Yaqing, dressed in a black business suit, looked particularly sophisticated and elegant as she knocked on the glass door. What are you thinking about? Shen Weining snapped out of her reverie and smiled slightly. The president is here. She put down her cup and approached Lu Yaqing. Lu Yaqing asked, is there any news from Europe? The delivery date is approaching. What is their attitude? Shen Weining shook her head. I just contacted them. There's no response yet. Lu Yaqing was worried. If there's still no response, we and Amp, Oppos, LL have to go to Europe. Because of heir, the other party had not responded for some reason. Losing this order was a small matter, but losing such a large customer was not something the Qinjiao Group wanted. As the marketing director, Shen Weining was well aware of the stakes. When the company was small, they had put in a lot of effort to bring customers back one by one. Now that the company was larger, although they didn't end Amp, Oppos, to have to beg people like before, they couldn't be careless. Especially with some old customers, they had to be maintained regularly, sorting out these relationships. If you don't sort them out over time, others may take advantage of the situation and become their customers. The customer is God. This sentence can only be truly interpreted in a company. If an enterprise wants to develop and grow, it must cater to customers and the market, survive in the cracks of various competitions and pressures, and strive for a place of its own. Chapter 54. The enchantress Zhao Wenqi. That afternoon, Qin Mu arrived in a Land Rover to collect Lu Yaqing. He waited outside Zhonghua No. 1 high school for over half an hour, yet the young girl didn't appear. His calls went unanswered. With the Gaokao fast approaching, could she be engrossed in her studies? Just as Qin Mu was about to contact Lu Hong, a little girl with pigtails approached him. Big brother, a lady asked me to give you this. She said you and Oppos, buy me ice cream. What is Lu Yaqing up to? Could she be out with friends? Qin Mu took the note. Lu Yaqing is in my custody. Meet me at the old knitwear factory in the east suburbs. The bold script seemed incongruous coming from a girl. Qin Mu's eyes darkened as he crumpled the note. He pulled out 100 yuan, crouched down, and stroked the little girl and Oppos' head. Good girl, can you tell Big Brother what the lady looked like? The little girl shook her head. I didn't and Oppos, see her face. Half an hour later, the east suburbs. An abandoned factory overgrown with weeds. Many of its buildings collapsed, leaving only dilapidated, peeling walls. This was once the thriving Zhonghua knitwear factory, which went bankrupt at the end of the last century. Its assets were auctioned off, with much of its equipment and resources acquired by the Hu Group. The Hu Group, having gotten an early start, leveraged the resources of struggling state-owned enterprises to become a leading enterprise in the industry. The Land Rover roared its way, finally arriving at the location. In Zhonghua, a city at the forefront of economic development, it was hard to imagine such a place still existing. From afar, a white Ferrari was visible, confirming Qin Mu's suspicions. This was the only factory building in the old knitwear factory that was still relatively intact. 24 armed men, heavily armed, were stationed on the second-floor railing, all their guns aimed at the only entrance to the factory. A striking woman dressed in menswear, wearing a vintage British-style hat, clad in flowing black clothes, sat languidly in a wicker chair, legs crossed. In her hand, a gleaming dagger casually trimmed her slender nails. "Miss, will the Qin fellow come?" A gunman beside her gazed at the grenade on the door bolt. A slight push would detonate it. "He and Appos. S already here," the striking woman said languidly. "Where?" The 24 men were visibly startled, instinctively looking around. The door was suddenly thrust open. Boom! Splintered wood flew as the dilapidated factory door was completely shattered. A dark object hurtled in. Ta! The gunmen opened fire without hesitation. Their practiced movements revealed them to be seasoned veterans. The black object was instantly riddled with bullets. Had it been a person, they would surely be dead. "Stop!" The striking woman waved her hand. The men ceased firing, looking down to see a car seat. "Miss, it's a car seat." Someone brought the black seat over, and the striking woman's face turned green. This was the driver's seat from her Ferrari. It had been ripped out by hand. The car was a limited edition, top-of-the-line import. Ferrari and Appos. S most advanced alarm system had been useless against him. The striking woman stood up, furious, and shouted at the entrance, "Qin, what kind of hero hides like a coward? Have the guts to come in here. Are you blind? I'm already here." On the third-floor railing, Qin Mu sat casually, swinging his legs. No one had noticed his arrival. The striking woman's expression changed, feeling as if she had been slapped in the face. Her plan had been perfect. She had believed that if Qin dared to enter, he would be blown to pieces, not to mention the gunmen. Yet her men hadn't, and Appos even noticed his arrival. Qin Mu calmly assessed the striking woman. A face as beautiful as a peach blossom, but a heart as venomous as a serpent. So young, yet so malicious. Zhao Wenqi, if it weren't and amp, Appos, T for Tang Wu and amp, Appos, S sake I and amp, Appos, D teach you a lesson today. Where is Lu Yaqing? Hand her over. The striking woman dressed in menswear was Zhao Wenqi, Tang Wu's adopted daughter. Only 18, she was as beautiful as a flower, but ruthless, a notorious female fiend in Jianghuai. Only Qin Mu could have survived her traps. Anyone less capable would have died at the entrance. 2 traps, grenades, and gunmen had failed to stop Qin Mu. Zhao Wenqi was enraged. "If you want to teach me a lesson, you'll have to prove yourself." With a flick of her wrist, the dagger spun. The gunman retreated with Zhao Wenqi in the center. They passed through a corridor, arriving at a larger factory building. This was the former dyeing workshop, with a high ceiling. Below was a huge pool filled with foul-smelling black water. Lu Yaqing was suspended above it. Her mouth was taped shut. Seeing someone enter, she struggled, making muffled sounds. Zhao Wenqi and her group retreated into the workshop. At least 4 men accompanied her onto the elevator, while the others split into 2 groups, spreading out along the corridor. Qin Mu entered, surveying the scene. Lu Yaqing struggled in midair. Seeing Qin Mu, she wanted to cry. Perhaps she wanted to shout, but her mouth was taped shut. The elevator rose slowly, stopping 1 floor above Qin Mu. Zhao Wenqi, holding a remote control, mocked him. "Qin, since you and amp, Appos, so capable, let's play a game. Lu Yaqing's life is in my hands. Let's see if you have the ability to save her. But I warn you, there's a bomb attached to the other end of the rope. If you can't save her in time, it will explode. The rope will break, and she'll fall into the pool below. Don't think she'll be fine if she falls into the pool. I've mixed sulfuric acid into it. It won't kill her, but will disfigure her." A young girl, disfigured. She might wish she were dead, especially since Lu Yaqing is the school beauty of Jianghuai No. 1 high school. Also, don't think about attacking me. My gunmen will shoot you. Even if you kill them all, you can't stop me from pressing this button. If you try to attack me, I and amp, Appos, LL press it, and Lu Yaqing will become a pile of bones. How about it? Fun game? Qin Mu and amp, Appos, S eyes blazed with fury. How vicious. He couldn't understand what Zhao Wenqi's mind was made of. So young, yet so cruel, treating life like a game. Seeing Qin Mu's expression, Zhao Wenqi laughed triumphantly. "Oh, I forgot to tell you, they're into amp, Appos, SA bomb strapped to her back. Even if you and amp, Appos, all powerful, I don and amp, Appos, do you think you can save her?" The little enchantress laughed, as if this was the best game ever. No matter what Qin Mu did, it was a dead end. A complete and utter deadlock. Chapter 55, Deadlock to Rescue Lu Yaqing. The foremost task is to neutralize these gunmen. If I manage to subdue them, time may slip away. A direct assault on Zhao Wenqi would similarly necessitate dealing with these gunmen, and I must incapacitate her before she presses the remote. The considerable distance between us renders this possibility nearly non-existent. If the stipulated time elapses, the bomb will detonate. Should it explode, Lu Yaqing will plunge into the pool. Even if she survives, her visage may be irrevocably marred. Such a fate may prove more harrowing than death itself. Worse still, even if Qin Mu overcomes all the gunmen and subdues Zhao Wenqi, Lu Yaqing still bears a bomb on her back. This explosive device could claim 2 lives simultaneously. Zhao Wenqi has left no avenue for escape. She has orchestrated a veritable deadlock. Qin Mu can scarcely fathom the malice harbored by this mere teenager. If such a person is not adequately reprimanded, she will undoubtedly become a scourge in the future. Suspended above the pool, Lu Yaqing learned that the water below was infused with sulfuric acid, causing her face to drain of color as she trembled in fright. Qin Mu cast a glance at the group of gunmen, his gaze fixated on Zhao Wenqi with simmering anger. His demeanor turned icy as he declared, "I grant you 1 minute to call Tang Wu and instruct him to prepare for your corpse collection. Spare me your chatter. If you possess any courage, outmaneuver me first." Zhao Wenqi raised her wrist to check the time, initiating the countdown. "You have 2.5 minutes left. Open fire." With her command, over 20 gunmen trained their weapons on Qin Mu and unleashed a barrage of bullets. With an expletive, Qin Mu leapt skyward, darting towards the 3rd floor. The bullets pursued him relentlessly, riddling the surfaces he occupied with countless holes. It was only due to Qin Mu's exceptional agility that he managed to evade this peril. Otherwise, even the most skilled warrior under Tang Wu would have met their demise by now. As a prominent figure of the Qin family, a paragon among the younger generation, he could not afford to lose face before Mir Jr. The gunmen, formidable in their firepower, wove a fierce net of bullets. Upon witnessing Qin Mu ascend to the 3rd floor, they swiftly obstructed his path, determined to prevent him from reaching Zhao Wenqi. Bullets struck the railings, the walls, and the factory's roof, reducing the aging structure to a scene of chaos as debris cascaded down. Yet, no matter their ferocity, they could not halt Qin Mu's advance. He weaved left and right, up and down like a fleeting specter. Soon, they lost sight of him entirely. "Where is he?" Zhao Wenqi gripped her knife, her vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. Should Qin Mu reappear, she was confident in her ability to strike at his throat. The factory plunged into an eerie silence, lasting 4 or 5 seconds. "He's on the roof." With a sudden crash, a large hole formed in the ceiling, showering the area with debris. Zhao Wenqi shouted, and all gunmen aimed their weapons skyward. Amidst the rain of bullets, a figure lunged towards Zhao Wenqi. Remaining composed under pressure, she swung her blade. A glimmer of cold light shot towards a shadow. Simultaneously, a golden object flew from the figure's hand. The afternoon sun slanted from the west, illuminating the golden gleam, which sparkled like a radiant galaxy. The blinding light momentarily disoriented everyone present. Clang! The golden object deflected Zhao Wenqi and Amp, Oppo's throne knife, producing a sharp metallic clink. With a resounding stomp, Qin Mu landed heavily on the factory and Oppo's roof, sending shards of tiles flying like a barrage of arrows, striking all the gunmen. Ouch! Ouch! The scattered gunmen, positioned in various directions, fell victim to the debris, clutching their midsections and rolling on the ground. The 4 gunmen in the elevator were no exception. In a heartbeat, Zhao Wenqi found herself utterly alone. A golden object plummeted, landing at Zhao Wenqi's feet. She cast a glance downward, her face turning pale with fury as she shrieked, "Qin, this ISN and Oppo's over." The object was the emblem from her Ferrari. Her own knife had been deflected by her vehicle's insignia, and the sunlight's reflection had momentarily blinded everyone, allowing Qin Mu to seize the upper hand. "Do you believe you still have a chance?" A voice resounded behind her. Zhao Wenqi had no time to react as Qin Mu's finger pressed against her acupoint. What kind of hero takes advantage of a defenseless woman? Zhao Wenqi seethed, her body trembling in indignation. She had meticulously crafted her scheme, certain of its success. Yet, In Qin Mu's eyes, it was utterly feeble. Realizing she was at his mercy, Zhao Wenqi seethed, "If you dare, kill me." Slap, slap. Qin Mu had no time for her provocation and delivered 2 sharp slaps across her face. The blows were forceful. Zhao Wenqi's delicate features swelled, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Without pausing, Qin Mu snatched the remote from her hand, disarmed the bomb, and lowered Lu Yaqing, who had been suspended for over an hour. As Lu Yaqing's feet touched the ground, she collapsed into Qin Mu's embrace, sobbing like a heartbroken child. As the second daughter of the Qinjiao group, she had never endured such humiliation. Had it not been for Qin Mu's timely arrival, her fate would have been sealed. Zhao Wenqi, devoid of compassion, had plotted Lu Yaqing's demise with no regard for her life. Even if she had miraculously survived, her face would have been irreparably damaged. Such conduct was utterly reprehensible. Understanding Lu Yaqing and Appo's emotional turmoil, Qin Mu gently patted her back, whispering reassurances. "It and Appo's. It's all right, it and Appo's. It's all right." With tears glistening in her eyes, Lu Yaqing looked up at him, her sobs renewing. "Qin, let me go." From the sidelines, Zhao Wenqi shouted, "What are you crying for? You're not dead, are you?" Enraged, Qin Mu struck her again. "You lack humanity." Zhao Wenqi and Appo's face was entirely swollen. She did not weep but bit her lip, her eyes blazing with resentment. "If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, mark my words, one day you will perish by my hand." Still defiant, Qin Mu's fury ignited. "You think I won't kill you?" He seized Zhao Wenqi by the throat, his eyes ablaze with rage. "Do not think that just because you are Tang Wu's goddaughter, you are safe. Even if you were the daughter of a deity, I would slay you today." Zhao Wenqi scoffed, her expression filled with disdain. "Little demon, are you not afraid of death?" Qin Mu and Appo's anger intensified as he regarded this audacious girl, who seemed impervious to fear. "Do you believe no one can bring you to heel? Go ahead, kill me. Spare me your drivel." Zhao Wenqi dared to retort. Furious, Qin Mu was prepared to deliver a lethal blow. Just then, Lu Yaqing, her eyes swollen from tears, tugged at him, pleading, "Don't kill her." Qin Mu was taken aback. "She has treated you this way, yet you plead for her?" Wiping her tears, Lu Yaqing, in a fragile voice, whimpered, "Just throw her into the pool." Qin Mu was stunned for a moment before responding. "You make a valid point." With that, he seized Zhao Wenqi and prepared to throw her into the pool. Zhao Wenqi, as if confronted by a specter, flailed in panic. "No, no, please, don't." Chapter 56. A slap on the bottom. Is it necessary? At this moment, the plea for mercy came too late. What had transpired moments before? Qin Mu raised his hand and delivered a slap to Zhao Wenqi's rear, preparing to toss her into the pool. "Show some mercy." Outside the factory, a group of individuals burst in with great urgency. Tang Wu, accompanied by his most formidable warrior and several disciples, arrived. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Tang Wu wiped the sweat from his brow and shouted, "Brother Qin Mu, have mercy! Have mercy!" "Mercy?" Qin Mu scoffed, ignoring the plea entirely. He seized Zhao Wenqi and lifted her over the pool. Zhao Wenqi had not anticipated that he would actually throw her. Fear took hold of her, and she screamed desperately, "Qin, I hate you." Tang Wu, alarmed, abandoned the 2 steel balls in his hands and rushed forward with astonishing agility, a sight to behold. Even so, the crowd was drenched in cold sweat from the tension. Fortunately, Tang Wu managed to intercept Zhao Wenqi just before she hit the water, narrowly averting disaster. Indeed, Tang Wu displayed remarkable skill. Qin Mu thought to himself. The rough-clad man could no longer contain himself. Having been humiliated by Qin Mu previously, he was ready to retaliate against the young lady's disrespect, but Tang Wu stopped him. "Stand down. 5th Master." Tang Wu glared, and the crowd retreated, disgruntled. "Thank you, Brother Qin Mu, for showing mercy." After releasing Zhao Wenqi, Tang Wu bowed in gratitude. The onlookers were taken aback. How could Qin Mu, so ruthless, have thrown the young lady into the pool, yet 5th Master still offered thanks? They were unaware that had Qin Mu thrown her slightly lower or at a different angle, even Tang Wu's prowess would have been of no avail. It was only due to Qin Mu's careful adjustment that Zhao Wenqi was spared from a dire fate, tossed merely above the water. Of course, Qin Mu intended to teach this reckless Zhao Wenqi a lesson. Young and venomous, she treated life as a trifling matter. If left unchecked, she could become a significant threat in the future. Among the group, perhaps only Tang Wu understood that Qin Mu harbored ulterior motives. He was testing his own strength. "You intend to ruin my looks." Zhao Wenqi, with her fiery temper, was ready to confront Qin Mu again. This woman's lack of decorum was astonishing. She seemed to have forgotten her earlier misdeeds. Had it not been for Qin Mu, Lu Yaqing might have already faced disfigurement or worse. "Come back." Tang Wu would not allow her to act recklessly under his watch. He shouted, startling Zhao Wenqi into retreat. "Dad, he's bullying me." Zhao Wenqi sulked. Tang Wu's expression darkened significantly as he coldly commanded, "Kneel." "Huh?" Zhao Wenqi was taken aback. Her usually doting godfather was addressing her thus? "Kneel." Without waiting for Zhao Wenqi to speak again, Tang Wu struck her back, and she fell to her knees with a thud against the concrete floor, biting her lip and remaining silent. "Brother Qin Mu, I have been lax in my discipline and have offended you." Qin Mu was ungrateful, taking Lu Yaqing's hand and retorting, "Spare me the false sentiments." Zhao Wenqi's actions today are appalling. Does Fifth Master bear no responsibility? Just a kneel, and you expect to let bygones be bygones? This left Tang Wu momentarily speechless, embarrassed by Qin Mu's sharp words. "Brother Qin Mu speaks the truth. I shall personally apologize to Chairman Chun. Now, let us more like it." Qin Mu took Lu Yaqing and left, disregarding the group entirely. "Whatever your status as an underground king, do not provoke me, Qin Mu." Outside the factory, the sound of engines roared as Qin Mu sped away with Lu Yaqing. The rough-clad man approached. "Fifth Master." Tang Wu sighed deeply. "Let us go." At Chen Qinjiao's villa, Qin Mu returned with Lu Yaqing. Upon seeing her sister's tear-streaked face, Lu Yaqing asked with concern, "What happened, Yaqing?" Just then, Chen Qinjiao emerged, intending to invite Qin Mu for dinner and discuss matters further. Once inside, Qin Mu recounted the earlier events. Fifth Master's goddaughter? Upon learning that Zhao Wenqi was responsible, Lu Yaqing felt a surge of anger. She understood that the Qinjiao group could not contend with Fifth Master's power. Chen Qinjiao was equally furious, comforting her daughter. Zhao Wenqi was notorious in Jianghu, a veritable little demon. Not only ordinary people, but even those in the underworld held her in fear. Why had they provoked this little witch? Such matters would typically require legal recourse. Yet with Fifth Master's influence, how could Chen Qinjiao dare confront him directly? The last time they escaped from Wujing Mountain was thanks to Qin Mu. As for Tang Wu's kneeling, Chen Qinjiao pondered long and hard. Apart from Qin Mu's involvement, she could think of no other reason. Had the little demon kidnapped Lu Yaqing due to their previous encounter? Seeing her daughter suffer such indignities filled Chen Qinjiao with indignation. Thankfully, with Qin Mu present, everything had been resolved without harm. "Thank you, Qin Mu. You saved Yaqing once again." Qin Mu wore a look of regret, feeling that the incident had been aimed at him, with Lu Yaqing merely a bait. Just as he was about to explain to Chen Qinjiao, someone outside reported, "Chairman, Fifth Master is here." "What does he want?" "I want to see him." Following the incident, Chen Qinjiao instinctively resisted. "Since he is here, let us meet him. Let us see how he explains himself." Qin Mu offered a suggestion, and Chen Qinjiao hesitantly glanced at him. "All right." The four gathered in the spacious hall of the villa to meet Fifth Master. Lu Yaqing embraced her sister as Tang Wu entered with a rough-clad man and Zhao Wenqi. Upon seeing Chen Qinjiao, Tang Wu bowed deeply. "Chairman Chen, I come to apologize." Chen Qinjiao slightly inclined her body, her gaze falling on Qin Mu. Truthfully, Tang Wu's grand gesture left her feeling unsettled. Noticing Qin Mu's indifferent expression, she reluctantly accepted. Yet, an unease lingered within her. Ever since the last incident, Tang Wu had treated her with excessive courtesy, bordering on deference. What could be the reason for this? Seeing Chen Qinjiao remain silent, Qin Mu quipped sarcastically, "Fifth Master's esteemed presence must be overwhelming for the chairman. Is it not your goddaughter who has committed such an offense? Coming here to demand an explanation?" Tang Wu's face flushed with embarrassment. Qin Mu's words left him at a loss. Brother Qin Mu has misunderstood. I brought this unruly creature here to offer an apology to Chairman Chen. Turning to Zhao Wenqi, he commanded kneel. Reluctantly, Zhao Wenqi kneeled in the hall. Now, that is more like it, Qin Mu thought to himself. Tang Wu continued. I understand that today's incident was indeed excessive, so I have decided to leave her in the hands of Brother Qin Mu, Chairman Chen, and Miss Lu, with no objections from me. Upon hearing that Tang Wu intended to hand Zhao Wenqi over to them, Chen Qianjiao was taken aback. How could she dare? Fifth Master was a powerful figure, an underground king in Jianghu, far beyond her reach. Furthermore, Chen Qianjiao had always refrained from dealing with such individuals. Even with Fifth Master's attitude, she could not afford to overstep her boundaries. Just as she was about to respond politely, Qin Mu cleared his throat, prompting Chen Qianjiao to glance at him again, pondering if he had some clever plan in mind. Qin Mu casually remarked, She has harmed Miss Lu. I believe it is best for Miss Lu to decide how to proceed with this matter. He gazed at Lu Yaqing, who subtly nodded in understanding. Tang Wu, upon hearing Qin Mu and Amp Oppo's words, expressed no dissent, acknowledging Brother Qin is absolutely right. In that case, let Miss Yaqing administer the punishment. Whether it be a beating or something more severe, the decision rests with you. As long as it alleviates your grievances, I, Tang Wu, am entirely agreeable. Lu Yaqing stepped out from her sister and Amp Oppo's embrace and declared, I shall remove her trousers and spank her. Qin Mu erupted in laughter, bemused by the girls' unexpected deviation from their prior agreement. Chapter 57, The Little Witch's Apprenticeship Spanking? The adults were taken aback. Surely, this was a child's notion. If anyone had previously harbored concerns about Lu Yaqing being manipulated by Qin Mu, such thoughts had evaporated. Even the typically stoic man in the coarse shirt could hardly suppress a smile. The effort to stifle laughter was palpable. Some seemed on the verge of internal injury. Zhao Wenqi was on the brink of madness, her face flushed with indignation. To suggest she remove her pants for a spanking was akin to asking for her life. Her mindset was utterly dissimilar to that of Lu Yaqing. A girl raised amidst violence could hardly endure such humiliation. Lord Wu had proclaimed that as long as Lu Yaqing could vent her grievances, the decision would rest with her. Yet, Lord Wu never anticipated Lu Yaqing would utter such childish words. A man's word is his bond. He would never go back on it. Lord Wu's expression darkened as he barked at Zhao Wenqi. Silence. At his fury, Zhao Wenqi dared not utter a sound. Bring this beast to me. Two of Lord Wu and Amp Oppo's disciples stepped forward, pinning Zhao Wenqi down. Enraged, she felt as if she might combust. How could they strip her in front of so many? At that moment, she could have killed someone. Yet, she caught sight of Qin Mu, that scoundrel, pulling out his phone to record. Was he really filming this? Infuriated, Zhao Wenqi shook off the two disciples and prepared to unleash her wrath. Slap! Lord Wu struck her with a resounding blow that sent stars dancing before her eyes. The disciples held her down, pulling off her trousers, leaving her in only her safety shorts, pressed against the ground. Her legs were surprisingly fair. Qin Mu furrowed his brow, emitting a disdainful grunt. Such a person was not worthy of sympathy. Lord Wu cracked his whip, the sound echoing with merciless intensity as it landed on Zhao Wenqi and Amp Oppo's backside. Each strike was delivered with force, leaving a crimson mark with every lash. Zhao Wenqi, however, was resolute, gritting her teeth in silence. Qin Mu mused inwardly about her gender. Though she donned a boy's attire, she was unmistakably a girl. If she were indeed female, her stubbornness surpassed that of many men. Lord Wu continued relentlessly, delivering over a dozen lashes until Zhao Wenqi's backside was a bloody mess. Each strike made Chen Qianjiao and Lu Yaqing tense up, while Lu Yaqing covered her eyes, too frightened to watch. Lord Wu, please. Chen Qianjiao could no longer bear to witness the brutality inflicted upon a girl of such tender years. She rushed forward to intervene. Please stop. Enough. But Lord Wu was consumed by rage and refused to relent. Chairman Chen, do not interfere. I shall not cease until she begs for mercy. The man in the coarse shirt also pleaded. Lord Wu, at this rate, the young lady may not survive. Step aside. Lord Wu pushed the man away with a dismissive wave, continuing his assault. Zhao Wenqi remained silent, lying on the ground, immobile. Even Qin Mu could not help but admire the little witch's courage. She possessed a fortitude that many men lacked. However, after receiving over 30 lashes, she could no longer hold back. Biting her lip, tears streamed down her face like rain. Her backside was no longer recognizable, a gruesome sight, bloodied and raw. Beast, will you not apologize to Miss Shin? Lord Wu demanded. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Wenqi retorted, I owe her nothing. This beating has settled the score. Well said. You have spirit. Lord Wu raised his whip to strike again, prompting Chen Qianjiao and others to rush forward to dissuade him. The man in the coarse shirt clung to Lord Wu, pleading, please, no more. Qin Mu, with a smile, tucked away his phone, internally lamenting the missed opportunity to capture the little witch's cries for mercy. Eventually, Lord Wu was persuaded to stop. Chen Qianjiao ordered tea to be served, suggesting they let the matter rest. The punishment has been administered. Let in amp, oppos, as hope such incidents do not recur. After all, she is still young and naive. Lord Wu took a sip of tea, thanking Chairman Shun for her understanding. I have indulged her too much. It seems I must impose stricter discipline henceforth. He glanced at Zhao Wenqi, who lay on the ground, unable to move. Her backside was a bloody pulp, and as someone helped her into her trousers, she shot a furious glare at Qin Mu. Qin Mu approached, adding fuel to the fire. It is truly imperative to discipline her. A girl with such a tempestuous spirit cannot be allowed to roam unchecked. This remark only deepened Zhao Wenqi and Appo's resentment towards Qin Mu. Lord Wu nodded. You speak wisely, Brother Qin. However, I have a modest request for you. Qin Mu sensed something amiss. You all continue your discussion. I shall step outside for a moment. Brother Qin. Wait, Lord Wu called out. I recognize your exceptional skills and heroism. Might I trouble you to take Wenqi under your wing? Although she is a girl, she has an immense passion for martial arts and possesses exceptional talent. Despite my efforts to guide her, I am limited in my capabilities. If it pleases you, I will be grateful if you could mentor her. I ask for nothing in return, only that we share life and death as brothers. Henceforth, the affairs of the Qinjiao group shall also be of concern to me. What? You want to send me to him as a disciple? Zhao Wenqi nearly lost her mind. How could she possibly exact her revenge now? Her face turned a shade of green with rage. She had hoped to find some outlet for her frustration. But this was a disaster. Should Qin Mu become her master, her chances for vengeance would vanish forever. This may not be appropriate. Qin Mu hesitated. Zhao Wenqi and Appo's rebellious nature was intolerable, her androgynous demeanor hardly appealing. Yet, considering his potential departure from Jianghuai and the protection of Lord Wu, the Qinjiao group would remain secure. Qin Mu glanced at Chen Qianjiao and her daughters, finally focusing on Chen Qianjiao. Today, she was not wearing the half of the jade pendant around her neck, likely aware that it was best not to wear it for prolonged periods. This indicated she understood the secret of the pendant, suggesting a connection to the Qin family. Thus, weighing all factors, he reluctantly agreed, very well. Given your sincerity, I shall give it a try. Heavens! He agreed. Zhao Wenqi felt tears welling up, clenching her fists in frustration. Her beating had been in vain. Lord Wu, however, was elated. Thank you, Brother Qin. Now, Wenqi, hurry and pay your respects to your master. Zhao Wenqi and Appo's heart was filled with despair as she knelt, feeling utterly wronged, shouting, I want an Appo's to accept this. The little witch vowed silently that one day she would tear him apart. Lord Wu, brimming with excitement, declared, someone book a venue at Yixian Tower tonight. I must express my gratitude to Brother Qin and the Chen family. Chapter 58. A bow to mend grievances, a bow to mend grievances. How astute of Lord Tang. He arranged for his goddaughter to pay her respects to Qin Mu as her master, thus binding them all as kin in the future. Naturally, this turn of events left Chen Qianjiao feeling exceptionally discontented. However, with Lord Tang, the underground monarch, offering her an apology and having personally dealt with Zhao Wenqi in such a manner, even the most steadfast heart would have to yield him some respect. Especially considering Chen Qianjiao could not afford to offend such formidable figures. It was said that Lord Tang intended to host a banquet himself, which struck Qin Xianjiao as somewhat surreal. Just days prior, he had been plotting against Hu Guisun and his son, ready to intervene on their behalf. Now, he was treating her with such deference. It was a shift many would find difficult to comprehend at first glance. The duty manager of Yixin building received a call that Lord Tang wished to reserve the entire establishment. The manager, hesitant to make such a decision unilaterally, promptly sought guidance from Cheng Shui. Business at Yixin building was thriving, and coincidentally, it was peak dining time. Lord Tang and Amp, Oppo's sudden request for exclusivity caught Cheng Shui off guard. To reserve the venue, one must clear the premises, which typically requires advance notice. Given the vastness of Jianghuai, many patrons dining there were of considerable status. Forcing them to leave without just cause would be both unreasonable and unkind. Upon hearing the manager's report, Cheng Shui descended from the upper floors. After surveying the restaurant's operations, she instructed that a complete reservation would be impractical, but she could offer him a single floor instead. The first 3 floors were designated for dining, while the 4th was her private domain. The 5th floor served as a viewing platform, generally restricted to guests. The first floor had no private rooms, while the 2nd and 3rd featured both halls and private booths. If Lord Tang insisted on reserving the entire venue, Cheng Shui was still willing to accommodate him with a floor. After the manager carefully relayed this to Lord Tang, he expressed no objections. The Cheng family was influential, deeply rooted in Jianghuai. Although they never engaged in underground affairs, Lord Tang felt compelled to show them respect. In high spirits, upon hearing Cheng Shui's willingness to offer a floor, he exclaimed joyfully, "The Cheng girl knows how to give face. Let us make our way there." Lord Tang, decisive and commanding, wasted no time, bidding farewell to Chun Xianjiao, Qin Mu, and the others as he, the host of the evening, and Amp, Oppo's banquet, prepared to depart first. Qin Xianjiao rose to see him off, watching as 2 of Lord Tang and Amp, Oppo's disciples assisted Zhao Wenqi in leaving before she returned to the hall. "What do you think of this matter, Qin Mu?" Qin Xianjiao inquired. Being a woman of business, her focus typically lay in her work, and she preferred to avoid entanglements with such figures. However, the current situation was beyond her control, prompting her to seek Qin Mu's insight. "Let us proceed. It is Cheng's territory, and whatever tricks he may employ, we need not fear," Qin Mu replied. Qin Xianjiao pondered for a moment, then resolved, "Very well. You all prepare accordingly." After issuing her orders, she retreated to her room. Qin Mu lit a cigarette, seated in the hall, contemplating a pressing question: what connections existed among Chun Xianjiao, Lord Tang, and the Cheng family? The legendary cold jade statue of the Cheng family, combined with the half of the Qin family heirloom jade pendant worn by Chun Xianjiao, seemed to suggest an unbreakable bond with the Qin lineage. Could the last missing page of the Qin family's heart method be tied to these individuals? Perhaps they held the key to some elusive clues. If that were the case, his arrival in Jianghuai was fortuitous indeed. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Lu Yaqing was the first to emerge in her changed attire. Qin Mu called out to her, "Why did you not follow our agreed-upon plan?" Pouting, Lu Yaqing retorted, "She scared me nearly to death. I wanted her to be embarrassed." The sight of her sore backside brought her delight. Qin Mu sighed. She was but a child, likely the only one capable of concocting such a scheme. As Chun Xianjiao and Lu Yaqing joined them after changing, the group arranged 3 vehicles to head to Yixin building. Lu Yaqing took a seat in Chun Xianjiao's Benz, while Lu Yaqing rode in the Maserati driven by Qin Mu, with several bodyguards following in a Land Rover. A faint scent of perfume wafted through the car, and Qin Mu regarded the beautiful president beside him with curiosity. Today, she chose to sit in the passenger seat instead of the back. "President, shall I play some music?" Qin Mu swiftly activated the sound system. "Darling, how I long to sing love songs and watch the most beautiful fireworks." "Darling, singing love songs with you, watching the most beautiful fireworks." Lu Yaqing frowned. After driving for a few days, "Is this all the music you can find?" She pressed the button to skip to the next track. "Previous lives held promises. In this life, we share a bond. After all the twists and turns, in the end, it and Oppo's still you and me." The theme song of New Female Attached began to play. Lu Yaqing turned off the music, appearing preoccupied. What's wrong? Has someone proposed to you again? Qin Mu teased. Lu Yaqing sighed softly. How about you accompany me to Europe in a few days? Understanding her unspoken concern regarding the previous incident with heir, Qin Mu nodded. Have you obtained your passport? Lu Yaqing asked. If not, just give your photo and relevant information to Lu Hong, and she will handle it. I already have my passport. Traveling abroad was no unfamiliar endeavor for Qin Mu, and his passport allowed visa-free access to all countries. Before long, they arrived at Yixin Building, where Cheng Shui had arranged for Lord Tang to host the gathering on the third floor. Since announcing his departure from the underground world, Lord Tang had rarely made such a grand appearance. To discover that he had reserved the venue to host Qin Jiao and Amp Appo's family came as a surprise even to Cheng Shui. Previously, when Qin Mu had thoroughly dealt with Hu Guisan and his son, the latter had sought Lord Tang's intervention, which had caused Cheng Shui to worry for the Qinjiao group. Little did they know, the Hu father and son's supposed backing had failed to protect them, instead leading them to the favor of others. Soon, Cheng Shui learned that Lord Tang's ostentatious display was due to his goddaughter, Zhao Wenqi, taking Qin Mu as her master. My goodness, this young man, Qin Mu, had garnered the favor of even Lord Tang. Cheng Shui was well aware of the tales surrounding Lord Tang. As a lay disciple of Shaolin, he was no slouch in martial arts. By allowing Zhao Wenqi to study under Qin Mu, wasn't he indirectly admitting his own inferiority? If this news spread, Qin Mu would undoubtedly become a renowned figure in Jianghuai. As Lord Tang welcomed Chen Xinjiao and her family along with Qin Mu to the third floor, Cheng Shui personally came forth to offer a toast. Upon her arrival, Lord Tang was just having Zhao Wenqi perform the ceremonial bow of apprenticeship. The adage, once a teacher, always a father, rang true. Once one took a master, they must follow their commands for life, with no possibility of regret. With a sore backside, Zhao Wenqi gritted her teeth as she knelt to pay her respects to Qin Mu. He watched the little imp with a grin, fully aware of her unwillingness, her eyes radiating a burning resentment as if she wished to devour him whole. Lord Tang, having entrusted Zhao Wenqi to him, suggested, considering her young age, perhaps after this holiday, she could attend school alongside Yaqing. At merely a decade or so old, a university setting would provide her with some much-needed tranquility. What? Me? Go to school? Zhao Wenqi nearly leaped up in protest. Having grown accustomed to the ways of society, she found the rules of school unbearable. Yet, upon hearing Lord Tang's enthusiastic endorsement, she realized with dismay that this decision was final, and all authority rested with her elder brother. At that moment, Zhao Wenqi wished she could simply vanish in a thin air. Chapter 59. Let me vent. A group of adults were drinking on the third floor, while Lu Yaqing stepped outside for some fresh air after hastily consuming a few bites. Outside the Yixin Building, a picturesque riverside promenade had been specially designed as a resting place for guests. As Lu Yaqing emerged, Zhao Wenqi also found an excuse to slip out quietly. From a distance, she spotted Lu Yaqing standing by the railing and, gritting her teeth, approached her. Wow, you can still walk? Does her backside not hurt? Zhao Wenqi exclaimed, her expression dark. She felt a sense of injustice. After all, Lu Yaqing had played a part in her current predicament, yet here she was, making light of the situation. Nevertheless, Zhao Wenqi decided to set aside their grievances for the moment, considering she had also wronged Lu Yaqing in the past. So they were even. Zhao Wenqi walked over. You need to speak a few good words for me to that Qin fellow, so he doesn't end Amp Appo's to make me go to that place. For now on, I'll look out for you. Lu Yaqing looked at her in surprise, and then suddenly broke into a smile. What are you laughing at? Zhao Wenqi asked, irritated. Lu Yaqing replied leisurely. Why should I help you? Your backside is already in tatters. Who can you protect now? You. Zhao Wenqi seethed internally, furious that Lu Yaqing kept bringing up her misfortune. Under normal circumstances, anyone who dared to speak to her this way would be facing dire consequences. I and Appo's. LL kill you. You and Appo's. Re-asking for trouble. Huh? You dare. She had expected Lu Yaqing to show fear, but instead, the girl shot her a contemptuous glance. Don't think I can't see through you. The fifth master is no match for my brother-in-law, which is why he asked you to take him on as your mentor. The corners of Lu Yaqing's lips curled up slightly, igniting a storm of frustration within Zhao Wenqi. However, one question piqued her curiosity. Your brother-in-law? You mean the Qin fellow is your brother-in-law? Yes, Lu Yaqing declared proudly. No wonder that Qin fellow is so impressive. How could he demean himself by being a mere bodyguard at Qinjiao Group? With such a powerful ally, this girl indeed has the right to look down on others. Zhao Wenqi struggled to suppress her temper. What did she do? She was simply outmatched. Seeing her distressed expression, Lu Yaqing and Appo's mind word with a cunning idea. You know, studying ISN and AMP, Appo's T is terrifying as you think. How about this? I and AMP, Appo's LL give you a suggestion. At that moment, Zhao Wenqi and AMP, Appo's only thought was to avoid going to school, willing to agree to anything. Seeing Lu Yaqing ready to offer advice, her expression softened. Go ahead, Lu Yaqing replied slowly. The management here is quite lax. You could pretend to accompany me, and when it's time to get serious, you can find someone to cover for you, allowing you to do as you please otherwise. Really? Zhao Wenqi, unfamiliar with the workings of this place, became intrigued by Lu Yaqing's proposal. Lu Yaqing nodded earnestly. Of course, I could also help you devise a way to ensure your grades aren't too poor during exams, so you won't get scolded by your mentor or the fifth master. But, she paused dramatically. Zhao Wenqi, usually tough and ruthless, found herself outmatched in intelligence by Lu Yaqing's scholarly prowess. Seeing her hesitate, she urged impatiently. Just tell me already, stop being so cryptic. Lu Yaqing, realizing she had Zhao Wenqi in her grasp, smirked slyly. But you'll have to listen to me from now on. Huh? Zhao Wenqi was taken aback. The cheeky girl wanted her to call her big sister? Zhao Wenqi felt her temper rising again. Lu Yaqing, as if reading her mind, casually remarked, whether you agree or not is up to you. After all, I am Qin Mu's sister-in-law, while you are merely his disciple. Who do you think he will support? It was undeniable that Lu Yaqing's psychological tactics were effective. In the face of familial connections, Zhao Wenqi's frustrations paled in comparison. With a beautiful sister-in-law like Lu Yaqing, what did she have to offer? In Qin Mu's eyes, Zhao Wenqi, though reasonably attractive, was merely a nondescript figure. Since ancient times, heroes have often faltered before the beauty. Zhao Wenqi, left speechless, gritted her teeth. Fine, it's a deal. After all, she was the fifth master's goddaughter and had grown accustomed to such bonds of loyalty. With a firm handshake, she accepted Lu Yaqing as her sister from that day forward. Lu Yaqing laughed merrily, patting Zhao Wenqi on the shoulder. From now on, I'll look out for you. Zhao Wenqi cast a bewildered glance at the younger girl, who had so easily assumed a position of authority over her. In a single day, she had gained a mentor and recognized a big sister. Am I really falling from grace? She thought, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. Oh, how I long to unleash my anger. Where's a fool to take it out on? Just then, an unwelcome voice interrupted her thoughts. Oh, isn't that the little wretch cast out by the Lu family? A boy, around Lu Yaqing's age, swaggered over, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. He was Lu Xinyuan, the third son of the Lu family, one of the four prominent families of Jianghuai. Years ago, when Chen Qianjiao married into the Lu family, Lu Yaqing had still been in her mother and aunt, Appo's womb. After her father and aunt, Appo's untimely death, Chen Qianjiao was labeled a bad omen by the Lu family and expelled without mercy. Alone and pregnant with Lu Yaqing, who had been born into a world of hardship. The rise of Qinjiao Group had not been without its challenges, as the Lu family relentlessly attempted to undermine them, spreading slander and rumors without hesitation. Lu Yaqing had not anticipated encountering Lu Xinyuan here, for she had always harbored a deep-seated dislike for the Lu family due to her past experiences. Their encounters had often been fraught with his derision, and she found herself loathing such individuals. To her, it seemed petty for a grown man to dwell on old family grievances, using every opportunity to tarnish her reputation. Lu Xinyuan, on the other hand, could not resist the urge to belittle her whenever they met, as if only by doing so could he find solace in his own insecurities. Perhaps this was rooted in the rise of Qinjiao Group and the slow decline of the Lu family, which left them resentful of their former glory being overshadowed. Your words are as foul as your character. Lu Xingyuan. Lu Yaqing shot back boldly. Despite being a girl, she was unafraid of his arrogance. Although her mother often advised her to take the high road and not stoop to the level of those who insulted her, today she had reached her limit. Lu Xingyuan, taken aback by her retort, sneered. You still dare to talk back, little wretch? Don't forget, just like Qin Xinjiao, you two have been cast out by the Lu family, a disgrace to our name. Lu Yaqing's face flushed with anger, and she called out to Zhao Wenqi, bite him. Chapter 60. Strike his third leg. Zhao Wenqi glared at her in frustration, then approached and slapped Lu Xingyuan across the face. How dare he insult her elder sister? I will make you pay dearly. Lu Xingyuan could hardly believe that Lu Yaqing had the audacity to call someone to beat him up. Just moments ago, he had been feeling quite pleased with himself. He never expected Zhao Wenqi to deliver such a blow. And it was only after being struck that he realized this androgynous figure was none other than the infamous female tyrant of the Jianghuai region. Zhao Wenqi's notorious arrogance was well known, especially to someone like Lu Xingyuan, a scion of a prominent family. Although he was the heir of the Lu family, he dare not provoke Zhao Wenqi. She was infamous for her ruthless nature, capable of making one wish for death. However, he never anticipated that Zhao Wenqi would side with Lu Yaqing. This slap left him utterly stunned. Holding his stinging cheek, he exclaimed, "You. What do you mean? Kneel." Zhao Wenqi was seething with anger and was ready to vent it. The moment she laid eyes on Lu Xingyuan, she was already seeking a reason to strike him, and he had unwittingly provided one by mocking Lu Yaqing. After all, Lu Yaqing was now her elder sister, and this was akin to courting disaster. Lu Xingyuan had interacted with Zhao Wenqi on a few occasions, but he had never taken her seriously due to their differing social standings. When she slapped him, he immediately grew furious. Are you out of your mind? Am I in your way? What if I am? Zhao Wenqi retorted, kneel, with her fiery temper. She had no intention of engaging in further dialogue, especially with a fallen aristocrat. Her habitual use of I reflected the persona she had cultivated in the underworld. In Zhao Wenqi and Appo's view, did she need a reason to strike him? Who asked him to provoke her when she was already in a foul mood? Poor Lu Xingyuan, oblivious to his predicament, thought to himself, what did I do to deserve the wrath of this maniac? As he prepared to retaliate, Zhao Wenqi swiftly delivered a kick to his abdomen. Ouch! Lu Xingyuan, with his delicate physique, crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach, sliding across the smooth floor. Zhao Wenqi pounced on him, raining down punches and kicks until he resembled a swollen pig. The commotion drew the attention of security personnel at the Yixin building, who were left dumbfounded upon realizing that the one being beaten was none other than the third heir of the Lu family. Under normal circumstances, they would have intervened, but upon seeing the assailant was the little tyrant, they were frozen in indecision. After delivering a thorough thrashing, Zhao Wenqi was still unsatisfied. She grabbed Lu Xingyuan by the collar and tossed him at Lu Yaqing and Appo's feet. Apologize to your elder sister, or else I will ruin you today. Lu Xingyuan, on the verge of tears, stared blankly at Lu Yaqing, who stood there with her arms crossed and a mocking expression. When did this little vixen become Zhao Wenqi's elder sister? This question lingered in his mind for quite some time. Will you apologize or not? With a swift motion, Zhao Wenqi delivered another heavy slap, drawing blood. As for Lu Yaqing, she adopted a classic elder sister demeanor, advising, don't hit his face. It will be unsightly if he ends up looking like a pig. Or should I hit him then? Zhao Wenqi inquired. I heard that men have an extra leg compared to women. Strike his third leg, Lu Yaqing replied coolly. Zhao Wenqi's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite her years in the underground world, she was not on the same level as Lu Yaqing in terms of cunning. Striking Lu Xingyuan and Appo's third leg clearly indicated an intention to sever the Lu family and Appo's lineage. Zhao Wenqi was convinced and prepared to kick. But Lu Xingyuan quickly shielded his vital area, pleading no. I apologize. A wise man does not seek revenge in the moment. He decided to bide his time. Kneeling before Lu Yaqing, he stammered, I'm sorry, Yaqing. I won't dare to offend you again. I won't insult you anymore. Yaqing is what you call her? Lu Yaqing frowned, clearly displeased. Seeing Zhao Wenqi ready to strike once more, he quickly corrected himself. Elder sister, Lu, elder sister. I apologize to you. I will never dare again. Zhao Wenqi struck him on the head again. You lack sincerity. Bow your head. Bow. The esteemed third heir of the Lu family was to bow to a woman, especially one whom the Lu family had cast aside. A woman unworthy of even carrying their shoes. And now he was to bow before her? The thought of such humiliation spreading through the Lu family was unbearable. However, confronted with Zhao Wenqi's fierce glare, resembling a small tiger, Lu Xingyuan reluctantly bowed his head to Lu Yaqing. Zhao Wenqi kicked him away. Don't let me see you again. Get lost. Feeling much better after releasing her pent-up frustration, Zhao Wenqi clapped her hands in satisfaction. Lu Xingyuan scrambled to his feet and fled, running several hundred meters before hopping in his car, cursing furiously. Those two vile women. One day, I will make you pay. No, killing them will be too easy. Lu Xingyuan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Chen Qianjiao, I will bring disaster upon your Thousand Beauties group. At that moment, on the third floor, Chen Qianjiao suddenly sneezed repeatedly, hastily grabbing several tissues to cover her nose. Where is Yuting? Why has she been gone so long? Lu Yaqing stood up. I'll go check. The meal was nearing its end, and everyone was preparing to leave. They needed to find Lu Yaqing to avoid any further mishaps. The atmosphere was lively, with Cheng Shui making an appearance, and Tang Wuye was very pleased with the gathering. He assured Qin Mu that going forward, matters regarding the Thousand Beauties group would be his responsibility. Lu Yaqing descended the stairs in search of her sister. At the stairway, she encountered Zhao Wenqi with her arm around Lu Yuting's shoulder. They appeared almost like sisters. When shall we find another opportunity to beat him up? Elder sister, let me handle the fighting from now on. You focus on studying for exams, Lu Yaqing declared. Wait, when did these two become so chummy? Lu Yaqing was about to call out to them when the two girls looked up simultaneously and greeted her. Lu Yaqing, sister, Zhao Wenqi, teacher. Lu Yaqing's face turned an alarming shade of red. What were you two just saying about fighting and exams? Lu Yaqing quickly pulled her sister aside, whispering, I told her that Qin Mu is my brother-in-law, so she now calls me elder sister. What on earth is going on? Lu Yaqing's face was as red as a beet. Chapter 61. The cultured rogue. Upon returning home after dinner, Chen Qianjiao intentionally invited Qin Mu to stay. You needn't oppose. T return tonight. I and oppose. LL have Chen Ma prepare a room for you, she declared. Lu Yaqing chimed in, Mom, why bother tidying up? Just have Qin Mu move in directly. Our house is spacious enough. This girl had completely taken Qin Mu for one of her own. Ever since witnessing him lift a pair of 300-pound stone locks and defeat Song Wei and his gang, she had been contemplating showcasing Qin Mu at school to impress others. She felt this way particularly because of Lu Xingyuan and Appo's, his arrogance, often putting her down. After Zhao Wenqi and Appo's thorough thrashing of him today, Lu Yaqing felt an immense sense of satisfaction. The clever girl had ulterior motives. Without Qin Mu, would Zhao Wenqi ever submit to her? Thus, she was determined to keep Qin Mu around, hoping to foster a relationship between him and her sister. Once he became her brother-in-law, who would dare to look down upon her? The only concern Lu Yaqing had was Qin Mu's apparent interest in Lu Hong, who was older than her sister. However, when it came to age, could Lu Hong compare to their mother? With her eyes darting around, Lu Yaqing resolved that she must prevent him from spending time with Lu Hong any longer. Seeing her daughter so adamant, Chen Qianjiao reflected that with so many rooms in the house, it wouldn't hurt to give Qin Mu a space. Moreover, given Qin Mu and Appo's repeated assistance to the Qianjiao group, such hospitality was not unwarranted. Qin Mu, perhaps it will be best if you moved in, she suggested. Since her husband's passing, this was the first time Chen Qianjiao had invited a man to live with her family. This may not be appropriate, Qin Mu thought, feeling somewhat uncomfortable living with the chairman and Appo's family. He preferred practicing without any constraints. Living there posed a risk. What if he accidentally encountered someone from the chairman and Appo's family? They might perceive him as a lascivious man. In contrast, residing in his rented place was different. He could do as he pleased. A more pressing reason loomed. Having previously opened WeChat to check for nearby people, he found the vicinity was almost devoid of potential partners. Wealthy families often built their villas in secluded, picturesque locations, and aside from fashionable housekeepers, there were hardly any enticing women around. How could Qin Mu endure such solitude? Of course, 3 stunning beauties were within his reach, and even a mature woman like Chun Qianjiao was the object of many men's desires. Yet, Qin Mu preferred to remain elusive, saving his pursuits for a time when he had exhausted all other options in the area. Noticing Qin Mu and Oppo's reluctance, Chun Qianjiao asserted, "Do not be polite. Whether you wish to or not, you will stay here tonight." She then instructed Chun Ma to prepare a room for him. Chun Ma promptly set to work, leaving Qin Mu feeling helpless. How could he refuse the chairman's warm invitation? As the moonlight spilled over the stars and the long road stretched endlessly, Qin Mu sighed, contemplating his exceptional abilities and the complexities of love. Just then his phone rang, prompting him to step outside to answer. Lu Yaqing cast a glance at him before quietly ascending to the second floor. "Hello, wealthy Lady Shun, missing me?" Qin Mu teased as he approached the villa's swimming pool, ready to banter with Shun Wenying. Their interaction the previous night had left a favorable impression on him. He had initially known her as a capable businesswoman, but soon discovered her multifaceted talents. She was as adept in the kitchen as she was in the boardroom, and her star-like beauty was undeniably captivating. Leisurely seated on the living room sofa, Shun Wenying curled her long legs and held her phone while sipping from a cup. "So, you know about that? Yesterday you claimed to be kept by someone, and today you vanish. Tell me, where are you living it up? Aren't you coming back to entertain me?" Qin Mu laughed heartily, amused by Shun Wenying's newfound humor, but he recalled how she had sent him to the guest room. If only you had mentioned it earlier. Now, even if I wish to respond, I find myself unable to reach you," he lamented. "Goddess, you have intentions, but the prince dreams not. Wealthy Lady Shun, save your invitation for another day when I shall seek enlightenment." Emphasizing the last word, Qin Mu noticed Shen Vanink and Appos, cheeks flush crimson. Enlightenment indeed. This fellow is undoubtedly a cultured rogue. Upon learning that Qin Mu was still at the chairman and Oppo's residence, Shen Wenying became aware that Fifth Master was hosting a dinner, though the reasons eluded her. She had heard that Qin Mu had accompanied the chairman to Wujing Mountain Villa, where he had clashed with Fifth Master's disciples and damaged the villa's reputation. Surprisingly, Fifth Master did not seek revenge, but instead invited Qin Mu and the chairman to dine, leaving even Shun Wenying astonished. Understanding he had more pressing matters, Shun Wenying felt it inappropriate to intrude further. After a brief exchange, she swiftly ended the call, pondering her own unexpected happiness as she gazed at her hands. Qin Mu spent the night at Chun Qianjiao's villa. Upon waking that morning, he noticed Lu Yaqing jogging in the yard, dressed in a white ensemble. Her long black hair was tied back in a ponytail, and she wore matching white sneakers. Her long, slender legs added to her already striking height, making her even more alluring. Due to her vigorous exercise, beads of sweat glistened on her forehead and dripped from her chin, soaking her top and accentuating her graceful figure. The first beauty of Jianghuai was indeed deserving of her title. If Lu Hong was celebrated for her sensuality and Shun Wenying for her symmetry, then Cheng Shui exuded an ethereal charm, while Lu Yaqing embodied elegance, refined, stately, and unpretentious. Her tranquility, gentle as a maiden, evoked the feeling of a poem that drifted in and out of reach. Qin Mu sat in the gazebo, quietly admiring Lu Yaqing. Meanwhile, Chun Qianjiao basked in the morning light from the second-floor terrace, sipping her tea while observing Qin Mu from afar. This scene aptly illustrated the adage, "You stand on the bridge admiring the scenery, while the one admiring you watches from above." In stark contrast, only Lu Yuting, the lazy cat, remained sprawled on her bed with a large Winnie the Pooh plush toy, sleeping soundly. At 7 in the morning, the family gathered for breakfast before heading to work. Suddenly, the blaring of car horns echoed outside, a deliberate annoyance that disrupted the morning peace. As Qin Mu prepared to inquire about the commotion, a sharply dressed, acerbic-looking middle-aged woman stormed toward the entrance, pushing past 2 bodyguards blocking her path. "Chun Qianjiao, you shameless woman, come out," she hollered, her voice piercing the air. "I want to see what power you possess to rise above the Lu family." Chapter 62. The Lu family's disturbance at the door. What on earth is happening? It's early in the morning. Where is the decorum? Haven't your parents taught you any manners? Making such a racket at someone's doorstep is exceedingly impolite. Qin Mu was just about to get into the car when Chen Qianjiao and Lu Yaqing emerged, and the scene at the entrance was quite displeasing. Lu Yaqing, too, had been awakened by the commotion, rubbing her eyes and muttering, "What's all the noise? Can't anyone sleep?" Upon opening her eyes and seeing the commotion, she gasped and quickly turned away, clutching her Winnie the Pooh plush. At the entrance, two men stepped out of a silver-gray BMW 750, one older and one younger. The younger one was Lu Xingyuan, who had been beaten into a pulp by Zhao Wenqi the day before, while the elder was his father, Lu Yixuan. Lu Yixuan, just shy of 50 and of a similar age to Chen Qianjiao, wore gold-rimmed glasses that signified his status. He appeared cultured and had the air of scholar. The shrill woman yelling at the entrance was none other than Lu Yixuan's wife and Lu Xingyuan's mother, Du Yanmei. After Lu Xingyuan had insulted Lu Yaqing the previous night and was subsequently punished by Zhao Wenqi, he had been hiding in a hotel, too embarrassed to return home. After all, it was hardly dignified for a grown man to be beaten by a girl. To avoid ridicule from his two cousins, he spent the night in hiding. However, he was caught by his mother when he returned home early that morning. Originally, Lu Xingyuan was an excellent student, a top scholar at Jianghua No. 1 High School, and was thus a prized student of the school. He was also highly regarded in the Lu family, receiving a great deal of affection from the elder Lu. As a standout among the younger generation of the Lu family, he was accustomed to being the center of attention, which led to an inflated sense of self-importance. The nature of man is inherently base. When one is excessively pampered, arrogance can easily take root. This was a true reflection of Lu Xingyuan and Appo's character. Had he not been so arrogant and scornful towards Lu Yaqing, he would not have faced such a predicament the day before. Upon seeing her son in such a state, Du Yanmei was understandably furious. A mother's heart is fiercely protective, and she demanded to know the details. Lu Xingyuan, embarrassed, could not bring himself to disclose the humiliating truth. Instead, he concocted a lie, claiming that Lu Yaqing had called for someone to beat him up. What? That little wretch dared to lay a hand on my son? Du Yanmei seethed. A bastard born of a woman, the Lu family has cast aside dares to rise against us. In the Lu family, many held a bias against Chen Qianjiao, and Du Yanmei, who had connections of her own, was particularly disdainful. Every time she saw Chen Qianjiao featured in local economic reports, she could not help but spit at the television. Du Yanmei, known for her sharp tongue, was further incensed by the sight of her son beaten, and her anger boiled over. Thus, she dragged her husband and son straight to Chen Qianjiao's villa early that morning. Du Yanmei and Appo's character was such that anyone who displeased her would face her wrath for a lifetime. In her eyes, Chen Qianjiao was nothing more than a shameless woman who leveraged her allure to build her empire. If she weren't an Appo's, so brazen, how else could she have made her business flourish? She would say. Today, she vowed to reclaim her dignity and would not rest until she did. Two bodyguards attempted to block her entry, but she pointed an accusatory finger at them, commanding, "Get out of my way. Why do you have to stop me? You're merely hired muscle. I could have you dealt with in an instant." Such a woman, devoid of upbringing, spoke with such crude sharpness. The two bodyguards felt a surge of indignation, and had it not been for Chen Qianjiao and Appo's reputation, they might have been tempted to retaliate. The Lu family frequently harassed Chen Qianjiao, and Du Yanmei was particularly unrestrained in her insults. Despite being subjected to her foul language multiple times, Chen Qianjiao maintained her composure. Confident that the bodyguards would not dare confront her, Du Yanmei grew increasingly brazen. After berating the bodyguards, she escalated her tirade, shouting into the villa, "Chen Qianjiao, you shameless hussy! If you have any guts, come out here. That wild child of yours has beaten my Xingyuan to a pulp, and you think hiding will save you? Today I will not let this go." Chen Qianjiao and Appo's face darkened at being accosted so early. She had always tolerated the Lu family's antics, but they never ceased their provocations. Now, Du Yanmei had come to unleash her fury. Lu Yaqing could no longer remain silent. "Mom, let me say a word. Come back." Chun Qianjiao called her back before she could take a step. She was determined not to engage further with the Lu family. Qin Mu, having sensed the brewing conflict, was unable to simply stand by as a bodyguard for Chun Qianjiao. He had long been aware of the history between her and the Lu family through Lu Hong. "Let me see what is going on," he declared. As Chun Qianjiao attempted to intervene, Qin Mu swiftly made his way to the entrance. Du Yanmei was reveling in her tirade, especially as she noticed that Chun Qianjiao and her daughters remained silent, which only fueled her sense of superiority. For some reason, Lu Yixuan had remained silent, awkwardly standing beside his son by the car. Qin Mu approached and witnessed Du Yanmei, hands on her hips, gesticulating wildly and spewing vitriol. "Have you finished your tirade?" He interjected coldly, startling her. Du Yanmei paused, taken aback, and stared at him. "What is it to you?" "Listen, I am the bodyguard for Qinjiao Group. I suggest you reconsider your actions, as it is quite inappropriate to be hurling insults so early in the morning." Qin Mu declared firmly. "Bodyguard? Huh, just some fool willing to take a bullet for a few coins." Du Yanmei sneered. She had encountered many of Chun Qianjiao as bodyguards and felt no fear. "Who do you think you are to tell me what to do?" Qin Mu was not inclined to be courteous. Having long found her insufferable, he swiftly grabbed her hand. Du Yanmei cried out in pain, squatting down, clutching her injured fingers. "You! How dare you lay a hand on me?" Seeing his wife assaulted, Lu Yixuan rushed over, demanding, "What gives you the right to hit her?" "Hit her? Which of your eyes saw me strike her? Is she even worthy of being called a person?" Qin Mu retorted, sizing up Lu Yixuan. "I initially thought you were a reasonable gentleman, given your scholarly appearance, but you seem to be just another fool who cannot distinguish right from wrong. This woman is causing a scene early in the morning, and you do nothing to stop her, yet you take issue with me for teaching her a lesson?" Qin Mu was not interested in further discussion. "I don't care about your backgrounds. If you have business, state it. If not, leave and do not disturb others." Lu Yixuan felt his face flush with embarrassment at Qin Mu's words and found himself at a loss for words. Du Yanmei, frustrated by her husband's ineffectiveness, shouted, "Lu Yixuan, what are you wasting time with this person for? Get Chun Qianjiao out here. Is she really going to let this slide after my son was beaten by that little wretch Lu Yaqing?" Chun Qianjiao, initially reluctant to intervene, felt compelled to clarify the situation upon witnessing Qin Mu and Amp oppose as confrontation. When she saw the bruised Lu Xinyuan standing next to Lu Yixuan, a sense of foreboding washed over her. Has Lu Yaqing caused trouble? The high-end elegance of Chun Qianjiao, standing there, accentuates Du Yanmei's sharp and caustic demeanor. Chapter 63. Using Evil to Combat Evil. Lu Yixuan. Ever since the Lu family heartlessly cast my mother and me out 17 years ago, we have severed all ties with you. What do you intend to achieve by repeatedly provoking us? Faced with Chun Qianjiao's righteous inquiry, Lu Yixuan found himself at a loss for words. Du Yanmei rose from the ground, pushed her husband aside, and brought Lu Xinyuan before Chun Qianjiao. "What do we want? Look for yourself. Xinyuan has been beaten to a pulp by that little wretch, Lu Yaqing. Don't pretend you know nothing. Chun Qianjiao, let me inform you, this is far from over. Lu Yaqing assaulted someone? How could I be unaware? She has hardly left my side from yesterday's dismissal until today." Chun Qianjiao felt something was amiss. After all, when she had Qin Mu pick up Lu Yaqing yesterday, Lu Yaqing had been abducted by Zhao Wenqi, making it improbable for her to have engaged in a confrontation with Lu Xinyuan. Just as she was about to call Lu Yaqing over for confrontation, Qin Mu inquired, "Are you certain it was Lu Yaqing who struck him?" Du Yanmei retorted sharply, "Is there any doubt? Xinyuan looks like this now. Do you think he did it to himself?" Qin Mu examined Lu Xinyuan's battered state and suddenly burst into laughter. "This girl is remarkable." Even Chun Qianjiao could not contain her disbelief, staring in exasperation at Qin Mu, who seemed to revel in chaos. "Lu Yaqing has assaulted someone, and you dare to praise her?" Not far off, Lu Yaqing called for her sister to confront the issue directly. Qin Mu walked over, took her hand, and pointed at Lu Xinyuan, saying, "Take a good look. Is this the handiwork of your sister? It's quite a feat for a young girl to reduce a grown man to this state." "I assent to it." Lu Yaqing lowered her head, remaining silent. Du Yanmei was on the verge of exploding with rage, angrily pointing at Qin Mu, shouting, "Is this how you conduct yourself? Do you even know how to speak like a human? Be quiet. Qin Mu suddenly erupted, his eyes darkening with fury as he glared at her. Have I even asked you anything? If you say she did it, then she did it. Do you truly believe a girl could inflict such damage on a man much taller than herself? Have you considered that with your feeble mind? You. Du Yanmei trembled with anger. However, upon seeing Qin Mu's fierce demeanor, she felt a twinge of fear. Lu Yixuan, too, sensed something was amiss. Let him finish speaking. Qin Mu and Appo's expression softened as he addressed Lu Yaqing gently. What exactly happened? Speak up, and I will advocate for you. Yes, Lu Yaqing, what really transpired? Did you truly strike Lu Xinyuan? Chun Xianjiao also sought the truth, wishing to prevent Lu Yaqing from being wrongfully blamed for any trouble. Lu Yaqing remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. She actually admitted it. Chun Xianjiao was incensed and prepared to reprimand her when Qin Mu interjected in surprise. No way. You're lying. With your frail appearance, how could you have struck someone? Especially not a man who towers over you. Lu Xinyan gritted his teeth. She admitted it. What do you want from me? Du Yanmei seized the opportunity, claiming, Chun Xianjiao, you should give up now. The little wretch has admitted it herself. What more could you possibly say? A flicker of annoyance crossed Qin Mu and Appo's eyes. He found her insufferable with her constant derogatory remarks. He grasped Lu Yaqing and Appo's hand, his gaze fixed firmly on Lu Xinyuan. You assert that these injuries were inflicted by Yaqing, correct? Lu Xinyuan felt embarrassed. Was this even a question? Lu Yaqing admitted it herself. Why ask again, unless to humiliate me? He despised this pretentious bodyguard. Why did she strike you? Qin Mu pressed further. Lu Xinyuan's face flushed. He felt too ashamed to reveal the truth. Seizing the moment, Qin Mu remarked, You are reluctant to speak, that it must be false. However, I have a method to determine whether it was indeed Yaqing who struck you. How will you prove it? Lu Yixuan, observing Chun Xianjiao and her daughter remain silent, found himself compelled to inquire. Qin Mu shrugged. It's simple. Let Yaqing strike you again, and we shall see. Lu Yixuan's family nearly spat blood in disbelief. What sort of solution is that? Chun Xianjiao frowned, finding Qin Mu and Appo's antics utterly nonsensical, yet she thought perhaps it was for the best. The Lu family was no paragon of virtue. Let him stir the pot. Du Yanmei felt her intelligence insulted once more. What kind of ridiculous idea is this? How could one replicate the same injuries? Get lost. You, a mere bodyguard, have no right to dictate anything here. Say that again. Qin Mu had long since grown tired of her demeanor and was contemplating a reason to teach her a lesson when Du Yanmei sprang up once more. With Du Yanmei's habitual arrogance, she could hardly contain herself. After Qin Mu shouted at her, she forgot her earlier pain, her finger pointing directly at him. I tell you to get lost. Fine. Qin Mu delivered a swift kick to her knee, causing Du Yanmei to scream as she fell to the ground. Rolling several meters away, Lu Yixuan rushed forward. How dare you lay a hand on her? Qin Mu replied earnestly, Lu, you neglect your own woman. Someone must step in. You witnessed the extent of her unreasonable behavior. As a man, I feel truly sorry for you. If someone barged into your home early in the morning, pointed at your nose, and berated you, would you remain so calm? Lu Yixuan's face flushed crimson once more. Qin Mu suddenly turned to Lu Xinyuan, demanding, I ask you again, were these injuries inflicted by Yaqing herself? Lu Xinyuan, feeling somewhat guilty, confessed, it was she who instructed Zhao Wenqi to hit me. Zhao Wenqi? That little demon from the fifth master's family? Qin Mu scoffed. Well, that makes perfect sense, given Lu Yaqing's frail appearance. How could she possibly have beaten Lu Xinyuan to such a state? The truth was now unveiled. Since it was Zhao Wenqi who struck him, what does it have to do with Lu Yaqing? Absurd. Lu Yixuan's face flushed a mix of red and white as he shot a furious glare at his son before turning to leave. Du Yanmei, sitting on the ground, yelled, Lu Yixuan, are you even a man? Your wife is being bullied, and you remain silent. Are you so disoriented by Chun Xianjiao, that wretched woman? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Every birthday, you insist on eating dumplings. Lu Yixuan and Appo's face turned sour, angrily retorting, Enough. Are you not ashamed? You come here to cause a scene without clarifying the facts. You don't mind being humiliated, but I do. Lu Xingyuan felt utterly embarrassed. He had intended to resolve this matter in his own way, yet his mother insisted on dragging him here for an explanation. He was too ashamed to reveal the truth, as it was indeed his fault for instigating the issue first. Seeing his father flustered as he entered the car, he approached Du Yanmei. However, Du Yanmei's foul mouth was in full swing. Seeing her husband so spineless, having gained no advantage, and even being beaten, she could hardly swallow her indignation. Qinjiao, you vile woman, I will not let this matter rest. I will have my revenge. Qin Mu could no longer tolerate the scene and shouted to the two bodyguards at the entrance, "Bring me some tape." Oh, the two bodyguards, having long since grown weary of Du Yanmei's loud antics, hurried into the guardroom and returned with a roll of transparent tape. Qin Mu approchait Du Yanmei, seizing her hair, and commanded, "Seal her mouth." "Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing?" Lu Yixuan and Lu Xinyan rushed over to protect Du Yanmei upon seeing the commotion, but Qin Mu simply pushed them aside. The three men firmly restrained Du Yanmei, wrapping her mouth tightly with the transparent tape. Once finished, Qin Mu clapped his hands and declared, "This is what you get for being so arrogant. Next time, I'll stuff dog feces in your mouth." Chapter 64. The bewitching fairy. The adage that it takes a villain to deal with a villain rings true. Du Yanmei's misfortune came upon her when she encountered Qin Mu. Previously, she had caused a stir with trivial matters at Chun Qinjiao's place, where Chun had always shown forbearance, never engaging in quarrels or reprimands. Today, however, she met her match, as Qin Mu and two bodyguards subdued her, sealing her mouth with tape to prevent her foul words from further contaminating the environment. Bound tightly, Du Yanmei became infuriated, writhing on the ground like a madwoman, her desperate and furious cries muffled into incoherent sounds. As a daughter-in-law of the Lu family, she had never endured such humiliation. She had never suffered a loss in front of her husband. Today, being tormented by Chun Qinjiao's bodyguards, she rolled on the ground, thinking, "Let me die here." Lu Yixuan and Lu Xingyuan scrambled to their feet, neglecting to argue with Qin Mu and the bodyguards, hastily tearing the tape off Du Yanmei and Appo's mouth. The tape had been wrapped so tightly that it had even entangled her hair. The father and son struggled, momentarily unable to free her. By the time they succeeded, Du Yanmei and Appo's hair was in disarray. Enraged, she shoved her husband and son aside, charging towards Chun Qinjiao like a crazed individual. Qin Mu, his face stern, declared that in Appo's enough. In a fit of rage, he struck the concrete pillar outside with great force, causing it to crack with a resounding thud, dust billowing into the air. All sounds ceased abruptly. Du Yanmei stood frozen in shock, utterly dumbfounded. Lu Yixuan and Lu Xingyuan snapped back from their stupor, hastily pulling Du Yanmei, now covered in dirt, back to the car. Even after driving several kilometers, Du Yanmei continued to tremble. Lu Yixuan wore an unpleasant expression, having said nothing during the journey from Chun Qinjiao and Appo's villa to the Lu residence. Meanwhile, Lu Xingyuan, still pale and drenched in sweat from the fright Qin Mu had instilled in him, found it hard to walk steadily. Chun Qinjiao sighed, realizing that a trip to the office was no longer necessary. The chaos stirred by the Lu family had already delayed her day. Qin Mu called Lu Yaqing over and inquired about the situation in detail. Lu Yaqing recounted the events of the previous day, prompting Chun Qinjiao to shake her head. "How could you be so mischievous? I've told you countless times that we should avoid provoking the Lu family. Now look, the entire Lu household is bound to be in an uproar, and peace will be a long time coming. Mom, it's not Yaqing's fault. Why should we endure this?" Lu Yaqing interjected. "We've tolerated them for so long. I believe it's unnecessary to continue doing so. Why should they flaunt their power in front of us? If they want to stir trouble, we shall not shy away from a confrontation." Lu Yaqing, who had remained silent until now, spoke up in agreement. Qin Mu nodded in support, affirming that enough was enough. Why should Chun Qinjiao and her daughters be forced to compromise? If the Lu family dared to bully them again, they should be dealt with decisively. Chun Qinjiao smiled bitterly, resting her forehead on her hand. "All right, you all go about your business. I will take a moment to rest." She decided not to go to the office that day. Lu Yaqing glanced at her watch and suggested to Qin Mu, "Could you stay and look after my mom?" Before Qin Mu could respond, Chen Xianjiao interjected, "Why stay? There's nothing to do at home. You all can go together. There are still 4 bodyguards at home. They can manage." Qin Mu beckoned to Lu Yaqing, who, with her keen intuition, silently followed behind the two as they left. After dropping Lu Yaqing off at the company, both Qin Mu and Lu Yaqing chimed in unison, "Sister, you go ahead." Lu Yaqing cast a suspicious glance at the two, but said nothing. Stepping into the elevator in her high heels. Inside the Maserati, Qin Mu opened the glove compartment and remarked to Lu Yaqing, "Next time, don't hit the face." "Then where should I hit?" she retorted playfully. Qin Mu pulled out a high-end stainless steel cigar cutter, saying, "If he dares to provoke you again, make him pay." Lu Yaqing giggled. "I knew my brother-in-law loves me the most." "Wait, what did you just call me?" "Brother-in-law." Qin Mu's expression darkened. Despite his fondness for Lu Yaqing, he always felt a strange hesitance around her. It was an unusual phenomenon that puzzled him. With other girls, he could tease without restraint, but with Lu Yaqing, he felt compelled to hold back. Why was that? Lu Yaqing possessed a subtle, tranquil aura, akin to something that should be admired from afar and never touched. As Lu Yaqing blinked at him, Qin Mu felt a flutter of excitement. "By the way, does your sister know about this?" The clever girl tilted her head provocatively. "Want to know? Ask my sister." Qin Mu playfully flicked her forehead. "You're quite the little schemer." Just then, Lu Yaqing's phone rang. Stepping out of the car, she said, "I need to take this call." "Who is it?" "Zhao Wenqi is looking for me." Without a hint of hesitation, Lu Yaqing revealed the reason for her call. "Zhao Wenqi? You two have become close quite quickly?" "Yes, she now calls me big sister and listens to everything I say," Lu Yaqing boasted, her head held high, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Qin Mu was left both amused and bewildered. "The little which calls you and Oppos. Big sister and Oppos? Don't forget she nearly killed you yesterday." However, seeing Lu Yaqing so pleased with herself, Qin Mu pondered, "All right, just don't go overboard. If anything comes up, give me a call." "Okay." Lu Yaqing waved goodbye and left, while Qin Mu furrowed his brow, surprised that these two could bond so quickly. They truly were an unexpected pairing. As Qin Mu ascended the building, intending to gather information about the Lu family and Qianjiao group from Lu Hong, he encountered Shen Weining exiting the elevator. "Shen, the affluent lady." Shen Weining shot him a disdainful glance. "That sounds terrible. Come here. Let us discuss the terms of your sponsorship. How do we calculate the expenses?" Qin Mu approached with a grin, attempting to place a hand on her shoulder. Shen Weining brushed his hand away, casting a flirtatious glance. "All right, but I have high standards. It all depends on how long you can keep this up." Qin Mu was taken aback for the first time by a woman. Shen Weining tossed him a provocative wink, deliberately swaying her hips as she made her way to the president's office. Watching her exaggerated figure, Qin Mu sighed. This figure is truly that of an enchanting temptress. Upon entering the president and Oppo's office, Shen Weining heard Lu Yaqing call out, "Director Shen, prepare yourself. We are heading to the airport this afternoon to welcome the guests from Western Europe." Just moments prior, Lu Yaqing had received an email from the client, who wished to conduct a factory inspection and reevaluation of the Qianjiao group. They were already en route and would arrive in Jianghuai shortly after 1 o'clock. Thus, Lu Yaqing was anxious to summon Shen Weining for urgent preparations. The client's unexpected visit indicated dissatisfaction with the previous incident involving heir, necessitating immediate action and a coordinated response from the entire company. Having finalized her tasks, Lu Hong saw Qin Mu sauntering into her office. With no one else present, Qin Mu inquired with a grin, "Has your aunt and Oppos departed?" Lu Hong playfully tapped him with a folder, cautioning, "We have a factory inspection this afternoon. Refrain from wandering aimlessly. And absolutely no smoking in the factory area, understood? These foreigners are such a bother." Qin Mu muttered, plopping down on a chair. "Say, I wanted to ask you about something." He recounted the morning and Oppo's events, causing Lu Hong and Oppo's eyes to widen in disbelief. "You struck Du Yeme? Oh dear, oh dear. Do you have any idea who she is?" "Xin Oppo's, from the esteemed Du family, one of the 4 great clans of Jianghuai. Otherwise, do you think that with her acrimonious nature, she would be worthy of Louis Xuan?" Louis Xuan was vehemently opposed to the marriage, but ultimately succumbed to family pressure, sacrificing his own happiness to wed this woman. You know how these aristocratic families are. They'll do anything for the sake of profit. The people of Jianghuai say that Lu Yixuan is a man of exceptional talent and appearance, yet he married a virago. Du Yanmei is known for her bitter and mean disposition, and she doesn't yield an inch even to her husband. Now that you've struck her, there and Amp, Appo's, is going to be held to pay. Seeing Lu Hong and Amp, Appo's, anxiety, Qin Mu remained nonchalant. Just a mere Du Yanmei, what power could she possibly wield? Qin Mu had no interest in the so-called four great clans of Jianghuai. He cared little for their backgrounds, as long as they didn't provoke him. Whether it was the Du family or the Lu family, Qin Mu would never allow a repeat of today's events. He was merely curious as to why. With the strength of Qianjiao Corporation, Chen Qianjiao had to endure such humiliation. After all these years of grievances, it was ultimately the Lu family that owed her. On this matter, Qin Mu naturally sided with the underdog. Lu Hong had little time for further conversation. The clients were arriving around 1 o'clock, and she needed to finalize the personnel matters before their arrival. Factory inspections were a crucial process for factories, and no detail could be overlooked. Fortunately, Qianjiao Corporation was well-versed in these matters and had prepared meticulously for the inspection, including documentation for wages, attendance, and employee records. The factory inspection had little to do with Qin Mu, granting him the freedom to spend his afternoon as he pleased. With nothing pressing, Qin Mu drove around aimlessly, eventually locating the Lu family mansion on the map. Modern maps were incredibly convenient, allowing one to search for even the most renowned buildings. The four great clans of Jianghuai were certainly famous, and their location was easily found. Qin Mu parked his car on the opposite side of the street, near the green belt. Finding an elevated spot, he surveyed the entire Lu family estate. This was Qin Mu and Amp, Appo's, first encounter with the four great clans of Jianghuai. Although he had previously interacted with Chang Shui, he had never formally engaged with the Chang family. The Lu family estate was vast, spanning an estimated 40 to 50 acres. The courtyard was adorned with an array of classical buildings, numbering nearly 20. All the buildings were symmetrically arranged along a central axis, forming a sprawling architectural complex. After a moment, Qin Mu spotted a furious woman storming out of the estate and driving away in a huff. This woman, with her sharp and unkind features, was undoubtedly Du Yanmei. Since she had emerged from the West Wing, that must be where Lu Yixuan and his family resided. Qin Mu stealthily scaled the wall and infiltrated the West Wing. One would expect a heavily guarded mansion like the Lu residence, and Qin Mu did indeed notice the guards at the entrance. However, these guards posed little threat to Qin Mu and Appo's abilities. Moreover, they would never suspect that anyone would dare to brazenly trespass on the Lu family grounds in broad daylight. Nearby, in front of side room, two maids were engaged in hushed gossip. The madam is throwing another fit. Mr. Lu is so pitiful. He and Amp, Appo's, as such a handsome and refined man. One of Jianghuai's most celebrated beaux, yet he's married to such a shrew. Not only is she rude and unreasonable, but she also frequently throws tantrums and runs back to her family to complain. Indeed, Mr. Lu is so unfortunate. She and Appo's is simply not worthy of him. The two maids were young, one around 30 and the other in her late 20s, both possessing considerable charm. Despite their attempts to lower their voices, Qin Mu overheard their conversation. Strangely, neither Lu Yixuan nor Lu Xinyuan were at home. Qin Mu easily made his way to their living room, where a large wedding portrait of the couple hung on the wall. Qin Mu frowned at the sight. At their age, hanging such a large photo to flaunt their love is a bit much. Moreover, Du Yanmei, with her heavy makeup, looked even more grotesque. Her crimson lips and gaunt face starkly contrasted against her overly pale complexion, resembling a cadaver. In a master bedroom, several of Du Yanmei and Amp, Appo's lingerie pieces were brazenly displayed, sending shivers down Qin Mu and Appo's spine. This woman is repulsive. Qin Mu impulsively grabbed a few eggs from the table and hurled them at the lingerie. No wonder Lu Yixuan always looks so unhappy. He's being oppressed even at home. Only the study seemed to be Lu Yixuan's personal sanctuary. The walls were adorned with numerous calligraphy works by Lu Yaqing himself. Night after night, I hang my long hook. Morning after morning, I gaze at the Chu Tower. Alas, the lonely moon shines, reflecting my sorrowful heart. In this world, there are those who are foolishly devoted to love. But this has nothing to do with the wind or the moon. 30 days in the month, not a night goes by without longing. These were all verses of such sentiment, written in an elegant script. It was likely that Du Yanmei couldn't comprehend them. This Lu Yaqing has someone in his heart. Qin Mu chuckled. That an amp, Oppos, it's only natural. A man of his talent and refinement should have a confidant. I and amp, Oppos, LL unearth his confidant and then Qin Mu had sensed it this morning. Lu Yaqing was more courteous and less unreasonable than Du Yanmei. From Lu Hong, Qin Mu had learned that Lu Yaqing was a scholar, once a renowned young talent in Jianghuai, and exceptionally handsome. Lu Xingyuan had inherited this trait, but also Du Yanmei's pettiness and acrimony. Lu Xingyuan had been ruined by Du Yanmei. He possessed Lu Yaqing's outward appearance, but Du Yanmei's heart. For Lu Yaqing, this was a tragedy. Apart from the collection, there was nothing else in the study that interested Qin Mu, except for a laptop on the desk and a safe. Qin Mu approached the safe and began to decode it. Beep, beep, beep. Soon, the safe clicked open. Inside were numerous valuables, a dazzling array of items. A red, sealed box caught Qin Mu and Oppo's attention. Inside were a pair of jade rings. Engraved on the back of the rings were the words, "This love, I will not regret, and this love, I will not change." These are a pair of lovers' rings. Why were they never given away? Qin Mu wondered. Should I borrow them to a girl? These are treasures that most girls would find irresistible. With that thought, Qin Mu realized he was being ridiculous and placed the rings back where he found them. His gaze skipped over the gold bars and cash, landing on an ordinary-looking diary. Could this be the Lu family and Amp, Oppos, as financial ledger? Out of curiosity, Qin Mu picked up the diary and opened it. A radiant photograph of a beautiful woman fluttered out. Face down. I was born when you were born, but when I was born, you had already married. I regret that you married so early, not understanding my intentions. Again, it was written in Lu Yaqing and Oppos' elegant script. When Qin Mu saw the person in the photograph, he was utterly stunned. Now it made sense why Lu Yaqing enjoys dumplings so much. Chapter 66. Two mad girls help. There's a thief. A sudden commotion erupted in the Lu family courtyard. Qin Mu swiftly closed the safe, hastily stuffing the photographs and diary into his bosom. Discovered? Impossible. In the living room, footsteps approached. Mr. Lu. Two young maids greeted respectfully. Lu Yaqing's expression soured, and he ignored them, slipping into the study in his slippers. This had been his long-standing habit. Upon returning home, he preferred to retreat to his study rather than linger in the living room. Qin Mu initially contemplated hiding, but the study offered no refuge. As Lu Yaqing's footsteps drew near, he boldly took a seat in the chair. Upon entering, Lu Yaqing was startled to find someone occupying the chair he sat in daily. Yet, Qin Mu wore a smile, as if he were the master of the house. "What are you doing here?" Lu Yaqing asked, his vigilance piqued by the earlier shouts from the courtyard. "I'm a thief," Qin Mu replied cheerfully. "Then why aren't you running away?" "Why would I?" Qin Mu shrugged, grinning. "Did you see me steal anything?" Lu Yaqing roared, "Help! Wait, Mr. Lu, please assess the situation before calling for help," Qin Mu said leisurely. "Don't you adore dumplings? If you apprehend me, you won't be able to enjoy them." Lu Yaqing's face twitched, instinctively glancing at the safe. Noticing it was undamaged, he seemed to exhale in relief. Yet, Qin Mu aimed to unsettle him further, teasing, "In life, we are born together, yet you have married another. How lamentable it is that you remain unaware of your true desires." "Mr. Lu, how talented you are. I had underestimated you," Qin Mu remarked, as Lu Yaqing felt as though he had been slapped across the face. The sting was palpable. How did this poem escape his lips? It was locked away in the safe, known only to him. Had he somehow accessed it? Footsteps echoed outside as guards rushed into the Lu family courtyard. "Mr. Lu." Lu Yaqing clenched his fists, turning to shout at the guards, "Get out." A throng hurried downstairs, and once again shouts rang out, "Fire! Fire! Quickly extinguish it. What on earth is happening at the Lu household today?" First a thief, now the fire. This is chaos. With the fire raging in the backyard. The Lu family had no time for anything else. Putting out the flames took precedence. The clamor and confusion escalated. Even the maids and support staff dashed to assist with the firefighting efforts. Lu Yaqing adjusted his glasses, glaring at Qin Mu. What exactly do you want? Having witnessed Qin Mu's prowess that morning, he understood the danger he posed and dared not be complacent. Relax, Qin Mu said, rising. We are acquainted, after all. I merely wish to understand Mr. Lu and Appo's as circumstances. It appears your life is more stifling than I imagined. As a man, I empathize with your plight. Sharing a bed with someone you do not cherish, while your wife indulges in whims. Oh, how have you endured these years? His words struck a nerve, peeling back a long-guarded scar for Lu Yaqing. Some are consumed by love, ruining their lives. Others suffer in silence. Lu Yaqing clearly belonged to the latter. Qin Mu placed a hand on his shoulder, patting it affectionately. Would you like my assistance in breaking free? You're nearly 50. One must live for oneself at least once. Lu Yaqing shut his eyes in anguish, his breathing uneven, revealing inner turmoil. The secret he harbored was now in the hands of this man, leaving him powerless. What do you want? Qin Mu smiled. Please, just escort me out. Climbing over walls is exhausting. Could there be a more shameless thief? Having stolen from him, he now requested to be escorted out. Lu Yaqing felt murderous rage bubbling within him, yet he was powerless with his secret exposed. As Qin Mu draped an arm over his shoulders while they exited, he greeted the Lu family members with a smile. At the entrance, they encountered a hurriedly returning Lu Xingyuan. Father, why are you with him? Qin Mu cheerfully replied, Xingyuan, remember to run faster next time your mother comes to visit. Lu Xingyuan nearly choked on his disbelief, watching helplessly as his father escorted Qin Mu away. When had they become so chummy? After delivering Qin Mu to the gate, the latter waved, Thank you. It was a pleasure collaborating. Then he called out loudly, Don't forget to invite me for dumplings next time. Lu Yaqing felt a surge of frustration. Had it not been for his apprehension of Qin Mu and Appo's abilities, he might have struck him dead. Father, what is our relationship with him? How'd he end up in our house? Lu Yaqing turned, fuming, Get lost. Once back in the study, he couldn't contain himself and opened the safe, only to find the diary missing. He collapsed onto the floor in despair. As Qin Mu approached his vehicle, a group of guards burst from the east wing of the Lu residence. Capture them. Don't let them escape. Two girls dashed across the greenery towards Qin Mu. Not them again, he thought. He revved the engine, leaning out the window. Hurry, get in. Zhao Wenqi and Lu Yaqing rushed over, leaping into the vehicle just as Qin Mu pressed the accelerator, the Land Rover roaring to life as it sped away. What are you doing? Why did you set fire to the Lu household? It turned out the thief the Lu family had been shouting about was them, leaving Qin Mu speechless. The two girls, breathless, took a moment before explaining. My sister said Lu Xingyuan invited his mother over to cause trouble. So she brought me to vent our frustrations, Zhao Wenqi panted. But you didn't have to set fire. That wasn't our intention, Lu Yaqing said. We just wanted to let off some steam, but once we got inside, they caught us, so we thought we'd to start a fire. It's what they do in the movies. Qin Mu shook his head, realizing that if these two continued their antics, calamity would surely follow. Proudly, Lu Yaqing patted Qin Mu and Appo's shoulder. Brother-in-law, aren't we clever? Clever? You might just invite the Lu family back to your house for a rematch. With the Lu family's wooden structure being highly flammable, luck was of the essence today, hinging on their firefighting measures. Should fortune not favor them, the Lu residence could be engulfed in flames. Qin Mu halted the vehicle, glancing back at the Lu family courtyard. Fortunately, the fire had been extinguished, leaving only a faint wisp of smoke lingering in the air. Qin Mu sighed, knowing that Chun Qinjiao would likely be in for a headache. As he observed the two girls in his vehicle, a grave realization struck him. He was about to bear the brunt of their mischief. Chapter 67. The deadly trouble. This matter has become quite troublesome. The Lu family is a prominent clan, and such incidents cannot be resolved merely by the fleeting courage of an individual. If they were to seek accountability, Chun Qinjiao might truly find herself at a loss. Qin Mu halted the car and beckoned to the two spirited girls. How is Lu Xingyuan as a person? What can he be? Just like his mother, sharp-tongued, petty, and he even peeks at girls while they bathe. Lu Yaqing scoffed at the thought. A spark of insight struck Qin Mu. That last remark was indeed a highlight. He whispered a few words into their ears, leaving them momentarily stunned before they burst into laughter. At a nearby intersection, he dropped them off and observed Zhao Wenqi's rather awkward gait. Qin Mu furrowed his brows in confusion. Had Tishi run quite swiftly during their escape? With the two girls off to attend to their business, Qin Mu drove back, seeking a quiet spot to peruse the journal. He needed to study Lu Yixuan's diary thoroughly. Upon opening the diary, a photograph fluttered down. Qin Mu picked it up, examining it closely while emitting soft sounds of admiration. Indeed, she was stunningly beautiful, enchanting enough to captivate an entire realm. Qin Xianjiao had been breathtaking in her youth. No wonder Lu Yixuan was utterly entranced. She must have charmed countless admirers in her prime. Had he been born 2 decades earlier, perhaps he too would have found himself smitten. The image of Qin Xianjiao exuded a grace that rivaled that of Lu Yaqing today. Over the span of 2 decades, the title of the most beautiful woman in Jianghuai had indeed been passed down through this mother-daughter duo. As she reached middle age, while others faded, Qin Xianjiao thrived, her allure undiminished. Now, she was resplendent, her elegance intact. Despite being over 40, she still appeared to be in her 30s. Time had not altered her much, save for enhancing her nobility, grace, and an essence unattainable by the ordinary person. Such poise is the result of years of cultivation. The words inscribed on the back of the photograph revealed the depths of Lu Yixuan and Appo's helplessness. The diary was filled with verses of longing, each poem steeped in profound yearning and melancholy. As Qin Mu leafed through the pages, he lamented that Lu Yixuan was born in the wrong era. Had he lived a few centuries earlier, perhaps he would have added another poet to the annals of Donghua history. Noticing the commendable calligraphy, Qin Mu couldn't help but praise. Remarkable, truly remarkable. This is a treasure that must be preserved with care. Alas, this fellow's passion had even sparked in him a desire for dumplings. Yet, indulging in dumplings would be futile. There exists but one Qin Xianjiao, and there shall never be another. Concealing the diary within the car's storage compartment, Qin Mu called Lu Hong to inquire about the client factory inspection. Lu Hong informed him that the evening would be busy, as the client was rigorously enforcing every rule without exception. To ensure a smooth inspection, some employees had already been given a day off. Lu Yaqing would likely be working through the night. Unable to assist with the inspection, Qin Mu opted to refrain from intruding upon this affair. As dusk approached, Qin Xianjiao's bodyguard called, "Qin Gu, we have a serious problem. Old Master Qin demands the chairman to personally explain," as the second young lady allegedly set fire to the Lu family residence. The escapade of the two mischievous girls had indeed reached Qin Xianjiao. She was overwhelmed with anxiety. She wished to avoid entanglements with the Lu family, and the events of the morning had already been a source of great distress. How could another calamity arise in the afternoon? Good heavens, she had actually gone to the Lu residence to set it ablaze. Lu Yaqing and Appo's reckless behavior had shattered Qin Xianjiao and Appo's heart. Just yesterday, during a dinner gathering with Fifth Master, she and Zhao Wenqi had confronted Lu Xingyuan. Today, on her day off, she had gone to the Lu family to wreak havoc. Qin Xianjiao was furious, nearly bursting with rage, when she attempted to call her daughter. She was met with silence, likely out of fear of reprimand. "Qin Mu, please locate Yu Ting and instruct her to return immediately," Qin Xianjiao implored, having personally called Qin Mu, who had just arrived at the villa entrance. Lu Yaqing whispered, "What did Mom say?" Qin Mu patted her shoulder reassuringly. "It an amp, Appo's, it's all right. Your mother cares for you deeply and will not scold you." Lu Yaqing looked at him, her face clouded with frustration. It was mealtime, yet Qin Xianjiao had no appetite whatsoever. Dressed in a sleek black suit, she sat on the sofa, awaiting the return of Lu Yaqing and Qin Mu. With such a debacle unfolding, evasion was not an option. An explanation was imperative. Upon entering, Qin Mu observed the furrowed brow of the ever-elegant Qin Xianjiao and was reminded of Lu Yixuan's dumplings. "Chairman, Yu Ting has returned. She is just outside in the car." Chen Qianjiao was beside herself with anger. Let her come in. A bodyguard summoned Lu Yaqing, who timidly called out, "Mom," before hiding behind Qin Mu, peeking out to gauge her mother's expression. "Were you the one who set fire to the Lu residence?" Chen Qianjiao rose, a surge of impulse to lash out brewing within her. Lu Yaqing shook her head in panic. No. It's not as you think. It's precisely as I think. They call to express their outrage. If we do not address this tonight, you can forget about peace in the future." Seeing her mother infuriated, Lu Yaqing puffed out her cheeks, muttering, "Who told that shrew to come over and insult us? I merely wish to defend our family's honor." Chen Qianjiao, seizing a feather duster, prepared to strike her, but Lu Yaqing clung tightly to Qin Mu, crying out, "Brother-in-law, save me, brother-in-law." Chen Qianjiao gazed at Qin Mu in disbelief, leaving him in an awkward predicament. Ahem, I and Oppos, LL step outside for a moment. Call for me when you and Oppos. Redone. It was too embarrassing to hear her call him brother-in-law in front of her. How would he face them henceforth? What if Chen Qianjiao misconstrued his intentions towards Lu Yaqing? Would others think he had harbored a wolf in his midst? As Qin Mu prepared to exit, sensing his own safety was jeopardized, Lu Yaqing suddenly cried out, "Mom." "Wait." Chen Qianjiao's hand froze mid-air, and Lu Yaqing, looking particularly aggrieved, added, "Actually, it was Qin Mu who suggested I go." Qin Mu, who had been about to step out, halted in his tracks, realizing the gravity of her words. If this matter were to be scrutinized, he could not evade responsibility. When Shun Wanting and Zhao Wenqi had gone to the Lu residence to cause chaos, who was it that happened to be present? And he was not alone in this line of thought. Lu Yixuan had also been contemplating the same. Lu Yaqing and Zhao Wenqi had provided cover for Qin Mu, facilitating his incursion into his own quarters, as he believed Qin Mu's true objective was not merely the diary, but rather the more critical financial records of the Lu family. Unexpectedly, he had stumbled upon a long-hidden secret, one that was far more precious to Lu Yixuan than the Lu family's financial documents. The loss of the diary left him feeling as though he were walking a tightrope, perpetually anxious. Upon hearing her daughter's revelation that it was indeed Qin Mu who had instigated the matter, Chen Qianjiao hesitated. Given Qin Mu's character, what mischief was he incapable of? Had he truly acted foolishly in an attempt to vindicate her? Gazing at Chen Qianjiao and Oppos' puzzled expression, Qin Mu grew anxious. "Chairman. No, allow me to explain Chapter 68. The reasons for infidelity. Qin Mu. Come with me," Chen Qianjiao said, turning into the study. The chairman and Oppos' study was larger than an average living room, a space for both work and tea, with a balcony for moments of tranquility. A circular archway connected the study to the bedroom, where a curtain hung, allowing a glimpse into the chairman's spacious quarters. The bedroom was filled with an enticing fragrance, creating a warm and intoxicating atmosphere. Under ordinary circumstances, Chen Qianjiao rarely allowed anyone into her study, as it housed many significant matters. She drew the curtain and seated herself with remarkable calmness. However, upon entering the study and catching sight of the chairman's grand bed through the curtain, Qin Mu felt a jolt of surprise. Could it be that the chairman, after years of solitude, was considering? No, that seemed implausible. The chairman was a person of such high moral standing. How could she entertain such thoughts? Besides, given her age, she could very well be his mother. Qin Mu suddenly realized he was being rather wicked in his thoughts. "Qin Mu, Qin Mu," Chen Qianjiao called, noticing his gaze wandering towards the curtain, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. That was her private space, and she had let him in without much consideration. Reflecting on it now, she felt a bit flustered. After calling his name twice, Qin Mu finally reacted, scratching his head and smiling in a rather naive manner. To those unfamiliar with him, he might seem like an honest man. "Chairman, is there something you need?" he asked. Chen Qianjiao made an effort to appear solemn. "Do you truly have feelings for Yaqing?" "Chairman, Qin Mu stammered, feeling awkward. How could he explain? To claim he didn't like Lu Yaqing seemed impossible, for she was extraordinarily beautiful, so stunning that any man would be drawn to her. Yet, to admit he did like her would be misleading. He swore. Although he had occasionally fantasized about Lu Hong, Shun Wenying, and even Cheng Shui, he had never harbored any improper thoughts about Lu Yaqing. Qin Qianjiao insisted, "If you like her, then so be it. There is no shame in that. How about this? I shall betroth her to you." Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. The chairman intended to arrange a marriage with her daughter? Was this genuine? He couldn't help but think it might be a ruse. He absolutely could not fall for it. If she were to deceive him, it would reveal his own intentions. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he replied, "Chairman, please do not test me. I will remain loyal and protect the president." Qin Qianjiao raised an eyebrow, thinking him quite cunning. Yet she refused to believe that he could resist the allure of her beautiful daughter. Once Qin Mu finished speaking, Qin Qianjiao stated, "I am serious. I plan to have Yaqing manage the Qianjiao group in the future, and I hope you will always be there to assist and protect her." But Qin Mu began, only to be interrupted by Qin Qianjiao. "I truly have this thought. I want to find her a man I can trust. If you like Yaqing, I can facilitate this." Seeing her earnestness, Qin Mu refrained from interjecting. He believed that Qin Qianjiao must have other stipulations, and this request was not something that just anyone could fulfill. Indeed, as she paused, he sensed a shift in the conversation. "However, you must do one thing for me." Qin Mu anticipated her next words. Thus he remained silent, observing her intentions. Qin Qianjiao turned and retrieved an object from the bedroom, revealing a millennium-old cold jade pendant belonging to the Qin family. What did Lu Yaqing and Appo's search for a boyfriend have to do with this half-piece of jade? The astute Qin Mu wisely chose to wait for Qin Qianjiao to elaborate. "If you can help me find the owner of this half-jade, I will marry Yaqing to you." This was the first time Qin Qianjiao had directly addressed Qin Mu in such a manner, having previously only hinted at her intentions. Regrettably, Qin Mu seemed indifferent towards the jade, glancing at it briefly before uttering words that left Qin Qianjiao in despair. "Chairman, I truly have no such intentions." Of course, it wasn't in Appo's that he didn't and Appo's admire the president. Rather, she was far too noble, a paragon of perfection and a goddess in the hearts of men. He was merely a humble bodyguard with simple aspirations, to find a beloved partner and bid farewell to his singlehood. He had no desire to seek a fickle-hearted woman who would leave him with scars. Thus, he cast his net wide, hoping to catch whatever came his way. There's an old saying, of the 3 unfilial acts, having no heir is the worst. "I cannot bear the weight of such a reproach," Qin Mu declared, his tone earnest. "While I'm still young, I wish to meet more women, believing that one day someone will see my worth." Qin Qianjiao was taken aback by his grandiloquent speech. "Is this your excuse for infidelity? Don and Appo's think I am unaware. They say you are pursuing Lu Hong and even fought with Qin Qianyan over it. Now, after offering to betroth my daughter, you speak like this. What did he mean? Was he refusing or accepting?" His words seemed to imply that he felt unworthy of Lu Yaqing. If he believed himself unworthy, then her proposal held no significance for him. Simply put, he had no intention of helping her find the jade pendant and Appo's owner. Qin Qianjiao, who prided herself on her ability to read people, found herself bewildered by his motives. "Qin Mu," she probed, "are we still going to the Lu family?" Though reluctant, she scrutinized him meaningfully before replying, "Yes, we must go. Yaqing has stirred up quite the trouble, and I am at a loss on how to resolve it." As they exited the study, Lu Yaqing was peeking around, and upon seeing her mother and Appo's expression soften, she knew the danger had passed. "Mom, I and Appo's am hungry." This audacious girl, after causing such chaos, still had the gall to act coy. Qin Qianjiao was about to scold her, when Qin Mu quickly interjected, "Chairman, perhaps we should eat first. If a confrontation arises, we won't have the strength to fight." Qin Qianjiao could only shake her head at these two. Their reasoning was beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. "Very well, let us eat," she called out, and everyone hastily gathered for the meal, leaving the Lu family's punctuality unconsidered. At the Lu household, the family had gathered in the main hall. The elder Lu sat in silence, his face clouded with anger. He was furious. Did Qin Qianjiao truly no longer regard his family? A woman cast out by the Lu family had the audacity to ride roughshod over them. Such insolence could not be tolerated. He intended to teach her a lesson today. The Lu family would not be bullied. As the clock approached 7, the Lu family was assembled, spanning 4 generations. Particularly vocal was Du Yanmei, in front of the elder, exaggerated the situation, stoking the flames of discord. She pulled her son, Lu Xinyuan, into the fray, tears streaming down her face as she claimed that she and her son had been wronged by the vile woman Qin Xianjiao. Lu Yixuan stood by, utterly indifferent, wearing a vacant expression that suggested he had lost all will to live. Chapter 69. A blinding scene at 8 o'clock. Qin Xianjiao had yet to arrive to offer her apologies. A low rumble echoed from someone in Amp. Oppo's stomach, casting hungry glances at the elder, yet no one dared to speak. Du Yanmei piped up sharply, "Old master, what does that wretched Qin Qianju mean by this? Does she truly disregard your words?" The delay was a blatant display of contempt for the Lu family. Unable to contain himself, Lu Yixuan rebuked her. "Could you not speak so much?" Criticized by her husband, Du Yanmei reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail, launching into a tirade against Lu Yixuan in front of the entire Lu household. "If I were to say less, you'd be mute. It's Qin Qianjiao who has trampled upon us. If you were more of a man, would she dare to be so audacious? Our son has been wronged, and I too have been mistreated. What have you done besides watching the spectacle? Were it not for the old master, I would have divorced you long ago." Du Yanmei, unyielding and relentless, showed no mercy even before her husband, chastising him in front of so many. Enough. The elder Lu could no longer bear it. He was acutely aware of his daughter-in-law's character and the sacrifices he had made for the sake of the Lu family, compelling Lu Yixuan to marry Du Yanmei. Ever since their union, Lu Yixuan had become despondent, a fact that pained the elder deeply. Yet there was a silver lining, despite Du Yanmei's shortcomings. She had given the Lu family a promising heir. Lu Xingyan was not only handsome and possessed his father's demeanor, but he was also exceptionally intelligent, a true academic prodigy, providing the elder with some solace. As the elder's temper flared, Du Yanmei fell silent, casting a venomous glare at her husband, still harboring resentment over his fondness for dumplings. By 8:30, the family was ravenous, their stomachs growling audibly. Lu Yiming, Lu Yixuan's elder brother, expressed his indignation. What on earth does Qin Qianjiao mean? Does she treat the Lu family and Oppo's words as mere whispers in the wind? They had intended to settle matters before dining, yet Qin Qianjiao had left them waiting in vain. Third brother, call Qin Qianjiao. If she does not come today, she will face the consequences. Lu Yiming was assertive, currently managing the family's affairs on behalf of the elder. In Jianghuai, Lu Yiming was a notable figure, a tier above those like Hu Guisun. In the eyes of the 4 prominent families, Hu Guisun was nothing but an unrefined social climber. Should she dare to forego a personal apology, we shall unite the 4 families to ostracize her Qinjiao group. Let us see how she can survive in Jianghuai then. Lu Xinyuan's aunt was no saint either. She was among those who had cast Qin Qianjiao out of their home years ago. Indeed, the Lu family is magnanimous, offering her a chance to apologize. Yet she dares to leave us waiting. It is utterly despicable. Old master, do not hesitate. What ties remain with such a despicable person? We have already granted her an opportunity, which she has squandered. In a moment, the assembly erupted with voices condemning Qin Qianjiao. As the elder Lu set down his cup, preparing to leave in anger, someone reported from outside, "Old master, they have arrived. Has the wretched one finally come?" The Lu family members perked up, brimming with anticipation for the unfolding drama. The elder's expression remained grim as he commanded, "Let her in." Lu Yiming added angrily, "You all stay outside and watch. Except for Qin Qianjiao and that little wretch Lu Yaqing, no one else is permitted within the Lu household." The esteemed Lu residence was not a place for just anyone to enter. At the head of the family's command, over 20 guards mobilized to secure the entrance. Qin Qianjiao arrived with Qin Mu, Lu Yaqing, and 2 bodyguards. Stepping out of the car, she surveyed the imposing scene before her, perplexed. The butler appeared, hands clasped behind his back, and declared, "Old master has ordered that besides Qin Qianjiao and Lu Yaqing, no one else may enter." Qin Mu bristled at the implication. What is this? Does the Lu family think of this place as a royal palace? If you continue to act so arrogantly, I might just tear this place down. The butler and guards, unaccustomed to Qin Mu and Damp, Apos, bravado, would have been terrified had they known he could lift 300-pound stone locks and single-handedly take on over 200 men. The so-called guards were, in essence, retired soldiers from society. To call them security personnel would be an understatement. They were merely a group of security guards. The audacity of this young man, threatening to dismantle the Lu estate, was laughable. The butler, still with his hands behind his back, was eager to see if this man was truly so reckless. "What did you just say? Repeat it if you dare." In his 50s, the butler was the elder Lu and Apos' most loyal aide, having served the family nearly as long as Lu Yixuan. The four prominent families had once controlled 80% of Jianghuai's economy, holding an unshakable status. However, with the years of reform and opening up, many enterprises had begun to rise, some even surpassing the four families. Yet, due to their immense power, few dared to challenge their authority. The butler's boldness stemmed from the strength of the Lu family. In his words, in Jianghuai, in both the underworld and the upper echelons, who does not show the Lu family a modicum of respect? A mere bodyguard of Qin Mu dared to speak out, forgetting the purpose of her visit tonight, to apologize to the elder. The butler's tone was condescending, and Qin Mu rubbed his hands together, glancing back at Qin. "Chairman, please don't stop me. I'm about to strike." Just as Qin was about to intervene, Qin Mu had already approached the butler. "I truly want to repeat that, but I fear you might wet yourself." The butler, dismissive, scoffed. "The one who will wet their pants is you." How could he not trust his own words? "Very well." Qin Mu raised his hand, seemingly casually resting it on the butler's shoulder, and spoke clearly. "I mean, if you do not allow me in, I shall tear down this estate." The butler, initially contemptuous, suddenly felt a wave of fear wash over him. "You, what do you intend to do?" A surge of energy coursed through the butler, and he suddenly felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Looking down, he saw his pant legs soaked, an uncontrollable stream cascading down. Following that, another gate opened. With a loud and foul noise, the stench overwhelmed everyone, causing tears to stream down their faces as Qin and her companions hastily retreated. Even the guards covered their noses, backing away in alarm. The guards stationed at the door were left bewildered. How could the usually imposing butler suddenly lose control? The butler's face was ashen, reflecting the anguish of a man who felt utterly defeated. In that moment, he wished for death, staring at his humiliating state before fainting on the spot. Qin Mu, brushing his hands together and holding his nose, remarked nonchalantly, "I told you so. I repeated it out of concern for your dignity, yet you refused to believe me." Chapter 70. The butler's misfortune. Oh no. Oh no. The butler has soiled himself. A bumbling guard rushed into the hall, breathless as he reported to the venerable Mr. Lu. Lu Yaqing, incensed, slapped him across the face, exclaiming, "What a disgrace! Is this worth such a commotion? What remains of the Lu family and Apos' dignity?" The assembly exchanged awkward glances, a palpable embarrassment hanging in the air. Was and Apos, outside confronting Qin. Lu Yaqing declared, "I must see for myself." With hands clasped behind his back, he strode out of the hall. Qin Mu was whispering in Qin and Apos' ear, sensing the ill intentions of the Lu family, urging caution. Qin nodded slightly. She was acutely aware of their designs. 17 years ago, she had been cast out by the Lu family, a memory that lingered painfully. It appeared today would be an opportunity to reclaim her dignity. With a deep breath, Qin straightened her posture, her gaze fierce. As Lu Yaqing emerged, he was met with an unpleasant odor that even he found hard to ignore. The butler's predicament indeed tarnished the Lu family's reputation, especially in front of Qin, which added to Lu Yaqing's discomfort. "What are you waiting for? Get the butler inside." Lu Yaqing barked, prompting two reluctant guards to carry the butler away. Observing Lu Yiming's furious expression, Qin Mu couldn't help but mock. The Lu family's hospitality is truly extraordinary, reeking of urine. Lu Yaqing and the others stifled their laughter, while Qin maintained her composure, merely furrowing her brows. Lu Yaqing glared at Qin Mu, demanding, "Who do you think you're to speak so freely in the Lu family?" "I won't tell you. I wouldn't want you to soil yourself and fright like your butler, Qin Mu retorted coolly. Enough. Spare us your arrogance. If you wish to converse, let us do so. If not, we will take our leave, Qin Mu said, uninterested in their pretentiousness. It's just a small family. Why act so sanctimoniously? Not everyone will bow to your whims. Just as Lu Yiming prepared to retort, his son emerged, muttering something that caused Lu Yiming to huff and turn back into the mansion. Chairman, let us proceed. Qin Mu guided Chen Xinjiao and her daughter into the Lu family and Oppo's main hall, where they were met with hostile gazes filled with resentment. Qin Mu wondered what grievances Chen Xinjiao had inflicted upon them to elicit such hatred. As Chen Xinjiao entered, the acerbic Du Yanmei seized the opportunity. Chen Xinjiao, do you not regard the Lu family? Do you not respect the elder? You were supposed to arrive at 7 o'clock, yet you have kept the elder waiting for over an hour. For reasons unfathomable, Qin Mu felt an urge to strike Du Yanmei whenever she spoke. Was it her appearance or the foulness of her words? As Du Yanmei continued, others joined in, particularly Lu Xinyuan, one of the original culprits of past grievances. You, a mere woman, know nothing of propriety, flaunting yourself while neglecting your own children. How dare you come to the Lu family to stir trouble? If your offspring grow up like this, what will become of them? Only the elder's mercy allows you to stand here today. The Lu family's harsh words darkened Chen Qianjiao's expression. Enraged, Qin Mu stepped forward. Who are you calling a troublemaker? Startled, they recognized him as Chen Qianjiao's bodyguard and dismissed him with disdain. Mind your own business. Qin Mu pointedly retorted. Is this the quality of the Lu family? If you cannot control your own, I shall take it upon myself to teach you a lesson. How dare you? Lu Yiming approached, reprimanding. This is not your place to speak. Qin Mu shot him a glance. My mouth belongs to me. I shall speak as I wish. Do not think your status will intimidate me. Such arrogance. The audacity of this young man to be so brazen in the Lu household was astounding. With a heavy thud, the elder slammed down his teacup. Enough. Seize this insolent fool. A group of guards rushed in, wielding clubs, encircling Qin Mu and his companions. Upon seeing their aggressive stance, Qin Mu rolled up his sleeves. So you wish to fight? I'll entertain that. I've faced all manner of adversaries from kindergarten to nursing homes and have never feared anyone. If you want to engage in a battle of wits or a brawl, I am prepared for either. Lu Yaqing, having witnessed Qin Mu in damp, Oppo's formidable presence, recognized him as a troublesome opponent. Though he had lost hope in family disputes, he was still a member of the Lu family and did not wish to see them humiliated. What of it? We can engage in discourse or combat. Either way, the outcome will determine who deserves the title of fool, and from that moment on, the matter shall not be mentioned again. It became clear that Chen Xinjiao was not there to apologize, and all eyes turned toward her. Standing in her elegant black suit, she exuded calm confidence, while Lu Yaqing stood beside her, disdain evident on her youthful face. Everyone, step back. Lu Yaqing commanded the guards. The Lu family is a prestigious lineage. Resorting to violence would tarnish our reputation. Since Chairman Chen has graced us with her presence, let us hear her explanation. Surprisingly eloquent, Lu Yaqing impressed Qin Mu, as he skillfully elevated the family's standing while averting a conflict. He knew full well that no one could match Qin Mu in a physical confrontation. The elder and Oppo's expression darkened as he addressed Chen Xinjiao. You have failed to properly raise your child, allowing Lu Yaqing to commit such an atrocious act. If it were not for your past ties with Yifeng, I would not allow you to stand here today. The mention of Lu Yifeng struck a painful chord within Chen Xinjiao, her expression dimming with sorrow. Marrying into the Lu family had proven to be a grievous decision, a past best left unexamined. Qin Mu interrupted the elder. Wait a moment. I must ask you, elder, is Lu Yaqing truly a member of the Lu family? Du Yanmei interjected. What right does she have to be considered one of us? She was cast out long ago. Silence. Qin Mu snapped, his ire directed at her. Perhaps intimidated by him, Du Yanmei retreated. Qin Mu stepped closer. I asked the elder, is she a member or not? Of course not. Chen Xinjiao was expelled from the family 17 years ago. She has no connection to us. Lu Yiming asserted. Excellent. Qin Mu replied coldly. Since she is not a member of the Lu family, how can she be accused of misconduct? The assembly fell silent, rendered speechless by the audacity of this confrontation. Where could Lu Yiming find patience? As the head of the Lu family, and in the presence of the patriarch, he could not tolerate a mere bodyguard spouting nonsense. What right did he have to speak? He showed utter disrespect for the Lu family. Who are you? Before Qin could utter a word, you presume to speak on her behalf. Me? Qin Mu to Lu Yaqing. Come, tell them who I am. Lu Yaqing obediently declared brother-in-law. A collective gasp rippled through the assembly. This impudent fellow was actually Chun Qianjiao's son-in-law. All eyes converged on Chun Qianjiao, who furrowed her brow slightly before proclaiming, I prefer to remain silent today. Qin Mu will act as my proxy with full authority. Was this an implicit acknowledgement? Qin Mu promptly fetched a chair. Madam Chairman, please be seated. Standing beside Chun Qianjiao, the man cut an imposing figure, nearly 6 feet tall, with a handsome and dashing countenance. Who would doubt that he was Lu Yaqing and Appo's boyfriend? As Qin Qianjiao and Appo's son-in-law, he certainly possessed the right to speak. Lu Yiming felt the frustration of a blow landing on thin air. Lu Yixuan was equally taken aback, but ultimately remained silent. The patriarch scrutinized Qin Mu. A young man with a silver tongue. Indeed, he scoffed. Qin Mu responded with a smile. I am flattered by your commendation. The patriarch was rendered speechless. The fellow's audacity was beyond measure. With a disdainful snort, he thundered, Since you were so eloquent, provide me with a reason why Lu Yaqing's act of arson should be excused. How will you offer the Lu family an explanation? Explanation? Qin Mu shook his head. Indeed, she was at fault. Children should not play with fire. She deserves a reprimand. Huh? Lu Yaqing was instantly alarmed. She had no desire to suffer the same fate as Zhao Wenqi, whose posterior had been thoroughly thrashed. She was about to protest when she caught Qin Mu winking at her, and she immediately understood. Nevertheless, she clenched her fists in indignant apprehension. Lu Yiming asserted, more than just a reprimand is warranted. Is a mere scolding sufficient punishment for Chun Qianjiao's lax supervision? I think not. Indeed, such leniency is unacceptable. Do not attempt to deflect attention and help Qin Qianjiao evade her due reckoning. The Lu family members voiced their discontent, with Lu Xianyuan and Appo's aunt leading the charge with her overbearing and abrasive pronouncements. Qin Mu remained unperturbed. He leisurely extracted a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. After they had finished their tirade, he calmly inquired, Then what do you propose? Our Madam Chairman is a paragon of reason. This flattery caught even Qin Qianjiao off guard. She could not fathom what he was planning. Lu Yiming declared, First, Lu Yaqing must offer a personal apology and willingly accept the Lu family's punishment. Second, Chun Qianjiao, as her mother, bears undeniable responsibility and must personally offer the Lu family an apology, as well as compensate the Lu family for all losses. Third, Chun Qianjiao and her family shall be forever barred from the Lu family's residence and shall not tarnish the Lu family's reputation or meddle in the Lu family's affairs. Very well, these demands are not excessive. Qin Mu turned to Qin Qianjiao. Madam Chairman, shall we acquiesce? Chun Qianjiao stared at him in bewilderment. Lu Yaqing brandished her fists. How can you agree to such humiliating terms? What good are you? The Lu family members were completely taken aback by Qin Mu's prompt agreement. The patriarch lifted his teacup and took a slow sip, seemingly awaiting Qin Qianjiao and Appo's response. After a long pause, Chun Qianjiao finally said, Your decision is final. As I said, you have full authority over this matter today. Thank you for your trust, Madam Chairman. Qin Mu smiled, brandishing his cell phone. Mr. Lu Yiming, I have recorded the 3 points you just mentioned. Our Madam Chairman agrees that your demands are not excessive, and we accept them in their entirety. The Lu family members stared at him, and Lu Yiming's expression was peculiar. He could not fathom what trickery the young man was planning. Qin Mu continued, Since you have made these demands, I personally believe that they are not excessive. However, before we proceed with these 3 points, I would like to inquire about the events of this morning, when Mr. Lu Yixuan, accompanied by his wife and son, created a disturbance at the Madam Chairman's residence, spewing vile and offensive language. How should this matter be addressed? Lu Yaqing is merely a minor, and her mistakes are understandable. However, Mr. Lu Yaqing and his wife are both adults. Now, members of the Lu family, search your consciences. If someone were to come to your doorstep early in the morning and hurl such offensive insults, would the Lu family remain silent and tolerate it? Shall I display the video from the Madam Chairman's residence for all to see, to witness the reprehensible and appalling nature of their behavior? Qin Mu's voice suddenly rose several decibels. You claim that Lu Yaqing lacks proper upbringing. Is the Lu family not a renowned and respected clan, known for its refinement and propriety? How is it that you cannot even control your own son and daughter-in-law? Tell me, according to the Lu family standards, how should this matter be resolved? The crowd was rendered speechless. Lu Yaqing's face flushed with embarrassment, especially under the patriarch's piercing gaze. He felt utterly mortified. Is this true? The patriarch was furious. So it was you who went to their residence to cause trouble. Seeing the expressions on Lu Yaqing and his wife's faces, the patriarch felt as though he had been publicly humiliated. Lu Yaqing also turned to his third brother. What exactly happened? It was Du Yanmei who spoke up, her voice shrill. Seeing her husband remain silent, she interjected, "Do not listen to his nonsense. It is a complete fabrication. We had a reason for going to Qin Qianjiao's residence. Xin Yuan, come here." Du Yanmei pulled her son, who had been cowering in the crowd, into view. The crowd gasped at Lu Xin Yuan's battered appearance, his face a patchwork of bruises. They secretly wondered who had inflicted such a beating. Everyone take a look. Take a look. Lu Yaqing is responsible for Xin Yuan and Appo's injuries. Is it wrong for us to seek an explanation when our son has been beaten like this? Who else should I scold if not Qin Qianjiao? Are you trying to shift the blame onto us? Our Xin Yuan is such an honest and studious young man, kind, cooperative, respectful to his elders. How could Lu Yaqing be so cruel? Is she trying to become a delinquent? With this matter brought to light, Lu Yaqing lowered her head, retreated to her mother's side, and pouted in silence. The patriarch felt a pang of heartache. His favorite grandson had been brutalized in this manner. He was consumed with anger. He beckoned to Lu Xin Yuan, who obediently approached. "Grandfather." The patriarch grew angrier with each passing moment. Lu Yaqing was simply outrageous, utterly lawless. Assault. Arson. She was testing the boundaries of propriety. With a cold and displeased expression, he addressed Qin Qianjiao. "Do you have anything to say?" Qin Qianjiao had no desire to speak. Regardless, it was her family and Appo's fault. She would leave it to Qin Mu to handle. Qin Mu approached with a beaming smile. "Oh, what happened here? Does it hurt?" "Nonsense. Of course it hurts. See how you like being beaten like this?" Du Yanmei, believing she had gained the upper hand, seized the opportunity to retort at Qin Mu. She harbored a deep resentment for this man, who had dared to seal her mouth with tape. Du Yanmei would never forget this humiliation. Qin Mu ignored her, addressing Lu Xin Yuan directly. "For a girl to beat you like this, you must be quite inept." Qin Mu continued in a leisurely tone, "If it were me, and someone dared to treat me like that, I would kill them." Du Yanmei was beside herself with rage. "Do not stand there making sarcastic remarks. If this matter is not clarified today, you will not get away so easily. Indeed, it must be clarified," Qin Mu said with mock seriousness. "However, I would like to know the reason. Why did she beat your son? There must be a cause. Just as there was a cause when I beat you this morning. If you were not so vile and malicious, would you have been beaten?" The Lu family members were on the verge of hysteria. So this fellow had also beaten Du Yanmei. It is often said that one should refrain from striking the face. Yet this individual seems to delight in doing just that. Du Yanmei's face bears the marks of bruises, alternating shades of blue and purple. Little did she anticipate that this scoundrel would dare to bring up such a topic. Chapter 72. Old Master Lu is about to be infuriated. I have encountered arrogance before, but never of this magnitude. He has physically assaulted someone and still dares to speak of it openly, as if to say, just like I hit you this morning. Is he intent on driving someone to the brink of despair? Were it not for the presence of the old master, Du Yanmei would have lunged at this scoundrel to tear him apart. The Lu family's reputation has been utterly tarnished by her actions. She had initially gone to Qin Qianjiao's residence to stir up trouble and returned with a swollen face. The old master was seething with rage, his hands trembling as he gripped his teacup. "Very well, let's not dwell on this matter." Qin Mu's gaze fixed upon Lu Xinyan. If you are a man, please reveal the truth. How could a young lady like Lu Yaqing reduce you to this state? Lu Xinyan dared not utter the truth in front of so many family members. Could he confess to seeking this altercation himself? Why would he insult Lu Yaqing for no reason? Moreover, he was the old master's favored grandson, the most obedient and cherished child of the third generation. The old master's frustration was palpable. Xinyan, speak up. Your grandfather will stand by you. Yes, Xinyan, reveal it, and your uncle will support you too. I refuse to believe she can act with such impunity, Lu Yiming added. Indeed, Xinyan, do speak. We shall see what Qianjiao has to say. The elders of the Lu family rallied in support. Some sighed inwardly, lamenting, this child is far too honest. Du Yanmei, more anxious than anyone, grasped Lu Xinyan's hand. Speak up. Your grandfather and uncle are here to support you. What do you have to fear? Once you reveal the truth, it's not your fault, and they shall face the consequences. Lu Xinyan hesitated. I went to Yixian building to dine with classmates, and for no reason, she called people to beat me. Upon uttering this, Lu Xinyan dared not raise his head, let alone meet Lu Yaqing's gaze. You lie. Lu Yaqing stepped forward, pointing at Lu Xinyan. You clearly insulted me with foul words, and that is why I called for someone to teach you a lesson. I did not. You clearly did. The two children began to bicker in the hall. The old master pounded the table. Enough. I believe Xinyan is not the instigator. He is such an honest, kind, diligent, and well-behaved child. How could he provoke others for no reason? The old master openly defended Lu Xinyan with unwavering certainty. The Lu family members nodded in agreement. Yes. Xinyan is such an honest boy. He would never instigate trouble outside. Our family rules are strict, and Xinyan is undoubtedly a law-abiding and hard-working individual. Otherwise, how could his academic performance always rank at the top? Indeed, we can all vouch for Xinyan's character. If he were a miscreant, he would have been expelled from the Lu family long ago. I can vouch for his integrity. This is merely your fabrication. Enough. How shall we punish Lu Yaqing? You may decide. Lu Yaqing was a troublemaker, causing chaos at such a young age. She should not be spared. The Lu family members were relentless. Their hatred for Qianjiao and her daughter deeply rooted. Qin Mu interjected with a click of his tongue, stepping closer to the old master. The truth is now apparent. Lu Yaqing came to the Lu household to incite trouble solely because your precious daughter-in-law caused a scene at our chairman's residence. The reason she caused a stir there was that your grandson was the one who instigated violence against her. As for Lu Yaqing's retaliation, it stemmed from your precious grandson's earlier insults. Since you all refuse to believe Yaqing and only trust Lu Xinyan, let us now scrutinize this so-called obedient and honest young generation of the Lu family and see what they truly are. Qin, do not slander our Xinyan, Du Yanmei retorted. Clearly displeased, Qin Mu replied, whether I am slandering or not shall soon be revealed. Yaqing, present the evidence you have gathered, so that the Lu family may open their eyes to the truth. Upon hearing this, Lu Xinyan's heart raced with anxiety. The old master, maintaining a stern expression, fixed his gaze on Qin Mu. Young man, your words must carry weight. Qin Mu ceased further chatter, instructing Lu Yaqing to retrieve the evidence from the car. Soon, Lu Yaqing returned with a laptop. Now, observe closely what kind of person you believe Lu Xinyan to be. Lu Yaqing began playing the video, narrating as she showed clips of Lu Xinyan at school, often gathering a group of unruly individuals to bully the weak. He smoked, drank, neglected his studies, engaged in fights, skipped classes, and invaded the privacy of female classmates. He even stole personal items from female teachers and made lewd advances towards them. Despite being labeled a top student, he exchanged exam papers with a less fortunate but high-achieving classmate, merely writing each other's names on the papers. His excellent grades were a FA Ade crafted through deceit, using impoverished students to take exams for him. As the video continued, showcasing Lu Xinyan's misdeeds, his face flushed crimson and then turned pale. He had always been seen as the obedient child of the Lu family, yet Lu Yaqing had laid bare all his disgraceful actions. Dared he lift his head? Especially under the scrutinizing gazes of the entire Lu family, fear gripped him as he felt his complexion drain of color beads of sweat cascading down his brow. What infuriated the old master most was the shocking realization that his most cherished grandson was such a scoundrel. Fights, brawls, truancy, peeping at female classmates, and stealing from female teachers. How had the Lu family produced such a wretched child? Wretched boy. The old master suddenly stood, slapping Lu Yaqing across the face, his face turning a shade of green with rage. You, how utterly disappointing. Such a scoundrel. What more is there to inquire? It is undoubtedly his own making that led to this beating. How shameful. Lu Yaqing had brought disgrace upon the entire Lu family. The old master's beard trembled in anger, and he suddenly broke into a fit of coughing, clutching his chest as he gasped for air, his body swaying backward. Old master! Old master! The entire Lu family panicked. Rushing to his side, old master! Old master! Lu Yaqing's aunt quickly pressed the old master's acupoint, and he slowly regained consciousness, sitting there for a moment before commanding, leave, all of you get out. The faces of Lu Yaqing and the others were as if they had been slapped. Seeing the old master so enraged, he ventured, Father, perhaps not everything Lu Yaqing has said is entirely true. Should we not investigate thoroughly before making such judgments? Is this not unjust to Qin Mu? The old master pointed at him. Do you believe our Lu family has not been humiliated enough? Lu Yaqing lowered his head, falling silent. He had only intended to provide the old master with a way out. Qin Mu closed the laptop, addressing the old master. Now that the truth has been revealed, the Lu family must provide an explanation for this matter. The old master stood, his face ashen, declaring, the Lu family operates with order. Since this incident arose from Lu Yaqing's actions, it is only fitting that he bears the consequences. Chairman Chen, I, Lu Zhongwang, apologize for the prior transgressions. Having spoken, old master Lu bellowed with authority. Come here, bring Lu Yaqing over, administer the family discipline. Chapter 73. Accompanying the president for supper grandfather, please don and damp. Oppose T. Lu Yaqing cried out in fear upon hearing that the elder intended to punish him. However, instead of eliciting sympathy, his display only fueled the old man's disdain. A grown man ought to stand tall and upright, embodying integrity and the courage to rectify his mistakes while accepting responsibility. To weep before the punishment even begins is a disgrace to the Lu family. Upon learning that her father-in-law was about to strike her son, Du Yanmei rushed over, embracing Lu Yaqing tightly. No, you cannot hit him, grandfather, she pleaded. The elder Lu felt a deep frustration, witnessing his daughter-in-law and Oppo's indulgence of her son. He called out to Lu Yaqing and Lu Yixuan. Are you two going to let this farce continue? Take him away and give him a good beating. Several guards approached, separating Du Yanmei from Lu Yaqing, who was dragged away, wailing as if he were being led to the gallows. Mom, save me. Dad, help. Lu Yixuan stood there, expressionless, as if nothing in this world held any appeal for him. Suddenly, Du Yanmei, in a frenzy, lunged at Qin Mu. You, Qin, I'll fight you. Qin Mu, observing her approach, flashed a cold smile and intentionally remained still. Just as she was about to collide with him, he sidestepped. Du Yanmei did not anticipate Qin Mu's maneuver and crashed into a table, losing consciousness from the impact. She brought this upon herself. Qin Mu remarked with a hint of malicious satisfaction. Outside the hall, the sounds of slaps mingled with Lu Yaqing's frantic cries. Alas, heaven's wrath can be defied, but self-inflicted misfortune cannot be escaped. The Lu family members felt a wave of discomfort, and the elder was infuriated. He had intended to invite others to offer apologies, but ended up striking himself instead. The bitterness weighed heavily upon them all. Noticing the elder Lu had personally apologized, Qin Mu waved his hand dismissively. Let's go. Chen Xianjiao also rose to leave. Lu Yaqing, clutching a notebook, smiled at Qin Mu. Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. This girl sought to curry favor with Qin Mu immediately upon exiting. On the way back, Chen Xianjiao remained silent, her expression contemplative. Qin Mu chose not to disturb her. After dropping off the mother-daughter duo, he learned that Lu Yaqing was still at work, entertaining clients. As he prepared to leave, Chen Xianjiao turned back as she entered the house. Qin Mu, what is it, chairwoman? Thank you. she said earnestly. Qin Mu smiled in response. I'm off to fetch the president. All right. Chen Qianjiao nodded, her demeanor warm. Mom, do you like Qin Mu? Lu Yaqing asked playfully, leaning closer. Chen Qianjiao sighed inwardly at the mischievous girl. Yaqing refrained from calling him brother-in-law so casually. It will be quite embarrassing if your sister heard. Lu Yaqing pouted. But yes, cool. If my sister is the most beautiful woman in Zhanghuai, then Qin Mu is undoubtedly the top master. They and Oppos. A perfect match. Chen Qianjiao shot her a disapproving glance, thinking how little the girl understood. Half an hour later, Qin Mu neared the company. He called Lu Hong, who did not answer, and then tried to reach Shun Wenying, but she too was unavailable. He surmised that everyone was likely occupied. Parking outside the company, he refrained from entering and lit a cigarette, inquiring of the security captain. The captain informed him that the president and others had yet to leave. They had recently received takeout and would likely be busy for some time. Observing the lights of the administrative building and the silhouettes moving about, Qin Mu marveled at the dedication of these foreign workers, toiling through the afternoon and continuing their work while enjoying fast food. As it approached 10:30, he decided to check on the situation when Chairman Shun emerged from the building. Chairman, Qin Mu called from a distance. Chairman Shun, upon spotting Qin Mu, instinctively took several steps back and stumbled, landing in a waste bin. The security guards stifled their laughter, and when a few approached to assist him, he hurriedly waved them off and fled. Am I truly so frightening? Qin Mu mused to himself, feigning innocence. The security guards fawned over him. Brother Qin, you are exceptionally dashing and charming. Chairman Qin merely respects you. Upon entering the president and Oppos' office, Qin Mu encountered Lu Yaqing exiting. You're here? Perfect timing. Come help me escort the clients to their hotel. Noting the time, Qin Mu realized it was already 11. The clients comprised a team of 5, 3 men and 2 women, all tall, with high noses and blue eyes. Except for one rather stout gentleman, the others were lean and tall. After settling the clients into their hotel, it was already midnight. Lu Yaqing finally exhaled in relief. Qin Mu noticed her exhaustion and asked, how did it go? Was it smooth? Don and Oppos, to even mention it. They were exceedingly picky. Just when we thought everything was fine, they found new issues. Surely they aren't, and Oppos. T deliberately trying to provoke us? Qin Mu turned to Lu Yaqing, who frowned. It doesn't seem like it. If they intended to cause trouble, they wouldn't need to invest so much time coming all the way to Donghua to make things difficult. They could simply state they no longer wish to cooperate, and everything would conclude immediately. So why the scrutiny? Lu Yaqing pondered. Perhaps our materials are too flawless, leaving no room for criticism, which raises their suspicions. Qin Mu chuckled softly. Is it possible to be too perfect? I'll drive you home now. He started the engine. No, take me for a spin. I need some fresh air. Where to? Anywhere. At this hour, it was already midnight, and Qin Mu drove through the well-lit areas. The June weather in the metropolis thrived with nocturnal activity, KTVs, bars, and late-night eateries bustling with patrons. Did you visit the Lu family with my mom? Lu Yaqing suddenly inquired while scrolling through WeChat. Yes. It seems you're already aware of the events. Don't worry, it's all been settled. Just that your sister was a bit mischievous and nearly caused a calamity. Lu Yaqing sighed. Please keep a closer watch on her. I've noticed she only listens to you. Putting her phone away, she gazed outside. I'm hungry. Let us find somewhere to eat. In this season, enjoying barbecues and cold beer had become fashionable, especially among the youth who reveled in nightlife, dominating the city's rhythm. Along Jiangjiang Avenue, the most vibrant spot was ahead. Spotting a row of stalls bustling with customers, Qin Mu maneuvered the car closer. Oh no, it's full. With reservations about dining in such places, Lu Yaqing was surprised to see the overwhelming crowd. Qin Mu scanned the area and suggested, shall we find another place? Before he could finish, someone nearby stood up. Qin Gu, bringing your sister-in-law for late-night snacks? With that, he kicked a seated subordinate blind. Don't you see Brother Qin is here? Get out of the way. After a few more commands, the man hurriedly wiped down some seats and warmly invited, Brother Qin, please sit. Sister-in-law, please take a seat. Upon observing the figures of these individuals, Lu Yaqing slightly furrowed her brow. Noticing that Qin Mu had taken a seat, she too settled down. Chapter 74. The flower-selling girl, although Lu Yaqing had accompanied her mother in business since childhood, she had always maintained a refined demeanor. Ever since leaving school, she had never dined in such an establishment. This kind of night stall, reminiscent of a bustling food market, lacked any semblance of sophistication. A few simple tables and plastic stools were all it took to set up shop. The clientele was a mixed bag, representing all walks of life. Some men, brazenly bare-chested, shouted boisterously while brandishing beer bottles. Cigarette butts and betel nut remnants littered the ground. Lu Yaqing had intended to seek a tranquil and elegant environment to enjoy a meal, but she was taken aback by Qin Mu's choice to bring her to a night stall. The people who had vacated their seats appeared eccentric, sporting wild hairstyles, tattoos, and piercings, resembling anything but respectable individuals. Lu Yaqing felt a sense of aversion towards such societal riffraff, possibly due to a previous incident. However, today, these individuals were unusually deferential in Qin Mu and damp Oppo's as presents, treating him with the utmost respect. A man adorned with a dragon tattoo approached, bowing as he inquired, "Qin Gu, and sister-in-law, what would you like to eat? Allow me to assist you." Before Qin Mu could respond, the man quickly offered him a fine cigarette. The frequent references to sister-in-law made Lu Yaqing feel awkward, prompting her to cast a glance at Qin Mu, hoping he would clarify the misunderstanding. Yet, Qin Mu seemed unfazed. "Who is this?" he pondered, struggling to recall. The man introduced himself. "Qin Gu, surely you remember me? I'm along from the Red Lip Bar. Liang Gu's subordinate." Suddenly it clicked for Qin Mu. Along was the one who had once brandished a knife to intimidate him and the drinkers. He recalled that their sister-in-law, Fei Fei, had been deceived by a drunken fool. What had become of her afterward? There's nothing more to discuss here. You all may return to your business, Qin Mu stated curtly. Of course, Qin Gu, sister-in-law, please enjoy your meal. Tonight's feast is on me, Long beamed, directing the owner, a middle-aged man with dark skin, to serve the best dishes to Qin Mu, charging it to his account. The surroundings were too noisy, and noticing Lu Yaqing's discomfort, Qin Mu asked, "Not accustomed to this environment? Shall we change locations?" Lu Yaqing shook her head. "It's late. Let us just have something simple. I must prepare for the Western European clients tomorrow." Qin Mu poured her a cup of water, having first scalded it with boiling water for her comfort. Curiosity piqued, Lu Yaqing inquired, "Who were those people earlier? How do they know you?" Qin Mu chuckled. "If you were to wield 2 heavy stone locks and subdue them, they would surely recognize you as well." He preferred not to delve into the bar's affairs, asserting that Liang, Cheng, and Song Wei were merely acquaintances. Just then, a small voice chimed in, "Big brother, would you buy a flower for your beautiful girlfriend?" A little girl, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, with pigtails and a large bouquet of roses, gazed earnestly at Qin Mu and Lu Yaqing. What a charming child, Lu Yaqing thought, admiring the girl's eloquence. Qin Mu playfully pinched the girl's cheek. "This beautiful lady, Iasin, my girlfriend. She my boss." The little girl blinked in surprise, a bit disheartened. "Then why not give her a flower? It might get you a raise." Both Qin Mu and Lu Yaqing chuckled at her innocence. Qin Mu looked at Lu Yaqing. "CEO, shall we consider this raise?" Lu Yaqing shot him a bemused glare before pulling out 200 yuan. "Little sister, I don't need the flowers. You keep this money." The girl shook her head. "No, my mother said one shouldn't take things without paying. If you don't buy flowers, I can't accept your money." Qin Mu, moved by the girl's determination, offered her 200 yuan, insisting, "I'll buy the flowers. That's acceptable, right?" The little girl, too adorable to resist, only accepted 100. "Thank you, big brother. But this is too much. 100 is enough." This child, Qin Mu insisted. "Take it. If I give her inexpensive flowers, it would be quite embarrassing for me. What if she refuses to give me a raise?" "Don't worry. This beautiful sister is like a fairy. She is undoubtedly kind," the little girl replied, beaming with innocence. Qin Mu lifted her up, gesturing to Lu Yaqing. "Go on, give the beautiful sister a kiss." The girl complied, adorably pressing her rosy cheeks against Lu Yaqing. Lu Yaqing, charmed by the girl, reciprocated with a kiss. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you, beautiful sister," the girl exclaimed as she prepared to leave. Just then, Qin Mu called out, "Come back." Which side did the beautiful sister kiss? "This side." The girl pointed her right cheek. Qin Mu playfully kissed the same spot, prompting a whirlwind of confusion in Lu Yaqing. Qin Mu licked his lips and exclaimed, "How delightful!" The little girl, puzzled, pondered aloud. Why did Big Brother kiss the same place as the sister? Perhaps he thought my face was dirty and wanted you to clean it first, she concluded. All right, you can go now. Qin Mu gently dismissed the bewildered girl, handing her the flowers. Remember to give me that raise, beautiful boss. Lu Yaqing regarded him with a questioning gaze, reluctant to accept the flowers. Roses? One shouldn't he give those out casually? Moreover, she was aware of his fondness for Lu Hong. Feeling a bit awkward when she refused, Qin Mu scratched his head. I meant no offense. It would be a shame to waste such beautiful flowers. Are you saying you'll simply give them to me? She teased. You usually have a way with words, don't you? Lu Yaqing was taken aback by Qin Mu's unexpected shyness. She accepted the flowers, placing them on the table, thinking to save them for Lu Hong tomorrow. But Lu Hong is on her period. How can I go? Once again, Lu Yaqing was astounded. Her eyes widened, and her face flushed. So their relationship had progressed so quickly? How did he know about such matters? She felt a wave of embarrassment. Lu Hong was usually quite cautious, especially regarding relationships. As Qin Mu realized the awkwardness of his statement, he hastily tried to clarify. No, it's not what you think. Then what is it? She pressed, her expression darkening. Are you doubting my intelligence? Qin Mu was now frantic, scratching his head in desperation. How do I explain this? No, I meant her relatives. Relatives? ISNT, that just another way of saying aunt? Chapter 75. Complementary cosmetic surgery. Qin Mu found himself utterly incapable of elucidating the matter at hand. For no matter how he articulated his thoughts, the other party would remain unconvinced. Alas, poor Lu Hong, blissfully unaware, had fallen prey to Lu Yaqing and Appo's assumptions that she had been involved with Qin Mu in an inappropriate manner. The dishes arrived, an extravagant spread for two, with 8 delectable courses and a chilled crate of beer. This is sufficient. Anything more would be wasteful, Qin Mu remarked. The proprietor, with incessant smiles, reassured him, no worries, as long as Brother Qin and this lovely lady enjoy themselves. He then presented 2 packs of cigarettes, declaring, Brother Qin, Miss, please take your time. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. Qin Mu felt the proprietor and Appo's courtesy bordered on excessive. With the cigarettes, the alcohol, and the fine cuisine, it felt as though he was being smothered with hospitality. He tore open a cigarette pack, grasped a bottle of beer, and without asking, poured a glass for Lu Yaqing. I do not drink cold beverages. Lu Yaqing raised her hand. Are you treating me as a relative now? Qin Mu swore his response was instinctual. However, the more he pondered, the more discomforting it became. It felt reminiscent of the earlier incident involving Lu Hong. If he had just denied it, then how could this newfound and Appo's relative and Appo's relationship with Lu Yaqing be any different? Lu Yaqing furrowed her brows in embarrassment. She had no desire to explain that her aversion to cold drinks was merely a personal habit. Yet, the matter with Lu Hong was undeniable. I shall bring you something that is not cold, she offered. I will have water. Seeing Qin Mu about to call the proprietor for more drinks, Lu Yaqing swiftly intervened. No more alcohol. It is perilous to be in the company of such individuals. Lu Hong succumbed in no time. I refuse to become the second Lu Hong. Besides, I am not prepared for a romantic relationship. The atmosphere grew tense, but this awkwardness was soon shattered by an unpleasant voice. Oh, is this not our illustrious first beauty of Zhonghua? What brings you to this roadside stall? Is the Qinjiao group nearing its demise? But fret not, should it collapse. You can always seek me out. I shall support you. A man in a floral silk shirt approached, sniffing a rose from the table and casting disdainful glances at Qin Mu. Such taste, dining at a roadside stall and purchasing inferior roses, even changing boyfriends to this sort of lowly type. Surely, the Qinjiao group is not truly in decline. The tranquility of their private moment was persistently disrupted by those lacking in decorum. Qin Mu glanced at the man, feeling an overwhelming urge to retch. It was not an exaggeration. The man's appearance was simply too grotesque. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have never believed such an unattractive individual could exist. The man possessed a disproportionately small head and crossed eyes, an abnormally long neck, and skin afflicted with vitiligo. Qin Mu did not harbor disdain for the man's appearance. After all, being unattractive was not a fault. However, to emerge into society looking so fearsome was inexcusable. If all else could be overlooked, must his foul mouth be so repugnant? Qin Mu held no prejudices against others. His principle of friendship dictated that no matter if one were a beggar or an emperor, as long as there was mutual interest, friendship could flourish. Yet, those who communicate with such vulgarity would never garner favor. Perhaps Qin Mu's expression was too exaggerated, for the small-headed man fumed. "What is your meaning? Do you dare to belittle me?" Qin Mu replied with a belch. "Your breath is foul, and you are quite ugly. How dare you speak of yourself so?" The man, enraged, seized a beer bottle and hurled it at Qin Mu. Unfazed, Qin Mu raised his arm to meet it. The bottle ricocheted off his arm and struck the man's forehead with a resounding thud. "Damn it!" the man cried, clutching his head, tears streaming from the pain. Before the man could react further, Qin Mu was already on his feet, swiftly delivering a series of slaps before kicking him. The man was sent flying, crashing into the guardrail by the roadside, collapsing in agony on the ground. "Do you dare to strike? Do you not realize I never suffer in silence?" After the altercation, Qin Mu wiped his mouth with a napkin, declaring, "I have lost my appetite." Lu Yaqing remained composed, savoring her meal as if oblivious to the earlier incident. Qin Mu found her calmness admirable. "You are impressive," he exclaimed. Lu Yaqing took a sip of water, chastising, "You have caused trouble again. Why resort to fists when you could have simply retched?" Qin Mu feigned innocence, "But I did retch." He initiated the hostility. "He's from the Du family." Lu Yaqing revealed the man and Appo's identity. "The Du family? The renowned Du family of Jianghuai? Oh, is he not related to Du Yanmei?" No wonder he was insufferable. Du Yanmei was notoriously acerbic, and this fellow exuded a similarly contemptible aura. Before Qin Mu could grasp why the man had insulted Lu Yaqing upon arrival, the small-headed man, groaning in pain, rose and cursed, "You dare to strike me?" Qin Mu approached and slapped him again. "What of it?" The man's face was swollen, and Qin Mu observed, "This looks better. At least your head is not as small now. Yet, it seems asymmetrical." Another slap was delivered for good measure. The man spat blood, bewildered. "What does symmetry have to do with you? Is this your justification for assaulting me?" The small-headed man was at a loss, unable to fathom the origin of such a devilry in Lu Yaqing, as Qin Mu struck him without a second thought. After finishing the exchange, Qin Mu stated earnestly, "Today, I have provided you with a complimentary cosmetic surgery. You shall be paying for the meal afterward." Having been beaten and now required to cover the meal, the small-headed man, in excruciating pain, could scarcely muster the will to retaliate. Recognizing Qin Mu's mocking gaze, he seethed, "Do not revel in your triumph. I am from the Du family." "The Du family? What relation does Du Yanmei have to you?" "She is my aunt." "Oh." Qin Mu grasped the implications. The man believed he had instilled fear. "You are the first to dare strike me. Does this imply that if I were to kill you, no second would follow?" "What do you mean?" The man paused, confused, as it dawned on him that Qin Mu was indeed aware of his aunt. Qin Mu glanced at him again, unable to restrain the urge to strike due to the man and Appo's grotesque features. "It is merely my intention to impart unfortunate news." "What news?" With that, Qin Mu delivered 2 more slaps, ensuring symmetry in his strikes. "This is for your aunt's debts to me. Consider it a repayment, so I do not have to confront her. I'm going to faint." The small-headed man and Appo's mind was in turmoil. After all that, he found himself entangled in a conflict involving his own aunt, and, after losing a few teeth, his patience was wearing thin. "Damn it, I've lost my mind." He pulled out his phone, seething, "Just wait. If I do not deal with you tonight, I am not human." Chapter 76. No favor to bestow. "All right. I shall await your arrival." Qin Mu returned to his seat, a smile gracing his face as he gazed at Lu Yaqing. "Come eat. Let us not waste such an abundance of dishes." Yet, Lu Yaqing found herself unable to eat another bite. Wiping her mouth with a napkin, she questioned, "Are you truly prepared to wait here? Do you even grasp the significance of the Du family?" It was clear that Qin Mu was woefully uninformed. Among the 4 prominent families, which one lacked a certain societal backing, Their influence in Jianghuai was deeply entrenched, and the offspring of the Du family preferred mingling with those of dubious character. To put it bluntly, they were entangled with the underworld. Unlike the Cheng family, which held an unrivaled status in Jianghuai, yet shied away from such associations, the Cheng family possessed unique power and connections that others lacked. Moreover, the Cheng family was backed by formidable martial artists, a true guarantee for a family in Appo's enduring prosperity. Seeing Lu Yaqing and Appo's inquiry, Qin Mu nodded. "Fear not. Let us dine at our leisure. Should he call for reinforcements, there is no escaping our fate." Lu Yaqing reflected on this and realized it was indeed true. If they left now, he would undoubtedly pursue them to their home. Rather than flee, it was better to confront the issue here. "Why does he mock you so coldly upon arrival? What is his problem?" Qin Mu inquired. Lu Yaqing chuckled lightly. "It is nothing. He and our classmates. He went abroad to seek treatment for his vitiligo, but upon failing, he returned." "I see," Qin Mu deduced. "He must have had feelings for you." Not one to be easily fooled, Qin Mu grasped the situation. "You call him unattractive, yet he possesses a certain allure. The prestige of the Jianghuai, 4 families, albeit ugly, rich, and well-connected, can still win the affection of women. But to pursue you with such confidence? How audacious! One could only imagine how many rejections he had endured. It was no wonder that he spoke in such a sarcastic and derisive manner, even going so far as to claim that Lu Yaqing had downgraded to a loser boyfriend. Am I really that much a loser? Perhaps due to her previous dinner with Fifth Master, Lu Yaqing felt less apprehensive about these ruffians. With Fifth Master and Qin Mu sharing such camaraderie, who among Jianghuai could rival them? Thus, she remained calm, awaiting the inevitable confrontation. The man of interest, Du Shiji, was a nephew of Du Yanmei and quite notorious in Jianghuai, not for his looks, but for his arrogance and flamboyant demeanor. He was acutely aware of his unattractiveness, yet he sought the company of beautiful women. The number of girlfriends he had cycled through was unfathomable. Of course, men like him had no recourse but to throw money at their pursuits. Yet, he dared to pursue Lu Yaqing, earning him a dubious title as the most courageous man of the 21st century among his peers, albeit many privately labeled him as utterly lacking in self-awareness. In Jianghuai, besides Du Shiji, many signs were enamored with Lu Yaqing, including Hu Tianyu. The incident of Du Shiji's pursuit of Lu Yaqing had transpired years ago, and after being rejected, he harbored a grudge akin to that of his aunt. Every time he encountered Lu Yaqing, he sought opportunities to belittle her. Today, however, luck was on his side as he had crossed paths with Qin Mu. Qin Mu was unperturbed. Dare to insult Lu Yaqing? That would be akin to biting the hand that feeds you. As a bodyguard, anyone who dared cross his employer was courting death. Bodyguards were those who would shield their charge with their own bodies, even in the face of bullets, and he had no reason to fear Du Shiji, particularly given his repulsive appearance that turned Qin Mu's stomach. Are the Du family truly that fearsome? Qin Mu chuckled, exuding confidence. Lu Yaqing observed his demeanor, inexplicably drawn to his smile. It reminded her of the previous incident at the company entrance, where Song Wei and his 200 ruffians had caused chaos, leaving the security personnel trembling in fear. Yet, Qin Mu had boldly confronted them, declaring, "Here I come." He swiftly subdued all the troublemakers, leaving none daring to speak up again. It was this commanding presence that she admired in a man. By the roadside, Du Shiji, now resembling a pig's head after his altercation with Qin Mu, was frantically dialing for reinforcements. "Give me dozens of people. I don't care what you're doing. You have 15 minutes. To deal with a mere Qin Mu, surely that should suffice." He was determined to exact revenge, especially in front of Lu Yaqing, and to leave Qin Mu searching for his teeth. Though Du Shiji was acquainted with Hu Tianyu, the latter would never publicly embarrass himself or his family. Thus, despite Qin Mu and Appo's legendary status, few recognized him in Jianghuai. Soon enough, Du Shiji and Appo's call for help was answered. 2 vans arrived, disgorging over 30 thugs wielding iron rods and cleavers. Leading them was none other than the notorious Huang Chong, who had recently adorned himself with a particularly conspicuous gold chain. Upon learning that Du Shiji had been humiliated, Huang Chong quickly approached. "Du Xiao, who dares to provoke you?" I shall deal with them. A few men helped Du Shiji to his feet, yet they had yet to spot Qin Mu. As Qin Mu laid eyes on Huang Chang, he could not suppress a laugh. He had initially expected Du Shiji to summon someone of significance, only to discover it was Huang Chang. Lu Yaqing smirked upon recognizing the group who had previously pleaded for her assistance in mediating with Qin Mu. Little did Du Shiji know that the very people he called upon had already been intimidated by Qin Mu. Seeing Huang Chang arrive with his entourage, Du Shiji felt emboldened, rolling up his sleeves and barking, "Take care of him. Brothers, grab your weapons." The patrons at the night market quickly vacated the area. "My goodness, don't let the blood splatter on me." The owner of the stall, upon witnessing Du Shiji and Appo's call for reinforcements, lamented the impending chaos that would ruin his business, fearing many patrons would flee without paying. However, the situation did not unfold as he had imagined. Just as Huang Chang raised his weapon, ready to teach the insolent Qin Mu a lesson, he turned and exclaimed, "Oh, is that not Brother Qin?" "Brother Qin." With a clang, Huang Chang discarded his weapon, pulling out a cigarette instead. "What brings you and General Lu to this humble establishment for a late-night snack?" Qin Mu grinned, accepting the cigarette, lighting it and taking a puff. "Today, I foresaw calamity befalling someone, so I came here to perform a little exorcism." Flicking the ash, he continued, "Huang Chang, did someone not summon you to deal with me? Why the delay?" "Indeed, wasn't I supposed to handle this fellow?" Huang Chang questioned, bewildered. Du Shiji seethed with frustration. "Huang Chang, what is the meaning of this? Why are you delaying?" Even if Huang Chang were acquainted with Qin Mu, it was unacceptable. Rubbing his swollen face, Du Shiji declared, "Today, I shall show no mercy." "Fight? You think I will cower? That man is my boss, do you understand?" With your pitiful self, he could effortlessly wield 2 stone locks weighing 300 pounds to obliterate you. Despite the Du family and Appo's formidable reputation, Huang Chang quickly made the wisest choice, striding over to Du Shiji and delivering a swift kick. "Are you blind? This is Brother Qin. How dare you lay a finger on him? Brothers, take him down." The 30-odd men Huang Chang had brought were all familiar with Qin Mu. They were quick to obey and swiftly descended upon Du Shiji, beating him mercilessly. "Madness! Absolute madness!" Du Shiji cried, overwhelmed as he felt himself grow heavier once more from the beating. Chapter 77. Now come and strike me. After being beaten by those he had summoned, Du Shiji felt as though the entire world had turned devoid of love. It seemed this young man still failed to comprehend why Huang Chang would heed his words. Seeing him was akin to witnessing a lapdog. It was utterly unreasonable. Among the renowned young elites of Jianghuai, he was familiar with them all. It was only due to his reliance on the unfamiliar face of Qin Mu that he dared to speak so arrogantly. Initially, he intended to casually recruit a few individuals to thrash Qin Mu, to assert his own dominance and showcase his strength. What ensued, however, was the exact opposite. He found himself trampled underfoot. Once was bearable, but to be humiliated a second time was intolerable, since he was not recognized among the prominent figures of Jianghuai. Neither had he heard of this character in the underworld. Moreover, there had been no prior mention of any formidable individuals associated with the Qinjiao group. Where on earth had this young man emerged from? Of course, after Qin Mu had thoroughly beaten Song Wei, how could Song Wei and Huang Chang publicize their disgrace? Would they admit to being assaulted? That would only serve to slap their own faces. Such a humiliating incident was not something anyone would disclose. Neither would Liang Zicheng. What of Hu Guisun and Hu Qianyu? Having suffered a covert loss at the hands of Qin Mu, they too would keep their mouths shut for the sake of their pride. As for old Master Wu, after being thoroughly subdued in that secluded villa, where Qin Mu had brought down all of old Master Wu's disciples and shattered the reputation of Wujing Villa, he had even taken to calling Qin Mu brother and had his adopted daughter apprentice under him. Naturally, he would not divulge such disgraceful matters either. Thus, Du Shiji found himself in unfortunate circumstances. He had believed he could swagger about, flaunting his bravado in front of Lu Yaqing, the most beautiful woman in Jianghuai. If he could crush her boyfriend beneath his heel, wouldn't that be most satisfying? Serving him right for not acquiescing to him initially. He intended to trample every one of them. Yet, tragedy struck. Beaten by Huang Chang and his gang, Du Shiji was overwhelmed by a desire to perish. He refused to accept it. 1,000 times he refused. How could he, the esteemed heir of the Du family, be beaten on the streets like this? Once Huang Chong and Amp, Oppo's group ceased their assault, Du Shiji, filled with despair, picked up his phone and gritted his teeth, shouting, "I've been assaulted on Yangjiang Road. I'll pay you 2 million to bring a few hundred people to help me eliminate these bastards." This was Du Shiji's first time resorting to such a method of communication. Typically, he was quite the arrogant figure, but who had ever seen him in such a pathetic state? During the call, he was close to tears. Calling for help? Qin Mu could only chuckle. It appeared the lesson had not been thoroughly imparted. He cast a casual glance at Huang Chong, who was grinning. "Qin, this kid is from the Du family. Usually quite arrogant. What is the matter? Are you scared?" Qin Mu shot him a displeased look. Huang Chong shook his head vigorously, "With Qin backing me, what do I have to fear? A person like this deserves a beating every time he is encountered." Despite Huang Chong and Amp, Oppo's bravado, he was genuinely apprehensive. Du Shiji knew many individuals from various strata of society. At best, he was among the lowest tier of those Du Shiji knew. Betting on Qin Mu was inherently risky. However, should a crisis arise, with the financial might of the Qinjiao group, many situations could be resolved, hence he steeled himself for the gamble. Du Shiji's call for hundreds of reinforcements indicated that their origins would surely be grander than his own. Thus, he cautioned Qin Mu, only to find that Qin Mu did not regard the Du family with any seriousness, which allowed Huang Chong to relax. Several minibuses arrived, blatantly disregarding traffic rules, effectively sealing off the intersection. From the buses emerged at least 300 individuals, each wielding weapons and exuding an intimidating aura. Tattoos dyed hair, and a nonconformist demeanor characterized the crowd. Scarcely anyone appeared respectable. Leading the pack was a rotund man, bald, holding a machete. Like a bandit king, he bellowed, "Seal this place off. Not a single one is to escape. Everyone, listen up, sit tight, and don't move." The throng swiftly fanned out, surrounding the roadside eatery. A business worth over 2 million demanded satisfaction from its employer. Otherwise, one could no longer survive in Jianghuai. Upon witnessing this display, many patrons at the night market began to rise and prepare to leave, but the rotund man's group had already sealed the area, ensuring no one could depart. In a city as large as Jianghuai, scuffles and brawls were not uncommon. Yet such a grand spectacle left many in a state of panic. Upon seeing his reinforcements arrive, Du Shiji, momentarily forgetting his earlier pain, burst into laughter. He pointed at Huang Chong, cursing, "Bastard! If I don't kill you today, my efforts have been in vain. How dare you betray me?" Huang Chong and his henchmen felt a surge of trepidation. Witnessing the unfolding situation, they began to sweat profusely. Damn it, this has escalated. It turned out they were facing members of the Foyan Society. The Foyan Society was a significant organization within Jianghuai's underworld, and Huang Chong's group was in no way their match. Even if Huang Chong, Liang Zicheng, and Song Wei combined their forces, they would still fall short. Worse yet, the three had always been at odds with the Foyan Society, which had attempted to eradicate them multiple times. Thus, after Liang Zicheng suffered defeat, he had suggested that the three smaller factions merge and recognize Qin Mu as their leader, primarily to contend with the Foyan Society. Seeing the corpulent man, Huang Chong's expression soured. Du Shiji laughed triumphantly, calling out to the rotund man, "I'm right here." As the man approached, wielding his machete, he exuded an aura more menacing than Huang Chong's. Upon seeing Du Shiji in such a state, he nearly failed to recognize him. Earlier, Du Shiji had claimed to have been beaten, but he had not anticipated it would be to such an extent. No wonder this young man was willing to part with 2 million. It seemed the expenditure was justified. "Du Shao, which blind fool dared to act insolently before you? I'll have my brothers deal with him." Without needing Du Shiji to speak, he had already set his sights on Huang Chong's group. While Huang Chong and his crew were still armed, they were visibly trembling. Though they were accustomed to brawling, they were now outnumbered 10 to 1. The rotund man scanned the crowd, hardly taking note of Qin Mu. "Huang Chong, are you itching for trouble? Dare to stir up trouble on my turf?" The man's eyes widened, as if the machete in his hand was poised to strike. Huang Chang wiped the sweat from his brow. Would standing firm lead to casualties? Given the scale of this confrontation, Qin Mu was fully aware they would not withstand it and had no expectations of them doing so. Casually, he remarked, "It was I who instructed them to strike." Du Shiji had originally intended to eliminate Huang Chang before confronting Qin Mu, but he had not anticipated Qin Mu stepping forward voluntarily. The rotund man seemed to have just noticed Qin Mu, turning his head. "Oh, there's a beautiful woman too. Isn't that Lu Yaqing from the Qinjiao group?" The rotund man was perplexed, unable to discern the relationship between Lu Yaqing and Qin Mu. Du Shiji, filled with rage, shouted, "Yes, and this kid too. Eliminate him." He had just realized he had unwittingly called upon someone he knew. Now that he had summoned over 300 people, he wondered if Qin Mu could still be so arrogant. Reflecting on the humiliation he had just endured, 1,000 raging horses galloped through Du Shiji and Appo's mind. "Come on, now it's your turn to strike me." Chapter 78. Doubts about life upon seeing the individuals brought by the portly man. Du Shiji suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of pride. "Did you think I achieved nothing? Humph. Soon, I shall crush each of you, daring to strike me. In this day and age, wealth is king. I shall spend 2 million to annihilate you wretches. Come, assist me over there." Du Shiji was in immense pain, unable even to walk, yet he refused to relinquish this splendid opportunity for ostentation. He sought revenge, eager to reclaim the dignity he had just lost. 2 of the portly man's subordinates helped him approach, and standing beside the hefty man, Du Shiji regained some of his bravado. Especially when he noticed the fearful expressions on Huang Chang and his group, a sudden urge to laugh uproariously seized him. However, before he could utter a sound, pain shot through his mouth. His only means of expressing joy had been stripped away, leaving Du Shiji seething with frustration. His beady eyes scanned Huang Chang and Appo's group, landing on Qin Mu, then briefly glancing at the quiet Lu Yaqing. He swallowed hard. A beauty brings disaster. Had it not been for Lu Yaqing, would he have faced this beating today? Yet the prospect of winning her over now seemed utterly unrealistic. Moreover, even if Lu Yaqing were defenseless, he felt powerless to act. Thus, Du Shiji resolved to eliminate the one named Qin first. But he noticed Qin and Appo's remarkable composure. "Hey, I summoned over 300 men. Can't you at least show a hint of fear?" Du Shiji could no longer contain himself, wiping the blood from his mouth and shouting at Qin Mu. "Where an amp? Appo's. To you quite arrogant just now? Don and amp, Appo's. To you know many people? Where an amp, Appo's. To you bold enough to confront me? Look, this is Dong Ge, the leader of the Foyne Society. For him, dealing with you is as simple as squashing an ant. Come on, if you dare, strike me again. Why the silence? Are you afraid? You coward. Dare to touch me again and see what happens." The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, pointing and spitting as he yelled at Qin Mu. "If you have the guts, slap me again." Suddenly, 2 sharp slaps echoed through the air, startling everyone. The noise rang out clearly, silencing the entire night market. Countless eyes turned toward the spectacle, disbelief etched on their faces. Initially, some thought Du Shiji had struck first, but as reality set in, they realized it was Du Shiji who was now covering his face. He had been struck again, the force so strong that a few bloodied teeth flew out, splattering the portly man beside him. Now, not only was Du Shiji stunned, but everyone else was as well. The hefty man was utterly perplexed. How could this be? Du Shiji had been struck again, and in front of so many witnesses. How bold was this individual? Did he not fear the over 300 men on his side? Du Shiji finally grasped the situation, cradling his now swollen face, hardly able to believe the truth. He had called so many men to his aid, yet this fellow dared to act against him? The blows from Qin Mu had begun to make him question his very existence. "Indeed, it was I who struck you," Qin Mu replied, remarkably calm and serious. Damn it, Du Shiji thought he was putting on a show, only to find himself rendered foolish again. He had lost his mind, screaming hysterically, "Dong Ge, kill him!" Dong Ge, equally humiliated, realized that despite bringing so many brothers to support him, the opponent still dared to retaliate. This was a blatant disregard for his authority. In a fit of rage, Donggu brandished his machete and bellowed, "I will end you." He swung the blade toward Qin Mu, causing a wave of screams to ripple through the night market. Some timid women covered their eyes in fright, their faces drained of color. "Stop!" A young woman dressed in black athletic wear pushed her way through the crowd. She appeared no older than 18 or 19, yet her face was filled with fury. With a commanding voice, she halted Dong Ji's actions, who turned in surprise. Wenqi, Donggu began to greet her, but Zhao Wenqi rushed forward and slapped him across the face. "How dare you?" "Excuse me?" The audacity of such a young girl to strike Donggu left onlookers bewildered. Though Zhao Wenqi was well known in certain circles, many ordinary citizens did not recognize her. Yet, Donggu did not retaliate after being slapped by Zhao Wenqi. Glaring at him, Zhao Wenqi declared, "Is the Foyan society trying to be above the law? You dare not. Not all. I would in oppose. T dare Wenqi. Then why did you brandish a knife against my master?" Dong Ji's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. He stared at Qin Mu, stunned. This brat was Wenqi's master? The machete clattered to the ground as Donggu wiped the sweat from his brow. He had not anticipated the opponent's formidable connections. Zhao Wenqi, known for her explosive temper, asserted, "Don't think the Foyan society is invincible. Even if your leader is present, they must show respect to Lord Wu. What do you intend with all these people? Are you staging a rebellion?" "Not at all. I wouldn't dare Wenqi." A massive man stood meekly before a young girl, unable to speak a word in defiance. The crowd watched in astonishment. Qin Mu smiled at her, realizing this apprentice was worth her weight in gold, saving him from unleashing his own temper. "Then get lost." Zhao Wenqi shouted, and Donggu picked up the fallen machete, ready to depart in disgrace. "Come back." Zhao Wenqi and oppose, as displeasure was evident. Donggu turned back. Wenqi. Zhao Wenqi gestured toward Qin Mu, and Donggu understood, approaching Qin Mu respectfully. "My apologies. Brothers were ignorant and did not recognize you as Wenqi and oppose, as master. We have been rude." Qin Mu waved his hand. "Leave. Out of respect for Zhao Wenqi, I shall not hold this against you." Donggu bowed deeply and quickly signaled his brothers to retreat. A sigh of relief escaped Huang Chong and his group, realizing that they had narrowly escaped what could have been a disastrous night. They had assumed they would meet their end, only to discover that Qin Mu was Zhao Wenqi and Amp, oppose, as master. Oh heavens! Zhao Wenqi, though young, is exceptionally skilled, and her flying knives often instill terror in many. To think she is Qin Mu's disciple explains everything. As they regained their composure, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Lu Yaqing remained seated, exuding calmness that even Qin Mu had to admire. Nearby, Zhao Wenqi called out, "Master, mistress." Lu Yaqing felt flustered, her face reddening. Why did so many people inexplicably assume she was Qin Mu's girlfriend? What kind of gaze was that? Yet, she chose not to clarify. Qin Mu looked at Zhao Wenqi and Amp. "Oppose. As attire, what brings you here? Is your backside still sore?" Zhao Wenqi appeared speechless. Qin Mu casually remarked, "It's been a while since anyone practiced with me. After going through the trouble of gathering a few people, you scared them all away. Why don't you stay and practice with me?" "No, master. I have matters to attend to." "Mistress, farewell." Zhao Wenqi arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As Donggu and his group dispersed, the atmosphere returned to normal. Du Shiji felt as though he had just watched a dramatic performance, having plummeted from a roller coaster ride. One moment he was on top of the world, and the next he was crashing down, feeling utterly humiliated. Where were his hundreds of summoned men? "Oh my God, help me!" "It and Amp. Amp, oppose. S over to you," Qin Mu said, rising to leave with Lu Yaqing, stepping into a vehicle to exit the night market. Du Shiji gazed in terror at Huang Chong and his group approaching him, screaming hysterically, "Help! Help!" Chapter 79. The greedy landlord. In this world, there exists an abundance of helplessness, and this is one such instance. All I wished for was a tranquil evening repast with a beautiful woman, yet there are always those who seek to instigate trouble. Qin Mu sighed, pondering the challenges faced by a modern-day gentleman. Is it truly so arduous to maintain a semblance of decorum? Reflecting on his arrival in Zhanghuai and the loss of the final page of the Qin family and Amp, oppose, secret art, he glanced once more at the stunning Lu Yaqing beside him, gritting his teeth in determination to persevere. Lu Yaqing found it peculiar that he had yet to drive off. Qin Mu chuckled. "You are remarkably composed. Just moments ago, it nearly escalated into a brawl, and you show no fear?" Lu Yaqing replied dismissively. "With a skilled individual, such as yourself present, what have I to fear? Is the CEO praising herself?" Qin Mu licked his lips, nostalgically recalling the little girl who sold flowers. By the time he delivered Lu Yaqing home, it was past 2 in the morning. To his surprise, Chen Qianjiao was still awake, waiting for her daughter and Appo's return. Qin Mu had not intended to enter the living room, but Chen Qianjiao called out, "Qin Mu, your room has been prepared." Once again, the chairwoman insisted he stay, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lu Yaqing merely glanced at him and stated, "Mom, I'm heading upstairs." "Very well. After all, it was merely a few hours." Qin Mu resolved to endure the situation at the chairwoman and Appo's residence. Since they showed no concern about inviting a wolf into the fold, why should he? As long as they did not intrude upon his slumber, he was unperturbed. He quickly took a refreshing shower and settled onto the bed to practice his techniques. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight graced the courtyard, Qin Mu slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. Several hours of practice equated to a profound slumber. After a restless night, Qin Mu emerged revitalized and full of vigor. The Qin family's secret art was indeed extraordinary, vast, and profound. Immersed in that boundless realm, he often felt a sense of awe akin to gazing upon the starry sky. In that space, he felt insignificantly small. Each session of practice left him with a sense of endless enrichment, continuously leading him to new insights. His thoughts, perspectives, and realms of understanding perpetually ascended to higher echelons. Regrettably, Qin Mu often found himself unable to reach the other shore, drifting like a solitary boat in the vast ocean of stars. He understood that the absence of the final page of the Qin family and Appo's secret art was the cause of this predicament. Presently, he sought a pivotal point to reach that shore. Without it, he would lose his way. Thus, the final page of the Qin family and Appo's secret art was of utmost importance. Otherwise, he would forever wander in this starry ocean, adrift without end. The morning air was invigorating, and Qin Mu stepped outside for some fresh air. Lu Yaqing was still jogging in the courtyard, emerging from her exertions with a sheen of sweat. To his astonishment, Chen Qianjiao was practicing yoga on the third-floor terrace, a testament to the beauty of a woman and Appo's physique, cultivated through diligent effort. Hence, it is often said that there are no unattractive women, only those who are lazy. However, Lu Yaqing, the slothful cat, was soundly asleep on the bed, entirely unconcerned about the impending college entrance examinations. She indulged in good food, drink, and rest. Such leisure was a privilege seemingly reserved for an academic prodigy like her. Many were overwhelmed in their pursuit of the examinations, with families revolving around them, making Lu Yaqing and Appo's ease a rarity. After breakfast at 6:30, he drove Lu Yaqing and Chen Qianjiao to the company at 7. The clients had worked late the previous day and were still in slumber. Moreover, they had indicated a desire for a day of rest, preferring to arrange their own plans without the assistance of Qianjiao Group. Shen Weining expressed her concerns regarding the client's unusual behavior. Did they harbor ulterior motives? Lu Yaqing reasoned that they might be awaiting a response from headquarters. Since they wish to manage on their own, let them be, she concluded. As a marketing professional, Shen Weining remained apprehensive about the clients and Appo's intentions. Chen Qianjiao remarked, "Director Shen, you keep an eye on this matter. Your instincts cannot be disregarded." As Shen Weining exited, Qin Mu was engaged in a phone call. "Qin, are you still renting this apartment? If not, I and Appo's am renting it to someone else." The landlord's gruff voice boomed through the receiver. "What do you mean? I haven't vacated the premises." Qin Mu protested. "Others pay their rent in advance. You're in arrears. It seems you might as well not rent at all." "Hello, what do you mean? It's merely 3 days of overdue rent. Is it really such a big deal?" The call abruptly ended with a harsh tone. "What a mercenary individual," Qin Mu muttered to himself, intending to seek Lu Yaqing's permission for a leave of absence when Shen Weining stealthily approached and patted his shoulder. "What lovely lady are you teasing now?" "Ugh." Mentioning the landlord made Qin Mu feel slightly nauseous. A woman in her 50s, rather short and with a fierce demeanor, she was undoubtedly a veritable dragon lady. This woman spent her time smoking and playing mahjong, treating her husband like a scolded child. It was laughable to refer to her as a beauty. Qin Mu chose not to divulge this matter to Shen Weiying, offering a brief response before departing. "Please excuse me from the CEO." "Hey." Shen Weiying wished to inquire further, but Qin Mu had already hastened into the elevator. The apartment Qin Mu rented was not far from Qinjiao Group, a mere 7 kilometers away, situated in a bustling area with convenient transportation. Initially, he had contacted a real estate agency online, which facilitated all the necessary arrangements. The apartment was modest, a little over 40 square meters. He had paid a deposit and 3 months' rent, totaling 3,600 per month. Having recently reached the end of the rental term, the landlord was now pressing for payment. Upon arriving at the apartment building, Qin Mu was dismayed to find his belongings unceremoniously tossed outside. "What is the meaning of this? I still have a deposit," he exclaimed. "It an oppose. It's only 3 days of overdue rent. Am I really going to flee?" He attempted to reason with the landlord. The landlord, cigarette in mouth and clad in a floral shirt, replied, "I and amp, oppose. I'm sorry, but a day of overdue rent costs 1,000 off your deposit. You only paid for 1 month's rent. With utilities and maintenance fees, you owe me an additional 800. Ignoring her, Qin Mu ascended the stairs. "Hey, come back." The landlord pursued him, but her stamina could not match his. In a few swift strides, Qin Mu reached the 6th floor. Upon pushing open the door, he was greeted by a piercing scream from the bathroom. A young girl, startled and pulling up her pants, stood there with wide, terrified blue eyes fixed on him. She likely never imagined someone would burst in while she was using the restroom. But the door had been locked, so how had it opened? The girl, maintaining her posture, shouted angrily, "Who are you? What is happening? Why are you in my room?" Qin Mu, equally irate, demanded an explanation from the landlord. It became evident that she had already leased the apartment to someone else. The landlord, flustered, coughed and replied, "She is a foreign guest. And since she is a young lady, we prioritize foreign guests and women. You needn't oppose, worry about the 800. Qin Mu scrutinized the foreign girl, golden-haired and blue-eyed. Her skin remarkably fair. She stood at least 170 centimeters tall. Her features were distinctly Western, undeniably beautiful, particularly her delicate, upturned nose, which exuded a charming allure. If you were to venture a guess, she appeared to be around 20 years of age, certainly no more than 22. Chapter 80. Dare to trick me? Qin Mu mused that he had encountered numerous Western women, including several celebrities. Yet, none had radiated such an innate charm as the girl before him. While those stars were undeniably beautiful, their heavy makeup often concealed their true selves, and few dared to venture out without it. In stark contrast, this Western girl wore no makeup at all. Her features and complexion were nothing short of miraculous among her peers. Her skin possessed a remarkable, almost Eastern-like, dewy softness. Upon seeing this girl, Qin Mu instinctively deduced the cause of his predicament. It was likely that the unscrupulous landlord had hiked the rent to an exorbitant price, hastily evicting him to accommodate her. If she wished to rent the place, so be it. He bore no ill will towards her fortune. However, it was intolerable that she would carelessly discard his belongings. Was this not a form of bullying? Qin Mu refrained from divulging to her that he had recently taught Du Shiji a lesson and had previously dealt harshly with Guisan and his son. Should he reveal such matters to the landlord, it would likely send her into a state of terror. Having overheard the girl speaking English, Qin Mu addressed her in the same tongue, stating, "You have been deceived just as I was. A person with AIDS recently passed away in this room. I only learned of it before I moved out, and it seems she has ensnared you as well." The girl was visibly shaken by this revelation. The mention of AIDS sent her into a panic, and she shouted at the landlord, demanding an explanation and threatening to file a complaint. The landlord, bewildered by the exchange, could not grasp the English conversation and was taken aback by Qin Mu's fluency, which contradicted her initial impression of him. "What did you say to her?" the landlord queried, her expression shifting from confusion to concern. The tenant had been introduced to her by an acquaintance, and spoke a foreign language that the landlord could not comprehend. Yet, regardless of the language barrier, the girl had paid her dues, offering twice the rent Qin Mu had agreed to. The landlord, motivated by profit, hastily discarded Qin Mu's belongings without a second thought. After all, he was merely an outsider, and she had little to fear from him, especially since he had already delayed his rent for 3 days. Qin Mu chuckled to himself. The girl intended to lodge a complaint. The landlord, furious, retorted, "Young man, I advise you not to cause trouble. It will benefit you in no way." Qin Mu remained unfazed, replying, "You might want to brace yourself for that complaint. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, deceiving foreign guests is a serious offense." The landlord was aware of the strict penalties imposed in Donghua for such deceitful acts, particularly against foreign visitors. A recent incident in Jianghuai served as a stark reminder, where a barbecue stall owner faced a hefty fine for overcharging foreign customers, resulting in the loss of his business license. As the Western girl made her phone call, the landlord, infuriated, stomped her foot. After finishing her conversation, the girl approached Qin Mu, speaking rapidly in a language the landlord could not understand. Qin Mu responded with several affirmations, "Okay," which the landlord interpreted as agreement. What on earth does he intend? The landlord pondered uneasily. Seeing the landlord's distress, Qin Mu smiled and informed her, "She has requested my assistance as a witness, and I have consented." He then spoke to the girl again, and they proceeded towards the stairwell together. "Hey, come back," the landlord shouted, fearing that Qin Mu might misrepresent her in front of the Western girl. She hurried after him, blocking his path. "I can refund your deposit. Just tell her not to complain about me." "Really? I seem to remember I paid a deposit of 10,000. The landlord was infuriated, nearly spitting blood. "Murder. It was clearly 3,006, and you and Amp, Oppos, V, inflated it to 10. Grinding her teeth, she countered fine 5,000. Qin Mu simply turned to leave, announcing, "There is nothing more to discuss. You tossed my belongings out for being 3 days late on rent. Why should I be courteous?" Had he not wished to maintain a low profile, he would have already retaliated. To the Western girl, he offered, "I can guide you to a comfortable and affordable residence." It and Amp, Oppos, "Es unwise to remain in such a place. It poses risks." She nodded vigorously, recognizing the truth in his words. Unfortunately, she had been deceived by a dishonest agency, which had promised her a high-end apartment akin to Lu Hong's, but instead delivered her to this dreadful location. Unfamiliar with the area, she assumed this was the norm in Donghua. Little did she know the harrowing events that had transpired in this very apartment. Qin Mu's belongings lay strewn outside on the ground floor, and she believed him entirely. If this place was indeed uninhabitable, she would certainly vacate. The landlord, unwilling to let such a lucrative tenant slip away, clenched her teeth and announced, "All right, I will refund you 10,000. Qin Mu halted, "But I also paid 3 months' rent." The landlord was on the brink of insanity. "You paid a deposit of 3,006. It's ludicrous for me to return 10,000 and 3 months in Amp, Oppos, rent." Initially, she had calculated that refunding Qin Mu 10,000 would leave her with a loss of only 6,004, thinking the 3 months in Oppos, rent would cover her expenses. However, Qin Mu and Amp, Oppos, greed surpassed her own, demanding a refund of both the deposit and the rent. "You can't expect to stay here without facing consequences," the landlord retorted. "Young man, don't push your luck. You might find yourself in over your head." Qin Mu remained indifferent, as he had little attachment to his belongings, which held little value. However, he seized the opportunity to retaliate against such a repugnant landlord. Observing her threat, Qin Mu chuckled. "Whether you refund me or not is your choice, but when the relevant authorities arrive, don't come begging for mercy." The landlord's face darkened with rage. "So, you intend to take this to the end? Fine, then don't blame me for my lack of civility." With that, she pulled out her phone, calling her son. "There's trouble at home. Bring a few people over immediately." Chapter 81. Too late to cry, for help shouting for help? "I thought your son was a cadre." When Qin Mu heard that she was about to call for assistance, he felt even more amused. He watched the landlord with a playful curiosity, eager to see how she would handle the situation. After making the call, the landlord coldly remarked, "You better leave now while you still can. If my son comes back, you won't be able to leave unscathed." Who was she trying to scare? In this small corner of Jianghuai, he had seen all kinds of people. Qin Mu lit a cigarette and kindly advised her, "It would be wise not to let your son return." "What? Are you afraid?" The landlord wore a smug expression. "If you and Amp, Oppos, re-scared, just leave immediately. Don and Amp, Oppos, create trouble for me. No, I and Amp, Oppos, am just concerned that your son might get hurt and you and Amp, Oppos, be left crying." Qin Mu replied earnestly, hoping the landlord would heed his warning. However, she refused to believe he could harm her son. Does this kid have a screw loose? With his demeanor, if he were doing well, would he still be renting? In today and Oppos' society, those who thrived drove luxury cars, lived in mansions, and dated beautiful women. You're even haggling over the rent deposit with me. Who would believe you? Soon enough, the landlord's son arrived, driving a Land Rover Discovery and strutting about with a bag in hand. He brought along a few young men, all of whom appeared to be from the underbelly of society. "Mom, what Oppos is going on?" The landlord and Amp, Oppos' son spotted the foreign beauty next to Qin Mu and ignored Qin Mu himself. Seeing the landlord and Amp, Oppos' call for help, the Western girl nervously asked, "What do they want?" "It's nothing. I'll just have her refund the money," Qin Mu assured her. Just then, the landlord pointed at Qin Mu and exclaimed, "That's him. He has an Oppos. He paid the rent and even tried to swindle me." The landlord and Oppos' son, smoking a cigarette, cast a sideways glance at Qin Mu. A young man with a buzz cut stepped forward. "Brother Jianwei, let me handle him." The landlord's son waved his hand. "No need. Just intimidate him. Fighting would lower our status." The young man beckoned Qin Mu. "Come here." Qin Mu ignored him. "Just because you say come doesn't mean I will. That would be quite embarrassing." He stood with the Western girl. "Have you come to an agreement? We need the money refunded quickly. We want to find another place." "Oh, this kid has some guts." The buzz-cut guy could no longer hold back and glare at Qin Mu. The landlord's son shouted from behind, "Crazy one. Don't get physical. Don't scare them." "Got it, Brother Jianwei." He was well aware that using force was unwise, especially with a foreigner present. If a fight broke out, it would complicate matters further. So, he decided to intimidate Qin Mu instead. With a fierce expression, the buzz-cut man confronted Qin Mu. "Are you looking for trouble? Do you know whose territory this is? Ask around Jianghuai about Brother Jianwei's reputation." He continued, "Whether it in Amp, Oppos, Wang Chong from Shuifa Road, or Liang Zicheng from Wenzhong Street, or even Song Wei from the development zone, they all know Brother Jianwei. You dare cause a ruckus here? If you're smart, you'll leave now, or I'll really hit you." "Oh, so you all know each other?" Qin Mu chuckled inwardly. He was quite familiar with Huang Chong and the others, but they were sworn enemies of the group he was dealing with. It was clear they were lying. "You think you can frighten me with them?" Qin Mu said nonchalantly, "I've heard of those individuals. Since you're all acquaintances, refund my money quickly. Otherwise, it might not be so easy to negotiate once they arrive." "What?" The buzz-cut man was momentarily baffled. "You know them too?" He glanced suspiciously at Qin Mu and then whispered to the landlord's son, "Brother Jianwei. He seems to know Song Wei." The landlord's son sneered. "So what if he knows them? Many people in Jianghuai do. I even know the Secretary General of the United Nations. But what does that matter? They don't know me." He tossed a cigarette, but at Qin Mu, "I warn you, don't cause trouble here. Take your things and leave." "And if I don't?" Qin Mu challenged. The landlord interjected, "Son, why waste your breath? Just beat him up first, and then deal with the consequences." Seeing Qin Mu was unyielding, the landlord's son was ready to resort to violence. At that moment, Qin Mu's phone rang. It was from a drunkard. "Qin Mu, where are you? Come save me." "Save you? Nonsense," Qin Mu cursed. "Tell Liang Zicheng and the others to come quickly." He glanced at the address, informing them that an old acquaintance wanted to chat. "Oh, and don't bring too many people. We wouldn't want to scare them." Qin Mu was reluctant to engage in a fight. What was the point of dealing with these small-time players? Since they claimed to be friends of Liang Zicheng, he would let them handle it. The landlord's son, initially prepared to escalate the situation, suddenly changed his expression upon hearing Qin Mu's call. Did this kid really know Liang Zicheng and Song Wei? Especially as he observed Qin Mu's calm demeanor, he began to hesitate. "Brother Jianwei, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. Why don't you call a few people over to see if he can?" Some of the young men behind him could no longer contain themselves, scoffing. What could a mere renter possibly be? If he could summon Liang Ziqing and the others with a phone call, would he need to rent a shabby place? The buzz-cut guys rolled up their sleeves, ready for a fight, when suddenly a few cars burst onto the scene. Leading the pack was Song Wei's Porsche Cayenne, followed by the cars of Huang Chong and Liang Ziqing. With a screech, the cars came to a halt at the landlord's front door. Song Wei and the others stepped out, accompanied by a dozen subordinates. Qin Mu, what's going on? The landlord's son's group gasped, realizing with horror that Qin Mu indeed knew these influential figures. As Song Wei, Huang Chong, and Liang Ziqing approached, the landlord and Appo's son hurried over, offering cigarettes and explaining. It's a misunderstanding. Let me explain, esteemed leaders. Chapter 82. The weeping landlord. The landlord, witnessing the escalating situation, trembled in fear, realizing that even her son could not withstand the pressure. When her son attempted to offer a cigarette, it was swiftly swatted away by Huang Chong. Enough chatter. Smash the car. Wait. The landlord's son was suddenly alarmed at the thought of his own vehicle being destroyed and hurried to intervene. Yet, his efforts were futile. A dozen individuals led by Song Wei surged forward, wreaking havoc upon the car. Windows shattered, the engine was battered, and tires were slashed. Everything that could be destroyed was met with relentless blows. The few underlings of Kunban, caught off guard, were cornered by Huang Chong's men, and they crouched down, clutching their heads in submission. Faced with the ferocity of Song Wei and his crew, they could no longer maintain their bravado and obediently cowered on the ground. The landlord's son watched in despair as his vehicle was ravaged. Though the Land Rover Discovery was not excessively expensive, it still cost several $100,000. The landlord, overwhelmed by the scene, collapsed onto the cement ground. Earlier, Qin Mu had cautioned her against being excessive, warning that it would lead to dire consequences. She had dismissed his advice, insisting on summoning her son. Now, the situation had escalated to the point where even her son's car was being destroyed, resulting in losses far exceeding tens of thousands. Liang Ziqing brought over a chair. Qin Mu, please take a seat. Qin Mu sat down leisurely, lighting a cigarette with an air of nonchalance. A nearby Western girl, witnessing the spectacle, gasped in surprise but remained silent, understanding that such occurrences were not uncommon in her country. Today, it seemed she had encountered a local tyrant. Reflecting on her first visit to Donghua, she felt fortunate to have met this tenant. Otherwise, she would have been unaware of what might transpire. Once the destruction was complete, Song Wei turned to the landlord's son. You tell us how to resolve this. You folks certainly have guts, daring to deceive Qin Mu. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the landlord's son fell to his knees before Qin Mu, pleading, Qin Mu, I apologize. It is entirely my fault for underestimating the situation. Please, have mercy and do not take this to heart. Qin Mu had little fondness for such individuals. Had he encountered someone else instead, they would likely have been crushed underfoot. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he replied languidly, This is your mother's fault. I warned you not to call her back, but she refused to listen. The landlord, paralyzed by fear, was acutely aware of her son and Appo's dealings with the underworld. Yet, she had never anticipated that someone renting would hold such power. Had she known Qin Mu's true identity, she would have gladly offered him accommodation without charge. However, the situation had spiraled beyond her control. Seeing the landlord and Appo's son gazing at him imploringly, Qin Mu revealed a harsh reality. Oh, the donkey you mentioned was beaten by my disciple last night. The news struck the landlord's son like a thunderbolt, obliterating the last vestiges of his confidence. If he dared to provoke someone from the Buddhist Cloud Society, what was he in comparison? Sweat poured down his forehead. Qin Mu glanced at his watch. All right, let us not waste everyone's time. Let us settle the accounts. Landlord, will you be refunding this money? Yes. The landlord, trembling, stood up. I will return it to you right away. She hurried into the house to retrieve the money. This is your 1,000 deposit and 3 months rent. Qin Mu scanned the amount skeptically. This is incorrect. Isn't it? The landlord's heart skipped a beat as she looked at him anxiously. The landlord's son quickly realized the predicament. I will give it. Mom, get all the money from the house. Refund Qin Mu and this young lady double. Double? The landlord felt as though she might weep. The deposit had escalated from 3,600 to 1,000, and now she was expected to pay double. Alone, Qin Mu was already owed 40 to 50,000. Adding in the Western girl, who had paid 1,000 for her deposit and 6,000 monthly rent, would only exacerbate her losses. The total could very well exceed 100,000. The landlord's legs trembled, and her heart bled as she saw her son urging her on. Gritting her teeth, she turned and walked back inside. Her legs felt weak, almost collapsing under her. From a safe, she retrieved 100,000 in cash and respectfully handed it to Qin Mu. Without hesitation, he took 60,000 and gave it to the Western girl, saying in English, "This is your double refund for the rent. You may leave now and find a better place to live, and don't let anyone deceive you again." The Western girl, understanding only his words, quickly ascended the stairs to gather her belongings. Qin Mu, having received the money, casually handed Huang Chong and his companions 20,000. "Take this for tea." The three men were terrified and hastily shook their heads. No, Qin Gu, please don't go easy on us." Seeing their refusal, Qin Mu did not press the matter. "In that case, you may disperse." Liang Ziqing approached, asking, "Qin Gu, would you like us to give you a ride?" "No need." Qin Mu retrieved his keys and walked toward the luxury Land Rover parked by the roadside. In that instant, the landlord felt as if she were losing her mind. This young man drove $1 million car and was acquainted with so many influential figures. How had he ended up renting such a shabby place from her? Could he be the son of a wealthy family, deliberately playing a role? My goodness. The landlord felt utterly distraught. Not only was she refunding the entire rent, but she was also losing her son's vehicle. Had she known the situation would unfold like this, even with 100 times the courage, she would never have dared to deceive Qin Mu. Leaning against the doorway, the landlord grew increasingly furious, unable to catch her breath, and ultimately fainted from the anger. Mom! The landlord's son rushed over, embracing his mother and shouting. Having exchanged farewells with Qin Mu, Huang Chong and his companions departed in their vehicle. Qin Mu, leaving his luggage behind, was about to start his car when the Western girl descended the stairs, calling out, "Hey, wait a moment." As she approached, dragging her suitcase, she said, "Didn't you say you would help me find a place? I plan to stay in Donghua for an extended period, and I don't know many people here. Most of them don't understand English." After assessing her for a moment, Qin Mu replied, "All right, get in the car." She beamed and opened the rear door to take a seat. Inside the vehicle, she initiated conversation. "Hey there, I'm Juno." The name Donghua translates to Ju Nua. "It is a pleasure to meet you." It was evident that she was a vibrant spirit. Qin Mu smiled at her outstretched hand. "You can just call me Qin Mu." "Oh, from now on, I will call you Qin." "Qin, will you take me to find a place now?" Juno was lively and cheerful, eager to find a suitable residence, as she would be staying in Donghua for a considerable time. Noticing that it was still early and there was little to attend to at his company, Qin Mu nodded in agreement. Besides, he needed to find a place to reside himself. Although the chairman had plans for him to stay at the company, he found that stifling. Thus, it seemed prudent to settle the housing arrangements today. Chapter 83. Shared rental in the vast expanse of Jianghuai. Finding a rental property is quite a straightforward endeavor. Yet, Qin Mu, at this moment, wishes to eschew the crowded locales of the past. He seeks a tranquil community with a pleasant environment, conducive to his daily morning exercises. He inquires of Juno regarding her preferences for a rental property. With a furrowed brow, Juno contemplates and replies that a quiet space in a well-maintained neighborhood would suffice, firmly rejecting the type of residence they had just visited, which she found distasteful. Initially, Qin Mu considers contacting the drunken fellow, but he quickly dismisses the idea, not want to be pestered constantly afterward. He resolves to search for a place himself. According to Juno, it would be preferable to avoid apartments with elevators. Those towering edifices feel akin to cages. She reminisces about the small villa she inhabited during her time in Europe. "Do you fancy villas?" Qin Mu muses, finding the notion appealing. He turns his vehicle onto Shuefa Road, where a cluster of small villas awaits. However, the prices are exorbitant, easily surpassing twice that of elevator apartments. After passing an intersection, they arrive at the villa community. Qin Mu pulls over to the roadside, declaring his intention to purchase a pack of cigarettes. Upon his return, He notices a 50-something woman affixing rental notices at the bus stop. Private courtyard for rent, no agents involved. Excellent environment, prime location, particularly serene, she emphasizes. Intrigued by her insistence on tranquility, Qin Mu inquires, "Excuse me, is this your own property?" The woman, finding Qin Mu pleasing to the eye and well-groomed, responds warmly, "Are you looking to rent? This is my own home. My daughter has gone abroad and had a child, so I've decided to join her." She invites him to take a look, assuring him that there is no obligation to rent. The mention of a courtyard and the serene environment piques Qin Mu into Oppo's interest. "All right, let us go have a look," he replies. The woman beams with delight, leading them a short distance ahead. Upon seeing Qin Mu enter a luxury SUV, with a stunning woman beside him, the woman's surprise deepens. It appears he comes from a wealthy family, a fact that pleases her. Such individuals are cultured and unlikely to mistreat her property. As they arrive, the woman explains that the courtyard was constructed by her, not by a developer's design. The surroundings are indeed lovely, with Jianghua University nearby and a park across the street, featuring an artificial lake and a plaza where students often sketch. She elaborates, "This house has always been my residence. The first floor comprises a spacious living room and 2 bedrooms, while the upper level contains 4 bedrooms, a bathroom, and a balcony. The 3rd floor is seldom inhabited. I often sunbathe or sip tea up there when I have the chance." The courtyard spans over 400 square meters, filled with flowers she has cultivated herself. "Honestly, I'm just looking for someone knowledgeable about flowers to help tend to this garden. Of course, there's a financial incentive as well. If you're interested, feel free to come inside." Before Qin Mu can respond, Juno exclaims with delight, "Qin, I love it here." Qin Mu shares her sentiment, but notices some intimate garments fluttering on the 2nd floor balcony. The woman seems to sense his hesitation and smiles. "Oh, I forgot to mention, the 2nd floor is rented by 2 young women, so only the 1st floor is available. You would have to live on the 1st floor." Qin Mu understands now that the house is subdivided. In a place like Jianghua, how many individuals can truly afford such expansive accommodations? He comprehends the woman's reasoning. However, he still inquires about the tenants upstairs. "Rest assured, those who rent from me are all very cultured individuals. Generally, I would rather leave the property vacant than rent to anyone unsavory." The 2 who moved in yesterday are a university instructor and a corporate professional. The woman then turns to Juno, asking, "Does she understand Mandarin?" Qin Mu shakes his head and calls out in English, "Juno, why don't you consider renting here?" Juno looks astonished. "What about you? Don't you like it?" Observing Qin Mu's reluctance to stay, she feels a tinge of disappointment. After all, finding someone like him, with whom she could converse easily, is no small feat. After spending an hour or 2 together, she has developed a fondness for this charming man from Donghua University. Just then, the woman interjects, "Isn't he your boyfriend?" Qin Mu, taken aback, is astonished that she speaks English. The woman, noticing his surprise, chuckles. "I used to be a college English teacher, but I retired early." Oh, the 2 realize the situation. Juno, learning of the woman's plans to travel to Europe, offers her a phone number, saying, "If you encounter any difficulties there, feel free to call this number." The woman dismisses it lightly, aware that a chance acquaintance is unlikely to provide significant assistance. After showing them around, she points out the 2 rooms on the 1st floor, adjacent to the spacious living room, along with the kitchen and bathroom. Juno once again seeks Qin Mu's opinion. "Let us rent it, Qin. It's very quiet here, and no one will disturb you." Qin Mu understands that Juno, being from abroad, still harbors some reservations due to their earlier conversation. A down-to-earth companion like himself would provide her with a sense of security. Seeing the property's merits, he agrees. Juno, filled with excitement, leaps forward to embrace Qin Mu, exclaiming, "You're wonderful." "Thank you, Qin." Qin Mu feels a bit awkward. Foreign girls can be quite open. Yet, the woman finds nothing amiss and chuckles. This is merely a custom in Western countries. It signifies nothing more. At large gatherings or formal events, it's common for people to greet one another with a kiss on the cheek. There is nothing inappropriate about it, especially since my daughter is abroad. I've seen such things often. It's normal. With no issues arising, they proceed to sign the rental agreement. The woman produces a pre-prepared contract, detailing the rental price for both parties to sign. Initially, The first floor unit was priced at $6,000 per month, but she offers it to them for $5,000. How they choose to split the cost is entirely up to them. The 4 rooms on the upper floor are interconnected, allowing for one room to serve as a living area and another as a bedroom, effectively creating 2 separate units. Their rental price is slightly higher, at $4,000 per month. In Jianghuai, such prices are not deemed exorbitant, especially considering the tranquil and pleasant environment. Qin Mu, who is not particularly concerned about money, decides on the spot to sign the contract. He transfers 40,000 yuan to the woman's account via mobile payment. Juno happens to have 60,000 in cash and hands over 40,000 to the woman, thus settling their rental arrangements. Chapter 84. Zhou Jin and Amp, Oppo's dilemma upon renting an apartment. It is imperative to procure daily necessities. Qin Mu had discarded all of his previous belongings, leaving him with nothing. As for Juno, she brought only clothing and a few essentials. The two planned to visit a shopping mall to replenish their supplies. Just as they stepped outside, they encountered a woman who was in the midst of unloading her belongings from a car. "Hey, Qin Mu, what brings you here?" the woman exclaimed, her surprise evident as she scrutinized Juno, who stood beside him. The skepticism in her gaze was palpable, and Qin Mu was equally astonished. "Zhou Jin, is that you?" Suddenly, he comprehended that the high-ranking professional the landlord had mentioned was indeed Zhou Jin. Oh my goodness, what a small world. How could it be Zhou Jin? Wait a moment, wasn't it Amp, Oppo's. Is she married? Why is she moving out alone? While Qin Mu pondered this conundrum, Zhou Jin curiously inquired, "Is this your girlfriend?" Her surprise was palpable. This guy is impressive. He has a foreign girlfriend. And this girl looks lovely, far surpassing those celebrities on television, especially with her remarkably smooth skin. Zhou Jin noted that Juno wore no makeup whatsoever, her skin astonishingly radiant. Upon seeing Juno, Zhou Jin recalled that Qin Mu was involved with Lu Hong. So this scoundrel is playing both sides, she mused. However, Qin Mu remained oblivious to the myriad thoughts flitting through Zhou Jin's mind in that fleeting moment. "No, she's just a tenant here, like us. We both moved in at the same time," he clarified. Zhou Jin, having just moved in the previous day, had not anticipated encountering Qin Mu here. "Are you renting here too?" she asked. Hearing that Juno was merely a fellow tenant, Zhou Jin readily accepted this explanation. After all, she had only just arrived herself. "I rented yesterday, and am just moving in today. We were about to head to the mall to shop. Would you like to join us?" Since they were colleagues and would soon be housemates, Qin Mu extended the invitation. Zhou Jin, carrying her purchases, mentioned that she still needed bedding and other essentials. "All right, let me drop these off first. I'll help you," Qin Mu said, greeting Juno, who eagerly assisted. Upon reaching the second floor, they realized it was indeed superior to the first, bright, airy, and with a more pleasant view. Zhou Jin and another university instructor had occupied the 4 rooms upstairs. When Qin Mu entered Zhou Jin and Oppo's room, he found it already cleaned and ready for his belongings. "How come you're renting too? What about your husband?" he asked. Zhou Jin smiled. "I prefer the freedom of living alone." After this brief statement, she offered no further explanation, and Qin Mu felt it inappropriate to pry. "Who lives across from you?" he wondered aloud, noticing the door was locked. He recalled the landlord mentioning that the occupant was also a female university instructor, which left him as the sole male in the vicinity. "I'm not quite sure. I've heard she's a university instructor, but Haven team met her," Zhou Jin replied. Efficiently organizing her items, she tidied her hair and said, "Let us head to the mall. Today." Zhou Jin was not in her work attire, but wore a fitted black skirt paired with a short-sleeved t-shirt that accentuated her mature figure. Sweating from the labor of moving, Qin Mu noticed her dark circles, indicating she hadn't rested well the previous night. Since Qin Mu had driven, Zhou Jin parked her car in the yard. The trio arrived at a nearby shopping mall, and with the 2 girls assisting him, Qin Mu hardly needed to think about his choices. They expertly selected colors and styles for him. Thus, Qin Mu's role became that of a porter, tasked with loading their purchases into the vehicle. Fortunately, he had driven the company's spacious Range Rover, which could accommodate a significant amount of items. Once they had finished shopping, hunger struck. "Shall we grab a bite to eat?" Zhou Jin suggested. Qin Mu mentioned it to Juno, who nodded vigorously, having been hungry for some time but remaining silent about it. Let us go to the Western restaurant upstairs. To cater to Juno and Amp, Oppo's tastes, they opted for Western cuisine. As they walked together, Zhou Jin remarked, "I didn't expect your foreign language skills to be so proficient. Even I, a language major, find myself lacking." "Really?" Qin Mu chuckled. "I believe you speak better than I do. I usually refrain from speaking about it. It's rather embarrassing. Today, with Juno here and without a translator, I had no choice but to awkwardly make an attempt." "Stop it." Zhou Jin playfully nudged him. This was merely a habitual gesture among women, devoid of deeper implications. However, this very action led to a misunderstanding. "Are you flirting?" A man, visibly enraged, stormed over. "You deceitful woman, denying you had someone else while I caught you red-handed with him? In broad daylight, no less. I'll make you pay for this. What is happening?" The man's outburst attracted the attention of many onlookers, who paused to witness the spectacle. Some began to connect the dots, realizing that the woman had been unfaithful to her husband. Qin Mu found himself unjustly implicated and, seeing the man lunge towards Zhou Jin, instinctively intervened. Regardless of his relationship with Zhou Jin, he could not allow her to come to harm. Stepping forward, he pulled Zhou Jin behind him and pushed the man aside. "What are you doing?" The man, already fuming, became even more agitated by Qin Mu's interference. "I thought it was someone else causing trouble, but it turns out to be a shameless gigolo trying to steal my wife. I can't fathom what makes you better than me, that she would choose you over me. Wait, what's going on?" Qin Mu surveyed the man before him, who appeared to be in his early 30s, wearing thick black-rimmed glasses and possessing an unkempt appearance. How could someone married to a woman as beautiful as Zhou Jin neglect their own image? The man was clearly in an irrational state, creating a scene in public without discernment. Is there not a more appropriate way to address this? Why not discuss it privately instead of shouting in the mall? Zhou Jin, hidden behind Qin Mu, was equally furious at the man's behavior. As the crowd murmured and pointed, Qin Mu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Sir, please don't misunderstand. Zhou Jin and I are merely colleagues, nothing more." "What do you mean nothing more? Clarify yourself. Are you implying that I need to catch you two in bed before you'll admit it?" Zhou Jin's husband was clearly on the brink of violence. Had Qin Mu not intervened, the situation could have escalated dangerously. No wonder she has been causing such a ruckus about divorce lately. It appears she has already been involved with you. Today, I caught them in the act. What do you have to say for yourselves? Ahem. Qin Mu found himself in quite an awkward situation, confronted with this dilemma. He truly could not resort to physical confrontation with Zhou Jin and Oppo's as husband. Instead, he could only muster the patience to persuade. But how could one possibly reason with such an imposing demeanor? Just as Qin Mu contemplated further clarification, Zhou Jin emerged from behind, linking her arm with Qin Mu and Amp, Oppo's declaring that no explanation was necessary. "Qin Mu, just be honest with him. Indeed, we have long been together. If you have the guts, take me to court. Your relentless antics are merely aimed at that meager fortune, aren't they? I will leave with nothing. Is that satisfactory for you?" Alas, Qin Mu felt utterly innocent, witnessing Zhou Jin's fury causing her delicate frame to tremble, her complexion paling. He truly could not bring himself to clarify anything further. Very well, for the sake of their shared professional ties, he would endeavor to cooperate with her in this charade against her husband. Chapter 85. The Phoenix Man. The other party trembled with rage, particularly upon witnessing Zhou Jin take the initiative to interlink her arm with another and Oppo's, driving him to the brink of madness. His own wife, brazenly entwined with another man. It was unbearable, utterly intolerable. What compounded his frustration was her audacious admission. He was on the verge of insanity. What kind of woman possesses the audacity to confess her infidelity in front of so many witnesses, while simultaneously declaring her intention to leave with nothing? Such bravery was unfathomable. As her husband, he was acutely aware of whether or not she had been unfaithful. His purpose in this charade was to gather incriminating evidence, seeking to prove that all blame lay solely with her, thereby securing all her assets for himself. Yet, he never anticipated that his ruse would backfire, and in his relentless harassment, he would find himself truly cuckolded. At that moment, he felt a profound sense of despair. I will not allow you to succeed. And you, the insipid homewrecker. Zhou Jin and Appo's husband was red-eyed, exhibiting a semblance of hysteria. Observing that the other party refused to let go, Zhou Jin would not yield either, since the situation had escalated to this point. She might as well tear the facade asunder. Song Dekun, do you believe I wanted Amp, Appo's, to expose all your misdeeds? At her words, the other party and Amp, Appo's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with bravado, now reduced to silence. This sudden shift left the onlookers bewildered. With clenched teeth, Song Dekun shot a resentful glare at Qin Mu and Zhou Jin, muttering, "You have some nerve. This is not over." With that, he slinked away, tail between his legs. What? Surely this cannot be. One moment he was a hero, and now he had transformed into a coward? The spectators felt deflated, their anticipation dashed. Some, however, cast envious glances at the alluring Zhou Jin, a captivating woman indeed. The thought of her infidelity ignited further imaginations among them. Secretary Zhou, Qin Mu suddenly sensed something amiss. Zhou Jin and Appo's body swayed, as if she might collapse. He quickly steadied her, cradling her delicate waist. Secretary Zhou, are you all right? He assisted her to a nearby chair, and Zhu Nua anxiously inquired about her condition. I'm fine, Zhou Jin replied weakly. The earlier confrontation had taken a toll on her, compounded by the incessant arguments of late and the lack of restful nights, leaving her utterly drained. They accompanied her for a while, and only when Zhou Jin regained her composure did they head out for a meal. Throughout the dining experience, Zhou Jin remained silent. Qin Mu, concerned, urged her to share if anything troubled her, offering their assistance. Zhou Jin managed a bitter smile, recalling how she had worn a similar expression when he had first questioned her about renting a place alone. I and Appo's, am sorry, Qin Mu, she spoke softly, her voice low. Why? Qin Mu asked, puzzled. What is this about? Zhou Jin glanced at him. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. But, Don and Appo's team, even if we weren't colleagues, with a beauty like you, I wouldn't mind lending a hand, even if it were something serious. People say you enjoy jesting and teasing. But I didn't expect you to be so loquacious, Zhou Jin teased. Being serious would only lead to your loss. I could very well be your elder sister. He replied playfully. Big sister, huh? Sisters eat well. Qin Mu shot a glance at her bosom, causing Zhou Jin's face to flush completely. In terms of banter, he was indeed unmatched. Zhu Nua leaned in, speaking in English. What were we discussing? Although she could not comprehend, she noticed Zhou Jin and Appo's blush. Nothing much, Qin Mu replied. Just a child's curiosity. Child? I am 20. Zhu, you no protested. In foreign lands, 20-year-old girls are quite liberated, possessing knowledge of all manner of things. Their education is advanced. Unlike at Donghua, where a couple of doctoral students married, only to find, after 3 years of turmoil, that the woman remained a virgin. Upon hearing Zhu Nua's remark, the trio erupted into laughter. Observing Zhou Jin's improved mood, Qin Mu settled the bill, and they returned home. Perhaps the earlier incident had strengthened their bond. Upon arriving at their rented abode, Qin Mu was relieved of all duties, making the bed, cleaning, organizing the space. Zhou Jin took charge of everything. He ascended to the rooftop, brewed a fine pot of tea, lit a cigarette, and leisurely reclined to savor the moment. Once Zhou Jin and Zhu Nua had completed their tasks, Zhou Jin joined him on the rooftop. Spotting Qin Mu lounging in a chair, she shot him an incredulous look. Are you two comfortable? Have you turned us into your servants? Need any help? Qin Mu quickly rose, noticing the sweat on Zhou Jin and Appo's forehead, offering her a tissue. Having wrapped up their tasks, Zhu Nua was resting downstairs. Zhou Jin settled across from Qin Mu, remarking on the tranquility of their surroundings. This place is quite nice. Finding such a peaceful refuge in the bustling city is rare. Indeed, that is why I plan to stay here indefinitely, Qin Mu replied. And what of Lu Hong? Zhou Jin's gaze bore into him. What of her? Are you two not involved? Oh, Qin Mu chuckled, realizing the misunderstanding. Regarding Lu Hong, we must devise a long-term strategy. He reflected, Though she possesses such an alluring figure, her thoughts remain rather conservative, difficult to approach. Yet, one cannot fault Lu Hong. Having emerged from the mountains, she knows how to protect herself. Otherwise, such a delicate flower would have been plucked long before you, Qin Mu, could lay claim to her. Qin Mu sipped his tea and inquired, "What is the matter between you and your husband?" Zhou Jin's expression darkened as she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, murmuring, "Let us not discuss it. It is my greatest mistake." With a deep sigh, Zhou Jin closed her eyes in anguish, lamenting over the painful memories she wished to forget. Her voice carried a mournful resonance. He is a phoenix man, stingy and self-centered. Despite his outward arrogance, he is deeply insecure and extraordinarily sensitive. As Zhou Jin spoke, Qin Mu began to form a clearer picture. Her description aligned with the image he had formed of her husband, explaining why he initially felt they were ill-matched. Yet, he was perplexed as to why she would choose such a man. Zhou Jin continued, "We are alumni, having dated for several years before marrying just last year. Many suitors pursued me, yet he was the only one too timid to even greet me. His academic performance was stellar, always topping the class, a true scholar. He is diligent and devoid of any pretense. I found such qualities admirable, aligning with my aesthetic preferences in a partner. An accidental encounter led to their first interaction, and I admired his resilience and industriousness. I noticed his frugality, never wasting a penny. Thus, I began to support him financially, covering his living expenses. Each time I offered him money, he expressed profound gratitude, promising to repay me. I dismissed his concerns, believing that friendship was more valuable than monetary matters. Consequently, our romantic relationship formally commenced, sparking considerable gossip at the university. Some even provoked him, leading to a confrontation where he was left bloodied. Initially, he hesitated, but with my insistence, we ultimately became a couple." Zhou Jin sighed, expressing that she once believed it was the beginning of a blissful journey, only to find herself confronted with endless torment. He was a man of integrity. Although we had established a romantic relationship, he never initiated any physical affection until our marriage. However, as time passed, I increasingly found his selfishness, stinginess, narrow-mindedness, and sensitivity unbearable. After entering university, I supported all his tuition fees and living expenses, assisting him in realizing his aspiration to pursue further studies. In order to wait for him to prepare for his examinations, I postponed our marriage until I was 27. These sacrifices seemed trivial, as they were made willingly. After all, it was my choice, born out of love for him. Yet, what I could never have anticipated was the demand he made while we were in the process of purchasing a home in preparation for our wedding. At this point, Zhou Jin wept. Chapter 86. The scum among scum. Song Dekun, the husband of Zhou Jin, took 4 years to fulfill his dream of passing the college entrance examination. At that time, the family devoted all their efforts to nurture a talent, leading to Zhou Jin and Appo's younger brother and sister dropping out of school, while her elder sister went to work, all to gather enough funds for him to repeat his studies for 3 years. Thus, Song Dekun was 4 years older than Zhou Jin. But this age difference brought her a sense of reliance, as it is customary for men to be a few years older than women. However, to her utter astonishment, just as they were on the brink of marriage and purchasing a new home, he made an utterly shameless request. The property deed had to bear his parents' and Appo's names. What did this mean? Zhou Jin was enraged. Although he was generally frugal in daily life, she always paid for their meals, shopping, and movie outings. He claimed to be saving his money for a house. Zhou Jin saw no issue with this. She had long recognized Song Dekun as a thrifty individual, a virtue rooted in the traditions of Donghua. But when she inquired about his funds for the house, he replied that he had none, as all his savings had been sent home to help renovate their house and to assist his brother in marrying. Zhou Jin was aware of his family and Appo's circumstances and, appreciating his filial piety, chose not to dwell on it. After all, honoring one's parents is a noble endeavor. Thus, she offered him her own savings to send home for the house, believing it was her duty as his future sister-in-law to support him. Soon, Zhou Jin and Appo's parents, upon learning of their daughter's impending marriage, willingly contributed their life savings to purchase a home for the couple. Housing prices in Jianghuai were steep, averaging 20 to 30,000 per square meter, with prime locations reaching 40 to 50,000. Zhou Jin's parents were state employees, and since she was their only child, they were more than willing to make this investment, believing that their daughter and Appo's happiness was paramount. They had never held Song Dekan and Appo's background against him, focusing instead on his potential. Moreover, considering the years Zhou Jin had devoted to him, it was only natural they would support her. Her parents invested over $2 million in a modest 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment, just over 100 square meters, sufficient for their future family of 3. Zhou Jin worked at Xinjiao Group, earning a decent salary, and planned to use her savings for the home and Appo's renovations. However, to her shock, when it came time to sign the purchase agreement, Song Dekan absurdly insisted that his parents' names be included on the title deed. This infuriated Zhou Jin's parents, who promptly expelled him from their home. What kind of person was he? Zhou Jin had never asked him for a penny, covering all their living expenses and supporting him through 3 years of graduate studies. How could he demand that his parents and Appo's names be on a house he had contributed nothing towards? This disagreement caused a rift between the two. Eventually, Song Dekan conceded, suggesting that while his parents and Appo's names could be omitted, both his and Zhou Jin and Appo's names must be included. Zhou Jin and Appo's parents had initially held the same view, but now they were firm. The deed would only bear Zhou Jin's name. Song Dekan felt humiliated by this situation and frequently quarreled with Zhou Jin thereafter. It was at this point that his selfishness and self-interest became glaringly apparent. Zhou Jin sighed, recalling the endless pain this caused her. Qin Mu, perplexed, questioned why she hadn't ended the relationship since they weren't yet married. Zhou Jin, her expression bitter, replied that she did not wish to abandon the years of affection they had shared, believing he might change. Alas, she was mistaken. As Zhou Jin sipped her tea, she continued, revealing that this was not the worst of it. After their marriage, Song Dekan harbored the belief that Zhou Jin's parents looked down upon him. He proclaimed his desire for self-improvement and success, yet ironically, he found himself entangled in compromising situations with clients. Working in sales, he had indeed achieved some success, becoming a manager, but at the cost of his dignity. Zhou Jin was a witness to his disgraceful behavior with middle-aged women in hotels, and the image of him being leashed by his older female boss still haunted her. Qin Mu was rendered speechless. How could a man stoop so low for money? He mused whether Song Dekan's actions were driven by a desire for the property. Zhou Jin confirmed his suspicions, sharing that he feared losing everything if they divorced. Thus, he had been frantically searching for evidence of her interactions with other men, hoping to shift the blame onto her to avoid being left with nothing. In truth, Zhou Jin had done nothing wrong. With a bitter smile, she expressed her regret for dragging Qin Mu into this mess. She exhaled deeply, deciding to grant Song Dekan what he desired, allowing him to have his way. Qin Mu, with a playful glint in his eye, remarked that while Song Dekan had obtained what he wanted, he had not. Zhou Jin shot him an exasperated glance, finding his demeanor rather irritating. She thanked him for his support and offered a toast with her tea, also extending an apology. "You can toast me, but spare the apologies," Qin Mu replied, knowing she had a kind heart. They clinked their cups together, and Qin Mu, with sincerity, offered to help if she ever needed a shield, promising to deliver a convincing performance. Zhou Jin, skeptical, dismissed the idea, preferring to let things be since she wanted nothing from Song Dekan anymore. "Very well. Since you're so magnanimous, I shall refrain from intervening. Otherwise, I would have relished the opportunity to confront such a scoundrel," Qin Mu said, pausing to look at Zhou Jin. "Should you ever require a scapegoat, feel free to summon me. I guarantee a stellar performance." Zhou Jin chuckled. "Let us not bring Lu Hong into this. I cannot afford to have her know. Do you truly think we are a match?" Curiosity piqued. Qin Mu pressed for details about Lu Hong, to which Zhou Jin replied, "She is quite wonderful. Why don't you fancy her?" Yet, Zhou Jin lamented, "She kept her distance from me, as if I were a thief. Why not teach her a few tricks, just as you did with your husband?" Qin Mu suggested with a grin, only to be met with 2 exasperated eye rolls from Zhou Jin. Chapter 87. Lock him in the bathroom in a grand villa. Surrounded by three stunning beauties, Qin Mu pondered privately whether he should assist them if they found themselves in urgent need. Would he refuse? What if they insisted? He realized his thoughts had taken a rather inappropriate turn. Could he still focus on his training like this? Moreover, there was still one person yet to arrive. Who knew if they might be a creature as fearsome as a dinosaur on the brink of extinction? He silently hoped not to be overly disappointed. The ancient spoke of taking but a sip from a vast sea of water, while he had no ambition to capture all the beauties of the world. It would be pleasing to have some eye candy in close quarters. Yet Qin Mu was adept at self-comfort. If the university lecturer turned out to be unattractive, it wouldn't matter. At least he could shed some weight. If she resembled Du Shiji, the mere sight would be enough to induce nausea. Surely, there could be no better weight loss remedy. After every meal, he'd check in, and he was certain he'd never gain weight. Having conversed extensively with Zhou Jin, Qin Mu stood and stretched lazily, with hands clasped behind his back. He gazed at the verdant hills behind the villa and suddenly felt inspired to compose poetry. Lost in a haze of dreams all day, I hear the spring and oppos. And climb the mountains gray. Through the bamboo grove, I chance upon a monk's retreat, stealing a moment's leisure from life's relentless beat. He twisted his neck, embodying a carefree spirit. Zhou Jin sighed softly, pondering how this seemingly rustic fellow could engage in combat, charm women, converse in English, and now recite poetry. She was utterly perplexed by the depths of his knowledge. Little did she know, Qin Mu was also proficient in playing musical instruments, except for the flute, which he had little fondness for. As they descended from the rooftop, Juno had already indulged in a beauty sleep. Yawning, she revealed her long legs, clad in a snug, ultra-short tank top that accentuated her tall figure, prompting Qin Mu to hastily avert his gaze. Their rooms faced each other, and upon entering his, Qin Mu noticed Juno's bed was in disarray, with notebooks, a phone, and various charging cables strewn about. He mused how she seemed to inhabit an entirely different realm compared to Zhou Jin, whose room was impeccably tidy. Zhou Jin, unbothered by such trivialities, had even tossed her underwear onto the sofa. That evening, rather than dining out, the three opted for takeout. With both Qin Mu and Zhou Jin returning to work the next day, and Juno preoccupied with her own affairs, they enjoyed tea on the rooftop before retiring to their rooms around 9. The university lecturer upstairs had yet to appear, and gradually, Qin Mu's curiosity waned. The following morning, Zhou Jin headed directly to the office while Qin Mu went to pick up the president, leaving Juno to practice her morning exercises in the courtyard. Upon seeing Qin Mu, Chun Xianjiao inquired about his current living situation, suggesting he move and due to the fatigue of his frequent travels. Qin Mu felt a twinge of awkwardness. He had only just rented a place, and it seemed inappropriate. Moreover, he felt uneasy about living with the chairman's family. Politely, he declined, stating his lease had not yet expired and that he had grown accustomed to his current abode. Chun Xianjiao regarded him with curiosity. He was so unconventional, refusing to curry favor where others would have readily complied. She wondered what reservations he harbored. After dropping Chun Xianjiao's mother at the office, Lu Yaqing instructed Qin Mu to check in with the security department, expressing her desire for no mishaps as a crucial client was arriving to finalize matters. Qin Mu understood the gravity of the situation and proceeded directly to the security department, knowing, logically, that there shouldn't be any issues. However, due to Lu Yaqing and Appo's cautious nature, she had specifically asked him to be vigilant. Who could predict if someone might deliberately cause trouble? The clients had become increasingly finicky, ready to reject shipments for any perceived instability in conditions, claiming it would compromise product quality. Dealing with such clients left little room for logical discourse. The customer was king, often a tyrant. Ironically, the more one fretted over potential issues, the more likely they were to materialize. Upon reaching the company entrance, Qin Mu observed a bespectacled man arguing in the guardhouse. "I demand to see your chairman." The guard, unwilling to allow him entry, inquired about his identity. "I am a husband of Secretary Zhou. Are you Zhou's husband? Please hold on. I'll make a call." Just as the guard was about to reach for the phone, the man barged in. "Hey, what do you think you're doing? I'm here to confront that wretched Zhou Jin. How dare she betray me? Let your chairman adjudicate how she manages her subordinates." Recognizing the escalating situation, the guards swiftly restrained him. What do you mean? Secretary Zhou has someone on the side? This scandalous revelation seemed to ignite their imaginations. Qin Mu arrived, casting a sharp glare at the guards. What is going on? Brother Qin, they exclaimed, instantly shifting to a respectful demeanor. It's you? Song Dekhan adjusted his thick glasses, realizing the man before him was the same one from the previous day, igniting his fury. One guard reported, Brother Qin, this fellow claims his wife is having an affair and wants to complain to the chairman. Qin Mu feigned seriousness, responding, he speaks the truth. Secretary Zhou and I are indeed involved. What? The shockwaves of Qin Mu's statement shattered many illusions. Song Dekhan felt a flush of humiliation, as if he had been slapped in public. How shameless could someone be to announce their affair with his wife so brazenly? Meanwhile, the guards regarded Qin Mu with newfound admiration. Impressive. You've already won over Secretary Zhou. She's one of the top 10 beauties at Xinjiao Group. Some individuals swallowed hard, envious of his apparent conquest. Song Dekhan's face flickered between crimson and pale, wishing he could strike himself for his impotence. Why are you so disgraceful? But at this juncture, he had no choice but to maintain his stance, adjusting his glasses as he roared, I'll make you pay. Care to brawl? Fine, let him go. Having heard Zhou Jin recount the previous day's events, Qin Mu's demeanor was far less accommodating than it had been in the marketplace. He was never lenient with scoundrels. You've made a scene in the marketplace, and now you've come to the office to stir trouble, are you? Qin Mu tugged at his collar, challenging, are you suggesting we duel? The guards erupted in laughter. Brother Qin, you're hilarious. With your skills, he'd be seeking death. Better to throw himself against a wall. Yet, oblivious to his imminent demise, Song Dekhan glared through his thick lenses, declaring, I'm going all out. Qin Mu swiftly dispatched him to the ground, eliciting roars of laughter from the guards. At that moment, a voice crackled over the intercom. Attention, security department personnel, be advised, the client is arriving shortly. Please prepare accordingly. With the client approaching, Qin Mu seized Song Dekhan by the collar and unceremoniously tossed him into the bathroom. Chapter 88. The Game of Deception. The company dispatched 3 vehicles to collect the guests from the hotel. It was the same 5 foreigners. Upon disembarking, they gazed up at the resplendent logo of Xinjiao Group adorning the administrative building. The rotund gentleman uttered a remark, and then the group proceeded towards the edifice. Lu Yaqing, leading the elite team from the Western Europe marketing department, emerged to greet them, and the entourage entered the elevator, where Chun Xinjiao awaited personally at the doors. Zhou Jin closely followed the chairman, when someone discreetly informed her that Song Dekhan had arrived and was causing a ruckus at the entrance. A wave of urgency washed over Zhou Jin. If today's clients were frightened away, she would bear the brunt of the company's ire. Once the chairman escorted the guests to the reception room, Zhou Jin hurried downstairs, intent on discovering the situation. Just as she was about to inquire, Qin Mu approached from the security booth. Secretary Zhou, what are you looking for? Seeing Qin Mu felt like encountering a savior. Where's Song Dekhan? Is he causing trouble again? Oh, him? I've locked him in the restroom. Qin Mu replied nonchalantly, leaving Zhou Jin momentarily speechless. Secretary Zhou, no worries. You may attend to your duties. I'll handle this matter. Zhou Jin nodded and promptly entered the elevator. Qin Mu, accompanied by 2 security guards, made his way to the restroom, where Song Dekhan was restrained by the plumbing. Upon seeing Qin Mu, Song Dekhan bellowed, I will call the police. I will sue you for illegal detention. You will regret this. Go ahead. I'm eager to see how you'll make me regret it, Qin Mu retorted, motioning for the guards to step aside. In a hushed tone, he instructed, go to finance and collect a check for 200,000. The guard, puzzled, asked Brother Qin, what do you need a check for? Qin Mu shot him a glare. Just do as I say, no questions. Understood. The guard left, only to return shortly. Brother Qin, they want to give me a check. Qin Mu, exasperated, dialed the president directly. Could you prepare a check for 200,000? It's urgent. Lu Yaqing was in the midst of a conversation with clients when she received Qin Mu's call. Without hesitation, she instructed Wen Yang to facilitate the matter. The guard soon returned, breathless, handing the check to Qin Mu, his eyes filled with admiration. Only Qin Mu could make such a request. And who else had that kind of clout? Qin Mu had Song Dekun brought out of the restroom and into the security office. After dismissing everyone else, he sat across from Song Dekun, scrutinizing him with a calm demeanor. Song Dekun, you certainly overreach. I am fully aware of your affair with Zhou Jin. As a man, you should possess some dignity. One may lack wealth, but not integrity. If it weren't for Zhou Jin's intervention, I would have already dealt with you. Song Dekun scoffed, dismissing Qin Mu's words. Is this your tactic? Not a chance. If you admit to your liaison with Zhou Jin, it is undoubtedly true, Qin Mu noted, observing Song Dekun's demeanor. Previously skeptical about Zhou Jin and Oppo's fidelity, Song Dekun now recognized the reality, especially after her own admission. Since you've bestowed upon me such a grand betrayal, do you think I can be so easily placated? Qin Mu, interpreting Song Dekun's arrogance, lit a cigarette and inquired amicably, so what do you propose? Song Dekun haughtily replied, I want Zhou Jin to come and speak with me. I have no desire to converse with you. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Qin Mu stood, shouting at the door. Bring me the stun baton. Hey, what are you doing? The sight of Qin Mu wielding the baton terrified Song Dekun, who found the situation bewildering. One moment, Qin Mu threatened violence. The next, he feigned a willingness to negotiate. Without a word, Qin Mu pressed the baton's switch, lunging it towards Song Dekun. The crackling sound of electricity sent Song Dekun tumbling to the ground. Wait, let us talk this over. You were the one unwilling to talk, Qin Mu taunted. All right, let us talk. Song Dekun wiped the sweat from his brow, realizing he needed to comply for now, plotting revenge once he escaped. Qin Mu tossed the baton onto the coffee table and resumed his seat. Zhou Jin has no intention of staying with you. What will you do? Song Dekun clenched his teeth, then let her go. But I demand the property, otherwise I won't agree. How shameless. You contributed nothing to the purchase or renovation of the house, yet you expect to claim it in a divorce? Qin Mu felt a surge of indignation for Zhou Jin, questioning her choice in a partner. It was clear that Song Dekun was solely motivated by the property. Producing the check, Qin Mu declared, Here is 200,000. Take it or leave it. The property belongs to Zhou Jin's family. You've no claim to it. Song Dekun's expression soured. He deemed the offer insufficient for property worth 2 to 3 million. However, he considered that this might be an opportunity. With evidence of Zhou Jin's infidelity, he could persuade the courts to side with him. Resolute, he snatched the check and departed. Watching him leave, Qin Mu smiled faintly, then promptly called the authorities, reporting that someone had stolen a 200,000 check from the company's finances. The bodyguard, who had previously fetched the check, was drenched in sweat. What a scheme. Brother Qin is a master of deception, and Song Dekun, the fool, believes this is a straightforward transaction. Sure enough, shortly after Song Dekun exited Qinjiao Group, several police vehicles approached and a dozen officers emerged, guns drawn, shouting, Hands up! Song Dekun was utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Only when he found himself in an interrogation room did he grasp the trap laid before him. Wait, I didn't steal that check. They gave it to me. Evidence is conclusive. You think you can deny it? The officer scoffed. I haven't received a $20,000 gift. Now, confess your involvement. Seriously, it wasn't me. They handed it to me. Song Dekun protested, desperation evident in his voice. That man stole my wife and used 20,000 to silence me. The officer slammed the table in frustration. Enough. You can't be more ridiculous. Qinjiao Group has already filed a report. What else do you have to say? Take him away. In the corridor, Song Dekun's cries of despair echoed. I'm innocent. I'm wronged. Chapter 89. Unreasonable demands. Qin Mu arrived at the administrative building, where Zhou Jin hurriedly approached him, inquiring about the progress of the matter. Qin Mu replied that he had been sent to the detention center. Zhou Jin's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning how he could have been sent to detention, fearing that it might escalate the situation. Noting Zhou Jin's concern, Qin Mu thought to himself that her compassion was misplaced. Dealing with such a scoundrel required a firmer hand. If the theft of the 200,000 yuan in checks were confirmed, he would likely face a lengthy prison sentence. Qin Mu and Oppo's actions stemmed from an inability to tolerate such brazen dishonesty. Was there truly someone in the world more shameless than oneself? Let him rot there. Qin Mu stated to Zhou Jin. You need not worry. We will have him sign the divorce agreement before releasing him. Otherwise, he can remain in custody." Zhou Jin nodded gratefully towards Qin Mu, expressing her thanks. Qin Mu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. We are colleagues." Finally, someone had stood up for her, liberating her from her troubles. Zhou Jin exhaled deeply, feeling as if she had been set free. Reflecting on her past, she realized how foolish and naive she had been. Perhaps it was easy to become ensnared when one fell too deeply. The choice of love is akin to stock trading. When one selects the wrong stock and subsequently incurs a 10% loss, the instinct may be to wait it out or even to invest more to average down. Yet, when a stock fails to rebound as hoped and continues to plummet, further losses can lead to a cycle of denial and misguided investment. Each attempt to recover brings only further disappointment until one is overwhelmed and can no longer afford to invest, while the stock keeps descending. Why does this happen? There is no reason. It is simply a losing stock. Had one chosen to abandon it at the first sign of trouble and instead opted for a sound investment, perhaps their life would have taken a different trajectory. The same principle applies to life choices. They are crucial. Zhou Jin found herself trapped in such a predicament, unaware of her need to turn back. When her generosity became habitual, it was taken for granted by others. Song Dek Han, a man with an aptly chosen name, epitomized this notion. Qin Mu explained this principle to Zhou Jin, who gazed at him with wide, beautiful eyes, astonished by his analogy. In a society where many are familiar with the concept of stocks, she was taken aback that Qin Mu could articulate such profound wisdom. For reasons unknown, the image of Qin Mu as a mere brute was once again redefined, leaving behind a sense of endless astonishment. In the reception area, a female staff member stepped out, calling for Secretary Zhou, informing her that the chairman required her presence. Zhou Jin quickly excused herself to the reception room. This room was the most luxurious in the Qinjiao group, where both parties engaged in conversation around an oval conference table. Present were Chen Qinjiao, Lu Yaqing, Shen Wenying, and two key employees from the company. Opposite them sat 5 European guests, led by a stout man, all sipping freshly brewed coffee. The table was adorned with flowers, and they sat facing one another. After a brief discussion among the stout men, one of them addressed the group. "Chairman Shen, following our inspection of your company, we are pleased to report that you have met all standards and there are no issues. We are satisfied with your documentation, company policies, and the actual operations of your employees." Everyone sighed in relief upon hearing this. Chen Qianjiao and her colleague smiled, conversing in fluent English, expressing their gratitude for the compliments and acknowledging the guests and AMP, Oppos, hard work. The stout man and his colleagues nodded in agreement, also smiling, and proceeded to congratulate Chen Qianjiao on the successful inspection. Chen Qianjiao felt elated. This client was one of Qinjiao Group and Oppos' largest, with annual orders exceeding 100 million. Their approval signified that this batch of orders was secure. The long hours of effort were finally yielding rewards, and everyone internally celebrated. After the handshake and resuming their seats, the stout man continued, "Actually, we did not rest yesterday. We conducted direct market surveys regarding Qinjiao Group and Oppos' clothing, randomly questioning 2,737 individuals. The feedback was unanimously positive regarding Qinjiao Group. The audience applauded. Chen Qianjiao and her colleagues were taken aback. The other party had actually surveyed the market for their reputation. Thankfully, Qinjiao Group was a reputable enterprise, and Chen Qianjiao felt justified in this regard. However, this revelation still caused a moment of panic among them. The professionalism of these individuals was formidable, directly addressing the core issues, leaving no room for defense. Had they not possessed a solid foundation, even the most meticulous documentation and surface-level perfection would have crumbled under such scrutiny. The group Kudin and Oppos helped but marvel at the unwavering professionalism of foreign counterparts. Observing the astonished expressions on their faces, the stout man smiled slightly and reassured them. "Everything is perfectly satisfactory and aligns with our requirements. Qinjiao Group stands out as the best enterprise among our partners." Everyone smiled in response. The stout man exchanged glances with his colleagues, prompting a blonde, blue-eyed woman to speak. "Chairman Shen, It is precisely because your company is exceptional that we have chosen to collaborate with you. However, we do have one request. Qin nodded. Please go ahead. The woman continued earnestly. Our request is quite simple. We need this batch of goods to be reworked. What? Qin Mu was the first to react, alarmed that there were no issues, so why the need for reworking? Lu Yaqing and Oppo's expression darkened slightly as she discreetly nudged Qin Mu with her foot. Please, explain how you wish for it to be reworked. The blonde woman replied, according to our specifications, we require the removal of the Qinjiao Group logo and the application of our company's logo instead. She handed over a document. This outlines the information we require on the products. Qin Mu took the document, her expression shifting dramatically. She passed it to Lu Yaqing, who then handed it to Qin Qianjiao. After a lengthy examination, Qin Qianjiao firmly stated, absolutely not. We cannot comply with this request. Removing Qinjiao Group's logo and replacing it with yours would essentially turn our products into yours. This would devalue Qinjiao Group's brand, leading to its eventual disappearance from the international market. You would utilize our superior quality to gain market share, while simultaneously strangling our livelihood. This is nothing short of plunder. We cannot agree to such terms. What if we refuse? The stout man and his colleagues gazed at her intently, responding gravely, if you do not comply, we will refuse to accept this batch of goods, and your company will bear the corresponding compensation. Chairman, you need not rush to respond. We can give you 2 days to consider. No need. Qin Qianjiao interjected firmly, unwavering on the principle of the matter. She pushed the document back, clearly stating, even if I, Qin Qianjiao, were left to sell goods on the street, I would not remove our company's logo. If you wish to sell in the market, you must respect Qinjiao Group and Oppo's brand. Otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. The 5 individuals exchanged glances, taken aback by Qin Qianjiao and Oppo's resolute stance. The stout man looked at his colleagues and shook his head. Let us go. Chapter 90. What a blockhead. How outrageous these people can be to make such impudent demands. Qinjiao Group is not a small enterprise. It cannot serve as a mere tool for others in Oppo's gain. The crux of the matter is that if Qin Qianjiao acquiesces to this request, the market share of the Qinjiao brand will inevitably dwindle, potentially leading to its complete replacement by an inferior imitation of its own creation. Alas, that imitation has now been rebranded by others, completely severing ties with Qinjiao Group. Such antics are the hallmark of second-rate companies, which, in a bid for survival, are compelled to accept such terms. Often, in such scenarios, their market and profits are entirely at the mercy of others. An enterprise devoid of its own brand, in essence, is nothing more than a mere processing machine. As soon as the clients departed, Qin Qianjiao promptly convened a meeting. She addressed the assembly, stating, since they have made such demands, we should not cower. What's the big deal? It's merely a matter of compensation. We, at Qinjiao Group, are prepared to fight this lawsuit to the very end. Furthermore, let us not lose heart. Losing one client does not spell the end for us. We have already weathered the toughest storms. This minor setback is inconsequential. Now, we must rally our spirits and strive to perform even better than before. Have you not noticed that their demands stem solely from the quality of our products and the efficacy of our brand? This indicates that our brand still holds significant market value in Europe. Therefore, I have decided to personally venture into the European market. She turned to Lu Yaqing and instructed, prepare a plan so we can forge our own path in Europe. As the saying goes, good wine needs no bush. We can still sell our products worldwide without their assistance. Qin Qianjiao exuded a commanding presence, and her words resonated with fervent applause. Though the task ahead was formidable, confidence surged within her. Qin Mu, stationed at the door, observed several clients hastily departing and was equally impressed by Qin Qianjiao and Oppo's speech. It was no wonder she could carve out her own niche. Her unique charisma was undeniable. Once the meeting adjourned, she summoned her daughter and Qin Mu to her office. With utmost seriousness, she declared, Yaqing, I have decided to personally explore the European market. The headquarters shall be entrusted to you. You are now the president of the company. In my absence, you have the final say. However, You must stabilize our back-end operations so I can charge forward without concerns. Lu Yaqing, upon hearing of her mother's plans to travel to Europe, expressed her worry, Mom. Why not let me go instead? Chen Qianjiao, confident in her judgment, waved her hand dismissively. This is an opportunity. While they are without inventory, we must swiftly seize the market. Business is akin to warfare. One must not let opportunities slip away. Since they wish to employ such tactics, we shall exploit this chance to catch them off guard. I must undertake this mission myself. I cannot rely on anyone else. Turning to Shan Weining, she instructed, prepare yourself to accompany me and bring along a few colleagues from the design department. We need to tailor a collection of high-end garments specifically for the European market, fully internationalizing the Qinjiao brand. Shan Weining responded promptly. Understood. I will prepare right away. Chairwoman, when shall we depart? Chen Qianjiao pondered briefly. I'll give you 3 days. Is that sufficient? Absolutely. Shan Weining, being an efficient worker, was ready to act without delay. With the chairwoman leading the charge, she dared not lag behind. As she exited the office, she spotted Qin Mu smoking at the end of the corridor. Shan Weining, with a playful smile, approached him. What are you daydreaming about? Nothing. I saw those foreign clients leaving in a huff. Did the negotiations fall through? Qin Mu inquired. Not just that. The chairwoman is preparing to personally tackle the European market. Does that mean you will accompany her? Indeed. Shan Weining nodded and extended an invitation. Would you like to come to my office for a moment? At that moment, Qin Mu pondered, with Chen Qianjiao heading to Europe. Would it not leave him alone with Lu Yaqing? Such a situation seemed rather inappropriate. Following Shan Weining to the sales director's office, she poured him a cup of tea. I suggested to the chairwoman that we bring you along. What do you think? Huh? Qin Mu had never considered embarking on such a distant journey. He had more pressing matters at hand, specifically the pursuit of the last page of the Qin family's secrets. What purpose would such a trip serve? Noticing his lack of enthusiasm, Shan Weining felt a pang of disappointment. She regarded him with a furrowed brow and pouted. In a few days, I will need your assistance moving some items in the